just traveled through. Awakened the weakest soldier, the ant tribe. It's over, it's time to G. At this time, the Lord's talent awakened. You awakened the only SSS level talent, unlimited devouring evolution. The soldiers are too weak, MoFei decided to survive and develop first. Swallow the fountain of life, your ant tribe's lifespan and vitality are greatly improved, and evolve into an undead ant tribe. Swallow the dark mist, your ant tribe gains the ability, dark mist. It can create a dark mist that isolates all perceptions. Swallow the Saint level crystal, your ant tribe evolves into the Saint crystal ant tribe, and the attacks of creatures below the Saint level cannot hurt your ant tribe. Swallow Titan, your ant tribe gains the ability, giant size, evolve into giant ant tribe. That day, the era of Lord Hegemony arrived, and all lords made their debut. Giant ants, as big as giants, appeared in front of all lords. When the flying ants that covered the sky and the sun spit out pieces of frost dragon breath and liquid magma, drowning dozens of emperor-level dragons, all lords were dumbfounded. Spewing magma, frost dragon breath, you tell me this is an ant tribe? You call this a garbage soldier? Above billions of ants. MoFei sat on the throne, looking down on all living beings. C1 There is no one weaker than the ants, it's over, I need G. It's over, it's over. Looking at the troops that appeared in front of him, MoFei rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Just now, he traveled to a world where lords competed for hegemony. In this world, all travelers will become lords and awaken their own arms and lord talents. Develop your own territorial power and join forces with the local forces in the lord world to fight for hegemony among all races. The time travel begins. All lords have a chance to awaken their unit's lord talent. Once the arms are awakened, they can be replaced, but the production speed of the level arms can be increased through the level arm building. The same is true for the lord's talent. Once awakened, will change and will advance. But makes bestow strong and improve bestow level. Through the voices in his head, MoFei roughly understood the rules of this world. So, he awakened his own army with full faith. Who would have thought? It's over, it's over. Looking at his awakened troops, MoFei almost fainted. In front of him, an image of an ant slightly larger than an ordinary ant was suspended, spinning slowly. It seems to show how weak it is. Congratulations to the time traveler MoFei, for awakening your unit, the ants. P.S. Due to the influence of the Lord world, they seem to have become stronger. Military type, ant tribe. Final growth level, 0 level. From now on, you have officially become a lord. The voice in his mind sounded, and MoFei was dumbfounded. Why? Why is he so handsome? But he has awakened the most rubbish army in the world of lords. In the world of lords, lords can awaken any unit. Militia, muskets, dwarf warriors, goblins, earth knights, elves, necromancers, dragons, beemen. The levels of military units are divided into levels 1 to 10, and the higher levels are king level, emperor level, saint level, emperor level, and demigod. There are 15 levels in total. Different arms have the same final growth level. However, generally, the initial levels of the troops just summoned by the Lord are much different, and the levels are relatively low. By killing monsters, can grow to the final growth level of the unit. However, MoFei, the awakened Lord, the lowest level soldier in the world, the ants. There is nothing lower than the ant tribe. Final growth level, 0 level, this means that MoFei's ant tribe, even in its complete form, is only at level 0. Not even the first level. Killing level monsters is the only way for other lords to obtain energy points and increase the strength of level lords and their troop levels. But for MoFei, it has nothing to do with it. Because his unit, the ant tribe, is a 0 level unit. Level 0 is already the highest level. Killing monsters is basically a level up. What's more, MoFei had reason to suspect that his own troops had not killed any wild monster. Can only be killed by wild monsters. Final growth level, 0 level, this big bright red character is like a sharp knife at this moment. It penetrated deeply into MoFei's entrails. He felt his penis was in pain. The pain of drilling. Why the ant tribe? Awakening a militia, goblin or something, is 100 times more powerful than this thing. Militiamen and goblins, although their levels are very low, can still chop wood and mine minerals. Wake up like an ant and have chicken feathers. Do you want to make yourself bored and play with it? With such a small body, if I step on it, I'm afraid I will crush dozens of them to death. Waiting for MoFei to lament. The voice in my head continued. Lord MoFei, you have awakened your troops and have an initial village territory. From now on, the Lord's new protection period is 7 years. During the new protection period, your territory is invincible. Please plunder all resources as much as possible within these 7 days to develop and expand your territory. After 7 days, the new protection period ends, and you will officially enter the Lord continent to compete with other lords and your own forces for hegemony. Next, please name your territory. Garbage troops. Mo Fei cursed angrily. Fight for hegemony, fight for hegemony. He leads a group of ants to compete with others for hegemony. When the new protection period ends, your 7 will be over. Cool. Lord's naming, garbage unit. Please confirm again. Mo Fei was still under the huge blow from the ants at this time and said without even thinking, confirm. Anyway, once the protection period of Qijin is over, he will most likely be the first lord to be eliminated. Therefore, it is very important to name the territory. Territory naming completed, garbage arms. Lord Mo Fei, please continue to follow the guidance and awaken your lord talent, said the voice in his head. A shimmering door appeared in front of Mo Fei. Following the instructions, Mo Fei stretched his into the light door and extracted his lord gift. The next second, as Mo Fei withdrew, a ball of light flashing with colorful light appeared in his body. Then, the colorful ball of light expanded and enveloped his entire body. Mo Fei was still looking confused. The voice in my head sounded again. Lord Mo Fei, extracted to SSSS level effect, infinite devouring. SSSS level grant? Infinite devouring advance? Mo Fei's pupils trembled slightly. He quickly summoned his Lord panel. Territory name, Garbage Soldier. Lord, Mo Fei. Strength, 0 level, territory level, primary village. Territory buildings, Lord's Wooden House, Warehouse, Fountain of Life, and Barracks, Lord's Palace. Territory Soldier, and Tribe. Lord's Talent, Infinite Devouring Advance. Unique, Mo Fei checked his Lord's Talent. Lord's Talent, Infinite Devouring Advance. Unique, level, SSSS level, introduction, your troop has the ability to infinitely advance. Everything is devoured to obtain energy points. Every time it is devoured, there is a certain probability of obtaining a certain ability from the target. P.S. Make your talent stronger, improve your talent level, and increase the probability of swallowing and seizing the target's ability. Everything is swallowed, unlimited progress. The key is SSSS level. The only one. Originally, Mo Fei felt that he had already passed the G. However, when he saw these 4 SS shining with colorful light, Mo Fei's breathing suddenly became heavy. I felt that he seemed to be able to save it. I remember that when I just crossed over to the Lord World, the voice in my mind had reminded me about the introduction of the Lord's Talent. Lord World, the Lord's Talent is divided into ESSS level. And now, I have awakened a talent beyond SSS level, SSSS level. It must be said that this has shocked Mo Fei. SSSS level, the only one. Mo Fei knows very well what this means. It means that he has awakened the highest level Lord talent in the entire Lord world. Among all the Traverser Lords, only he has this 4th level infinite devouring talent. He is the only one. Even if there is no introduction to the infinite devouring talent, just the words infinite devouring, plus the 4 SS in front of it shining with colorful light, Mo Fei knows that this talent is very strong. Although his own army is the ant tribe. However, if he has infinite devouring, everything will be possible. It is certain that a group of small ants will grow into an existence comparable to a holy dragon or even a demigod in the future. C2 the only SSS level talent in the Lord's world. After putting away the Lord panel, Mo Fei also quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Comparable to a holy dragon, comparable to a demigod, this is just my imagination at the moment. If you can't even get through the 7-day novice protection period, everything is empty talk. At this time, several unknown roars of wild beasts came from the door. It also shows that this world of lords is full of dangers. If the 7-day novice protection period ends and your ant troops are not strong enough to protect the territory, then what awaits you will be destruction and death of the territorial heart. Thinking of this, Mo Fei couldn't help but become slightly nervous. If the ant tribe is a soldier, then he may really lie down and wait to die. But, now, he possesses the only SSS level talent in the world of lords. If you don't fight for it, you will be sorry for your lord talent. He glanced around the cabin. Inside the wooden house, there is a suspended diamond-shaped crystal. At the same time, a panel popped out from the rhombus crystal and appeared in front of Mo Fei. Heart of Lord. Level, 0 level, life, 500, defense, 0, introduction, Lord's Heart, the core of every Lord's territory. Once the Lord's Heart is destroyed, all buildings and units in the Lord's territory will be destroyed. Please be careful to protect it. In addition to the Lord's Heart, there is only a table, chairs, and a bed in the wooden house. Mo Fei walked out of the wooden house. I saw that my territory was in a dense forest like a tropical rainforest, with a light mist filling the forest. The territory is small. In addition to his own wooden house, there is also a wooden house on each side. After Mo Fei glanced at it, he gave up his plan to enter. Because the name displayed on these two wooden houses is warehouse. Directly in front of the wooden house is an open space equivalent to the size of 2 basketball courts. The open space is covered with green grass, exuding a vibrant atmosphere. Mo Fei saw a shimmering, earth-like building in the open space, and a circular pool in the shape of a fountain. Water continued to flow from the fountain above. Inside the pool, there was a full pool filled with light turquoise water. Weird, no matter how much water comes out of the fountain, the water in the pool is always close to overflowing and will not flow out. Mo Fei looked at the shimmering building. Building, Ant Barracks, Level 0 Level, Introduction. The Lord's military unit building is currently at level 0 and can produce the military unit Ant. The probability of high-level units appearing is 0. Production speed, 1000 pieces / 1 ant is produced in 1 hour? Mo Fei was stunned for a moment, and then he calculated that he could produce more than 1 million ants in his own barracks 24 hours a day. This amount seems terrifying. However, Mo Fei felt a slight pain in his balls when he thought of the ants' almost zero combat power. Let alone 1 million ants a day, 100 million ants a day. It's not as good as others giving birth to a giant dragon in 1 day. Start producing troops. Mo Fei immediately issued production instructions for the barracks. A pain in the balls is a pain in the balls. Now that you have decided to make some money, every second from now on is precious to Mo Fei. The moment he discovered the ant barracks, he did not hesitate and immediately issued the order for the production of the barracks. In just 1 minute, just 1 ant crawled out of the earthen-style military camp. 1 ant seems to be a lot, but in fact, it is only about 1 meter in size. Mo Fei thought. All the ants gathered into a black mass and crawled towards him. Looking carefully, Mo Fei discovered each ant is more than twice the size of ordinary ants. But even so, it only takes about 2 ants, only as big as my little finger. At this time, a group of ants received the order and gathered at Mo Fei's feet. They awkwardly raised their forelimbs, their tentacles probed east and west, sniffed west, and swung back and forth. Mo Fei didn't dare to move, for fear of accidentally trampling his own soldiers to death. If he is trampled to death, then he is afraid that among all the lords who enter the world of lords, he will be the first lord who accidentally kills his own troops. And at this time, as the ants circle around the feet, they swing their little tentacles. A reminder suddenly sounded in Mo Fei's mind. The ants of your army have swallowed your breath. They are now more closely connected with you, and you can command them better. At the same time, because they have provoked your aura as the owner of the territory, their loyalty to you has been greatly increased. Loyalty is upgraded to absolute loyalty. Mo Fei looked at the ants at his feet with a surprised look on his face. A prompt box appears. Military type, Ant. Equal level, 0 level. Final growth level, 0 level. Load, 0.001 unit. Loyalty, absolutely loyal. Absolute loyalty, I will never betray the Lord under any circumstances. This. Mo Fei was shocked. These ants can even swallow their own breath? Know that breath is no different from air. Ordinary people won't even notice. And his own ants not only noticed it, but they were also able to devour it. It also elevated loyalty to absolute loyalty. This is just a little explanation. When I just traveled through time, the world prompts were introduced. The loyalty of military units is divided into 4 levels. Low-level loyalty, average loyalty, fanatical loyalty, absolute loyalty. Although Mo Fei took a cursory glance. But I also know that absolute loyalty is undoubtedly the highest level of military loyalty. Most of the Lord's troops have just been produced and are generally loyal. To achieve absolute loyalty, you need to undergo a long period of careful training in close communication with the troops to achieve it. And now, the ant soldiers have swallowed their own aura. Loyalty has been directly promoted to the highest level of loyalty, absolute loyalty. Is this the terrifying thing about SSS level talents? A thought came to my mind. Mo Fei knelt down and put his fingers on the ground. Then, he gave an instruction to an ant to crawl onto his finger. Among the ants, an ant crawled out, followed Mo Fei's fingers, and crawled into the palm of Mo Fei's hand. Mo Fei raised his palm. The ant stopped in the palm of his hand, with the 2 tentacles on its head swaying slightly, like responding to his instructions. Then, Mo Fei gave another order to circle in place. This ant was literally spinning in circles in the palm of his hand. It's so different from the clumsy and silly look before. This discovery. Mo-Fei's eyes instantly became clear, and the expression on his face became slightly excited. C3 can even devour breath? My ants are no worse than high-level soldiers. To know. In the world of lords, since the arms are of the same level, they are also wise. The higher the level of arms, the higher the intelligence theoretically. There are even some humanoid units, such as dwarves, militiamen, musketeers, etc. Even if they are not high level, they still have a certain amount of wisdom and can talk to the Lord. Have normal communication. Don't look at the exchanges between units and lords. Only through communication can the soldiers under the Lord understand the Lord's meaning and better implement every instruction issued by the Lord. At the same time, through communication, the soldiers also fed back some of the information they had discovered to the Lord to help the Lord make the right decision. Original. As a zero-level ant clan, there is no high intelligence. He had just given birth in his own ant tribe's barracks, swaying from side to side, sniffing here and there, before walking up to him. Mo-Fei also came to look. The intelligence of my own ant tribe is actually not very high. Therefore, Mo-Fei was still worried just now. These ant soldiers, who are not very intelligent, cannot understand their orders. If they can't even understand the instructions given by themselves, then don't talk about execution. It is even more of a luxury to expect them to feed back information from outside the field to themselves. But now, Mo-Fei discovered that after swallowing his breath, the ant in his palm seemed to be smarter than before, and it actually perfectly executed the instructions he sent. Is this what is called the connection between the ant clan and myself has become closer? Mo-Fei was thoughtful. Then, Mo-Fei gave several ants instructions to circle. After discovering that they all executed the instruction of turning in circles perfectly, finally confirmed. After swallowing their own breath, their own ants, like other high-level intelligent soldiers, understand and execute the instructions they send. This discovery made Mo-Fei a little excited. As a novice lord who has just traveled through time, many people know almost nothing about the environment, species, resources outside their own territory, including potential dangers, etc. Except for the lucky ones who awaken high-level troops from the beginning and can ignore the dangers around them. 7-day novice protection period. In fact, it is also a time for most new lords to get familiar with the situation around the Lord. Only by understanding the situation around the territory can the Lord make a better plan on how to develop his territory. For example, avoid some wild monsters that are currently in great danger to you, and find a safe route to collect the resources you want. Or to avoid unknown dangers, find some weaker wild monsters and level them up. The troops under the Lord are actually the Lord's eyes to understand the world outside the Lord. It is the Lord's hands and feet to obtain the resources of the Lord. The Lord needs to understand the world outside the Lord, needs to level up, and needs to collect resources. It is impossible without troops. Therefore, it is necessary to have a unit that understands and executes its instructions perfectly. A lord is equivalent to having a pair of clear eyes and sound limbs. This is what Mo-Fei really cares about. Obviously, although his ant tribe is very weak, it's just a zero-level unit. However, judging from their performance just now, they, like those intelligent high-level soldiers, understand their own instructions as the Lord. From this point of view, they are qualified enough to serve as his eyes and hands. Master, we are ready and ready to fight. Please assign tasks to us. What surprised Mo-Fei even more? These 1,000 ants suddenly conveyed a vague message to themselves at this moment. I saw 1,000 ants forming a neat square array and stopping at Mo-Fei's feet. They raised their upper limbs, opened their jaws, and looked majestic, showing the courage to not be afraid of anything. Seeing this scene, Mo-Fei's face was slightly moved. Okay. Don't worry, you are too weak now and your numbers are too few. If you want to defeat the enemy, courage alone is not enough. After saying that, Mo-Fei began to think about how to develop his own leadership next. Not all lords will send troops to kill wild monsters outside their territory on the first day of the novice period. There are many ways to lead development. In addition to killing wild monsters outside the territory and leveling up the Lord's troops, the Lord can also collect external resources to improve the level of his territory in exchange for other materials he needs. My own ant tribe is a zero-level soldier. You can't level up by killing monsters. What's more, such a weak unit cannot kill any wild monsters. So, it's about killing the wild monsters outside. Mo-Fei simply ignored it. If you don't consider killing wild monsters, you can only develop your own territory by collecting resources. This is exactly what Mo-Fei has in mind. After all, although my ant clan is weak, its production speed is very fast. At the end of the day, produces more than 10,000 ants. 10,000 ants can collect resources very quickly. Now, his own ant soldiers are already being produced. Mo Fei was not in a hurry, and was ready to wait until their number increased before unified command. The Lord panel was summoned again. Mo Fei noticed. There is a yellow exclamation mark in the lower right corner of the panel. This should be the platform for lords to communicate and exchange materials introduced in the previous world. Click on the yellow exclamation mark. A menu bar now appears in front of Mo Fei. World Communication Channel, District Communication Channel, Friend Communication Channel, Space Trading Channel. At this moment, both Friend Communication Channel and Space Trading Channel are blank. Yellow light keeps flashing on World Communication Channel and District Communication Channel. Mo Fei noticed that a district name is displayed on District Communication Channel. Misty Forest. It seems that this should be the name of the forest where his territory is currently located. Among these two channels, the frequency of light flashing on World Communication Channel is the fastest. Mo Fei clicked on World Communication Channel. Prepare to see what the lords who have just entered the Lord world are talking about, and whether there are lords who are as miserable as himself and have awakened low-level soldiers. C4 is level talent the ceiling? Then what about my SSS level talent? On the World Communication Channel, many new lords spoke at this time. Hello, everyone is the same, are you new here? Fuck, what the hell is this Lord world? I was cooking, and the braised chicken nuggets were still stewing in the pot, and suddenly I got it here. I don't know where it came from. Send it back to me quickly, or the chicken nuggets will be stewed. I just fainted while masturbating, and I woke up here inexplicably. Where is this? Could it be another world? Did I kill myself? The one above, explode. What place is this? Why am I in a wooden house? There is no network and no machine. How can I survive? I want to go back. Go back +1, please tell me how to go back. Ha, have you all awakened the arms and lord talents? I awakened the Earth Knight, which is a tier 2 troop at the beginning and can eventually grow to the royal rank. It comes with the innate skills Night Charge and Night Trample. When it reaches tier 1, it can unlock even more powerful talents. It's awesome. I'm going to take my Earth Knight out to level up first. I'm surprised to see a royal knight boss. I'm envious. I awakened the Goblin, which is only tier 4 when it's an adult. The barracks produce tier 0. It seems to do everything except mining. The Lord's talent awakening is Blevel Berserk. I don't know what it's for. The above, add a friend and give you a suggestion. You can use your Lord's talent Berserk to mine. Who can mine better than you? When you are in or boss, I can exchange food with you for resources. The troop I awakened is the two-headed lizard, which can grow to tier 7. The barracks can only produce 5 per day, which is too little. I am Linfong, and my awakened troop is a violent war elephant, which can eventually grow to the Saint level. The awakened Lord talent is ins level talent, and all buildings in the territory are increased by 20 times. A total of 60 violent war elephants can be recruited in one day. Fuck, Boss Linfong. Boss Linfong, please take me with you. Boss, please give me a friend position, I can be your lackey. Fuck, Slevel Lord talent. Boss Linfong is probably the first lord to awaken the Slevel Lord talent. Boss, give me a position, let's form an alliance. Worship the Slevel Lord. As soon as this new lord named Linfong came out, a series of screen refreshes appeared in the communication channel. Mo Fei saw this, subconsciously glanced at his lord panel, and shook his head slightly. Is the Slevel Lord talent the ceiling for new lords? Then what about his SSS level talent? Looking at the new lords who were chatting enthusiastically and introducing their own arms and lord talents to each other. Mo Fei did not intend to tell others about his awakening of SSS level lord talents and infinite devouring evolution. What is kept in mind is called a trump card. Turning it out to show others is called a trump card. Similarly, Mo Fei also believed. Entering the world of Lord Hegemony, he is not the only smart person with good luck. There must be many lords who awaken S-level, even S-level, SS-level lord talents and have higher-level arms, except for this Linfong. It's just that they didn't say it in the World Communication Channel. After looking at the chat content of the World Communication Channel for a while, there is basically no useful information about the Lord world. Many people are like me, who suddenly crossed over. In a state of confusion. There are also some lords who, like Linfong, have awakened high-level arms or powerful lord talents, and are happily showing off on the World Communication Channel. Or they have awakened low-level arms and trash lord talents, and are sighing. Mo Fei closed the communication channel. At this moment, He still has to think carefully about how to develop his SSS-level Lord talent, Infinite Devouring Evolution, first. Strengthen the strength of his ant tribe. Try to develop and expand your territory as much as possible during the new protection period of 10 days. Only in this way can you avoid being eliminated as soon as the new protection period ends, although it has been decided to develop the territory by collecting resources. But the zero-level ant tribe is still too weak. Mo Fei sighed, with a sad look on his face. As long as you go outside the territory, even if you are just collecting resources, you will inevitably encounter some dangers. With the strength of my ant tribe, I am afraid that I will only be injured if I encounter any danger. Yes, it's okay. Compared to other lords, my ant tribe is large in number. As long as I can collect resources, some losses are acceptable. Like other lords' troops, they also produce a certain number of troops a day. If they encounter danger, every loss of a troop is a huge loss for them. However, let's ignore the loss of troops in the process of collecting resources. The load of an ant tribe is only 0.001 units. This means that my 1,000 ants can only collect 1 unit of resources in one trip. It feels that the efficiency is still a bit low. Mo Fei calculated. It is estimated that he can produce more than 1 million ants in a day. 1 million ants go out once, and they can only collect 1,000 units of wood. Not to mention, 1 million ants go out together, which is also a small goal. If I get targeted by some monsters that like to eat ants, such as pangolins, I'm afraid I'll suffer heavy losses. He looked at the ants under his feet, and then looked at the dense forest covered by a faint mist outside the territory protection shield. Mo Fei thought, this is the misty forest, which looks like a tropical rainforest with very dense vegetation. There must be a shortage of various resources. At the same time, there must be a shortage of monsters in the forest. To collect resources, I must find a way to reduce the loss of my ant troops as much as possible. Soon, Mo Fei made a decision in his heart. So, before collecting resources, I can send out a small team of ants, spread them out around the territory and resource areas, find out the situation around the territory, and station them on sentry duty. In this way, if there are wild monsters passing by, or other dangers, these ants stationed on sentry duty around can issue early warnings. And I can also issue instructions to the ants that are collecting and transporting resources through the connection with the ant tribe, so that they can give up collecting and transporting resources, break up into small pieces, and hide. In this way, I can avoid the loss of my troops as much as possible. The first day is the most difficult. As long as I get through the first day, with the speed of producing 1,000 ants per minute in the barracks, my ant army will only grow more and more. In the next few days, the speed of collecting resources will also become faster and faster, and the resources in the territory will also increase. Thinking of this, Mo Fei's collection plan gradually became clear. The only worry is the distance between himself and the ant army. You know, what is the maximum distance between me and the ant tribe? It should be only a few dozen meters, right? If so, how many resources can I collect? It doesn't matter, let's try the maximum distance between the ant tribe and the ant tribe, and then adjust the plan and change the idea. C5 100,000 ants, absolutely loyal. The only reward in the world, SS level talent. The collection plan is finalized. The number of ant tribe soldiers is still relatively small. Mo Fei decided to wait for a while when the number of ants increases. Then gather them together to absorb his breath and strengthen the connection with himself. Then, disperse them to find out the situation around the territory. Next, it is the question of how to develop one's own territory talent. How can I better develop my SSS level territory talent? Mo Fei's eyes fell on the fountain pool in the center of the green grass. His eyes lit up slightly. Country building, fountain of life, level, 0 level, defense? Destructible, spring water storage, 1,000 units, 1 unit of spring water is restored every minute. Introduction, every territory has a fountain of life, which is a gift from God. This is a source of life that can heal the leader himself, including the injuries of the soldiers under the leader. According to the severity of the injury, it consumes the spring water of the same unit. In addition, it can not only heal injuries, but also eliminate fatigue. P.S. The 0-level fountain of life can only heal injuries. Raising the level of the building's fountain of life can not only increase the water reserves of the spring, but also speed up the recovery speed of the spring, and the healing effect of the spring is better. Therefore, please develop and expand your territory as much as possible. The level of the territory is improved, and the level of the buildings in the territory can also be improved. At this time, looking at the circular pool storing the fountain of life on the grass, Mo Fei's heart moved slightly. His ant tribe can even devour his own breath, Do you know if they can devour the fountain of life? Devour the fountain of life. Do you know that your ant tribe will become stronger? At this time, the reserve of the fountain of life is full. 1,000 units. Imofei is still waiting for the barracks to produce more ants. This waiting time, Imofei feels that it can't be wasted. The reserve of the fountain of life is full, and it is equivalent to a waste if it is not used. The spring water will recover. His ant tribe is so weak, how much fountain of life has been devoured? What if it is swallowed? Then he will make a fortune. Thinking of this, Imofei turned his head and looked at his ant tribe barracks. At this moment, he found that a long time had passed while he was thinking. In front of the ant tribe barracks. At this moment, he realized that a huge group of ants had been produced. Imofei quickly summoned all the 10,000 ants that had just been produced by the barracks. Let them devour their breath first and establish a connection. At present, Imofei's strength is 0 level. The breath he exudes is the breath of an ordinary person. He must be relatively close so that the ant army can devour it. When his strength is improved, it will not be so troublesome. At that time, directly spread his breath throughout the territory. The ant tribe soldiers can devour it as soon as they are produced and establish a connection with him. Your ant tribe soldiers have devoured your breath. They are now closely connected with you. You can command them better. At the same time, because they have touched your aura as a leader, their loyalty to you has been greatly improved. Your ant tribe's loyalty has been upgraded to absolute loyalty. Never betray. A familiar reminder sounded. And just as the tens of thousands of ants were silently devouring Imofei's aura, at this time, a new reminder sounded in Imofei's mind. Congratulations, Imofei, the leader of the garbage army. You will upgrade the loyalty of all the tens of thousands of troops under your command to the highest level, absolutely loyal. You are the only one among all the leaders in the world of hegemony, and the fastest one to upgrade the loyalty of tens of thousands of troops under your command to absolute loyalty, which took 2 hours. Get the only reward of the world of hegemony. Reward for the leader's gift, SS Level Mind Network. World reward rules open in advance. As the first leader to achieve the achievement of promoting the absolute loyalty of more than 10,000 soldiers under his command to the highest level, and the first leader to unlock the world reward rules, Leader Imofei, your leader's name will be announced to the leaders of the world of hegemony. Listen to the reminder sounded suddenly in his mind. Imofei was stunned at first, and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Let the ant army devour his breath. He actually wanted to deepen the connection with the ant army and better command his own ant army. How did he suddenly achieve something? The achievement of promoting the loyalty of more than 10,000 soldiers to the highest level. And he is the only leader in the entire world who achieved this achievement the fastest? And he opened the world reward rules in advance? What's going on? Imofei almost didn't respond. The reward of the world. Moreover, when he received the only reward for the world domination, Imofei's face suddenly showed joy. This mind net, do you know what kind of talent it is? But, since it is an SS level talent, and it is the only reward, it must not be much worse. Of course, in terms of level, it should still be a few 100 million points behind my own SSS level gift of infinite devouring. Just when the reminder sound in my mind fell, a 3-color light suddenly came and enveloped Imofei inside. After waiting for the 3-color light to disappear, a new talent appeared on Imofei's character panel. Ling Fu, the Web of the Soul, only, level, SSS level, introduction, leading the world to conquer the world, the only SS level talent, leading the loyalty of tens of thousands of soldiers under his command to be promoted to the highest level of absolute loyalty. The first person to achieve this achievement will receive this skill reward. P.S. A good leader should be able to enslave his own troops. At the same time, he should love his troops and cultivate them with care like his own children. In this way, they will remain absolutely loyal to you and never betray you. This is the best reward that the leader of the world can give to the leader who loves his military unit the most. Fasheo, this is a magical network, which exists in reality and illusion, in the past and the future. The web of the mind will closely connect you and all the units under your command. With the spiritual network, you can give orders to the units under your command with absolute loyalty at any time. No matter how far apart they are, if you call them, they will definitely respond. You don't need to go to the scene, they see and feel everything, and you can also see and feel it when you are in the audience. Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, C6 jealousy makes me unrecognizable, he is already too far ahead of us. After seeing the introduction of the web of mind, Imofei's whole body was sluggish. At this moment, Mo Fei was deeply shocked. This is the web of the soul. SSS level Lord talent. No matter how far away the Lord is from his troops, he can give orders to his troops anytime and anywhere. Moreover, everything the soldiers see and perceive can be seen by the Lord. With this skill, doesn't this mean that in the future, even if you don't take a step towards the territory, can you also conduct remote on-site command according to the conditions encountered by your own unit on site? I'll be a good boy. This Lord's talent is truly abnormal. What was most incredible to Mo Fei was such a perverted SS level Lord talent. The only reward in the world of Lords, I got it out of nowhere. No effort at all. Happiness comes so unexpectedly. He was not prepared at all. Originally, Mo Fei was worried that if he sent his ant army out to collect resources, the connection between himself and the ant army would be interrupted due to the distance. But now, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. Just spread out a small part of the ants in advance and hide the resources nearby. He can observe all nearby situations through the perspective of the ants. Once something goes wrong, he can immediately command his ant army and avoid danger in advance. Although it is only an SSS level talent, but from a functional point of view, the role of this spiritual network is no worse than his own unlimited devouring evolutionary talent. It's simply a god-level talent. Mo Fei, the Lord of the Garbage Army Territory. The name of your territory will be announced to the whole world soon. Excuse me, do you want to hide the name of the Lord? At this time, the prompt sounded again in Mo Fei's mind. Garbage troops? Mo Fei was stunned. Did you name your territory a trash unit before? Okay, it seems like. Mo Fei suddenly felt ashamed. He never expected that he would awaken an SSS level Lord talent. Unexpectedly, traveled into the world of Lords for 2 hours. The name of his territory resounds throughout the Lord world. But, once the territory name is determined, it cannot be changed. How sloppy. Can you hide the name of the territory? Mo Fei asked. Jai gave the answer, can't, Mo Fei. Forget it, hide the Lord's name. Mo Fei thought for a while and said, he didn't want to be high profile. After all, he awakened the only SSS level talent in the world of Lords. But his unit is the weakest unit in the world of Lords. Ant tribe. Before your own ant tribe evolves and grows, keeping a low profile and developing obscenely is the best approach. If he is too high profile, if someone else catches his eye, it will be discovered that Mo Fei's army is just the weakest of the ants. Then his territory may be in great danger. Mo Fei will not underestimate the kindness of others. But he will not underestimate the malice of others. A common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. What's more, it's a different world like the Lord world. This is a world where all lords are encouraged to compete with each other for hegemony. There is no order here. The only order is the strength of the Lord's own territory. Even a powerful lord may fall into the siege of other lords once he is targeted by others. Not to mention myself. At the same time, World Communication Channel and Regional Communication Channel were launched. A banner flashing with colorful lights floated by. The prompt sound of world sounded in the minds of all players. Notify all lords in the Lord world, Lord XXX, hidden, of the rubbish unit territory has achieved the first achievement in the world of lords. The loyalty of all the 100,000 units under his command has been promoted to the highest level, absolute loyalty. Reward obtained, Lord Realm, the only SS level Lord talent, the Web of the Soul. Reward rules, open in advance. The announcement will be broadcast on the Banners Style, World Communication Channel, and Regional Communication Channel, for 1 hour. The announcement is over, and the first reward rules for the Lord world at the end of the novice period will be announced. From entering the world of Lords to now, this is a World Communication Channel where information never stops. At this moment, there was a brief silence. But just seconds later, countless messages appeared on the World Communication Channel like a frenzy. Holy shit, is it real or fake? Has anyone achieved the first achievement in the world of Lords? What the hell is achievement in the Lord world? Why haven't you introduced it before? What did I see? Oh my god, it turns out to be an SSS talent. And it's the only one. Big Boss Lin Feng, who is as powerful as just now, only awakened in S-level talent, and now, someone has actually obtained the SS level Lord talent rewarded by the world. 2 levels higher than Boss Lin Feng. What a dazzling colorful light. SSS level, is this probably not the highest level talent in the Lord world so far? Oh my god. I really want to know which boss is so scary. I just entered the Lord's world. I'm still not familiar with the environment and my own troops in the territory. I haven't even sent troops out to level up, but he has already achieved the world achievement and received rewards. Unfortunately, the boss is too low-key and hides his name. Oh my god, I really want to hold the boss's thigh tightly. I'm willing even if it means being a pendant. My talent is only level. The above, you want to eat shit. You are a guy with level talent, and you are a burden to others as a younger brother. The above, you can't say that. My troops are a lot of dwarves, I can mine for the boss. The boss is so powerful, just be responsible for leveling up, I'm responsible for collecting resources for him. If the boss sees this, please add me as a friend. I'm so jealous. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. Others' talents are awakened by themselves. Why is there an SS level Lord Talent reward for this achievement? Doesn't it mean that this hidden boss has 2 Lord Talents at the beginning of the game? This is already far ahead of us. See 7 abnormal, 2 abnormal. 1,000,000 soldiers a day? At this moment, on the World Communication Channel, even some leaders who awaken S-level talents and S-level talents at the beginning also emerged. At this moment, even those leaders who had led their troops to level up as soon as they entered the leader world stopped. Pay attention to the information on the World Communication Channel. Compared to the identity of this hidden boss, I am actually more curious about how he accomplished this achievement. It's terrifying to think about it. The prerequisite for achieving this achievement is to have 100,000 troops, and the loyalty of 100,000 troops is promoted to the highest level of absolute loyalty, and this achievement can be achieved. It's only been 2 hours since he entered the leader world. How can he have 100,000 troops? Does he take advantage of the loopholes in the leader world? What else? Maybe it's a loophole in the world, leading to a soldier with a bad name. Maybe he awakened a soldier of a lower level? It seems to make sense, but this is too outrageous. What kind of soldier can produce 100,000 in just 2 hours? Not to mention that they all have to be promoted to absolute loyalty. Goblin, slime, and swamp monster, the above, I can tell you very clearly that if it's a slime, it's impossible, because the soldier I awakened is a slime. The complete form of the slime can reach the first level, and the barracks production speed is 1 per minute. In 2 hours, I have produced more than 120. 120? So few. But, if he awakens a slime, what kind of troops will he have? The opposing troops have 100,000, could it be that his troops are lower level than slimes? This is possible. Compared to what kind of troops he awakens, I am more curious about how he raises the loyalty of his troops to absolute loyalty. The loyalty of troops is divided into 4 levels: low loyalty, general loyalty, fanatical loyalty, and absolute loyalty. My troops are just recruited, and they are only generally loyal. That's 1 troop. That's a full 100,000 troops. How did he raise the loyalty of all of them to absolute loyalty in 2 hours? Outrageous. Abnormal. It's really too abnormal. When you first enter the world, there will be a prompt to introduce relevant information about the arms to everyone. First, the diversity of arms. Any arms can be awakened by the leader. Second, the loyalty of the arms. All arms have loyalty. If the loyalty of the arms is too low, the arms may riot or defect. Therefore, how to control the loyalty of the arms is a lesson that every leader in the world must learn. There is no mention in the world's prompts about how to cultivate the loyalty of the arms. This can only be explored by the leaders themselves. What the leaders know is that the loyalty of the arms is divided into 4 levels: low loyalty, general loyalty, fanatical loyalty, and absolute loyalty. The corresponding loyalty value is 0-100. Low loyalty value is below 60. Soldiers with this loyalty may become frustrated and passive in executing the orders issued by the leader. If they encounter major changes, their loyalty may drop sharply and they may defect. General loyalty, the loyalty value is between 60 and 80, which is the state of many leaders when they first recruit soldiers. Soldiers in this state will often execute the orders of the leader. But if they go deep into an environment that is very dangerous for them, or are overly tired, hungry, etc., their loyalty will drop to the same extent. Fanatic loyalty, the loyalty value is between 80 and 100. Soldiers with this loyalty will execute the orders of the leader without hesitation, including entering an environment that is very dangerous for them and resisting certain fatal dangers for the leader. But this requires a certain amount of training to achieve. And absolute loyalty. Soldiers with this loyalty have no loyalty value. Because once it is achieved, they will always betray the leader. They will only fight with all their might to protect the leader and the leader. Everything they do is for the leader and the development of the leader. Even if the leader orders them to die, they will execute the leader's order without hesitation. This is what all leaders dream of and desire for the loyalty of their soldiers. However, no one expected it. At this moment, it has only been 2 hours since entering the world of the leader. Someone has cultivated the loyalty of his soldiers to absolute loyalty. This is too perverted. But this is still the most perverted. The most perverted. He only cultivated the loyalty of one soldier to absolute loyalty. And he cultivated the loyalty of his 100,000 troops to absolute loyalty. Outrageous. Are you sure this is an ordinary leader? He definitely took advantage of the loopholes in the world. Who can produce 100,000 troops in 2 hours? Even Lin Feng, who has awakened his level talent and has amplified his power, can only produce 60 violent war elephants in a day. How can he produce 100,000 troops in 2 hours? The above, not only 100,000 troops, but also 100,000 troops in 2 hours. Calculate how many troops he can produce in 24 hours? At this moment, with the question from the young leader, many new leaders who had just entered the world also found that something was wrong. And when this leader asked this question, on the spot, there was a young leader who was stunned. 2 hours, producing 100,000 troops. 24 hours a day, I am afraid that you will have to produce more than 1 million troops? Hiss. On the spot, many people took a breath of cold air. 1 million troops, what is the concept? Not to mention giving them a day, even if they are given a month to develop the leader, I am afraid that they can only produce 1 million troops. C8 don't panic, he is a garbage soldier. Actually, everyone doesn't need to be too surprised. Just when many people were shocked by the millions of troops, a message appeared in the World Communication Channel. Don't forget that when you first enter the world announced the rules. The stronger the troops, the longer the production cycle. For example, if I awaken the Frost Dragon, it can grow to the holy level, but in one day, I can only produce 2 initial level 2 Frost Dragons. On the contrary, the weaker the troops, the shorter the production cycle. In other words, to produce 100,000 troops in 2 hours, his troops should be very weak and have no growth potential, so he can't produce so many troops. As soon as this message came out, many leaders praised it. Just now they were shocked by the world announcement, and they just didn't think about this for a while. Now thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Boss's analysis makes sense. Shame on Boss for awakening the Frost Dragon. The analysis is so good. Boss, are you still short of pendants? Ask for a friend position. So, everyone doesn't need to worry too much. This lucky guy who got the world reward probably awakened a very weak troop. You can tell from the name of his territory. After 2 days, we can surpass him. It's a pity. The only SS level world reward was taken away by a leader who awakened a weak troop. It would be great if you could give it to me. Lin Feng, who showed up earlier, also came out and said at this time. He awakened the violent war elephant, a holy level soldier, and his territory talent is also an level territory enhancement talent. If he gets the SSS talent, the only world reward, he will be able to soar to the sky at the beginning. Seeing Lin Feng pop up again, there was a young leader who immediately flattered him. Ah! If Boss Lin Feng could get this SS level talent, he would have taken off directly. What a pity! The SS level talent fell on the head of a garbage soldier leader, it was wasted. Boss Lin Feng, you don't need to worry too much. Judging from the notice issued by the territory world, there may be more achievements to unlock in the territory world. It is said that an SS level reward will fall on you. That's for sure. Boss Lin Feng has awakened his level leader talent. He has 60 violent war elephants at the beginning. The probability of unlocking world achievements is much higher than ours. In an endless wasteland, under the golden invincible protection shield, in a novice territory. On the territory, stood a handsome young man. In front of the young man, stood 60 giant elephants, more than 3 meters tall, huge in size, and covered with red hair. At this time, Lin Feng looked at the World Communication Channel in front of him and smiled slightly. Lin Feng was not flattered by these people's flattery. He only made up his mind secretly in his heart. The notice mentioned that the world reward rules were opened in advance. Next, the world will release the rewards, and I must get them. As for Lin Feng's confidence, standing right in front of him were 3 violent war elephants that were over 3 meters tall. Now, Lin Feng's war elephant barracks had only produced 3 violent war elephants. He was going to wait until more war elephants were produced before leading his violent war elephants out to kill wild monsters and level up. Meanwhile, in a huge forest shrouded in fog, a territory under a golden invincible protective shield. On the territory stood a young man in his early 20s who was taller and more handsome than Yi Feng. Hearing the announcement from the world, Mo Fei curiously opened the World Communication Channel. Looking at the leader's speeches and analysis on the World Channel, Mo Fei's expression did not change. As he thought, there are indeed few smart people among these new leaders who entered the leader world. They guessed his armies so quickly, it's rubbish. However, they will never guess it. He awakened his leader talent, infinite devouring evolution, surpassing the SS level talent. Even the weakest ant tribe. Once they have the ability of infinite devouring evolution, their growth limit can be infinitely raised. So far, the loyalty of all the ant tribes under his command has been raised to absolute loyalty. Mo Fei only tried his infinite devouring evolution talent. The real horror of this force level talent has not yet been reflected. At this moment, under Mo Fei's feet, the loyalty of 100,000 ants has all been raised to the highest level, absolutely loyal. After closing the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei led a 100,000 strong army of ants to the Fountain of Life. Then, he issued an order. Let the 100,000 ants devour all the water from the Fountain of Life. Your ants are consuming the Fountain of Life, and their fatigue is completely eliminated and their injuries are recovering. The Fountain of Life reserves has decreased, 100,0999. Your ants have fully recovered. The prompt sounded in Mo Fei's mind. Generally speaking, after a soldier takes the Fountain of Life and recovers from his injuries and fatigue, he will continue to take it. Because even if he continues to take it, there will be no enhanced effect. But Mo Fei did not stop. He still issued an order to let the ant army continue to devour the Fountain of Life. Your ants are continuing to consume the Fountain of Life. Your ants have devoured energy from the Fountain of Life, and their energy points have increased. As a leader, you gain the same amount of energy points as your troops, and your energy points increase, energy points +1, +1. Your energy points have reached 100, and your current level has been reached. You can no longer gain energy points. Please open the leader panel and upgrade your leader level. After the leader level is upgraded, you can continue to gain energy points. The Fountain of Life reserves has decreased, 999998997, a reminder sounded in his mind. Mo Fei couldn't help showing a hint of surprise on his face. He quickly opened his own leader panel. Leader, Mo Fei, Strength, Level 0, Energy Points, 100, current level is full, can be upgraded plus. Territory level, Primary Village. On the Territory panel, there is an additional column of energy points. After the prompt that it can be upgraded, there is an additional plus sign. Mo Fei clicks the plus sign. I saw a golden light on my body immediately. After this golden light, Mo Fei clearly felt that his strength had increased a lot. If I take my previous self as a comparison, now I should be able to beat my previous self and crush him. Look at the Territory panel again. Sure enough, I saw the column of my strength. The level has been upgraded from 0 to 1. I didn't expect that my ant tribe soldiers would devour the Fountain of Life, and I would get such a surprise. Mo Fei murmured, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Even he didn't expect that he would be the first to upgrade himself by letting his ant tribe soldiers devour the Fountain of Life. At this time, after the leader's level was upgraded, Mo Fei's mind reminded that the energy points continued to increase. Leader's level was upgraded, energy points +1, +1, C9 and the Fountain of Life? Swallow it for me. Evolution can't be stopped at all. However, when I traveled through time, the leader of the world introduced that only by killing wild monsters and other leader units can I obtain energy points? Why can we, the ants, get energy points from the Fountain of Life? Looking at the energy point +1 prompt, a trace of doubt appeared in Mo Fei's eyes. But soon, Mo Fei figured it out, and a smile appeared in his eyes. I see. This level talent has the ability to infinitely devour and evolve. Lead the world. The only way to obtain energy points and upgrade your troops. In the introduction to the world rules, energy points can only be obtained by killing wild monsters and other leading troops. This is actually in line with the rules of leading the world. After all, this one encourages all leaders to compete for world domination and lead in unit energy points, and so on. In other words, as many energy points as a soldier can get by killing wild monsters, as a soldier of the soldier type, the leader can also get the same amount of energy points. This is also in line with the rules of leading the world. After all, the person who leads the territory and is the highest cannot rush outside the territory and kill wild monsters to obtain energy points like the troops under his command. When a unit dies, it can be regenerated. When a leader dies, the territory is gone. Therefore, send out your troops to kill wild monsters and attack other territories. This is the most common way to upgrade. Of course, it is not ruled out that some reckless leaders like and will go out with the troops to kill wild monsters. Therefore, there is another rule for leading the world. The leads to kill wild monsters, and how many energy points can be obtained, and the leader of the troops under the command can also obtain how many energy points. In short, for most Ling, if you want to obtain energy points, there are only two ways to kill wild monsters and attack other territories. However, Mo Fei is an exception. In the introduction of the infinite swallowing evolutionary talent has actually been introduced. Everything can be swallowed to gain energy points. Therefore, he and his own army, the ants, upgrade their way. It is no longer limited to killing wild monsters and other leading troops. You can also get energy points by swallowing something that contains energy. For example, this fountain of life is right in front of you, at this time. In the reminder in Mo Fei's mind, the energy points were still increasing, but the speed slowed down. After taking a look, it turns out that upgrading from the first level to the second level requires 1000 energy points. Mo Fei also stopped paying attention and set his sights on the ant troop that was devouring the fountain of life. I saw that as the ant army was devoured, a faint green light appeared on each ant's body one after another. You ants have swallowed too much of the fountain of life and become stronger, and your vitality has been greatly enhanced. Your ant tribe begins to evolve. Your ant tribe evolved into an undead ant tribe. Lifespan and vitality are greatly improved. In a faint green light full of vitality, Mo Fei discovered, since the ant tribe has begun to grow in size. At the beginning, the two ants put together were barely as thick as Mo Fei's little finger. And now, an ant is as big as Mo Fei's little finger. Instead of getting bigger, these evolved ants also have bigger front jaws. Looks sharper. If there was a wild boar here at this moment, Mo Fei had no doubt that these ants could bite off a piece of skin from the wild boar. After 5 minutes passed, the 100,000 ant army finally stopped devouring it. All the ants were glowing with a faint green light, and they were twice as big as before. At this time, all 100,000 ants have completed their evolution. And at the same time, the reserve of the Fountain of Life has only been reduced from 1,000 to 950 units. The evolution of 100,000 ants was completed, and only 50 units of spring water were consumed. After Mo Fei's energy points also increased to 100/1000, he stopped moving. Seeing that the ant army had all evolved, Mo Fei quickly opened the unit panel. It was discovered that 2 branches appeared under the ant tribe's unit panel at this time. Anti-mortal ant tribe and Mo Fei knew that the initial unit of the ant tribe was produced in the barracks before this time. It has not swallowed the Fountain of Life ant tribe. Immortal ant tribe, this has just swallowed the Fountain of Life and evolved into the ant tribe. Unit type, Undead Ant Tribe, Low Level, Current Level, Level 1. Final Growth Level, Level 3. Load 0.1 unit, Introduction to the Arms. After swallowing the low-level Fountain of Life, the ants evolved and became stronger than the ordinary ants. The bodies of the immortal ants contain the breath of the Fountain of Life, and their vitality and lifespan have been greatly improved. If you suffer non-fatal injuries, you can slowly recover on your own, and your vitality is very tenacious. Sure enough, this infinite devouring evolution is the right way to start. Seeing the Undead Ant Clan panel, Mo Fei's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Just devoured the 0-level Fountain of Life, and evolved from the ant soldier into the Undead Ant Tribe. Not only has the level been raised from level 0 to level 1, moreover, the final growth level jumps directly from level 0 to level 3. That's right. Now, his ant tribe can also be upgraded by killing monsters and leveling up like other leading troops. Of course, Mo Fei knows. The important thing is not that the ant tribe can be upgraded, but facts have proved that through swallowing, the ant tribe can really evolve. The ant tribe is no longer just a weak 0-level troop. As long as enough energy is swallowed, the upper limit of the ant tribe can be infinitely raised, grow to the saint level, the emperor level, and even the god level. It's no longer just empty talk. At this time, in the World Communication Channel, while waiting for the production of troops, some lords were still discussing the world reward with great interest. Although the Awakening was a low-level troop, the lord of this rubbish troop territory was not simple at all. He could actually raise the loyalty of all 100,000 troops under his command to the highest level. Indeed, I just studied how to improve the loyalty of my 2-headed giant lizard, but I have no idea. The initial buildings of everyone's territory should be similar, except for the warehouse and barracks. There is only one Fountain of Life. I gave my troop Mammoth the Fountain of Life, but its loyalty did not increase. I really don't know how he did it. Among the many lords, there are some smart people. Everyone's initial buildings in the territory are the same. Since they can get world rewards, there must be some differences between them. The only differences between the lords are the types of soldiers and lord talents. An MO-phase lord type, as someone has just analyzed, should be a very low-level lord type with little growth potential. Someone said. Maybe it has something to do with his awakening lord talent. Guess what lord talent he awakened? I know. Just after this lord finished speaking, a message suddenly appeared on the World Communication Channel. C10 His talent is absolute loyalty. Horrible, collecting 100,000 resources in one trip? At this time, in a relatively deserted forest, a fat man with acne marks on his face stood in his territory, looking at the scrolling tricolor banner on the World Communication Channel. A face full of joy. Seeing the World Communication Channel, someone asked what talent the leader of the Garbage Army territory had awakened. Lu Xiaopeng hesitated for a moment and said, I know. The leader talent he awakened must be absolute loyalty. Lu Xiaopeng was so sad that he wanted to cry. Don't ask him why he knew that the leader of this Garbage Army territory had awakened a leader talent. Because the leader talent he awakened was also absolute loyalty. Uns-level leader talent. When the world notice appeared in the minds of all the leaders, in his heart, Lu Xiaopeng knew how many times he had scolded the leader of this Garbage Army territory. If the other party just happened to awaken a low-level soldier. If the other party is like me, and has awakened this level leader talent absolute loyalty, the person who gets the world's only SS level talent should be me. And now, his barracks have produced 10 musketeers. The other party has already received the world's only achievement reward. Is this bullying an honest person? Bullying his soldiers, such as the low level of the other party. Absolute loyalty? At this time, Lu Xiaopeng's speech solved the doubts in the hearts of all the leaders who were watching the World Communication Channel. So that's it. I was wondering, how can a man raise the loyalty of all his soldiers to the highest level in just 2 hours? It turns out that he has awakened the leader talent of absolute loyalty. Many people suddenly realized. I said, when everyone's initial buildings in the territory are the same, why is this person so abnormal? It turns out that he has awakened a talent related to loyalty. Many people were relieved immediately. However, his troops are low-level troops, and he has awakened a leadership talent related to loyalty. It seems that there is no room for development. But soon, the leader retorted, the above is right, it should be like this. However, don't forget that he has achieved the only achievement of the leadership world, and he has been rewarded with an SS-level talent, the Mind Network. This information appeared on the World Communication Channel, and many people were silent immediately. They secretly sighed that Mo Fei was really lucky. Originally, he awakened a low-level army and awakened a leadership talent related to loyalty. The leader of this Garbage Army territory should have no future for development. Who would have thought that this guy actually achieved the achievement of leading the world and was rewarded with a leading talent? And this leading talent is SS level. Now, even a pig can take off. The guy who just said that he had awakened the absolute loyalty leading talent, you should be honest, the one who just received the world reward is you? Yes, it must be it's you. How do you know that the leader of the Garbage Army territory has awakened the absolute loyalty talent? Boss, tell me, what is the SS level talent of the Mind Network? Boss, add a friend, let's talk about it in detail. Boss, these guys just scolded you for being lucky and having no future. Don't add them, add me. Looking at the World Communication Channel, it was suddenly flooded with messages. Lu Xiaopeng? It feels like someone has sprinkled salt on his wounds. These people seem to be crazy. He kindly told them the leader talent that the guy who won the world reward had awakened, but they turned around and said that they were the guy who won the world reward? Am I so stupid? Think about it. I really got the only SS level talent of the world reward, so I had to hide and develop secretly, and I would tell them? However, no matter how Lu Xiaopeng explained, the World Communication Channel became more and more intense. Many people believed that he was the leader who got the SS level talent of the Mind Network. Many leaders sent him friend requests. Until I saw that there were more than 100,000 requests to add him as a friend. Lu Xiaopeng didn't know. He was taking the blame for someone else. Under the Golden Novice protection cover, a wail full of resentment came from the territory of the invincible little fat man. Leader of the Garbage Army territory, please don't let me touch you. At this time, Mo Fei didn't know. On the World Communication Channel, a kind-hearted person took the initiative to stand up and attracted a wave of attention from the leaders for himself. Looking at the 100,000 ant tribes that have all evolved into dead ants, he glanced at the fountain of life next to him. A hint of excitement flashed in Mo Fei's eyes. After all the 100,000 ants have been devoured and evolved, the water reserve of the Fountain of Life is still 950 units. In other words, even if he produces more than 1 million ants a day, all the ants devour the water of the Fountain of Life, and the Fountain of Life is still half. This is not counting the fact that the Fountain of Life will restore 1 unit of water every 10 minutes. In this way, he can safely convert all the worker ants under his command into dead ants. And Mo-Fei noticed that when the zero-level worker ants under his command evolved into the first-level dead ants, the load-bearing capacity of the first-order dead ants is 100 times higher than that of the zero-order worker ants. The load-bearing capacity of a dead ant is 0.1 unit. Now, only 10 dead ants are needed to help Mo-Fei collect 1 unit of resources. 1,000 dead ants can help Mo-Fei collect 100 units of resources. 100,000 dead ants can help Mo-Fei collect 10,000 units of resources. 100,000 dead ants are far from Mo-Fei's limit. The limit of Mo-Fei's barracks to produce ants is more than 1 million ants a day. This means that if he sends all the ants out to collect resources, a round trip can bring back more than 100,000 resources. 100,000 resources. What a terrifying number. C11 The army of undead ants set off. The territory is upgraded from a primary village to a level village. The required resources are only over 2,000. Either 1,000 wood or 1,000 stone. And the tens of thousands of ants under his command can bring back 100,000 resources if they go out to collect. Which lord is there? Can you do it on the first day of entering the game? Even if he awakens the S-level Lord Talent territory increase, Lin Feng, who can produce 60 violent war elephants a day, can do it. What Lin Feng did was not because of his violent war elephant's load-bearing capacity, but because his number was enough. This is the absolute numerical advantage of the ants. Think of this. Mo-Fei was a little impatient and wanted to send his ants out to collect resources. Yes, don't be too happy yet. Mo-Fei forced himself to calm down. The resources of the tropical rainforest must be extremely rich, there is no doubt about this. So, if my ant army goes out, I don't have to worry about running a long distance to collect resources. Traveling through time, every lord was born in the same place. Some lords may be born in areas where resources are scarce or where resources are difficult to collect. It is very difficult for them to collect resources. And Mo-Fei is lucky. His territory is in a dense tropical rainforest and misty forest. The resources here are very rich. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about his ants going out to collect resources. Yes, there are rich resources here, and there must be a lot of wild monsters. Although my ants have evolved into first-level dead ants, their bodies contain the breath of the Fountain of Life. As long as they are fatally injured, they can slowly recover on their own. However, after all, it is only the first level, and its strength is still very weak, and it cannot run rampant in this forest. Mo-Fei quickly thought of something. So, for safety reasons, avoid necessary damage. I'd better send a group of dead ants out first to find out the environment around the territory first. After the worker ants evolve into dead ants, Light S strength has been upgraded to the first level, and even within his body, contains some characteristics of the Fountain of Life. As long as is fatally injured, they can slowly recover on their own. You need to return to the spring to heal your injuries. From this point of view, Mo-Fei's unit, Death Ant, has actually surpassed most lords' initial units. In the early days of the territory, except for some lords who awakened healing troops, many lords' troops did not have the ability to heal themselves. Because everyone's arms are of very low levels. Even though some lords' troops have self-healing talents, if the level is high enough, the troops' talents will be awakened. However, Mo-Fei did not take it lightly after his ant tribe evolved into a dead ant tribe. A first-level soldier even has the ability to heal himself. Is still the lowest existence in the forest. When encountering some powerful wild monsters, I'm afraid that my own ants and self-healing abilities won't be able to be used, and they will be instantly killed by the wild monsters. Besides, my dead ants evolved from worker ants, and their attack power is particularly strong. Their main ability is to carry weight. Therefore, Mo-Fei had no idea of sending out the dead ants to kill wild monsters to level up. The Lord's novice protection period is only days in total. As soon as the day passes, the novice protective shield disappears. All lords, enter the world of lords. A real test will come. Therefore, during this day's novice protection period, every resource and every unit in the territory is precious to the development of the Lord's territory. If you can avoid their damage, try to avoid it. Thinking of this, Mo-Fei directly gave the order to the 100,000 dead ant army in front of him to find out the situation around the territory. Now, as a pioneer, you should go explore the road first. Find out everything around the territory. The army of dead ants received the order and formed a large square formation neatly. One by one, the dead ants raised their upper limbs. Raise your sharp jaws. Don't worry, Master. We will definitely complete the mission. Through the spiritual network, Mo-Fei accurately received replies from hundreds of thousands of dead ants. Then, the army of 100,000 dead ants, like soldiers, turned around in unison and left the territory in a mighty manner. After leaving the territory, they automatically formed an army of 10,000 each, 10 in total, and disappeared into the dense forest. Watching 100,000 dead ants enter the dense forest. Only then did Mo-Fei look away. With the existence of the spiritual network, he can receive messages from the outgoing ant army at any time. When, can pass through the spiritual network and switch to the perspective of the ant army. Keep an eye on them at all times. Next, Mo-Fei sat on the edge of the fountain of life, waiting for the worker ants to be born from the barracks to devour their own breath. Then send them to the edge of the pool to swallow the fountain of life. Worker ants lay orderly on the edge of the pool, swallowing the fountain of life inside. Mo-Fei, on the other hand, is bored. Open World Communication Channel and browse the news above. See if there is any useful information about the world of lords. Waiting for the Lord Realm to announce the next reward rules for the realm. There are still 10 minutes left before the announcement of the realm ends. At this time, a large banner emitting colorful light is still scrolling at the top of the Realm Communication Channel. Lord XXX, Hidden, of the Garbage Army territory has achieved the first achievement of the Lord Realm, and the loyalty of all 100,000 soldiers under his command has been promoted to the highest level, absolute loyalty. Reward, Lord Realm, the only SS-level Lord talent, the network of the mind. Looking at the words Garbage Army on the banner, Mo-Fei's mouth twitched slightly. If I had known earlier, I should have named it so carelessly. However, Mo-Fei didn't care. The name of his territory appeared in the ears of everyone in the Lord Realm. Probably, it was only this time. After all, Mo-Fei's own troops are the weakest ant tribe, even with the SSS-level talent of infinite devouring evolution. In a short period of time, it is difficult to catch up with the troops awakened by other lords. Some lords awaken the troops of the Imperial and Holy ranks. The troops have their own talents at the beginning. Go out to the wild and practice a little, and the level can be easily raised. At this time, a message appeared on the World Communication Channel, which attracted Mo-Fei's attention. C12 The world rankings are announced. All my soldiers died, and the world rewards came? Brothers, I'm done. At this time, the World Communication Channel, the leader of a territory called the Earth Knight Territory spoke, which attracted Mo-Fei's attention. Earth Knight Territory, brothers, I'm done. I sent my 2 Earth Knights to the lake to level up, and they all died. There is a colorful giant python that can spit poisonous mist by the lake. My 2 Earth Knights were just touched by a little poisonous mist from this beast, and both the man and the horse became ulcerated. Before escaping back to the territory, he died of ulcers all over his body halfway. I don't have any troops now, and I can't do anything. Mo-Fei has some impression of this leader of the Earth Knight territory. It was the leader who first revealed that his troops were Earth Knights in the World Communication Channel before. Mo-Fei still remembered that the soldier type this guy awakened, the Earth Knight, seemed to be an Imperial level soldier type, and eventually grew to the Imperial level. Among the soldiers of many territories, it is also a very advanced soldier type. At this time, seeing this guy's speech, Mo-Fei also sighed. I still remember the leader of the Earth Knight territory, who spoke in high spirits on the World Communication Channel before. Unexpectedly, just an hour later, this guy's Imperial-level soldier type was destroyed. My condolences. I express my deep sympathy for your experience. Thank you for testing the law and telling us this news. I also have a lake here. I don't know if it is the same one. Anyway, I won't go there. Wait for the barracks to produce more soldiers, be careful next time. Many people comforted. Following the speech of the leader of the Land Knight territory, many leaders also came out to share their experiences in the past few hours. I am in a forest full of thick fog. There is a giant spider in the forest, hiding in the trees. Just now, my militia went out to collect wood, and this guy suddenly spit out a lot of spider silk. Fortunately, my militia found it quickly, only one was entangled in the spider silk, and the others ran back. If you go out to collect wood, be careful. Seeing the speech of this leader named Militia is also crazy, Mo-Fei silently remembered it. There is also a faint thick fog around his own territory. Maybe he is in the same place as this guy. This information is very important. I encountered a first level Grey Wolf. This guy has a low attack, but it is very fast. Be careful. There are many wild monsters over there in the swamp, and there are two-headed crocodiles hidden in it. These guys are very good at camouflage, so be careful. I encountered a kind of terrifying howling ape monster. These guys are not high level, only level 2 to level 1, but they can make a very terrifying howl. I just sent a team of goblins out to level up, and they encountered two terrifying howling apes, and were directly scared by their howling. Although my team of goblins was not injured and returned to the territory safely, they seemed to have become very frightened. They could be scared by the slightest movement. Their loyalty dropped sharply, directly from the original 75 to almost 60. I don't know what to do. Please give me a way to improve loyalty. It turns out that loyalty can also drop if you are not injured, but also if you are scared? Damn, it's two miserable creatures like goblins are originally a bit timid, and they encountered a wild monster like the terrifying howling ape. It would be strange if they were not scared. My territory is in a dark mine cave. The mines around it seem to have been mined. I am so scared now. I don't know what I will touch. Don't panic, your territory is invincible now, hurry up and develop. As each territory shared their experiences. At this time, the rolling colorful banner on the World Communication Channel suddenly disappeared. Then, the reminder of the world sounded in the minds of all the territories. World rewards are open. The ranking of territory level, and military rank is open. On the other hand, the first reward rule of the public territory world. 7-day novice protection period reward. The 7-day novice protection period ends. Among all the new territories, the territory level ranked first will receive a reward, level territory talent, military rank mutation. Among all the new leaders, the leader with the highest leader rank will receive a reward, a set of random legendary leader equipment. Among all the new leaders, the leader with the highest troop rank will receive a reward, a random level troop talent. P.S. The troop rank is not the final growth rank of the troop, but the current rank of the leader's troop. In addition, leaders with the highest leader rank, territory rank, and troop rank will also receive different rewards. With the announcement of the reward rules of the leader world. At this moment, all the leaders are boiling. Fuck, 2 level talents, a set of legendary equipment. This reward is too generous. Generous? Do you know how many leaders have traveled to the leader world? There are at least billions of them. Only the top leaders can get rewards, which is not much. If you ask me, expand the reward range to the top 1,000. Damn it, don't talk nonsense if you don't have strength. You are not strong enough, but you blame the leader world for being stingy? That's right, if you ask me, only the top 10 leaders can get the world reward. That's exciting. He. This first place in the ranking list, you must be very capable. Lou, how much wine did you drink to get so drunk? The wind and clouds of the sky are from my generation. The world of leaders, the battle for supremacy among all races, here I come. Everyone, tremble in my chimera. I will definitely be the first in the leader level. Chimera is powerful? Sorry, my unit is the Frost Dragon. So what about the Frost Dragon? The level of the units of the previous owners is not high. The Frost Dragon still can't beat the high-level wild monsters. Lou is right. If I get the reward for ranking first and have an level talent, my unit may not be weaker than the Frost Dragon. The future is uncertain, you and I are both dark horses. One by one, the lords are ready to fight. Of course, among the many lords, some are happy, and some are sad. Territory night, it's over, all my soldiers are dead. Now the world reward is here. Gee, it's the same for me. I just lost a centaur in a battle with wild monsters. I fell behind others on the first day of territory development. Can I still get the ranking reward? I dare not think about it. My soldiers are peasants. I am unarmed. It's good enough to develop the territory. What ranking reward do I want? There are many high-level wild monsters around my territory. I dare not use the protective shield. I can only save my soldiers to see if these high-level wild monsters will leave. It's cold, C13 the Lord of the Garbage Soldier territory ranks first. When the Lord World Reward rules are released. On the World Communication Channel, many lords appeared one after another, and it was very lively. However, there are also some lords who do not appear on the World Communication Channel. At this moment, their eyes also showed determination to win. Slevel Lord Talent, Troop Mutation. I will definitely get it. In the dark abyss, a lord stood on his dead bone collar, looked up at the sky, and said with clenched fists. The unit he awakened is the Undead Bone Dragon. The final level can grow to the Emperor level. If gets this level Lord talent, his undead bone dragon will definitely grow to the demigod level. The new period is over. If you rank first, can you get ins level talent? I didn't get the SS level talent before, but I must get the ranking reward this time. On the wilderness, 12 violent war elephants had just completed the encirclement and suppression of 6 first-level prairie grey wolves. Looking at the 12 measurement points he obtained, Lin Feng's confidence greatly increased. The violent war elephant, come back first to treat your injuries. After repairing it, move on to the next area. This time I am ranked first in the Lord level, and belongs to me, Lin Feng. A high mountain with rugged rocks. On the edge of the mountain top, there is a collar. At this moment, he is surrounded by a golden protective shield. A tall and charming woman wearing tight black leather pants with a beautiful mole at the corner of her eye was standing on the rugged rocks, overlooking the cliff below. Bah! Along with a sharp cry, the sound of flapping wings came from under the cliff. The woman's moist red lips were slightly raised. I saw 2 charming banshees with beautiful faces and eagle bodies. They held a first-order ape in their claws and flew into the air, then let go. The ape fell on a sharp rock. The body was penetrated directly. The dead will die again. World rewards open. Ranked first in the Lord level, reward, in my mind, the sound of the world's rewards opening up sounded. Yao Shuiqin was slightly startled. The 7-day new period is over. Are there any rewards for the Lord's ranking? Yao Shuiqin's gleaming eyes turned slightly, looking at the bottom of the cliff, her red lips slightly raised. It seems that we can compete. Below the cliff, you can see many first-order wild monsters such as goblins, red-tailed lizards, grey wolves, and sharp-billed pigs wandering around. The ranking of lords is a bit interesting. Then let's compete and see who can win the first place. A muscular man with a half-naked upper body, holding a huge stick dripping with blood, followed behind a thunder bear, pointed and put the 2 first-level grey wolves killed on into the warehouse. And at this time, the misty forest, a territory shrouded in a golden protective cover. With the announcement of the world reward rules, Mo Fei found that there was an extra ranking menu bar on his Lord panel. Click on the ranking menu bar. Mo Fei's expression was suddenly slightly shocked. Lord Mo Fei of the Garbage Troop Leader, your current Lord level is level 1, ranking first among all lords. Your leader's name and leader's name will appear on the ranking list. You can choose to hide the Lord's name. Please tell me whether you want to hide the Lord's name. Cues of the world ring in my mind. It seems that like the world announcement, the name of the leader cannot be hidden. Adhering to the principle of caution, Mo Fei directly chose to hide the name of the Lord. Then check the Lord level ranking. Lord level ranking, first place, Junk Unit Leader, Lord XXX, level, first level. No, Lord of Thunder, Lord Chu Kuang, level, 0 level. Third place, Golden Behemoth Leader, Lord XXX, level, 0 level. Fourth place, Poison Arrow Shooting Leader, name, Holy Light Leader, on the Lord level ranking list. The name of the leader who ranks first is unique from the names of the leaders below. Several other leaders, at first glance, are named after their own unit names or characteristics. Only the leader of the first-ranked garbage unit, let guess what type of unit it is and what characteristics it has. Looking at the ranking list, my leader's name ranked first. Mo Fei looked calm. If possible, he even wanted to reveal his collar name. Because, so far, Mo Fei has not sent out his own dead ants to kill any wild monster. He didn't care. Therefore, the ranking of lords has no meaning to Mo Fei. Ranked first, this is temporary. It is estimated that by the end of the first day, my ranking will be pushed down by. This is actually a good thing for him. After all, I have already obtained the SS level talent that is the only reward in the world. If he continues to dominate the ranking, he will be ranked first. Mo Fei's rubbish unit leader is hard to attract attention to. Take a quick glance at the names of the top 10 leaders in the leader ranking list. Mo Fei will pay attention to this list again. It has only been more than 3 hours since all the lords entered the Lord world. Some cautious lords are still in the stage of exploring the world outside their territories. Therefore, it is meaningless to look at this list now. Moreover, excluding some arms, when the number is small in the early stage, the strength is not strong. When the number is slightly larger, they will start to exert their strength. It is also possible for latecomers to surpass the leaders. Mo Fei clicked on the Lord rank ranking list on the side. Leader rank ranking, none. Unexpectedly, everyone's Lord rank is the same at present, all are 0 rank. It can be seen that 3 hours have passed, and no lord has collected enough 2,000 resources to upgrade his territories. This is normal. On the first day of the world, the lords generally have fewer arms. To collect 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone materials in one day, even for the lords who awaken the gathering arms, the difficulty is generally great. Mo Fei continued to check the ranking list of arms. Ranking of arms, first place, Undead Bone Dragon, belongs to the Lord. Undead Scourge, Lord, XXX, rank, 4th rank. First place, Thunder Bear, belongs to the Lord. Thunder Lord, Lord, Shu Quan, rank, 3rd rank. Third place, Mountain Giant, belongs to the Lord. Have you seen a mountain? Lord, Jiang Dashan, rank, 3rd rank. Fourth place, Dragon Knight. First place, Gorgon, Undead Bone Dragon. There are actually lords who awaken the undead arms? Mo Fei was a little surprised. In the Lord's world, all kinds of arms are really awakened. He also browsed through the top 10 arms, and Mo Fei wrote down the arms that sounded very powerful, such as Undead Bone Dragon, Dragon Knight, and Thunder Bear. Then, the ranking list was closed. At this time, Mo Fei's heart suddenly moved. He felt some messages coming from the army of dead ants. In the message, Mo Fei felt that some of the ant army was very excited. Some of them were very scared. At the same time, there were ants in several other directions, some of whom were eager to try, and some were very calm. Mind Network, switch perspective, C14 No, in just 3 hours, he is already a first-level lord. At this time, on the World Communication Channel, just as Mo Fei was browsing the lord rankings that appeared, many lords also excitedly opened the ranking menu that appeared on their respective lord panels. When they saw the territory ranked first on the lord ranking, many lords were dumbfounded on the spot. It turned out to be the Garbage Army territory that had been announced by the Lord World not long ago. Oh my god! The Garbage Army territory is on the Lord ranking again, and it is still the first place, far ahead. No way! Am I seeing it right? The Lord of the Garbage Army territory has now been promoted to the first level? No! Is it so perverted? It's only been 3 hours since I entered the Lord World, and you are already a first-level lord? Really? Didn't a big guy just analyze that your army is very garbage, and it is a low-level army? What is the current situation? Which lord with a big dick can come out and explain? No, how can a territory with a garbage army crush so many big guys who have awakened high-level army? I'm already dumbfounded. Where is the guy who just said that his army is a frost dragon? Didn't he brag about how powerful his frost dragon is? How come there is no shadow of him in the ranking list? Okay, Xiaobing, good job. Just take advantage of it being frozen and kill it. Hey! Beat its horns. At this time, a young man was standing on the edge of his territory. Waving his fist, he commanded the ice dragon not far away to kill a high-level bison. Seeing the news on the World Communication Channel next to him, the young man's face turned red and white. Fortunately, the ice dragon flapped its wings and avoided the bison's horns. Then, it exhaled a small breath of dragon's breath again, freezing the bison. While the bison was frozen, the ice dragon swooped down and stabbed its sharp claws into the bison's back. Finally killed the bison. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. He ordered the ice dragon to drag the bison's body back. Then he pointed his finger and decomposed the bison's body into meat and put it in the warehouse. Seeing that the little ice dragon's breath was a little weak, the young man felt painful on his face, and hurriedly ordered the little ice dragon to swallow some life fountain to recover. After doing all this, he looked at the World Communication Channel on the side. The person above, what is your ranking? If I am not in the top, then how about you? The young man angrily scolded the guy who had just mocked him. We have only entered the Lord World for 3 hours, and we haven't even figured out the environment around the territory. How high do you expect our rank to be? Other people's rubbish troop territories are powerful and far ahead, that's their business. If you have something to ask, go ask them, why don't you keep talking and belittling others? Besides, it's true that the troop I awakened is the Frost Dragon, but it was just produced, it's only the first level, and it doesn't have any combat experience. How many wild monsters do you expect it to kill? What I hate most is people like you who stand on the commanding heights and point fingers at others. If you have the guts, report your name and coordinates. When the novice period is over, I will compare with you. After the young man finished his argument, he felt relieved. What he said was also the voice of many lords at this moment. The young man finished speaking. On the World Communication Channel, many lords echoed. Although I am a little irritable, I have to say that it makes sense. Yes, I don't know how the Lord of the Garbage Army territory was upgraded to the first level, but I also sent my own army out to find wild monsters to level up. The person above just asked such a question. I don't even know if your army has killed wild monsters. Yes, leveling up is really not that easy. I just sent my elf out to level up, and finally found a first-level wild boar. Before I could do anything, a third-level swift wind wolf jumped out and bit the first-level wild boar to death. If my elf hadn't run fast, it would probably have become food in the stomach of the third-level magic wolf. Yes, there are many wild monsters outside the territory, but there are not only first-level wild monsters, but also many high-level wild monsters. For example, I just sent my swordsman out to level up, but before I could walk far, I heard a loud fighting sound coming from the forest. It was a violent black bear fighting with 3 white-haired apes, which scared me so much that I hurriedly called my swordsman back. I haven't killed any wild monsters yet, so I can only wait for their battle to end before going out to sea. The person above, you are very lucky, but I am not so lucky. Just now, my team of musketeers went out and encountered a first-level blue wolf, and suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, there is a fountain of life in the territory for treatment, otherwise my musketeers would not survive. To be honest, I don't know why the Lord of the Garbage Army territory can level up so quickly. At this time, Lin Feng also appeared. I also killed a lot of wild monsters. Killing a first-level wild monster will get you 1 to 5 points of energy points. What is certain is that the more energy points a wild monster has, the stronger it is. Killing a rank 1 monster will earn you more points, but I only killed 2. It is still difficult for us to kill rank 1 monsters. I killed 2 rank 1 monsters and earned 15 and 21 points respectively. In 3 hours, if you want to upgrade to a first-level lord, it can be said that you need to kill at least 20 first-level wild monsters, or 5-level wild monsters. At this moment, looking at the territory of the first-ranked garbage unit, the lord level is already 1 level. Lin Feng was already numb. Outside the territory, there are indeed many wild monsters. But you can't just kill them if you want. Wild monsters are not wooden stakes, they will not just stand there, waiting for you to encircle and suppress them. While killing wild monsters, the Lord also needs small. His own troops are targeted by other powerful wild monsters. To be honest, Lin Feng led his own violent war elephant. In fact, I have been wandering around the territory for 2 hours. But in the past 2 hours, I have only killed 6 first-level wild monsters and 2 level wild monsters. Even when killing a first-level wild monster with a violent war elephant, Lin Feng spent a lot of time chasing and intercepting it. Especially some of the smarter first-level wild monsters. After realizing that he couldn't escape, he turned around and rushed into the territory of high-level wild monsters. As a result, Lin Feng led the violent war elephants to hunt for a long time, only to watch them escape. Lin Feng now dare not enter the territory of high-level wild monsters. As for the 2-level wild monsters that Lin Feng said he killed just now, in fact, it was not Lin Feng who found them. It was Lin Feng who led the violent war elephants under his command. They wandered around the wasteland for a long time, and they were spotted by them and came to them on their own initiative. In the end, Lin Feng still managed to kill these 2-level wild monsters by taking advantage of the invincible protective shield in his novice stage and using his ruthless style of play. But even so, Lin Feng, who had hardly had any rest in the past 2 hours, now only had 54 points accumulated. There are still 46 points left to upgrade to a first-level lord. What Lin Feng couldn't accept the most was, I worked so hard that I never rested for a moment. Thought he had a place on the ranking list of lords. Ran, now. None of the lords at the top of the lord ranking list has the name. Especially the lord of the rubbish unit territory at the top of the rankings is directly far ahead of its lords and is already a first-level lord. C15. So what if he ranks first? Trash troop territory, nothing to worry about. At this time, on the World Communication Channel, with the appearance of Lin Feng, a bunch of Lin Feng's loyal lickers appeared again. Wow, Big Brother Lin Feng appeared again. As expected of Big Brother Lin Feng, he can even kill a second-level wild monster. Big Brother Lin Feng, you have killed so many wild monsters, why is your name not on the leaderboard? Asshole. How can you talk like that? Big Brother Lin Feng must have just left the territory and has not had time to level up. It won't take long for him to catch up with those people on the leaderboard. No, I mean, among the lords who have hidden their names on the leaderboard, is there one person who is actually Big Brother Lin Feng? Is Big Brother Lin Feng more low-key and hides his name? That seems to make some sense. Big Brother Lin Feng is a big brother who has awakened this level talent territory enhancement. The speed of the army production is directly accelerated by 20 times at the beginning. In terms of early development, who can compare with Big Brother Lin Feng? Big Brother Lin Feng, what is your ranking on the list? Looking at the World Handover channel. My loyal fans, you say one thing and I say another. Lin Feng felt as if his face was slapped. It was hot. How could they know that he was not even on the list? At this time, Lin Feng couldn't come out to clarify anything, that was his face. So, he wisely chose to remain silent. Even on the Lord rank list, there was no name for him. Lin Feng knew that he had no chance on the other two lists. But Lin Feng couldn't figure it out. Didn't someone say before that the Lord of the Garbage Army territory awakened garbage soldiers? What's the situation now? That's right. Lin Feng suddenly remembered. Although the Lord of this rubbish army territory has rubbish army, he has a lot of them, a full 100,000. The reason why he upgraded so quickly. Maybe it was because he used his own army as cannon fodder to kill wild monsters. In this way, it can also explain why his lord level is far ahead of other lords. Because he has a lot of soldiers. It is not said in vain that ants can kill elephants. A full 100,000 soldiers, no matter how rubbish they are, killing 20 or so first-level wild monsters is not a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Feng was relieved immediately. It seems that this person is not worth worrying about. This method of fishing in a dry pond, at the expense of his own army, in exchange for a temporary lead. It can be said that it is extremely stupid. He is not worthy of being my opponent at all. The other party is estimated to be ahead of other lords for a few days. After a few days, the number of my soldiers will accumulate and the level will be raised. My leveling speed will definitely increase greatly. What about the other party? While keeping the lord level ahead, the soldiers are constantly consumed by wild monsters. In addition, his soldiers have little growth potential. By then, the lord of this garbage soldier territory will definitely fall far behind me in terms of the level of his soldiers. If he wants to deal with high-level wild monsters and speed up the leveling speed, it will only cause him to lose more soldiers. As one grows, the other grows. How long can he stay ahead? This person is not worth worrying about. At the same time, seeing the lord rank rankings, the lord of the garbage soldier territory is far ahead of the lords of other territories. Many lords have the same idea as Lin Feng. Judging from the name, the lord of this garbage soldier territory is obviously dissatisfied with the soldiers he awakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a name. As you can imagine, his army is really rubbish, and it is likely that it has no growth potential. Now, this lord who awakened the rubbish army is far ahead of other lords in rank. What does this mean? This can only mean that he sent his own low-level army to death, in exchange for his own lord rank far ahead. At this moment, many lords looked at the rubbish army territory ranked first on the list, and shook their heads secretly. It can be said that the lord of this rubbish army territory has narrowed his path. 100,000 soldiers, used to collect resources or something, maybe at this time, his territory rank has already ranked first. What's more, he also obtained the only SS-level talent awarded by the world. If he is at ease to develop his own territory level. When the territory is upgraded, maybe he will have a chance to produce some high-level mutant soldiers among his own soldiers. Or he can spend some resources and go to the Lord's world to recruit some native creatures as his own soldiers. But he just used them to level up. You can't say it. A good card, but he ruined it. In a dark cave, there is a territory covered by a golden new protective cover. At this time, in the territory, there stood a petite lowly girl with twin ponytails. Little gray nose, be careful not to be hit by falling rocks. Big beard, why don't you take a break and drink some spring water? Why don't you take a break? I'm not the kind of slave owner who oppresses his subordinates. You have already mined a lot of minerals. Take a break and wait for me to exchange them for food. You will have the energy to work only when you are full. The lowly girl wore a white and blue JK uniform and had a delicate oval face. At this time, her small nose wrinkled slightly, and she was trying to persuade her soldiers to rest. However, the 20 or so dwarves in the cave did not listen at all. They still lay on the ore, clanging and knocking non-stop. Lord, we will use our host to mine the best ore in the world for you. Just wait and see. The bearded dwarf shouted. We will use our hard-working hands to build your territory into the most magnificent city in the world. The dwarves shouted and sang a ballad. Hard-working dwarves, use your hands to create wealth, use your hands to bring happiness. Seeing that persuasion was unsuccessful, Jiang Yunling shook his head. Sitting aside, he opened the lord ranking list that had just appeared. Hey, this rubbish army territory again? The lord ranks first? Seeing that the rubbish army territory ranked first on the lord rank rankings, far ahead of other lords, Jiang Yunling frowned. I really don't know what's so good about these rankings. There was a hint of anger in her eyes. Army is the lord's arm. Without it, can the lord's territory develop? Hateful, this person has been promoted to the first level with the help of his own army, but he still looks down on his own army. He has no gratitude at all, and he is not a good person at first glance. Zhang Yunling has no good feelings for the lord of this rubbish army territory ranked first. Relying on his own army, he has promoted the lord's rank. But he still scolds his own army as rubbish. Is this kind of person worthy of being ranked first? Zhang Yunling's troop type is dwarves, and their rank is not high, and their final growth rank is only level 3. However, she has never looked down on her troop type. On the contrary, she is very grateful to have them. Without these cute dwarves to accompany her in this dark cave, she doesn't know what to do. At the beginning, Zhang Yunling was almost scared to tears when she crossed into this dark cave. Later, she recruited her own troop type, dwarves. With the comfort of the dwarves, she felt better and no longer depressed at the beginning. At the same time, she was also infected by their enthusiasm and the smiles on their faces. Without them, she found that she couldn't collect the ore in the cave at all. Not to mention developing her own territory. Close the Lord rankings. Zhang Yunling put the ore that the dwarves had just collected on the space trading channel, specifying that they should be exchanged for food. Uncle with a mustache. I'll sell the ore we collected, and I'll exchange it for meat for you later. Zhang Yunling shouted to the dwarves. The Lord is so cute and considerate. The dwarf with a mustache praised. Yes, the Lord is the kindest master in the world. May luck be with you. Many dwarves echoed. The pickaxe and waved more vigorously. C16. Is this the mind web? Too strong. Wood resource area. Mo Fei didn't know. Because he was the first lord to reach the first level among all the lords. Therefore, his garbage army territory once again triggered a wave of discussion among the lords in the World Communication Channel. Some people were envious. Some people were suspicious. Some people secretly despised him. Some people thought that the reason why he was able to rise to the first level so quickly must be at the expense of his own army. He was walking on a narrow road and was not worried. Mo Fei didn't know either. Just because of the name of his territory, he was despised by the lords and regarded as the kind of slave owner who only enslaved his own army. But no one knew. Since Mo Fei entered the Lord world, he has never killed a wild monster. Just let his ant army devour a wave of life springs to evolve, and then the level will be raised to the first level. At this time, in Mo Fei's territory, worker ants walked out of the ant barracks in an orderly manner. First, they came to Mo Fei to devour Mo Fei's breath, and then they established contact with Mo Fei, and their loyalty was raised to absolute loyalty. Then, they lined up to the edge of the life spring pool and lined up to devour the life spring. In Mo Fei's mind, the reminder of energy point +1, +1, +1 kept ringing. When he realized that the undead ant army he sent out to explore the environment outside the territory had sent various messages. Mo Fei's heart moved. Mind net, switched to the ant tribe's perspective. Mo Fei activated the mind net and switched his perspective to the perspective of a more excited ant tribe. As the mind net skill was activated, Mo Fei's sight was empty, and the void shook slightly. Then, a colorful image gradually gathered and became clear. Is this where my undead ant tribe is located? It looks like it is in a place with dense vegetation, surrounded by various green vegetation. A scene surrounded by green plants appeared in front of him. Mo Fei thought secretly. Moreover, apart from these vegetation, there seemed to be no wild monsters around. Mo Fei turned his perspective and found that there were no first-level wild monsters. At this time, a tall tree with brown-black bark appeared in Mo Fei's eyes as his perspective turned. Seeing this tree, Mo Fei couldn't help but show a touch of excitement. Species, hardwood, introduction, a kind of wood that grows in the misty forest. It is relatively hard and can be collected to build the territory. Hardwood is very hard, and the speed of collecting wood from hardwood is much faster than that of other ordinary trees. No wonder his undead ants are so excited. It turned out that they found the wood resources to upgrade the territory so quickly. Mo Fei continued to turn his perspective. Then he found out. It turned out that this was a long area of hardwood. Except for the first hardwood he saw, most of the tall trees around were hardwood. Now, the area for collecting wood resources is very safe. Moreover, there is no wild monster around here, which is very safe. According to the principle that a thief does not leave empty-handed, Mo Fei directly gave orders to the 10,000 undead ants through the network of the mind. Little ones, bite off a piece of the hardwood in front of you, collect wood and bring it back to the territory. Dear master, follow your instructions. 10,000 undead ants responded. Undead ants opened their front jaws and lined up to climb a hardwood tree. Hung their sharp front jaws bit off pieces of wood from the branches and trunks of the hardwood tree. Under the gnaws of 10,000 undead ants, Soon, this tall hardwood tree that one person could hug quickly became shorter and smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it disappeared. Only the last stump was left on the ground, proving that it had existed. And just when this hardwood tree completely disappeared and the ant army was about to climb another hardwood tree, Mo-Fei suddenly felt the message from this undead ant. Danger! Danger! Danger? Where is the danger? There was no trace of a wild monster in sight. Mo-Fei didn't understand and looked puzzled. At this moment, Mo-Fei's pupils suddenly shrank. Suddenly, a bunch of green ribbons dangled from a solid tree nearby, swinging back and forth in the air. Mo-Fei looked closely, and saw that these were not ribbons at all. They were clearly green snakes spitting out their tongues. A bunch of green snakes, the same color as the surrounding leaves, dangled from the tree. This was so creepy that Mo-Fei almost broke out in a cold sweat. Species, green leaf snake, strength, first order. Introduction, a weak wild monster in the misty forest, with the same color as the leaves on its body, and it likes to hide in trees, camouflaged as branches and leaves. Note, although the green leaf snake is only a first-level wild monster, it is extremely poisonous. When walking in the woods, remember to be careful of your head. If you underestimate them, even if it is a third-level wild monster, you will pay a heavy price. Highly poisonous. Even third-level wild monsters should be avoided. In an instant, Mo-Fei understood why there was not a single wild monster in this area with long hardwoods. It turned out that there was a group of green leaf snakes hiding here. At this time, green leaf snakes hung down one by one. The body swayed back and forth in the air. The snake's tongue flickered, and its narrow eyes searched everywhere for the culprit that caused the disappearance of the hardwood where they lived. However, when they found that the culprit that caused the disappearance of the hardwood was a group of black ants, the dozen green leaf snakes instantly lost interest. The snake's tongue made a terrifying hissing sound, warning the army of undead ants. They retracted their bodies back to the tree. 4 green leaf snakes. Ants are very weak and useless. They are one of the few low-level creatures that they don't want to provoke. Green leaf snakes are not afraid of third-level wild monsters. Even if the opponent dares to break into their territory, they will take the initiative to attack. Because, most of the first-level to third-level wild monsters, green leaf snakes can kill them and devour their flesh and blood, making themselves stronger. However, killing the ants will not bring them any benefit, and they may even get injured. After all, these little things are very weak, but there are many of them. Once they are entangled, it will be a very troublesome thing. However, these green leaf snakes don't know. They are not interested in this group of weak ants. But the owner behind this group of weak ants has a strong interest in them. The green leaf snakes don't seem to be interested in my undead ant army. They are a little afraid. At this time, seeing the green leaf snakes retract their bodies back to the tree after discovering their own ant army, Mo-Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The green leaf snake obviously discovered their own undead ant army. However, they retracted their bodies back to the tree. You know, their undead ant army has just eaten a hardwood, which is equivalent to turning over their nests for the green leaf snakes. And they, facing the army of undead ants that overturned their nest, actually chose to endure. Thinking of this, Mo-Fei's heart moved slightly, and he made a decision. This hardwood resource area can now basically be used as an important resource area for me to develop my territory and collect wood. Because these first-level green leaf snakes are unwilling to provoke my ant army. They are afraid. Moreover, it is precisely because of this hardwood area that these green leaf snakes are entrenched and other wild monsters dare not appear. Therefore, my ant army will be safer when collecting wood and can be more unscrupulous. See 17 Dangerous Quagmire, Acid Mud Monster. After making this decision, Mo-Fei immediately ordered his undead ant army to continue collecting hardwood. As expected, it was just as Mo-Fei expected. The undead ant army then ate a total of 3 hardwoods. Each undead ant collected the heaviest amount of wood they carried, a full 1,000 units. And these first-level green leaf snakes entrenched in the trees did not attack the undead ant army. Of course, while the green leaf snakes were afraid of the undead ant army, they did not care much about these hardwoods. After all, there were a lot of hardwoods here. The 3 hardwoods collected by Mo-Fei's undead ant army were a drop in the bucket compared to the hardwoods growing here. When the undead ant army collected enough wood, Mo-Fei ordered them to return to the territory. As for these green leaf snakes, Mo-Fei did not plan to move them for the time being. After all, they are a natural barrier for their own ants to collect wood resources here. Next, Mo-Fei continued to switch perspectives. Switch to another ant colony that conveyed a message of fear. In the territory. The scene of the hardwood resource area in front of Mo-Fei suddenly shattered. Then, the void twisted slightly again. converged into another clear scene. Where is this? When Mo-Fei saw the scene of the spirit net condensing in front of him, he was slightly startled. He saw that this was a mud pit in the forest, surrounded by dense weeds. The mud pit was about the size of a football field, with a thick layer of white mist floating on it. And in the mud pit, huge bubbles came out from time to time, making a puff sound. It was like the bubbles coming out of the thick porridge. Mo-Fei's undead ant colony stopped in the grass beside the mud pit, not far from the mud pit. What's going on with this quagmire? Is there anything dangerous in it? Feeling the fear of the ant colony towards the quagmire, Mo-Fei asked through the spirit net. Dear Master, there are some powerful guys hiding in the quagmire. They spit out a corrosive liquid. Just now, we passed by and were attacked by them. About 100 brothers were killed, and more than 100 companions were injured. More than 100 undead ants came out of the ant colony, showing the parts of themselves that were attacked. Seeing these more than 100 undead ants lift up their slender feet. At this moment, there are different degrees of damage on their slender feet. The most serious one is that the 6 feet have been corroded cleanly, and even their abdomens have been corroded and lifted up by their companions. Mo-Fei felt a pain when he saw it. I dare not imagine what kind of attack they suffered. Fortunately, these undead ants are all ants that have evolved after swallowing the fountain of life. So, even if they were so seriously injured, they did not die. At this time, all the injured parts of the ants were lit up with a faint green light full of life. They were slowly healing their injuries. Some ants, with broken abdomens, have begun to recover under the effect of green light. What's going on? Do you mean that there are wild monsters in the mud that spray corrosive liquid? Looking at the bubbling mud, Mo-Fei asked. From the outside, Mo-Fei did not see any difference between this mud and other mud, nor could he see any signs of wild monsters. The only strange thing is that bubbles will come out of the mud here. It seems that it is not enough to explain what is going on. In the ant colony, a larger ant issued an order. Soon, more than a dozen undead ants left the ant colony and walked towards the mud pit. Mo-Fei followed the 2 ants. When they reached the edge of the mud pit, more than a dozen ants stopped, and one ant walked out from the group and walked into the mud pit. The next second, something happened that shocked Mo-Fei. Ants are very light, and theoretically, they can crawl on the mud pit. However, as the 6 legs of this ant just stepped into the mud pit, the body of suddenly sank. It's not sinking. Mo-Fei soon noticed that the moment he stepped into the mud pit, the 6 legs of this ant began to be corroded and melted by the mud pit. More than a dozen ants reacted quickly, and when the ants' legs were corroded, they dragged away from the mud pit. Even so, as 6 legs were almost corroded. Just when Mo-Fei was still wondering whether there would be wild monsters that could produce acid hidden in the mud pit. At this time, a dozen ants suddenly raised their front jaws, cut off the weeds one by one, and went into the mud. And just when the weeds fell into the mud, Mo-Fei found that the mud and water suddenly moved. Then, a creature covered with mud, like a mud monster, suddenly emerged from the mud. This wild monster was not big, about the size of 3 toads added together. It had a pair of dark blue eyes covered with a film. The moment it emerged from the mud, the film on its eyelids opened, and a pair of dark blue eyes stared at the dozen undead ants on the shore. Then, it spit out its tongue and shot out like lightning, attacking the dozen undead ants. But the undead ants seemed to have expected it. The moment they emerged from the mud, they scattered one after another. The mud monster's tongue was empty and fell on the ground, making a hole in the ground. But how could the mud monster miss such a delicious food? Googie, the next second, 5 mud monsters emerged from the mud. They crawled out of the mud and chased Mo-Fei's dozen undead ants. 5 mud monsters crawled out of the mud. Mo-Fei then discovered that this was a monster similar to a slime. They had no feet and crawled by creeping. Their speed on the ground was not slow. Wherever the 5 mud monsters passed, the grass on the ground all made a sizzling sound of corrosion, leaving a trace of corrosion. At this time, Mo-Fei saw the information of these mud monsters. Species, Acid Mud Monster, Strength, 1st level. Introduction, a mutant of the slime series, with strong corrosive power, likes to live in mud, and will change its living environment into mud, likes to live in groups. Note, acid mud monsters are very weak and not good at hunting, but the acid they spit out is highly corrosive. If a 1st level wild monster accidentally falls into the mud, it will be difficult to climb out and will become their food. C18 Kill the acid mud monster, a good leveling point. Acidic mud monster. A 1st level wild monster. Can spray highly corrosive acid. Mo-Fei's eyes turned cold when he saw the acidic mud monster. A 1st level wild monster actually took his ant tribe as their food. Seeing 5 acidic mud monsters chasing out of the mud, Mo-Fei sneered. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you break in. If these mud monsters have been hiding in the mud, in the highly corrosive mud, Mo-Fei really has no good way to deal with them. However, since they dared to chase out of the mud, don't think about going back. Mo-Fei directly gave the ant tribe an order. First, outflank the 5 acidic mud monsters. Then surround them and encircle them. On the edge of the mud, the 5 acidic mud monsters chased and suddenly found something wrong. Because a dozen ants in front of them suddenly stopped. At the same time, they also found that the amount of food in front of them was increasing. At first, the acid mud monster was very excited. More food means that they can have a full meal without fighting for it. Moreover, these ants taste really good. They taste sweet and have a breath full of vitality. After eating, they feel full of strength in their bodies. However, soon, the amount of food in front of them exceeded the estimate of the 5 acid mud monsters. There were more than 2,000 ants in total, and they appeared in front of them. Moreover, when these ants appeared, they directly showed their sharp front jaws to the acid mud monster. Seeing countless ants approaching them step by step, the 5 acid mud monsters quickly began to panic. The grass was not their home ground. Their territory was in the mud. The 5 acid mud monsters wanted to turn around and return to the mud. However, when they turned around, they found that they were also blocked by a large group of ants behind them. There were more ants than in front of them. An acid mud monster sprayed its acid. There were so many ants in front of it that it didn't need to aim at all. The acid fell into the ant colony, and several ants were corroded by the acid in an instant. However, these ants were not afraid at all. For them, the damage caused by this little acid was basically negligible. Several ants dragged the ants corroded by the acid away from the place where the acid corroded. The remaining more ants directly attacked the 5 acid mud monsters. This time, they truly interpreted what it means to have ants crawling on your body, and what it means to have ants bite an elephant to death. 10,000 immortal ants were not used. Just the 800 ants that rushed to the front had already crawled all over the 5 acid mud monsters. One by one, the ants lay on the acid mud monsters. They opened their sharp front jaws and bit hard. The acid mud monsters wailed in pain. They sprayed acid, and they rolled on the grass, trying to get rid of the ants on their bodies. However, it was useless. When an ant fell, more ants would pounce on it in the empty space. The 5 acid mud monsters only had time to spray a few pools of acid, and then there was no movement. A minute later, more than 800 undead ants crawled off the acid mud monster. There was not even a trace of their corpse left on the grass. All of them had been completely devoured by Mo-Fei's undead ant tribe. Your undead ant tribe killed a first-level acid mud monster, devoured 2 energy points +2. Your undead ant tribe killed a first-level acid mud monster, devoured 2 energy points +1, devoured 2 energy points +1. Devoured 2 energy points +2, devoured 2 energy points +1, a prompt came from Mo-Fei's mind. 5 first-level acid mud monsters provided Mo-Fei with a total of 7 energy points. Not as much as the energy points that 10,000 worker ants devoured the fountain of life to evolve into undead ants. However, although Mo-Fei looked down on these 5 first-level acid mud monsters, he was more interested in the acid mud monster's ability to corrode acid. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Mo-Fei hurriedly opened his Lord panel. Check if any ants have obtained the acid mud monster's corrosive acid ability in the swallowing just now. Arms, worker ants, undead ants, what a pity. The undead ants swallowed 5 acid mud monsters, but did not get their acid ability. I don't know if the first level acid mud monsters are too weak and the number is too small. Or is it that the 800 ants swallowed, and each ant got too few energy points? Or is it that the current level of the infinite swallowing evolution talent is too low, and the probability of swallowing to obtain the ability is not high? In short, the acid mud monster's acid ability was not obtained. Mo-Fei was a little regretful. Although the infinite swallowing evolution talent is SSSS level, but the current level is only level 1, and the probability of swallowing to seize the target ability is very small. You must use the talent level talent to increase the probability of seizing the target ability. I just don't know how to get the talent? Mo-Fei thought. Shaked his head. There is no way to obtain the talent yet. Compared to others, he has the SSS level ability to devour and evolve everything, which is actually the ceiling level. There is no need to expect a 100% probability of devouring ability. It doesn't matter if the probability of swallowing ability is a little low. As long as the number of swallowing abilities increases, there will always be an ant tribe that can seize the target ability. Just like the ants swallowing the fountain of life. As long as the fountain of life is enough. As a worker ant, you can evolve into an immortal ant clan. Currently, more than 100,000 worker ants have devoured the Fountain of Life. Mo-Fei has yet to find out which worker ant has not evolved into an undead ant clan after swallowing the Fountain of Life. Because there are enough fountains of life. If you can't evolve after swallowing it once, just swallow it again. There is always a time when your own ant tribe can evolve. Focus again on the quagmire scene in front of you. Mo-Fei thought for a moment and gave the ant army a retreat order. It can be seen. The acid mud monsters in the quagmire are not very strong. Once you lure them out of the mire, facing their own ant army, these acid mud monsters have no power to parry at all. However, there are currently only 10,000 ants in the ant army here. The quantity is too small. Mo-Fei didn't want to scare the snake. This quagmire is as big as a football field. There must be a lot of acid mud monsters hidden inside. It's a very good leveling point. So, Mo-Fei is ready to wait for his undead ants to figure out the surrounding situation and all come back. In addition to the undead ants produced in his own territory, there are still quite a few. Wait until all the ant army is gathered together, and then we can kill them together. Anyway, it seems that these acid mud monsters have been here for a long time. There are no wild monsters around who want to cause trouble for them. Probably not interested in them. Mo-Fei is not worried that they will escape. C19 Ant Colony Illusion, dangerous. Powerful wild monsters of unknown level. After giving the order to retreat to this ant clan, Mo-Fei then switched the perspective of the Web of Soul. This time, Mo-Fei switched his perspective to a group of ants whose news was relatively calm. This is a dense forest with many tall trees. There are huge tree roots crisscrossing the ground, and the tree roots are covered with slippery moss. What's going on? After scanning the surrounding environment, Mo-Fei asked, "Dear Lord, it is safe here. There are very few wild monsters passing by. We don't smell other wild monsters on the ground. There is only the aura of a high-level wild monster, but it should not have been there for a long time. The aura has been lingering for a long time and is very weak," the ant colony replied. Mo-Fei nodded and opened the door. Suddenly he remembered something and his face froze. "You said there is only one wild monster in this place?" Mo-Fei confirmed again. "Yes, Lord," the ant colony replied. "Then can you feel the level of wild monsters?" Mo-Fei asked again. The leading ant led dozens of ants to a tree root, its tentacles swaying slightly. "Sorry, Lord. It's been too long, and the other party's level is much higher than ours, so we can't be sure of the other party's level," the ant colony replied. Mo-Fei suddenly fell into deep thought. He pondered for a while. He opened his mouth and asked, "How long have you been here?" "Return to the Lord, it's been more than half an hour." "Then do you think that if you carry something, such as wood, that wild monster will pay attention to you?" The ant colony was silent for a while, thinking about Mo-Fei's question. "Probably, no," the ant colony replied. "Actually, we encountered more than one wild monster along the way. Some of them paid attention to our existence, but some didn't pay attention to us at all. On the way here, there was a wild monster walking over our heads and almost stepping on us. It didn't seem to know our existence. And the wild monsters that paid attention to us didn't seem to be interested in us either. They only glanced at them and then walked away." Mo-Fei fell into deep thought again. After a while, a smile appeared on his face and he praised. "Very well, you did a great job. Leave some people to guard here, and the others should return to their territory first." "Manpower?" The ants are like but don't understand what Mo-Fei said very well. Mo-Fei explained patiently, "Leave some companions here and watch. Pay attention to them spreading out. The range is about 2 kilometers. It is also about half an hour's straight distance for you to walk. If you are hungry, you can find them nearby. Find something to eat. If you encounter any abnormal situation, please send me a message as soon as possible." "Do you understand?" "I understand, Lord," the ant colony replied. Then, the leading ant turned around and communicated with the other ants for a while. About 200 ants came from the ant colony. Then, more than 200 ants dispersed into the surrounding environment. Some of them hide under tree roots. Some walked very far and then hid among a pile of dead leaves. There are also stones covered with moss hidden there. 200 ants scattered. From Mo-Fei's perspective, they quickly lost sight of them. However, through the network of the soul, Mo-Fei can sense that they are hidden somewhere here. Some ants even ran in the wrong direction. Mo-Fei, who sensed it, gave them new instructions to help them adjust their direction. "Do it all." After sensing the ant army and retreating according to his orders, Mo-Fei felt relieved. At this time, a haze appeared in his eyes. Through the web of the mind. Mo-Fei knew that the current location of this ant army was in a forest about 10 kilometers south of the territory. And this forest is not as safe as S own ant army reported. On the contrary, this forest is very dangerous. There is a very high-level wild monster hidden inside. Certainly. Mo-Fei knew very well that this was not because his ant army had deceived him. Loyalty promotion, they are absolutely loyal and will never betray themselves. Yes, this high-level wild monster is very powerful. And his own ant clan is very weak. Therefore, this forest will give them the illusion of very safe. It is different from the acid mud monster in the quagmire. The level of the acid mud monster is not high, only level 1. Moreover, it is not very big and likes to prey on creatures that are weaker than itself. Therefore, Mo-Fei was not surprised that they were able to pay attention to Mo-Fei's army of undead ants and hide in the quagmire to attack the ant colony. But, actually, even if there are 10,000 ants, they are only at the first level, and in the eyes of many high-level wild monsters, they are still very weak creatures. They won't pay attention to such weak creatures. Even if you pay attention, you will not be interested in hunting. The ant colony's answer to the previous question also confirmed this. Along the way, they encountered many wild monsters. There was even a wild monster that almost stepped on them. But, there are no exceptions. All wild monsters, whether they pay attention to them or not, have no intention of attacking them. These high-level wild monsters didn't take Mo-Fei's ant colony seriously at all. So, of course, when Mo-Fei's ant colony entered the territory of the high-level wild monster, that wild monster probably didn't pay attention to this group of weak creatures at all. This created the illusion that Mo-Fei's ant colony was very safe in that forest. However, this cannot be hidden from the careful Mo-Fei. When the ant colony reports to itself, when there was only the scent of a high-level wild monster in that place, Mo-Fei actually became alert. There is a tropical rainforest with extremely rich resources. There are so many wild monsters in life. How could it be possible that there was only one wild monster living in a forest? Unless, there is only one possibility. That wild monster is very powerful. Powerful, even if it has not set foot in it for a long time, it is the location of Mo-Fei's ant army. Other wild monsters dare not intrude on its territory. This powerful wild monster is far away from his territory. Only 10 kilometers. This made Mo-Fei feel nervous at the moment. The novice's invincibility protection period is only 7 days. 7 days passed. The protection period ends. In his own territory, began to compete with the wild monsters in the forest. Ordinary level, and even 4th level wild monsters should not be such a powerful deterrent. What level of wild monster can this powerful wild monster fight? Level 5, level 6, or even level 7 wild monsters? See 20 low-level troop lord, it's too difficult to collect resources. Before, the Lord said on the World Communication Channel that there were only high-level monsters outside his territory. At that time, Mo-Fei was still feeling lucky that there seemed to be no particularly powerful monsters around his territory. But now, he finally seemed to understand the mood of the Lord at that time. It was an invisible sense of oppression and tension, even though the monster had never appeared. But knowing that it was around his territory, Mo-Fei felt a great pressure. He didn't know what level the monster was. What power it had. He didn't know whether the monster had noticed his territory. This unknown danger. It was the most terrifying and deadly. It had to be said. At this moment, sending out this ant tribe helped Mo-Fei a lot. Let him know the existence of such a high-level monster around the territory on the first day of entering the Lord's world. So, he has enough time to find ways to deal with this monster or protect himself. If he waits until the 6th or 7th day of the novice period to find such a powerful monster around the territory, then he may really be in real danger. Of course, in addition to exploring the territory of this powerful monster, this ant tribe also brought Mo-Fei another good news. That is, under normal circumstances, most monsters will not care about the weak ants crawling on the ground. Even if they notice it, they don't have much interest in the ants. Of course, the acid mud monster is smaller in size and can prey on creatures weaker than itself. So, this means, if Mo-Fei's ant army goes out to collect resources, the round trip will be much safer. If it doesn't work, he can also plan the territory of the high-level wild monster into his round-trip route for collecting resources. In this way, he can avoid other low-level wild monsters. Ensure the safe transportation of resources. This is also one of the reasons why Mo-Fei just sent a small part of the ant tribe to stay in the territory of this high-level wild monster. In addition to monitoring the movements of this high-level wild monster, and find out how big the territory of this high-level wild monster is, so as to estimate the strength of this high-level wild monster. Mo-Fei also wants this high-level wild monster's territory to serve as a protective umbrella for his transportation of materials. After all, no low-level wild monster dares to trespass into the territory of this high-level wild monster. This is very safe for his ant tribe to transport resources. At this time, after spreading his undead ants to the territory of the high-level monster and monitoring its movements, Mo-Fei then switched his perspective to the remaining few ant tribes. The ant tribe in the southwest, which was closest to the territory, found many high-level monsters there. The monsters were fighting each other. When this ant tribe arrived there, they saw large patches of smelly blood on the grass on the ground, and many trees were broken. There were also many monster limbs scattered on the ground. It seemed that there was a fight between two monster tribes. Based on the principle of not wasting, Mo-Fei ordered this ant tribe to devour the monster limbs on the ground, gained 4 energy points. But similarly, because they were just some stumps and internal organs, the ants did not obtain the abilities of these wild monsters. After figuring out the environment here, Mo-Fei also left 200 ants here to guard here and act as the eyes of the territory. Monitor this area. After looking at the environment of the remaining ants one by one, Mo-Fei also left different numbers of ants to monitor in these areas. Then, he continued to separate a small group of 100 ants from his own ant colony. Let them continue to explore forward and expand the scope of exploration. Then, all the remaining ant army was summoned back. The ants in the barracks are still producing steadily. During the time when the ant army was sent out to explore the situation around the territory, the number of ants in Mo-Fei's territory has accumulated to more than 100,000. Mo-Fei sat by the Fountain of Life, browsing the information on the World Communication Channel, waiting for his army to return. The army of the hardwood ants returned first. Respected Lord, we have brought back wood for you. 10,000 undead ants formed a square array and stopped in front of Mo-Fei. An ant propped up its upper body, raised its front jaws high, and held its trophies. Those were pieces of dark red wood. You did a good job. Mo-Fei praised. We live for the Lord. We dedicate everything to the Lord, including ourselves. We will eliminate all difficulties for the Lord. The ant colony replied. To get resources into the territory. As a Lord can collect and decompose resources. Mo-Fei pointed his finger. Collect all the wood in the claws of the 10,000 ants and put them in the warehouse. There are 1,000 more units of wood in the warehouse. I consumed a lot of wood during my trip. Come and drink some spring water to recover your body. Mo-Fei said. 10,000 ants lined up to climb onto the pool and drink the spring of life in the pool. At the same time, on the World Communication Channel. Is everyone developing smoothly? I'm done. The wild monsters outside are hard to kill. I just sent my militia to collect wood. I thought collecting wood would be much easier than killing wild monsters, but who would have thought that there was a group of second-level ghost-faced apes hiding in the area where I collected wood? These beasts are really cruel. I sent out a militia team of 15 people, but they killed them all, and not a single militiaman escaped. The upstairs, it's too miserable, express sympathy. Alas, who said it wasn't? There are dangers everywhere outside. We are unlucky players who have awakened low-level soldiers. There is really no room for development. My musketeer finally shot and killed a first-level blue wolf, but before he could transport the blue wolf's body back for collection, a first-level firefox appeared from nowhere and took the blue wolf's body away. It's all tears. The firefox is extremely fast. It took advantage of the opportunity when my musketeer was reloading. By the time my musketeer reloaded the ammunition, this guy had already run away with the blue wolf's body in his mouth. Poor my musketeer, he hasn't had a sip of water so far, and he hasn't even had dinner. They have been telling me that they are hungry, but where can I get them food? Upstairs, this is a lesson of blood and tears. So, next time, whether we are collecting or leveling up, we should first understand the surrounding environment to avoid losses. Oh, don't say it, you never know which will come first, danger or accident. I just sent my peasants to collect stones, and the collection process was very smooth, without any danger. But when my peasants were transporting the stones back to the territory, a blue wolf appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, my peasants were smart enough to leave the stones behind and run away. We lost a peasant, and the rest ran back to the territory. As for the stones, they were all lost on the way, and we worked in vain for half a day. No, I have to find a safe route to transport stones and get some stones to exchange for food, otherwise, I won't have dinner tonight. Alas, I really envy those big guys who have awakened high-level troops. They can send their own troops out to kill monsters to level up, and at the same time, they can also buy food. Unlike us lords who have awakened low-level troops, we have to be cautious and terrified even when collecting resources. Yes, it's not that we are killed by monsters while collecting, but that we are intercepted by monsters on the way. It's too difficult. Many low-level lords complained. Seeing this, Mo Fei couldn't help but glance at the 1,000 units of wood in his warehouse. Collecting resources, is it difficult? C21. Is there an upper limit for low-level troop? Sorry, my ant tribe has no upper limit for level. Is it difficult to collect resources? Mo Fei didn't think so. His ant tribe went out to explore the environment around the territory. 1 unit of wood was just collected by chance. As for the dangers mentioned by these lords on the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei did encounter them. However, compared with Mo Fei's ant tribe, this is not a danger. Because low-level wild monsters are unwilling to provoke his ant tribe army. And high-level wild monsters will not notice his ant tribe, or if they notice, they don't care at all and have no interest. For example, the greenleaf snakes entrenched in the hardwood resource area. His ant tribe army collected hardwood, which was equivalent to destroying their nests, but they didn't dare to move. And on the way back from collecting resources, some wild monsters saw it, but they were not interested in interfering with his ant tribe army's transportation of wood. So, collecting resources is for Mo Fei's ant tribe. On the contrary, it is the easiest and most relaxing. Moreover, in terms of resource collection, our own ants have an absolute advantage in numbers. At this time, during the time when the lords were discussing on the World Communication Channel, a large army of ants came back. Mo Fei was the same. Let them eat the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength and heal their injuries. At this time, on the World Communication Channel, a lord sighed, alas, if our low-level troops could be upgraded like high-level troops. Although everyone's troops have just been produced and their ranks are not high, the early development of low-level troops is still far less easy than that of high-level troops. Although it seems that low-level troops have some advantages over high-level troops in terms of quantity, the gap in rank is far from being made up by quantity. As soon as this was said, many lords who had awakened low-level soldiers felt the same way. Yes, when low-level soldiers are recruited, they are almost at the final level. They have no talent for soldiers and are not strong. They have no potential for upgrading. They cannot be compared with high-level soldiers. Although the production quantity of high-level soldiers is less than that of low-level soldiers, their growth potential is higher. If the levels are the same, the strength of high-level soldiers is stronger than that of low-level soldiers. Some high-level soldiers can even directly level up after they are produced. What's more, the production quantity of high-level soldiers may not be less than that of low-level soldiers. For example, Lin Feng, who has awakened level talent, can produce 60 violent war elephants a day, which many low-level soldiers cannot compare with. If low-level soldiers want to upgrade their ranks, they can only collect resources, develop their own territories, upgrade their own territories, and upgrade the barracks buildings in their territories before they have the chance to produce mutant soldiers or high-level soldiers. However, they still cannot be compared with the big guys who awaken high-level soldiers at the beginning. After all, the type of soldiers determines the upper limit of the soldiers. For example, if your soldiers are gunners, even if they mutate into gunners or upgrade to sharpshooters, they cannot be compared with the lords who awaken knights at the beginning. After all, knights are stronger than gunners. Knights can also be upgraded to light cavalry, heavy cavalry, and even mutated into spear and shield knights, which are both offensive and defensive. Not to mention those big guys who awaken chimera and two-headed dragons at the beginning. Their soldiers are born with their own talents, and they only need to level up to unlock their talents. Low-level soldiers can't compare. Our lords who have awakened low-level soldiers are born to collect resources. Even if they awaken high-level lord talents, it is useless. After all, the type of soldiers has determined the way the lord develops the territory. When the territories of those high-level soldiers become strong in the future, we can only rely on them. Be their workers who collect resources. I envy the bosses who have awakened high-level soldiers. I beg the bosses to give me some food. When I collect resources, I can exchange them for resources. Envy +1. Envy +1. Seeing this, Mo Fei couldn't help but look at the undead ants in front of him, who numbered more than 300,000. Is there an upper limit to the level of low-level soldiers? Sorry. After awakening the SSS level infinite devouring evolution talent, my ant tribe has no upper limit to its level. Theoretically, as long as it devours high-level items, whether it is biological or other things, my ant tribe can evolve infinitely. The upper limit will be infinitely raised. There is no such thing as no talent. Because while devouring and evolving, my ant tribe has a certain probability of seizing an ability of other species. For example, after devouring the fountain of life, my ant tribe evolved into the undead ant tribe, possessed the ability of self-healing. As long as it is not fatally injured, the injuries suffered by my ant tribe can be slowly healed by itself. Of course. As for the troop panel, why is this ability of the undead ant tribe not summarized as the talent of the undead ant tribe? Mo Fei guessed. One is that the level of the fountain of life devoured by my ant tribe is too low, and the self-healing ability obtained is not strong. The second is that my ant tribe is currently only level 1, which has not reached the lowest level of the troop awakening talent. Therefore, their self-healing ability is not enough to be classified as a talent. When they devour the high-level fountain of life to evolve, or when their rank is upgraded, this ability should be their most important talent. Thinking of this, looking at the World Communication Channel, many people expressed envy of the high-level soldiers' screen-filling information. Mo Fei shook his head and smiled. High-level soldiers, it seems like that. I don't seem to be very envious. They need to kill monsters to level up their soldiers and lords. And my ant soldiers only need to devour to upgrade and evolve. At the same time, the energy they devour can be used to upgrade themselves. In this way, my ant tribe is better. In fact, like low-level soldiers, high-level soldiers should also pay attention to avoid damage to the soldiers while killing monsters to level up. In terms of risk, high-level soldiers directly face wild monsters, and the risks they face are much higher than low-level soldiers who collect resources. And my ant tribe, the risk of collecting resources is very low. Because, basically, no wild monsters will be interested in a group of ants. Continue to browse the news on the World Communication Channel. At this time, a lord's speech caught Mo Fei's attention. I have collected 20 units of wood, and a lord who wants to exchange resources is here. Request to exchange for food resources. Meat is best. You can add friends and form an alliance. Both parties will have priority in exchanging resources in the future. Mo Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. This proposal seems good. C-22 No, it's just 20 units of wood, why are you still fighting? The Lord's territory and the Lord's troops will also produce hunger and fatigue. A Lord has just mentioned this. Fatigue can be eliminated by drinking the fountain of life. As for hunger, it can only be supplemented by food. I have collected 20 units of wood, and a Lord who wants to exchange resources is here. Request to exchange for food resources. Meat is best. You can add friends and form an alliance. Both parties will have priority in exchanging resources in the future. At this time, I saw a message from a lord on the Territory Communication Channel. Mo Fei's heart moved slightly. Hey! This proposal seems to be quite good. Because his ant tribe troops have an absolute advantage in numbers compared to other troops. In addition, most of the wild monsters in the forest are not interested in his ant tribe. Therefore, Mo Fei also plans to use resource collection as the main means of developing his territory. But in this way, a problem will arise. If I put the focus of the development of the territory on collecting resources, then I will definitely not have much time to get food. In addition, I have only found one wood resource so far. The ants that went out are still exploring and have not found wood resources yet. If I keep collecting wood resources, then the wood will definitely overflow. I have a serious shortage of wood resources, but I am in serious shortage of wood resources. So, exchange resources. Mo Fei thinks this proposal is really good. The early stage of the Lord's development. Improving one's own strength is actually secondary. The most important thing is to develop the Lord's own territory. Only by exchanging resources for resources and developing your own territory, the resources you collect will be transformed into the strength of the territory. Otherwise, you will collect a lot of resources but can only put them in the warehouse. There is nothing wrong with the improvement of the Lord's territory. As expected, just after this Lord proposed to exchange 20 units of wood for food, or meat. In the World Communication Channel, several messages immediately appeared. I can exchange food with you. Add a friend. I have meat. I wonder how many units of meat you want to exchange for these 20 units of wood? How about 20 units of wood for 2 units of meat? This price is very fair. If you are willing, let's add each other as friends. You put the wood in the space trading channel, set the exchange quantity, and specify that I am the trader. The one who exchanges for meat, don't trade with the floor, you are a black-heart ghost. I am willing to exchange 5 units of meat for 20 units of wood with you. Don't argue, I am willing to give 8 units of meat. Seeing these messages, Mo Fei's face was full of surprise. Not that bad, right? Why are their lords fighting for 20 units of wood? Moreover, this style of painting doesn't seem right, right? The lords who can trade meat must have awakened strong soldiers. Otherwise, it is impossible to kill wild monsters to get meat. For just 20 units of wood, why are these big guys who can kill wild monsters still bidding against each other? From the perspective of survival, food is not a resource that all lords urgently need? You know. In the early stage of lord development, everyone's soldiers are not very strong. Some lords who have awakened low-level soldiers can't even kill wild monsters. They can only send their own soldiers to collect resources in exchange for food. In any case, the price of resources such as wood should be lowered as much as possible, and the price of meat resources should be increased. Mo Fei doesn't quite understand. At this moment, the thoughts of several lords who are bidding wildly for 20 units of wood. Are these people crazy? They can't finish all the meat, are they so arrogant? However, looking at the 1,000 units of wood in his warehouse, Mo Fei was very happy. Go ahead, the higher the price, the better it is for me. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of soldiers. Let alone 1,000 units of wood, even if it's 10,000 units of wood, for me, it's just a matter of sending the ant army out. At this time, the World Communication Channel is open. Several lords who made bids started to quarrel with each other. How can you talk like that? Why am I so mean? Food is a resource that everyone is in urgent need of in the early stage. Look, how many lords are capable of killing wild monsters now? I'm offering 2 units of meat, the price is already very fair. Without food, the soldiers will be hungry. The strength of the soldiers in a hungry state will be greatly weakened, and the work efficiency will also be greatly reduced. You all know this, right? So, I offer 2 units of meat in exchange for 20 units of wood, is there a problem? Bah, you speak better than singing, Zhou Baopi is not as evil as you. Lu, you said it very well so, I offer 8 units of meat in exchange for 20 units of wood, what's the problem with you? I say, the people behind, do you understand the principle of first come first served? At this time, another lord joined the conversation. The brother who just said that wood is traded for food, if you don't have to have meat, I have some mushrooms and fungus here, which can be exchanged with you. The price is 2 to 1, 2 units of mushrooms for 1 unit of wood. Hey, that's too much. They're talking about meat, why are you here to join in the fun? It's a fair trade, they're offering 20 units of wood for trade, who they want to trade with is their business, you have no right to interfere. Besides, do you think everyone is stupid? No one can't understand the importance of developing the territory in the early stage. It's true that meat is a scarce resource, but wood and timber are important materials for all lords to level up their territories in the early stage. Well said, without wood, you can't level up your territories, what's the point of hoarding so much meat? Waiting for it to rot in the warehouse? To put it bluntly, when the territories level up, the troop level will also be raised, the troop strength will be stronger, and the troops will be more. Who can't kill the first level wild monsters? Food is probably only good for the first time, who will be short of food later? Seeing this, Mo Fei suddenly seemed to understand something. Open the space trading channel. Sure enough, there are already a lot of resources in it by the lords. Most of them are meat. The resources designated for exchange for these meat resources are wood and timber resources. Most of the prices are between 1:2 and 1:1. In other words, 1 unit of meat can be exchanged for 2 units of wood, or 1 unit of meat can be exchanged for 1 unit of timber. It is much lower than Mo Fei imagined. This is actually a very low exchange rate. You know, this is still the first day of the Lord world, when everyone's arms are still very weak and the number is small. Many lords who have awakened low-level arms can't kill the first-level wild monsters outside at all because of the small number of arms. Wait until tomorrow. This exchange rate is expected to drop a lot. C23 You have to take a detour when you encounter a third-level wild monster? You underestimated the deterrent power of your own ant tribe. At this time, looking at the 1,000 units of wood in his warehouse, Mo Fei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that he overestimated the scarcity of meat resources? Or are resources like wood really difficult to collect? However, his 10,000 ants clearly collected them easily. Looking at the information on the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei pondered for a while. Suddenly he slapped his thigh, and a smile appeared in his eyes. So that's it. Mo Fei finally figured it out. So that's what happened. In the early stage of the Lord's development, improving the level of your territory is actually the most important thing. Its priority is even higher than improving the Lord's level and the rank of the army. This is actually very easy to understand. because only by improving the level of the territory, the buildings in your territory can be upgraded and more buildings can be built. For example, Mo-Fei's current territory level is level 0. When his territory level is upgraded to level 1, maybe he can build 2 ant barracks. Assuming that he can build 2 ant barracks, then, at this time, the number of ants he produces has doubled. If Mo-Fei upgrades these 2 ant barracks, he will produce more ants in 1 minute. At the end of the day, the number of his ant army will be twice or even 3 times that before the territory level is upgraded. What is the concept? This means that after upgrading the territory level, the number of ants he produces in a day will exceed 10,000. Even after upgrading the territory level, there are more unlockable territory buildings. After the barracks are upgraded, the probability of finding high-level soldiers will increase, and so on. So, this can explain why a mere 20 units of wood can attract bidding among several big guys who have awakened high-level soldiers and have meet, even fight. Because, in the early stage of territory development, their troops have been leveling up, so naturally, they have no time to collect resources. Moreover, they can only let their troops level up, because the number of high-level troops is generally less than that of low-level troops. In terms of collecting resources, they have no advantage over the lords who awaken low-level troops. Therefore, they want to upgrade their territory level and not be left behind by other lords. Only by hunting wild monsters and obtaining meat can they exchange wood and timber resources. This can explain why is it the first day of the Lord's world, when food resources are so scarce, the exchange ratio of food, wood, and timber is not too outrageous. Moreover, it is the lords who have food who take the initiative to find players who sell wood to exchange. Because everyone wants to upgrade their territory on the first day. Upgrading your territory one step earlier can get ahead of others one step earlier. So, that means, I now have 1,000 units of wood. In fact, among all the lords, I am already considered one of the richest ones? Mo-Fei touched his chin and smiled. However, he did not forget that a lord just mentioned the issue of soldiers being hungry. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat food? Mo-Fei asked his ant colony. He planned to take some of the wood in the warehouse and exchange it for some food. Dear Lord, we are not hungry. Eating the fountain of life is enough to fill our stomachs. The ant colony replied. Mo-Fei was startled. He looked at the fountain of life beside him. Now, it seems that he has even saved food? That's not right. The ants don't need food, but I do. Thinking of this, Mo-Fei took 2 units of wood and exchanged them for 1 unit of meat as his dinner tonight. After waiting for more than half an hour. At this time, the number of the undead ant army under Mo-Fei has increased to a terrifying number of nearly 100,000. At a glance, the grass is full of dense ants. At this time, the ant colonies that went out to explore the surrounding environment of the territory have finally returned. After Mo-Fei let the returning ant colonies eat the fountain of life to restore their physical strength, he stood up. My loyal ant soldiers. Now, follow my instructions, go to collect wood resources. Received, my respected lord. 100,000 ants responded. Then, 100,000 ant army, a mighty force, set out, left the territory, and headed straight for the hardwood resource area that Mo-Fei had discovered before. Because of the information just received from the World Communication Channel. At this time, Mo-Fei also changed his mind. Decided to collect resources today and upgrade the level of my territory first. As for the acid mud monsters and the quagmire, it won't be too late to deal with them tomorrow morning. After all, the improvement of the territory level is the biggest improvement for all lords. Mo-Fei seems to have overlooked one point. Even the weakest ant tribe, when the number reaches a certain level. It is also a very terrifying thing. The so-called quantitative change leads to qualitative change. When an army of hundreds of thousands of ants marched toward the Jianmu resource area. Along the way, almost all the first level and even second level wild monsters we encountered ran away. Even level 3 wild monsters. The moment they saw the swarms of ants all over the ground, they all stopped vigilantly. Watch from a distance. No wild monster is willing to provoke so many first-order ants. Even if they look very weak. Because once you are targeted by them, your skin will peel off even if you die. In the territory, Mo-Fei saw this scene through the spiritual network. At this time, I couldn't help but secretly smack my tongue. I secretly thought to myself, did I underestimate the deterrent power of my ants? Through the web of the mind. Mo-Fei could see a 3rd-level wind wolf and a 3rd-level horned ox facing his own army of 100,000 ants. They all chose to stay away at the first opportunity. They are afraid of their own ant colony. Of course, even after seeing this scene, Mo Fei was not impulsive. Let your ant army compete with the third-level wild monsters. These ant tribes are the foundation for the development of their territory. If the loss is too great, even if you kill a third-level wild monster, you will lose more than you gain. Hardwood Forest Area. When hundreds of thousands of ants arrive here, all the first-order green leaf snakes on the tree did not dare to show their heads and shrank in fear. The 100,000 ant army was not polite to them either. Under Mo Fei's life, climbed a tall tree. The speed at which they collect wood is even more shocking. It was nearly twice as fast as when Mo Fei sent an army of 10,000 ants before. Originally, Mo Fei was still calculating. The army of 100,000 ants may not have to wait until dark to collect enough units of wood. However, 2 hours before dark, the army of 100,000 ants has completed the collection of 10,000 wood. A total of 10,000 pieces of wood. Under the transportation of the ant army, he was transported back to Mo Fei's territory. If other lords who have awakened low-level arms know, Mo Fei's troops went there and collected 10,000 units of wood. I'm afraid your jaw will drop. C-24 night fell, and I didn't do anything all day. I only collected 40,000 wood at this time. There were less than 2 hours until dark. While Mo Fei's ant army was transporting wood back to its territory, many outsiders were training and collecting resources. Lords who were far away from their territory also chose to withdraw their troops. After all, this is the world of lords. There are dangers everywhere. The coming of night is often accompanied by the emergence of unknown dangers. And at this time, among the lords who have awakened low-level arms, he is the one who collects the most wood. Only 500 units of wood were collected. This is the limit that his peasant soldiers can collect without stopping at the end of the day. Moreover, this is because there is a rich timber resource area outside his territory. His farmers were not in danger of encountering wild monsters when collecting wood. So, after the collection is completed, the wood will be transported back to the territory immediately. Other lords who have awakened low-level arms are not as lucky as this lord. Their troops not only need to collect wood, but also be wary of wild monsters that appear at any time in the wood resource area. At the same time, when transporting wood back to your territory, you have to be careful of wild monsters on the road. There were even some lords who were very unlucky. No wood was collected, and many of the troops sent to collect wood were killed by wild monsters. But, even if 500 units of wood are collected at this moment, the lord who collects the most wood is the lord. There is still no comparison between the wood he collected and the wood Mo Fei's ant army brought back after a trip to collect it. The Jianmu resource area is not close to Mo Fei's territory. During this period of time one sent 4,000 ant clan troops to collect timber resources. In Mo Fei's territory, another 40,000 ants were born. It's been less than 2 hours since dark. The sky gradually darkened. At this time, the ant army, which has collected timber resources, is on its way back to its territory. In Mo Fei's territory, he also used the spiritual net to pay close attention to the situation around the army. Ho ho ouch, the sun sets and shadows fall. The mist in the forest seems to have become thicker. White mist came from nowhere and filled the entire forest. Along with the appearance of thick fog, there is also the roar of unknown beasts in the forest. Some of these roars are far away, while others are not far away from the ant army. Through the spiritual network, Mo Fei could clearly hear their roars. The roars of these beasts reached his ears, and Mo Fei couldn't help but become slightly nervous. Fortunately, these powerful beasts did not seem to notice the ant colonies crawling on the ground. Or maybe not interested. The ant colony had no dangers along the way. The sky has completely darkened. Night is coming. The forest outside was completely shrouded in thick fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Only the golden protective cover above the territory exudes a faint golden light. Dear Lord, we are back from collecting wood. A densely packed ant army of 40,000 appeared in the territory. One by one, the ants raised their front jaws high, holding small pieces of wood in their pliers. Mo Fei finally let go of his hanging heart. Collect! Mo Fei pointed his finger. All the wood in the ant colony's pliers disappeared. And there are 40,000 more units of wood in the warehouse. Plus the previous one. A total of 42,000 wood. That's right, in fact, the number of ants sent to collect wood this time exceeded 40,000. Soldiers, you did a great job this time. Make persistent efforts. Mo Fei praised. Dear Lord, it is our honor to help you. The ant colony replied. Mo Fei arranged for these 40,000 ants to drink from the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength. Take a break. And this time, The more than 40,000 ants that had just arrived in their territory also sent a message to Mo Fei. Dear Lord, we are ready, please arrange tasks for us. We also want to do our part for the master. Glancing outside the territory, I could see the thick fog that made me unable to see my fingers. Mo Fei pondered for a moment and smiled. Okay, don't rush it yet. Everyone in the family has a share in building the territory. Night falls. The misty forest is entirely shrouded in thick fog. What's going on outside the territory? Whether there are other unknown dangers present is currently unknown. Mo Fei was not reckless. During the day, he was already inside the forest. Many ants were left behind to continue exploring the forest. Now, just need to wait. It won't take long. He knew what was going on in the misty forest at night. Then decide whether your ant soldiers should go abroad. After arranging his own army of tens of thousands of undead ants, the territory is rested and on standby. Mo Fei returned to the cabin. Get a unit of fierce pork exchanged during the day. Material: first order fierce pork, level, normal, white, introduction, ordinary meat. Eating it can satisfy hunger and replenish physical strength. Other than that, it has no other effect. Lord World. Materials and equipment levels are the same. Divided into ordinary, white, excellent, green, excellent, blue, epic, purple, legend, orange, legend, gold, myth, 3 colors, super myth, 5 colors, creation, 7 colors, 9 levels. The first level ferocious pork is just the lowest level ordinary material. Apart from satisfying hunger, it has no other special effects. However, Mo Fei has no other needs. As long as you satisfy your hunger, that's enough. Today is the first day in the world of lords. The troops of the family are generally not very strong. It is estimated that not many lords can get the meat of high-level wild monsters. In the wooden house, the kitchen utensils and seasonings are all available. Turn on the heat, brush the pork with oil and put it on the frying pan. Mo Fei prepared to make a simple fried pork chop for himself. At the same time, open the World Communication Channel. Look at what other lords have gained today and how their territories are developing. Today is a day. In addition to collecting 42,000 units of wood, Mo Fei felt that he didn't actually do much. More time was spent exploring the environment around the territory. Well, there is also the only SS-level talent that has received world rewards. The Web of the Soul. Think of the web of the mind. Mo Fei couldn't help but sigh. This technique is really useful. You can communicate with your own ants without any barriers. At the same time, I, who is in the territory, can also switch my perspective to the ant colonies outside at any time to understand their situation. C-25 Danger at night? Dark Troop Lord, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Just when Mo Fei opened the World Communication Channel. At this time, the world's prompt suddenly sounded in the minds of all players. Prompt: night is coming. Some sleeping powerful creatures have awakened, and dark creatures are coming out. In the dark, all attributes of dark creatures, arms, are enhanced by 30%. Depending on the level and type, all attributes of dark creatures can be enhanced up to 50%. Please pay attention, lords. As this prompt appeared, the World Communication Channel. Damn! In the dark, powerful creatures awaken? What creatures? Could it be undead, werewolves, dark elves, ghouls and other creatures? All attributes are enhanced by 30%, are you so perverted? Barbecue! I wanted to sneak out to practice a wave of levels in the dark, while the wild monsters were resting, but now it's gone. Go to bed, I have killed monsters all day, and monsters are everywhere at night, so I'd better be careful. Alas, there is no way. I wanted to secretly collect some resources while the monsters were asleep at night, but now this prompt shows that it is basically impossible. The monsters are getting stronger, and it would be a waste of time if I lose my troops for those resources. Okay, my troops are tired all day, so let them rest, and take stock of the harvest. I will get up early tomorrow morning to level up. The person above, you guessed it right, my awakened troops are ghouls. Now, it's my turn to appear. Appearance +1. My awakened troops are undead knights. All attributes plus 30%, don't be too cool. Army werewolf, come and report. Dark bat, come and report. Just when most of the lords were lamenting that the night was coming and the dark creatures were roaming, the lords who had awakened the dark army were very excited and came out one after another. During the day, their army had no advantage in leveling up. At night, the attributes of all the army were enhanced by 30%, which was an opportunity for them to speed up the development of the territory. Some lords were jealous and said coldly, "Don't be too happy, Your army's ability has been enhanced at night, but the abilities of those wild monsters have also been enhanced. You can't level up by yourself, but you are leveled up by the wild monsters. Do you still need to remind me of this? Leveling up at night is definitely more dangerous than during the day. However, the risk is high and the return is also high. Haven't you heard that the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish? Besides, can't I avoid those dark creatures and find those sleeping wild monsters to level up? The Lord who awakened the dark army is obviously not a fool. Some powerful creatures will awaken at night. This reminder alone shows that the night is much more dangerous than the day. However, high risks often indicate high returns. Everyone's development during the day is similar. If you want to widen the gap with others, how can you not take some risks? There are even some lords who have awakened high-level arms, although the arms are not dark creatures. At this moment, they are confident that their arms are powerful, and they are also a little eager to move. There are billions of lords who have entered the Lord world. It is definitely difficult to widen the gap with others if you often level up and develop. If you want to stand out from the many lords and get rewards in the ranking, taking some risks is inevitable. At this time, Dark Abyss. A black-clothed youth stood on a white bone dragon, looking at the information on the World Communication Channel. After closing the Lord panel, Ching looked up at the night sky and murmured, "The hunt has begun." For a whole day, Ching's barracks only produced 2 undead bone dragons. But these 2 undead bone dragons, one is level 2, the other is level 3. On the edge of the cliff of the abyss, a team of about 10 level 1 ghouls were climbing and looking for food. A gust of wind blew. A giant dragon with snow-white bones appeared behind them. Before the ghouls could react, the bone dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a mouthful of snow-white cold flames. "Burn all 10 ghouls to death." "Oh, my pork chop." Looking at the information on the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei almost forgot to turn the pork chop over. He quickly turned the pork chop over and sprinkled some seasoning on it. After waiting for a while, the pork chop exuded a burst of meaty aroma mixed with seasoning. Mo Fei took a plate and put the pork chop on the table. He continued to think about the world prompts while eating. Soon, a large piece of pork chop was finished, and there was a hint of smile in Mo Fei's eyes. He cleaned up the dishes. Mo Fei sat under the crystal for lighting. It was just the beginning of the night, and he was not in a hurry at all. Because of the darkness. Now the World Communication Channel has almost been flooded with lords who have awakened the Dark Army. Lords of other arms have basically no chance to speak. Few people come out to report their gains today. After watching for a while, Mo Fei opened the Space Trading Channel. To upgrade the territory from a primary village to a level 1 village, 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of wood are required. Mo Fei now has a total of 42,000 units of wood in the warehouse. The number of materials is 0. So, take advantage of the time when the lords who awakened the Dark Army are flooding the world channel. Mo Fei was going to exchange some wood to upgrade his territory. He opened the Space Trading Channel. Mo Fei browsed through it roughly. He found that most of the lords exchanged meat for wood and meat for wood. The exchange ratio of meat to wood was mostly between 1 to 2 in 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. The exchange ratio of meat to wood was basically maintained at 1 to 1. Of course, these meats were basically the meat of first and second level wild monsters. That is, meat of ordinary level. If it was excellent, green, level meat, the exchange ratio should be higher. However, Mo Fei browsed more than 100 lord stalls that put meat on the shelves for trading. He did not find anyone trading excellent level meat. It shouldn't be. Mo Fei was a little confused. When I was watching the information on the World Communication Channel today, a lord mentioned that there is a chance to collect excellent level meat by killing wild monsters above level 3. It means that he must have killed wild monsters of level 3, otherwise he would not know this information. Mo Fei thought about it. There are billions of lords in the Lord world, and there are many lords who have awakened high-level soldiers. If there is no lord who has the ability to kill wild monsters above level 3, the probability is almost 0. So, it should not be that no one can kill wild monsters above level 3. It is not that no one has collected excellent level meat. It's just that excellent level meat should be relatively rare at present. Even if people collect it, they will not take it out for trading. Or it may have been exchanged by someone as soon as it was put on the shelf. It seems that eating meat above the excellent level should have some special effects. Mo Fei thought secretly. I am also a little curious about what effect eating meat of higher level has. Unfortunately, the meat on the shelf on the Space Trading Channel now is all ordinary level meat. Failed to satisfy Mo Fei's curiosity. C26. However, there are still few good people in this world, and each one is more evil than the other. After discovering that there is no outstanding level meat to exchange for, Mo Fei used the search function of the Space Trading Channel to directly search for wood. Prepare to see if there are many wood lords on the frame, and the exchange ratio between wood and stone. And Mo Fei was a little surprised. Compared to trading meat lords, there are not many lords trading wood. Only 8 pages. Based on 100 lord stalls per page, there are at most 800 lords trading wood. There are billions of lords, but only 800 lords are trading timber resources? And among these 800 lords, the largest number of transactions was only 150 units of wood. Mo Fei curiously opened the stall that traded 150 units of wood. Found him wood, designated exchange resource stone. The exchange ratio is 1.5 to 1. In other words, 15 units of wood can be exchanged for 10 units of stone. If the calculation is based on the price of 1:2 exchange for meat for wood and 1:1 for stone, this lord is offering 150 units of wood in exchange for 100 units of stone. The price is obviously a bit high. Generally speaking, it should be 2:1. No wonder it's still hanging on my face. Next, Mo Fei clicked on a few more wood trading stalls to see how they set the wood exchange ratio. There is no doubt that the prices of these lord settings are relatively high. Of course, it cannot be said to be on the high side. After all, price determines. If someone sells it, someone will definitely buy it. If there are many lords selling wood, the wood exchange ratio will inevitably drop. But, for now, resources like wood are in short supply. And after looking at the prices at several timber trading stalls, Mo Fei was surprised. A conclusion was also drawn. The lord is number one in the world, and everyone is very scarce in resources such as wood and stone. At this time, looking at the 42,000 units of lumber in my warehouse, the corners of Mo Fei's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Waiting for the Ming Dynasty, the exchange ratio of meat resources and wood is expected to decrease. The value of my 42,000 units of wood can still increase. But the ants themselves can fill their stomachs by eating the spring of life. Mo Fei doesn't have much need for food. Mo Fei decided to save these 42,000 units of wood to see what resources he would be scarce in the future, and then exchange them. Next, Mo Fei searched for stones in the Space Trading Channel. Stone trading stalls appeared one after another on the Space Trading Channel. And after looking at the number of stalls trading stone, Mo Fei frowned slightly. Trading stone lords has fewer lords than trading wood. There are only pages, or hundreds of lords trading stones. And each lord's stall trades not many stones. I don't know why stone resources are not so easy to find, or why stone is more difficult to collect than wood. In total, the maximum number of stones traded is one stall, which only trades 50 units of stones. Moreover, the other party specified a ratio of wood to be exchanged, 1:3. 1 unit of stone can be exchanged for 3 units of wood. This is more or less a bit dark. Certainly. After all, if all the trading stone stall owners buy up all the stones, Mo Fei collected the 1,000 stones needed to upgrade his territory, which was more than enough. But these stone trading stalls generally have a high redemption ratio. What's more, it is also marked that 1 unit of stone can be exchanged for 5 units of wood at an outrageous price. The main theme is that rare things are more valuable. Although I have 42,000 units of wood in my warehouse, even if the exchange ratio is 1:5, Mo Fei also has enough wealth to buy 1,000 units of stone to upgrade his territory. But Mo Fei didn't want to be taken advantage of. Look at the Space Trading Channel, these trading stone stalls. Mo Fei began to slowly and patiently look through their transaction prices page by page. The ant tribe sent out to find the stone resources has not found it yet. And next, if you want to upgrade the territory level and territory buildings, the stone materials required will definitely not be a small amount. Even Mo Fei could accept being taken advantage of and slaughtered once. It is also impossible to accept being taken advantage of every time. Therefore, Mo Fei decided to find a reliable stone trading stall owner with fair prices. Make an agreement with the other party. With a fixed transaction ratio, use stones to exchange for the stones you need from the other party. Of course, a stall owner may provide a limited number of stones, which is not enough for Mo Fei. Mo Fei plans to negotiate an agreement with a few more stall owners. However, there are still few good people in this world. Each of these stall owners is more sinister than the last. Mo Fei flipped through 3 pages. There is no stall owner, and the exchange ratio is 1:2. All are 1:3 with just when Mo Fei was mentally prepared to be taken advantage of and turned to the fourth page. At this time, a stall suddenly came into view of Mo Fei. Little man, this is the name of this stall. Of course, the point is not its name. And the exchange ratio of stone and wood is 1 to 2. In this, little man's house, after Mo Fei looked at 300 stalls of black-hard merchants, he suddenly felt a breath of fresh air. Moreover, it trades stone and has 30 units. Mo Fei clicked into this stall. And when looking at the stall and trading another item, Mo Fei couldn't help but look surprised. Item, fine iron, show, high-end materials required after upgrading the territory in town, which are relatively rare. Transaction quantity, 100 units, specified exchange, wood, exchange ratio, 1 to 5, judging from Sheo. Fine iron is also a material for upgrading territory level. Moreover, it is rarer than wood and stone. Mo Fei didn't even think about it. Just after entering the first place in the world of lords, someone collected fine iron. Moreover, it also contains 100 units of refined iron. The most important thing is, the exchange ratio between fine iron and wood is only 1 to 5. Based on the current market price, Mo Fei can deduce that the difficulty of collecting wood is less than the difficulty of collecting stone. As for this refined iron, judging from its rarity, it should be more difficult to collect than stone. Moreover, it may be harder to find refined iron resources. Because of, Mo Fei sent out ants to find a place with refined iron resources. Such a rare material. The owner of this, little man, stall gave me a ratio of to wood, which was only 1 to 5. Mo Fei instantly felt that he had made a fortune. So, these fine irons were just put on display, did you miss them? Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, C27. I didn't expect that there are such honest people in this world. Dwarf Lord Jiang Yunling at the same time. In a dark mine. A territory covered by a golden novice protective shield. A little lowly wearing a JK uniform and white socks was sitting on a chair, holding her chin with both hands, with a sad face. Beside her, there were many dwarf miners. Damn, these refined irons were mined by the dwarf uncles with great effort. Why is no one trading? Looking at the Lord panel in front of her, Jiang Yunling pouted and said angrily, these people are really blind and don't know the goods. She looked up at the dwarf miners around her and saw that they were all looking at her expectantly. She felt even more uncomfortable, with tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Uncle Dehu, I'm really sorry. I couldn't sell any of the refined iron you collected with great effort. Jiang Yunling almost couldn't hold back her tears. Today, her dwarf soldiers worked hard to mine refined iron and stone, and hardly had any rest. But as a lord, she couldn't even do this little thing. She couldn't even sell any of the refined iron they collected with great effort. Dear Lord, you don't have to blame yourself. As your subordinates, building the territory is what we should do. The bearded dwarf smiled and comforted. It doesn't matter if the refined iron can't be sold. Maybe it can be sold in a few days? Besides, the bearded dwarf paused. Didn't you exchange the stone we collected later for food? Yes, dear Lord, the meat you exchanged for is delicious when cooked into soup. I just ate 2 big bowls. I ate more than 1 bowl and now I feel full of strength. Yeah, me too. The other dwarves also smiled and comforted. But, looking at their lovely smiles, Jiang Yunling opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But she didn't know what to say. She just felt more uncomfortable. She also wanted to work with them to build a better and stronger territory. Dear Lord, there is nothing to worry about. The bearded dwarf said softly, please relax. With our hard-working dwarves, we will work hard to create a beautiful and rich territory for you. The bearded dwarf raised the pickaxe in his hand and said loudly, brothers, we are all full and strong now, right? Yes. The dwarves responded while holding up their pickaxes. The bearded dwarf asked again, what should we do now? It's time to work. The dwarves replied loudly. One by one, the dwarves carried their pickaxes and walked out of the territory. They hummed a ballad while walking. Hardworking dwarves create wealth with your hands, bring happiness with your hands. Hey, brothers. The bearded dwarf reminded, don't make the wrong dig this time. Let's dig those easy to dig stones. These stones are easy to sell. Got it, the dwarves responded. Then, all the dwarves started knocking in the mine cave. Looking at the dark night, they climbed up the stone. The short figures knocked hard. Jiang Yunling finally couldn't hold it back. Tears fell. She curled up her legs, buried her head in her legs, and sobbed softly. When Jiang Yunling was sobbing softly, at this time, the information in the right corner of the Lord panel in front of her suddenly flashed. Hey, is someone buying something? John Yunling quickly stopped sobbing and opened the space trading channel. She put up a 100-unit refined iron that no one wanted, and now it has been bought. Her warehouse, which originally only had 200 units of wood, now has 500 more units of wood. Moreover, DUI sent her a message. Mo Fei, hello, can we cooperate? Mo Fei, add a friend, sincere cooperation. Seeing DUI's friend request, John Yunling quickly added it. How to cooperate? Mo Fei, I have a lot of wood, we can exchange resources. Sure. John Yunling almost jumped up with excitement. She already has 1,000 units of stone in her warehouse, which was collected by the dwarf miners when they were collecting refined iron. Adding the 100 refined irons just sold, she now has a total of 700 units of wood. There is still 300 woods left, and her territory can be upgraded. John Yunling calmed down and asked, how do you want to exchange? What is the ratio? Mo Fei, I sincerely cooperate, please give according to the market price. 2 units of wood for 1 unit of stone, I want as much as you have. Also, from today on, don't sell the refined iron you sell to others. According to the exchange ratio you set, 1 to 5, I want as much as you have. The price Mo Fei gave was very fair. Moreover, in the mine, John Yunling really couldn't collect other resources except stone and ore. If Mo Fei is always willing to trade wood with himself, then his own territory will not worry about the development problem. There are a lot of stones in the mine. There is no end to the stone. However, De Hu and a few dwarves are elite miners, and they mine stone very quickly. John Yunling is still a little worried. What if he mines too much stone and Mo Fei doesn't have enough wood to exchange? Especially when he saw that Mo Fei even wanted refined iron. John Yunling couldn't help but be a little surprised. You want refined iron too? Mo Fei, is there any problem? No, I don't mean anything else. It's not easy to find a rich and powerful boss who is willing to cooperate with me and exchange wood for refined iron and stone. John Yunling hurriedly explained, I'm just a little worried that you don't have enough wood to exchange. Although refined iron is also a material for building a territory, it will only be available after the town is upgraded. If you don't have enough wood in the early stage, you don't have to exchange it for refined iron. I can save it for you first and promise not to sell it to others. You can exchange it later when you have more wood. In the room. When he saw John Yunling's last sentence, Mo Fei couldn't help laughing. From the conversation with this lord named John Yunling, he obviously knew the role of refined iron. He was also worried that his wood was not enough for exchange, so he reminded himself, I didn't expect that there would be such an honest person in this lord world. It's rare. Mo Fei, who had just flipped through the pages and browsed hundreds of profiteers' stalls, was touched at this moment. However, the tone of the lord was too big. Looking at the 42,000 units of wood in his warehouse, Mo Fei smiled lightly and replied, it doesn't matter, if you have refined iron, you can trade it here, there is enough wood. Do you have stone to trade now? I can trade 1,000 units of stone with you first, and show my strength by the way. If even the 42,000 units of wood in the warehouse are not enough for trading. Mo Fei didn't know who else could trade with John Yunling. C28 a new face appeared in the ranking list? Lin Feng is on the list. The other party wants to trade 1,000 units of stone first? John Yunling was stunned for a moment. Soon realized. The other party is also anxious to upgrade the territory level just like him. It's just that what I lack is wood, and what the other party lacks is stone. If the other party is not boasting, he does have a lot of wood. Looking at 1,000 units of stone in the warehouse, John Yunling hesitated slightly. Her dwarf miners used to mainly collect refined iron. This thing is not mined quickly. Only 100 units can be mined per. The key is to sell it. It wasn't until I hung up on it that I realized I didn't have any fine iron to buy. John Yunling then quickly asked the dwarfs to mine the stone. Therefore, there are actually not many stones in her warehouse, just enough for her own upgrade. But soon, John Yunling replied, can. After replying, John Yunling took out all the stones in the warehouse. A full 1,000 units of stone were placed on the stall. The designated transaction was Mo Fei, and the exchange ratio was 1 to 2, just put 1,000 units of stone on the stall. John Yunling's eyes widened instantly. To 1 second, 1,000 units of wood were seconds. Trading, is Mo Fei. Thanks. When 1,000 units of stone material entered the warehouse, Mo Fei was in a good mood, happy cooperation. Yuri welcome. Looking at the total of 2,700 units of wood in the warehouse, John Yunling was also very excited. Then let's make an agreement. If I am short of wood in the future, I can also trade with you. Certainly. Mo Fei smiled. Have we already added friends? If you need wood, you can ask at any time. As he said that, he added, now, do you still need wood? Zhang Yunling, it is needed for the time being. Zhang Yunling's face turned slightly red. All her stones had just been traded to the other party, and now there was no stone left to trade. Yes, it turns out. The decision she just made was the right one. This guy Mo Fei is probably a big boss. He has more wood reserves than he thought. 1000 stone, such a big boss to cooperate with. Is worried about the wood resources she will need to upgrade her territory in the future. As for her territory, it doesn't matter if she upgrades later. With these 2,700 units of wood, we just need to wait for the dwarfs to mine enough stone. Her territory can be upgraded. Mo Fei, if nothing happens, let's talk next time. Zhang Yunling, okay. The transaction with Zhang Yunling was completed. Mo Fei closed the space trading channel. Get ready to upgrade your territory. At this time, the chat content on the World Communication channel attracted Mo Fei's attention. Those guys who awakened the Dark Arms finally stopped. You must have gone out to kill monsters, right? To be honest, I really envy these guys, they can level up at night. What is there to be envious about? We go out at night and decide who will give experience to whom. Hey, have you seen the rankings? I just took a look, and the rankings have finally changed. That garbage unit territory has been pushed out of the first place. TSK, I noticed it when I was getting off. I had already been squeezed off by. Now it has dropped to 7th place. What the hell? Dropped to 7th place? I'll go take a look. I also watched it. The ranking list has been changed to Mr., and there is a new face of Mr. Damn it, Boss Lin Feng is also on the list, now ranked 6th. See here. Mo Fei was slightly startled. Ha? Yes. I seem to have killed an acid mud monster today, and gained a few energy points from picking up corpses. The total seems to be only 11 energy points. Why is it still on the ranking list? Mo Fei glanced at his Lord rank. It suddenly dawned on me. Lord, Mo Fei, Strength, Level 1, Energy Points, 896/1000. I forgot that today, the number of my ants has reached 800,000 plus. They swallowed the fountain of life and evolved into a tribe of dead ants, which also gave their own little energy points. Counting today, I spent most of my time exploring the environment near the territory and collecting wood resources. No monsters were killed. At this moment, the energy points have increased to 896 points. There is only more than 100 energy points left to upgrade to the 2nd level Lord. I am now only 104 energy points away from the 2nd level Lord. The Lords in front of me should all have reached the 2nd level Lord level, right? Mo Fei clicked on the ranking list out of curiosity. Lord level ranking, 1st place, Territory of the Lord of Thunder, Lord Chu Kuang, level, 2nd level. 2nd place, Holy Light Territory, Lord Xiao Xiao, level, 2nd level. 3rd place, Dragon Territory, Lord Triple X, level, 2nd level. 4th place, Territory of the God of Night, no, have you seen the big territory? Level, 2nd level. 6th place, War Elephant Kingdom Territory, Lord Lin Feng, level, 1st level. 7th place, Junk Unit Territory, Lord Triple X, level, 1st level. 8th place, 10th place, Undead Natural Disaster Territory. Sure enough, Mo Fei's guess was right. The top lords have all reached the 2nd level of territory. And, looking at the names of the territories, they should all be lords who have awakened high-level arms. As for the Poison Arrow Archer Territory, the Storm Lion Territory, and the Chimera Territory that were on the ranking list this morning, they have all fallen off the ranking list. Correspondingly, a new face appeared. For example, the territory of the God of Darkness, the territory of the Undead and the Natural Disasters, and the territory of the Giant Dragon. Mo Fei opened the territory level ranking list again. Territory level ranking, none. I saw the word none. Mo Fei was stunned for a moment, then relieved. It means that now and all players' territory levels are still primary villages. If you think about it carefully, this is actually quite normal. On the first day of traveling through the world of lords, all the lords have a large number of soldiers. If you want to collect 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone, it is really difficult even for the awakened low-level unit lord. What's more, maybe every lord is so lucky that he can find both wood and stone resources at the same time. For example, Mo Fei himself. At the end of the day today, he only found wood resource areas, but he has not yet found stone resource areas. This is still the result of Mo Fei's ant tribe, which can ignore the threats of wild monsters outside the territory and freely search in the misty forest. Other arms types, while looking for resource areas, also face the possibility of wild monsters appearing at any time. You can imagine the difficulty. In addition, even after finding these two resource areas, the Lord still has to consider the resource areas and the various wild monsters on the resource transportation routes. So, as a result, at the end of the first day, no Lord has been able to gather the resources to upgrade his territory. Of course, if all the Lords are willing to trade the wood and stone resources they have collected, there must be someone who can upgrade the territory to an intermediate village. However, the problem is, all Lords understand the importance of upgrading their territory, in addition to exchanging necessities such as food. Before the Lord's resources are overflowed, they will basically trade them. For example, Zhang Yunling just traded with Mo Fei. The other party has obviously saved 1,000 units of stones, but there are only 30 units of stones on the stall. If he had reached a cooperation with Mo Fei and happened to need wood, Zhang Yunling would be willing to trade 1,000 units of stone in his warehouse to Mo Fei. After all, who wants to upgrade their territory first and quickly? One step is slow, and will be slow every step. If you upgrade one day late, you will fall behind many other Lords. It's very difficult to catch up. C29 Lin Feng, I rank 6th in the Lord level ranking list, all thanks to my own efforts. Think of this. Mo Fei didn't care whether his territory, being the first among all the territories to be upgraded to an intermediate village, would arouse discussion from other territories. Developing your own territory is the last word. Directly spend 1,000 units of wood and 1,000 units of stone in the warehouse. Upgrade your territory to an intermediate village. The moment when the territory is upgraded to an intermediate village, I saw Mo Fei's entire territory. A golden light fell. At the same time, the reminder of the world rang in Mo Fei's mind. Somewhere in the wasteland of the world, the cool night breeze blows. Lin Feng stood at the door of the wooden house, enjoying the night breeze, and glanced at his collar panel. Energy points, 999/1000. Looking at his collar panel, Lin Feng had a trace of regret in his eyes. Just a little bit closer. You can become the 6th leader on the ranking list to upgrade to the 2nd level. But, after all, it was just a little bit off. Night is coming. He looked up at the huge black shadows flying across the desert sky from time to time under the night. Lin Feng hesitated for a long time. Still didn't dare to take the risk and send his violent war elephant out for hunting. At this time, not one of his 10 violent war elephants is missing. The highest level violent war elephant has been upgraded to the 2nd level. The distance to upgrade to the 3rd level is less than half of the energy points. Losing any one of these 10 war elephants would be an unacceptable loss to him. It's just a little short of energy points. Tomorrow morning, I can upgrade to the 2nd level leader. Earlier or later, it doesn't matter. Lin Feng comforted himself. In another 3 hours, his barracks will produce 10 more violent war elephants. By then, he would have 60 violent war elephants. Wait until tomorrow, he can produce 60 violent war elephants. As long as the number of his soldiers does not decrease, his leveling speed will only get faster and faster. Therefore, there is really no need to risk leveling at night. Open the leaderboard. Lin Feng first took a look at the leaders ranked above him and secretly cheered him up. Then, he set his sights on the territory of the garbage unit that was one behind him. It seems that this morning, he was still ranked first, but now he has been stepped on by himself and fallen into the territory of the 7th ranked garbage unit. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly and was in a good mood. What if the leader of the garbage troop territory gets the SS level talent as a world reward? That's all. He had already said so. This person has awakened a low-level unit. No matter how many there are, it is not a cause for concern if he is ahead of other leaders in the early stage. After all, how can the growth potential of low-level arms be compared with the violent war elephant whose growth potential is holy level? It seems now. My guess was correct. After a quick upgrade in the morning, the territory of this garbage unit has already consumed a lot of troops. Now I am running out of energy. Give yourself another day tomorrow and you can get rid of it. Certainly. Lin Feng felt that maybe, tomorrow, the leader of this rubbish military unit would no longer be visible on the ranking list. After all, judging from the current rankings, leaders who have awakened high-level units have begun to exert their strength. One day tomorrow. There will be a day when the gap between leaders who have awakened high-level arms and leaders who have awakened low-level arms will continue to widen. On the leader-level ranking list, there will be competition between leaders who have awakened high-level units. However, I have been leveling up all day today. Lin Feng did not collect any resources. Moreover, his violent war elephant is a combat type and is not suitable for collection. On the contrary, he killed wild monsters and got a lot of meat. In addition to ordinary level meat, Lin Feng killed level 3 wild monsters and also collected a lot of excellent level meat. It's just that he has eaten a lot of excellent level meat, and now he can no longer eat it. Looking at the meat stored in the warehouse, Lin Feng opened the World Communication Channel. Ask me, is there any recipient who is willing to exchange wood and stone for meat? I eat a lot of meat. Lin Feng's speech immediately attracted the attention of many leaders. After all, among the current leaders on the leaderboard, he is the only one who is active on the World Communication Channel. In addition, when he just traveled through time in the morning, Lin Feng revealed that he had awakened in S-level leadership talent, which immediately made many people remember him. After all, even among billions of leaders, there are very few people who have awakened their S-level leader talent. A leader like Lin Feng who has awakened his S-level leader talent will undoubtedly become a big boss in the future. I'm going, Boss Lin Feng has appeared. Big Boss Lin Feng finally bubbled up. Boss Lin Feng is so awesome. In just one day, he has already reached the 6th position in the ranking list. What did I say this morning? Boss Lin Feng must have a place on the ranking list. How many wild monsters did Mr. Lin Feng kill in one day? There is so much meat that I can't even finish it, and I have to trade it. I envy the boss. At the end of the day, the meat I collected by killing wild monsters was just enough for me and my troops. Boss Lin Feng, for example, had already exchanged meat for resources to upgrade his territory. That's right, don't even look at what type of weapon Boss Lin Feng has awakened, the violent war elephant. Without killing so many wild monsters, how could you reach the 6th place in the leader level? You're not a high-level unit, how can you compare with Boss Lin Feng? With the appearance of Lin Feng. On the World Communication Channel, many leaders appeared one after another, shouting one after another. At this time, I watched all the leaders on the communication channel praise themselves. Lin Feng was also very proud. But still modestly. Ha, everyone deserves a prize. My arms are just holy level arms, nothing like that. Compared with the big guys at the top, there are still many gaps. Boss Lin Feng is too humble. Yes, listen to the words of Mr. Lin Feng, holy soldiers are nothing. Is this human talk? This makes me, who has only awakened the goblin soldier, feel so embarrassed. The violent war elephant is a holy level soldier. Boss Lin Feng is still not satisfied. Yeah, if I were allowed to awaken the holy level arms, maybe I would be on the ranking list now. The speaker has no intention, the listener has intention. At this time, you see the next two messages. Lin Feng couldn't help but have a hint of displeasure on his face. Do these people think that they can reach 6th place in the leader rankings just by relying on their violent war elephants? Doesn't it have anything to do with yourself? You know, although the holy level arms are also high level arms. But above the holy level, there are also emperor levels and even demigods. Among the billions of leaders, there must be many leaders who have awakened holy level troops. Lin Feng is sure that he is ranked among his previous leaders at this moment. There must be people who have awakened the emperor level arms, and maybe there are also leaders who have awakened the demigod arms. With only the holy level troops. On the first day he entered the leader world, he ranked 6th on the leader ranking list. Doesn't this rely on one's own efforts? C30 this. Isn't it right? The garbage troop territory that I stepped on is the most powerful? You know, for the sake of leveling up. Today, Lin Feng basically didn't rest much, he was always commanding his war elephants how to chase and intercept low-level wild monsters. If it weren't for his command, how could the violent war elephant kill so many wild monsters in one day? At this moment, Lin Feng's level is 999/1000, it's only 1 point away from the 2nd level. After the meat in his stomach is digested a little, and he eats another piece of excellent level meat, he will get points from it and be promoted to the 2nd level lord. Lin Feng, to be honest, I'm not being Versailles. In your opinion, the holy level troops are of a very high level. But in fact, above the holy level, there are also emperor level and semi-god troops. After today's experience, I believe many people have also realized the gap between high-level troops and low-level troops. The higher the level of the troops, the easier it is to level up. What I want to say is that for the lords on the lord ranking list at this moment, compared with the arms of other lords, my arms, the violent war elephants, are really nothing. After Lin Feng finished speaking, many lords thought about it. It seems to be true. After listening to what Boss Lin Feng said, I suddenly realized. Speaking of this, it is really not easy for Boss Lin Feng to rank among the top 6 lords with holy arms. Indeed, there must be more than one lord who awakened the holy arms. But only Boss Lin Feng is on the list, which is enough to prove that Boss Lin Feng is very strong. Doesn't this mean that the arms of the lords ahead of Boss Lin Feng at this moment, their final growth level is above the holy level? Not only that, didn't you hear Boss Lin Feng say that there might be demigod arms among them? Oh my god, Master Lin Feng, with his saint-level arms, ranked 6th despite competing with the lords who had awakened their demigod arms? This is too amazing. Excuse me, Master Lin Feng, how many points do you need to upgrade to the 2nd level? Seeing this information, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Very good, these people finally realized that it's not their arms that are amazing. It's themselves as lords. Lin Feng, my current points are 999/1000. And I only need 1 point to upgrade to the 2nd level lord. Oh my god, no way. Master Lin Feng only needs 1 point to upgrade to the 2nd level lord? I thought that Master Lin Feng was still a little short of upgrading to a 2nd level lord, but he was only 1 point away. Doesn't this mean that Master Lin Feng is almost no different from the 5 masters who are already 2nd level lords? That's right. Like the 5 2nd level masters in front, Master Lin Feng is also a pervert. On the first day of entering the Lord world, he upgraded the Lord level to just a little short of the 2nd level. So terrifying. No, you are all wrong. Master Lin Feng's troops are only holy level troops. These 2nd level masters in front may have awakened troops of the Emperor level or even the semi-god level. With the holy level troops, he is catching up with these masters. In this way, Master Lin Feng is still more powerful. Everyone was amazed. At this moment, even some lords who have awakened high-level arms, although they have not appeared on the World Communication Channel, are paying attention to the information on the World Communication Channel. They can't help but secretly marvel in their hearts. They regard Lin Feng as their future rival. Lin Feng himself is also secretly proud at this moment. However, although Lin Feng is a little proud, he has not forgotten his purpose. Today, he has been busy killing monsters and leveling up all day, and has not collected any resources. At this moment, everyone is shocked by his own strength. It is a good time for him to exchange meat for wood and stone resources. I must be facing a lord like me who has great growth potential and is likely to become a big boss in the future. Many lords who have awakened low-level arms are willing to cling to him and make friends. Lin Feng obviously understands it. Only by raising the level of the territory can his barracks produce more violent elephants. The gap between himself and those big guys who have awakened top-level arms will be further narrowed. Even better than them. After all, Lin Feng had just looked at it. In the territory rankings, no one has upgraded their territory to a first-class village. In this case, territory ranking first. This honor, I will accept it with reluctance. And just when Lin Feng was about to propose again to exchange meat for wood and stone resources, at this time, a message suddenly appeared on the World Communication Channel. Seeing this message, Lin Feng was stunned. Then, a trace of shame and anger appeared on his face. Boss Lin Feng is indeed very strong. But everyone, don't forget that the Lord talent awakened by Boss Lin Feng is level talent. Territory increase. So, in my opinion, the reason why Boss Lin Feng is comparable to those bosses who have awakened the Emperor level arms is mainly because Boss Lin Feng's Lord talent is powerful. Lin Feng, I asked you to analyze it for me. I awakened in level talent, that is also my strength. If you have the ability, you can also awaken in level talent. The Lord of the Rubbish Army territory below me has also obtained the SS level talent of the world reward. I don't see how powerful he is, but he is still trampled under my feet. Why don't you say anything? Lin Feng didn't expect that the speech of this lord would be praised by many lords. Yes, if you ask me, the army is important, but the lord's talent is more important. Boss Lin Feng is a good role model. Although he only awakened the Holy Army, he crushed many bosses who awakened the Emperor Army with this level Lord talent and ranked 6th in the Lord rankings. So, if the Lord talent you awakened is not bad, work hard. Maybe the next boss Lin Feng will be you and me. Lin Feng? Why does the painting style seem a little wrong? This is not over yet. At this time, another lord, as Lin Feng wished, mentioned the Lord of the Garbage Army territory. The above, we seem to have overlooked someone. Everyone, take a look at the Garbage Army territory ranked in the Lord rank. In my opinion, if we talk about awesomeness, the most awesome one is actually the Lord of this Garbage Army territory. Tisk TSK. The Garbage Army territory, the awakened soldiers are not good soldiers at first glance, among the many big guys who have awakened the Holy and Emperor level soldiers, but they are firmly at the top of the rankings. This guy is not simple. So, this guy is actually the most awesome one? That's right, This guy is the only one among our lords who have awakened low-level soldiers who can compete with the big guys who have awakened top-level soldiers. Sorry, I admit that in the morning, when I saw that this garbage army territory received the only SS-level talent rewarded by the world, I was jealous. Now, I want to solemnly announce one thing. I want to apologize to the owner of this garbage army territory. In addition, from now on, I will take him as an example. Me too. Me too. +1 on the World Communication Channel. Many lords who have awakened low-level arms have flooded the screen, thanks to Lin Feng's analysis just now. Otherwise, everyone doesn't understand the value of the top lord rankings. That is a stage where only the big guys who have awakened high-level arms can stand on it. And now, among the many big guys who have awakened high-level arms, there is a lord who has awakened low-level arms, and he also stands on this stage. On the lord rankings, the only lord who has awakened low-level arms. At this moment, the light emitted by his territory name is so dazzling. Many people are in awe of this lord of the garbage army territory. At this time, watching the World Communication Channel, more and more people are flooding the screen, saying that they want to take the lord of the garbage army territory as an example. Lin Feng? Lin Feng was suddenly dumbfounded. This doesn't seem right. Tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, C31. The garbage army territory is ranked first again? It's on 2 lists in one day. How dare you lay the groundwork for a while, and then these people turned around and fancied the lord of the rubbish military unit that they stepped on? At this moment, looking at the World Communication Channel, the painting style has deviated. Lin Feng wanted to vomit blood. Hello? At the end of the day, no one is paying attention to me. No one wants to exchange wood and materials for meat resources with themselves. Now, looking at the World Communication Channel, the lords who have regarded the lords of the rubbish army as a role model for learning. Lin Feng didn't even have any doubts. If the lord of the rubbish unit suddenly jumps up and says he wants to exchange resources with other lords, there will be a lot of lords rushing to change with him. And just the next second, a piece of news that made Lin Feng vomit blood even more suddenly appeared on the World Communication Channel. Oh my god, another rubbish troop leader. Everyone, take a look at the leader level ranking list. The garbage troop leader is on the list again, ranking first again. Seeing this news, the lords who were still scrolling were shocked. Many people are in disbelief. What? The leader of the garbage unit is on the list again? It's really fake. Is the leader of the garbage unit so awesome? Go and have a look. Look at it. The garbage troop leader is the first again, the first general to lead an intermediate level village. Damn, that brother was right. The lord of the garbage army leader is the real boss. I just entered the world of lords and ranked first in both rankings. No matter what the final result is, this achievement is enough to brag about for a lifetime. It's true, I like garbage military leaders more and more. Should I say it or not, he really gave us the face of the lord who awakened the low-level arms. Boss, come and take a dip. Please take away a sneeze. Boss, please say something. Even add a friend. Watch the information on the World Exchange Channel. Lin Feng couldn't sit still anymore. Quickly switch the ranking list to get the ranking. Leader ranking, first place, junk unit leader, XXX, leader level, intermediate village. Second place, none yet. Giantling ranks first in the ranking list. The 6 characters junk unit leader are so eye-catching and dazzling. Fuck. Lin Feng's eyes darkened. And on the World Communication Channel, because of the garbage troop leader, he once again topped the leader level rankings. The lords once again had a heated discussion. As for Lin Feng, the 6th lord in the lord hierarchy, many people have forgotten about him. At the same time, in a dark mine, under the faint golden light of the novice protective shield, short figures were struggling to hold up the mining hoe in their hands. In the mine, there was a tinkling sound of knocking. Watch the ranking list refresh. The number 1 leader turned out to be that rubbish unit leader again. Zhang Yunling couldn't help but widen his eyes. Isn't it? That Mo Fei turns out to be the lord of the rubbish army? Zhang Yunling looked in disbelief. Just after trading 1,000 units of materials with Mo Fei, she was smart and guessed that the other party would definitely want to be the leader. Therefore, I have been paying attention to the refresh of the leader rankings. But I never thought about it. The first level leader turned out to be the leader of a garbage unit. Doesn't this mean that Mo Fei, who he just traded with, is the mysterious lord of the garbage army leader? But he was quite polite just now. Zhang Yunling murmured, "You don't look like that kind of cold-blooded person." However, it's hard to say. These people are very good at pretending. Zhang Yunling, don't be fooled by his words and deeds. Zhang Yunling secretly warned herself, he may be doing this to confuse himself, get close to him, and then prostitute himself for free. Want to be here? Zhang Yunling took a deep breath and secretly clenched his fists. A pair of big eyes full of determination. She is already 15 years old, and she is not a little girl who doesn't understand anything. Absolutely, I will not be fooled by anyone's rhetoric. Zhang Yunling made up his mind. Between myself and that Mo Fei. Deal. Apart from the transaction, I will never say a word to him. If he uses sweet words to deceive you, you must not be fooled by his sweet words. And under a dark night sky, a muscular man was walking in the wild with his 3 thunder bears. Ranked first in the leader level, leader of a rubbish unit? Looking at the updated leaderboard, Xu Kuang was slightly startled, and then laughed loudly. What a formidable opponent! Xu Kuang glanced at his warehouse. At this time, in the warehouse, there are 1,025 units of meat, 900 units of wood and 670 units of wood, as well as varying amounts of beast skins, bones, teeth, tails and other materials. He shook his head slightly and sighed. It seems that we need to speed up. Xu Kuang directly adjusted the exchange ratio of meat and wood in his stall to a ratio of 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. Adjust the exchange ratio of meat and wood to 0.8 to 1. Then, he put the thick stick on his shoulder and patted Thunderbear's thigh. Guys, we have to work harder. There are already people, and the generals have taken the lead in upgrading the intermediate village. Roar! Thunder Bear roared. The figures of 1 man and 3 bears gradually disappeared in the night. At the same time, on the top of a strange and rugged mountain, 14 charming banshees with human heads and eagle bodies were standing on a dead tree. Their eyes were fixed on the grassland below the cliff, and their gazes were on the huge black shadows that passed by in the distant sky from time to time. The wooden house opposite the dead tree was emitting a gentle light. Under the light, a curvy figure was half leaning against the door of the wooden house. Looking at the leader ranking list that had just been refreshed, Yao Shuiqin raised her slender and white arms, revealing her soft waist like a water snake, and gently lifted her hair hanging down from her forehead with her fingers. Her charming eyes narrowed slightly, and her red lips moved slightly. The leader of the trash army is really an interesting opponent. I'm really curious, what is your army? I wonder if your army can withstand the charm of the banshees if we meet again. In the dark abyss. The figure standing on the huge white bone dragon glanced at the changing ranking list lightly. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. Then, he continued to command the black dragon under him to kill the weak dark bats and ghouls here. On a barren mountain somewhere. 4 rock giants about 3 meters tall were sitting in the sky. Behind the giants was a wooden house. Another rubbish army leader? A surprised voice came from the wooden house. Then, it turned into a chuckle. It's really strong. In one day, it was on the double list. But I don't know if your army can withstand the punch of the mountain giant. Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, C32 upgrade the territory and unlock new buildings. In the misty forest. The forest under the night was completely shrouded in thick fog. Mo Fei's leadership is like being in a foggy world. And when General Mo Fei upgraded to an intermediate village, I saw the entire collar. A golden light fell. When the golden light dissipates, Mo Fei suddenly discovered the cabin he was in had changed. No more houses made of wood. Instead, it became a house made of bricks, with an area nearly twice as large as before. Moreover, there was an upward staircase in the room. Not just houses. Even the kitchen, tables and chairs and other furniture. They are all brand new, no longer the same shabby appearance as before. The bed that was originally placed in the room has disappeared. The room I am in has become the decoration of the living room. There was even a chandelier made of luminous crystals on the ceiling. And at this time, the reminder of the world rang in Mo Fei's mind. Congratulations, your leader has been upgraded to an intermediate village. The collar range is expanded to 1,000 meters. Please clean up the wild monsters within your territory in time to ensure the safety of your territory. Your lord's heart has been upgraded to level 1. HP increased to 2,000. Your leader has unlocked a new building, the Synthesis Workshop. Synthesis Workshop, low-level materials can be synthesized into high-level materials. P.S. You currently do not have a decomposition furnace built, please synthesize it with caution. Upgrade to a high-level village to unlock a new building, the decomposition furnace. Your leader has unlocked a new building, the blacksmith shop. P.S. The blacksmith shop can build any equipment, but equipment with a quality above the epic level requires blueprints. Also, a warm reminder, if possible, please try to find a lord with a forging craftsman to help build equipment of epic level or above. You may get unexpected gains. You can build another barracks. Your fountain of life can build another one. Your warehouse can be upgraded. Your barracks can be upgraded. Your fountain of life can be upgraded. Leader unlocked new buildings, blacksmith shop and synthesis workshop. Mo Fei thought it was true, but he also looked a little confused. But what does it mean to remind you to clean up the wild monsters in the territory in time as mentioned just now? Could it be that the scope of the territory has been expanded, and there will be wild monsters in my territory? If wild monsters break into the Lord, it will be very dangerous for the Lord. And this time, Mo Fei suddenly felt in his heart that a wild monster really seemed to appear in his territory. As a Lord, he has absolute control and perception rights over everything in his territory. At this time, Mo Fei was sensing. There are indeed a few weak beasts coming into my territory. It's like they appeared out of thin air. This discovery made Mo Fei feel shocked. Doesn't it mean that during the novice protection period, the Lord's Lord is invincible? How come there are wild monsters that can break into my territory? Could it be? Upgrading the leader level caused my novice invincibility protection shield to become invalid. This is very dangerous news. Mo Fei quickly opened the door. Come to the side. I saw that the range of my grass was 5 times larger than before. Very spacious. However, even if the scope of the collar is expanded, the golden novice protective cover above the collar is still there. Seeing that the golden protective shield was still there, Mo Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And at this time, Mo Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. On the edge of the grass, there were 5 first-order night rats and 1 first-order green wolf, confronting their own ant army. Woo! Woo! The green wolf looked fiercely and let out a low roar. The 5 night rats huddled up in fear and trembled. One night rat wanted to turn around and run away, but it hit the novice protective shield on the edge of the collar and was bounced back. Seeing this scene, Mo Fei was slightly startled. It seems that with the novice protective cover, the wild monsters cannot penetrate their own collar protective cover. But, how did they suddenly appear in their territory? After thinking about it, Mo Fei could only think of one explanation. These wild monsters were originally supposed to be the wild monsters operating in front of him. After upgrading his own territory, the range of his territory suddenly expanded. The in front of the general was divided into his own territory. The woods where these wild monsters originally lived disappeared and turned into grass. As a result, they were directly exposed in their own collars. Soldiers, destroy the enemy in front of you. After thinking about it, Mo Fei gave the order directly. Let your ant army attack these wild monsters. An army of more than 800,000 ants. What is this concept? At this time, the ant army launched an attack on these wild monsters. Only then did Mo Fei understand what it means that quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Only then did I realize it deeply. How terrifying it would be when the number of your own ant tribe's troops accumulates to a certain level. I saw a dense swarm of ants swarming towards this poor wild monster like a tide. Even the green wolf who acted very ferociously just now. At the moment when the ant army rushed towards them, his eyes could not help but become extremely terrified. Several wild monsters had nowhere to escape, and in an instant, they were drowned by the ant tide. Even, they didn't have time to scream. It only took 5 seconds. When the ant tide dissipated, the grass was empty. The blue wolf and the night mouse, not even a bone was left. Looking at the empty grass, his eyes fell on the neatly arranged ant colony. At this moment, Mo Fei felt his scalp tingling. Your ant tribe devoured a first-level night mouse. You get the same amount of energy points, your energy points +1, +1, +1. Your ant tribe devoured a first-level blue wolf, your energy points +4, energy points +3. If it weren't for the reminder of the increase in energy points in his mind, Mo Fei almost doubted whether there were really a few wild monsters here just now. One wild monster, a total of 18 energy points for Missouri Fei. Looking at the increased energy points on the Lord's panel, Mo Fei was a little regretful. The ant colony just devoured too plenty. Even the meat, fur, and other materials that can be collected from several wild monsters were not left for him. But then he thought, his ant tribe does not need to eat meat. Just eat the fountain of life to satisfy hunger and replenish the body. Compared with the troops of other lords, he has already taken a great advantage. What meat and fur materials are still expected? Besides, this is just a first-level wild monster. There is no good material on it. If you encounter high-level wild monsters in the future, you can see which parts of their bodies are the most valuable. If you need it, just let your ant tribe devour it. Scanning the now expanded territory, Mo-Fei nodded with satisfaction. Such a large territory can accommodate 10 million ants. At the same time, Mo-Fei also secretly warned himself in his heart. When you upgrade your territory, you will turn the environment around it into your territory. Before you upgrade your territory next time, you should be careful. Before you upgrade your territory, clear all the monsters near it. I was lucky today, and there were only a few first-level monsters around my territory. Next time, if a powerful monster suddenly appears in my territory, it will be a big trouble for me. C-33 The new buildings are useless to you? Upgrading the barracks is the way to go. At this time, a few more ants were produced outside the barracks. Their body size was half that of the dead ants, and they were clearly distinguished from the dead ants. Mo-Fei was not anxious to let them devour his breath. Instead, he opened the leader panel first. Look at the two buildings he just obtained. Building, Fusion Workshop, Construction. Construction requires 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Building, Blacksmith Shop. Construction requires 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Fusion Workshop. According to the introduction, it is a building for the leader to combine low-level materials into high-level materials. After all, low-level materials are also available in the early stage. Later, when the leader's level develops and the troops become stronger, low-level materials are basically useless. With this Fusion Workshop building, it can well avoid the overflow of low-level materials in the middle stage of the territory development. At the same time, the Fusion Workshop can also help some lords to combine some high-level materials that they have currently obtained or collected in the early stage of territory development, so that the lords can better develop their own territories. Of course, what Mo-Fei values is the fusion function of the Fusion Workshop, because Mo-Fei does not consider the overflow of low-level materials at all. After all, under the devouring of the ants, no materials will be left. Therefore, even if Mo-Fei's territory develops to the middle stage of the territory, there will be no overflow of low-level materials. Now, the materials in the warehouse are not wood. Therefore, Mo-Fei was not in a hurry to build the workshop. Instead, he continued to check the next building to be built. Building, Blacksmith Shop. Build, Introduction. You use the resources you have collected, fur, teeth, crystal cores, bones and other materials, to build the equipment you need. Different equipment requires different materials. Please check it yourself after building. My troops are ants. I need to consider building this blacksmith shop for the time being. After reading the introduction of the blacksmith shop, Mo-Fei made a judgment. The blacksmith shop should be a very important building for other leaders. For example, some leaders have awakened troops such as farmers, archers, musketeers, etc. There are blacksmith shops, where these leaders can build or replace equipment for their own soldiers, thereby enhancing their combat power and killing stronger monsters. Or they can build some gathering equipment, such as machetes, hoes, ropes, etc., to speed up the efficiency of their own soldiers in collecting resources. Even some leaders with high-level soldiers, such as giants, griffins, elves and other soldiers, can also build equipment and wear them on their own soldiers to enhance their attack and defense capabilities. But Mo-Fei's soldiers are ants. Although there are many ants, they are very small. Even if they build equipment, they can't wear it. Even if they can wear it. With their small individuals and that little bit of load-bearing power, equipment is a burden to them. So, building a blacksmith shop, for now, does not bring any improvement to Mo-Fei and his own troops. Mo-Fei is not considering it for the time being. The two new buildings unlocked by upgrading the territory, the Fusion Workshop and the Blacksmith Shop, seem to be of no use to me at the moment. Mo-Fei was a little depressed. These two buildings are more or less useful to the leaders of other troops who have awakened. For example, the Fusion Workshop. Today, many leaders of high-level troops who have awakened have killed wild monsters. In addition to meat, they must have some materials collected from wild monsters. After building the Fusion Workshop, these low-level materials can be combined with high-level materials. Another blacksmith shop. For other leaders, the improvement is even greater. However, Mo-Fei seemed to need both of these buildings. However, for Mo-Fei, there is good news. The resources needed to build the blacksmith shop and the joint workshop are not a small amount. Others are upgrading their territories. To build these two buildings, it will take some time to collect resources. Since I need to build these two buildings, it is equivalent to saving 2,000 resources. With the saved resources, I can build and upgrade other buildings in the territory one step ahead. For example, now, the two buildings of the military barracks and the Fountain of Life. The territory panel prompts that they can no longer be built and upgraded. So, Mo Fei decided. Next, all his resources will be used to build and upgrade these two buildings first. Coming to a grassland, Mo Fei clicked on the territory building panel. Building, Ant Barracks, Build, Introduction, Building for producing the leader's troops, Construction requirements, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Building, Fountain of Life, Build, Introduction, a fountain of life that can heal the leader himself and the injuries of the troops under the leader. Depending on the severity of the injury, it consumes the same amount of spring water. In addition, it can not only heal injuries, but also eliminate fatigue. Construction requirements, 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Seeing the resources needed to build the barracks and the Fountain of Life, Mo Fei put them down. The resources required are the same as those used to build a blacksmith shop and a fusion workshop. So, this also happens. When the resources accumulated since then are enough to build a joint workshop and a blacksmith shop, the resources are not enough to build the military barracks and the Fountain of Life. Mo Fei then checked the resources needed to upgrade his Ant Barracks and Fountain of Life. Building, Ant Barracks, Level, 0 level, Upgrade, Production Speed, 1000 pieces/min, PS, Upgrade to the next level 1, the production speed will be accelerated, 1500 per minute, and there is a 10% probability that a high-level unit of the ant tribe will appear, Army Ants. Resources required for upgrade, 1000 wood, 1000 stone. See the introduction of the upgraded Ant Barracks. Mo Fei's eyes lit up slightly. The improvement of the military barracks is a bit huge. It's just an upgrade from level 0 to level 1. The production speed of the barracks is directly accelerated by 50%. This 50% production speed is for other industries. Perhaps the improvement is particularly obvious. After all, there are some leaders who have awakened high-level arms. At the end of the day, the barracks only produced 2 or 3 soldiers. Increase the production speed by 50%, and at the end of the day, the number of soldiers will only increase by 1 or 2. But, this 50% increase in production speed, for Mo Fei. But it's the same. Mo Fei's barracks can produce 1000 ants in 1 minute. In 1 minute, Mo Fei could produce 500 more ants. How many more ants will there be in one day? The number is probably calculated in tens of thousands. Not to mention, after upgrading the barracks, there is another benefit. Every time there is a production, there is a 10% probability that a high-level unit of the ant tribe will appear, Army Ants. For leaders who can produce several units a day and awaken high-level units, 10% probability is a gamble on luck. With a dark face, it takes 2 or 3 days for a high-level soldier to appear. However, here in Mo Fei, there is no existence at all. Produce 1500 ants in 1 minute. Mo Fei is completely guaranteed to produce ants every minute. The number of army ants will be at least more than 100. At the end of the day, the number of marching ants, a high-level unit of the ant tribe, is 20,000, Mo Fei dares to say. But even if he is shameless, he can still exceed 10,000. See 34 Zhang Yunling, that's too much. You keep grabbing the wool from me. I wonder what level of military type this army ant is. Mo Fei thought to himself, in any case, they should be higher than the 0-level worker ants. The introduction said they are the high-level soldiers of the ant tribe. Just like their own immortal ants, army ants are one of the high-level units of the ant tribe. The final growth level of undead ants can reach level 3. The final growth level of the army ants should not be low. Certainly. No matter whether the growth level of the army ants is low or high, it actually doesn't matter to Mo Fei. Because as long as his ants devour it, they will advance. There is no upper limit for growth levels at all. As long as there are enough resources to devour, even a small army ant can grow into a demigod. Army ants. As soon as I heard the name, I knew it should run very fast. At this time, Mo Fei had some expectations in his heart. When the number of army ants increases, can I hand over the task of transporting resources to them? The distance between the timber resources and their own territory is not close. If there are army ants responsible for transportation, the speed of collecting resources will be greatly accelerated. Think of this. In Mo Fei's mind, the idea of prioritizing the construction and upgrading of troop camps became even stronger. But, it's a pity. There was only wood in Mo Fei's warehouse, not wood. The ant barracks cannot be built yet. Mo Fei just suppressed the idea of building an ant barracks for the time being. Turn to the Fountain of Life on the building panel. Architecture, Fountain of Life, Level 0, can be upgraded. Defense? Indestructible, spring water reserve, 1000 units, every 10 minutes, 1 unit of spring water is restored. P.S. The zero-level fountain of life can only treat limited injuries. Increasing the level of the spring of life can not only increase the spring water reserves, but also speed up the recovery speed of the spring water. The therapeutic effect of the spring water will be even better. P.S. Upgrade to the next level 1, and the spring water reserve of the fountain of life will increase to 2000 units. Spring water recovery speed is accelerated, every 5 minutes, 1 unit of spring water is recovered. The therapeutic effect of spring water is greatly enhanced. Resources required for upgrade: 1000 wood, 1000 material. After the fountain of life is upgraded, the improvement effect is also great. Not only has the reserve doubled, the recovery time of the spring water has been shortened by half, and the therapeutic effect of the spring water has been greatly improved. The most important thing is, after upgrading the level of the fountain of life, the level of the spring water increases accordingly. This means that Mo-Fei's immortal ants can once again swallow the fountain of life. At this time, this means that even if Mo-Fei does not kill wild monsters to level up, he can still gain a large wave of energy points from the undead ants devouring the fountain of life. Just like upgrading military units and barracks, upgrading the fountain of life consumes a lot of wood, which is not a small sum of money. Requires 1000 units of wood, 1000 units of wood. But Mo-Fei looked at it. Compared with upgrading these two buildings, the improvement brought to the leader. It's totally worth consuming this little resource. After all, he found that there are still 39,000 units of wood in the warehouse. No shortage of wood at all. The only thing missing is materials. When thinking of material, Mo-Fei couldn't help but think of Jiang Yunling, whom he had just traded. I don't know. Does Jiang Yunling still have any materials in stock? There should be more, right? Mo-Fei thought. Although Mo-Fei felt that it was not good for him to always catch someone picking out wool. After all, today is the first day of entering the world of lords. Various resources, especially wood resources for upgrading the leader, are very scarce for all lords. Otherwise, would not be here now, and he would be the only one to upgrade the general to an intermediate village. However, there was nothing Mo-Fei could do. There are so many profiteers out there. This Jiang Yunling is quite honest. In his friend list, the only friend he has is Jiang Yunling. If Jiang Yunling doesn't get caught, he won't have anyone else to do it. Open the friends bar and click on Jiang Yunling's name. Mo-Fei, no? After sending the message, Jiang Yunling did not respond after waiting for a while. Mo-Fei touched his nose. I thought to myself, maybe I have frightened the other person, right? Could it be that she guessed her purpose? Seeing that the barracks has produced another bunch of worker ants, Mo-Fei came to the edge of the pond of the spring of life, and let the ants that had just given birth come over to swallow his breath, and then swallow the spring of life. Thought secretly in his heart. Material. It is the resource I lack most at the moment. Whether it is upgrading the leader, building a leader building, or upgrading the leader building, a lot of materials are needed. There is no material. You can't build or upgrade the barracks. If you can't build a barracks, then there's no point in ranking first at this level. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. So, for Mo-Fei, the most urgent task is to first find a material resource of your own. And just when Mo-Fei was about to contact the ants in his forest, at this time, Mo-Fei suddenly found that there was a message from a friend on his lord panel. At this time, in the dark mine, looking at her dwarves, they were still waving their pickaxes tirelessly in the dark night to mine wood. Jiang Yunling, the lord, cooked in person. Bring some more meat that she had just exchanged. Make a broth to replenish the dwarves' physical strength. After making the broth, Jiang Yunling served it bowl by bowl. Invited her dwarves to come and eat. At this time, she saw a message from a friend on the lord's panel. Jiang Yunling's friend, in fact, only had one person. It was Mo-Fei, who had just traded with her. Seeing this message, she hesitated slightly and clicked it. Mo-Fei, are you okay? Jiang Yunling replied vigilantly, what's the matter? She reminded herself secretly in her heart that no matter how sweet Mo-Fei's words were, she must not be fooled. Mo-Fei, actually, it's nothing. I just collected some more wood. Mo-Fei, didn't you trade me some wood just now? I thought of you when I collected some wood. We are in a cooperative relationship, so I am going to return the favor and exchange some of my wood for you. Jiang Yunling? Why does this sound weird? Jiang Yunling, but I don't have other resources to exchange wood for you. I only have wood. Mo-Fei, exchange wood is fine. Jiang Yunling. Only then did I understand that this guy didn't exchange wood for himself, but wanted to exchange his own wood. Zhang Yunling directly exposed it without mercy. I think you just want to exchange wood with me. I didn't expect this honest man to be stupid. He responded so quickly. Mo Fei smiled awkwardly. Yes, do you have any more weapons? I want to exchange some with you. Exchange again? Zhang Yunling said unhappily, I just exchanged all the weapons for you. Didn't you see that my army hasn't been upgraded yet? Mo Fei was stunned. Then he quickly opened the ranking list to check. Sure enough, only his army had been upgraded to the first level. The second place was still unavailable. At this time, the friend information flashed again. Mo Fei clicked it. Zhang Yunling, you are the lord of the garbage army, right? Mo Fei. How did you know? Zhang Yunling, nonsense, you just exchanged 1,000 units of weapons from me. What else are you going to do if you don't use it to upgrade the army? Among all the lords, you are the only one who has upgraded the army to the first level. This chick is not stupid. Mo Fei, since you know my identity, I hope you can keep this secret. Zhang Yunling, don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who talks nonsense everywhere. However, I really have no wood. What I exchanged with you before was all the wood in my warehouse. I wanted to keep it for myself to upgrade the leader, but I exchanged it all for you. Seeing this message, Mo Fei was ashamed. This chick is really an honest person. Mo Fei didn't doubt Zhang Yunling's words at all. He just exchanged 2,000 wood for the other party. If the other party really had wood in his hand, he should have upgraded to a leader now. And now, on the leader ranking list, there is still only his name as a leader. Mo Fei was a little touched and said sincerely, thank you. Zhang Yunling, you're welcome. This is a deal. Then he added, my dwarfs are still mining materials. If you want to exchange, wait until tomorrow. Exchange tomorrow? Mo Fei can't wait that long. From now until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, there are still 10 hours. 10 hours. If his barracks don't build another one, how many ant soldiers can he produce in these 10 hours? At least 500,000. Moreover, Mo Fei doesn't think that Zhang Yunling will really come to him to trade materials tomorrow. Because once the other party upgrades his territory tonight, he will find that more materials are needed to build territory buildings. Synthesis workshop, blacksmith shop, military barracks, fountain of life, which building does not need materials to build and upgrade? In this case, even if the other party has materials, is he willing to trade them with me? Mo Fei, excuse me, if you have extra materials tomorrow, let's contact each other. See 35 other lords, all the stones are sold out? Mo Fei, I'm always one step ahead of you. After sending the last message, Mo Fei closed the chat interface with Zhang Yunling. No stones were traded from Zhang Yunling. Mo Fei actually didn't blame the other party. On the contrary, others can trade with themselves for the stones used to upgrade their territory. Mo Fei felt that he should actually be grateful to the other party. So, even if we take a step back, Zhang Yunling still has some stones in his hands and is unwilling to trade them to himself. Mo Fei can also understand. In Mo Fei's opinion, this is only human nature. After all, your own territory needs development, but other people's territories don't need development? But building another ant barracks is for Mo Fei. At this time, there is no need to delay. Because, if we can build another ant barracks at this time, then from tonight to tomorrow morning, in these 10 hours, we can bring in as many as 50,000 ant soldiers. Therefore, even though there are many profiteers on the trading channel now, the exchange ratios for stone and wood are all on the high side. Mo Fei also feels that it is worth spending more resources at this time. Open the space trading channel. Mo Fei directly searched for stones. All stone trading booths, regardless of the proportion, will be redeemed by Mo Fei. The final cost was 18,000 units of wood. Mo Fei wiped out all the stone trading stalls and traded 4,000 units of stone. The exchange ratio of wood and stone is over 4 to 1. Although it hurts a bit. However, Mo Fei feels that this is worth it. Because compared to the 50,000 ant soldiers, a mere 18,000 units of wood is really nothing. After all, if 50,000 ant clan soldiers go there, they can collect 50,000 units of wood for Mo Fei. And tomorrow morning, the number of soldiers from the Mo Fei ant tribe should be far less than 50,000. Because at this time, Mo Fei exchanged 4,000 units of stone. The construction of the two buildings, the ant barracks and the fountain of life, only required 1,000 units of stone in total. There are 3,000 units of wood left. In addition to upgrading the two ant barracks to the first level, Mo Fei can also upgrade another fountain of life. MoFei clicked on the territory building at a location on the grassland. Building, Ant Barracks, can be built, do you want to build it? No. MoFei chose, you have built the Ant Barracks. Consumption of 500 units of wood and 500 units of stone, please select the location of your ant tribe's barracks. MoFei placed a new barracks next to the original barracks. The reminders in my head continued to ring. The number of ant barracks you have built has reached the limit, 2 halves. To build more barracks, please upgrade the territory level. The 2 barracks are both at level 0. MoFei directly spent 2 wood and 2 stone to upgrade them all to the first level. In addition, there were 1,500 units of stone left, and MoFei built another fountain of life. Then, with the last unit of stone left, MoFei upgraded one of the fountains of life to the first level. After this operation, MoFei had 17,000 units of wood left in the warehouse, and all the stone was spent. The improvement it brings to the territory is huge. Building, Ant Barracks, level, first level, production speed, 1,500 pieces / PS, your current barracks level is level 1, and there is a 10% chance of producing a high-level unit of the ant tribe, army ants. Architecture, Fountain of Life, level, first level, defense. Indestructible, spring water reserve, 2,000 units, spring water recovery speed, 1 unit of spring water is restored in 5 minutes. PS, the level of your Fountain of Life has been upgraded to level 1, and the healing effect of the spring water has been greatly improved. Watching ants give birth one by one from the 2 ant barracks. MoFei showed a smile on his face. Now he can make a good calculation. From now to 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, 10 hours. 2 ant barracks can produce a total of 1.8 million ants. Then before he built and upgraded the ant barracks, a full 1.2 million more ants. As for the additional spring of life, MoFei doesn't have to worry about it for the time being. Since the spring water has been swallowed up by the ants, the spring water is not enough for the ants to evolve. Pity. MoFei felt a little regretful. Now all the stones at all the stone stalls have been bought up by themselves. We still need the last unit of stone to upgrade the other Fountain of Life to the first level. Otherwise, there would be 2 springs of life with a water reserve of 2,000 meters. However, it's not a big problem. MoFei knew it. From the territory, there are now 2 first-level barracks and a Fountain of Life. This is already a big step ahead of most lords. After all, the territory level ranking list is now. Only the territory of the junk unit has been upgraded to the first level. Wait for others to upgrade their territory to level 1. You will find that building a synthesis workshop, building a blacksmith shop, building a barracks, and building a Fountain of Life all require a large amount of resources. When they collect the resources to build these buildings, I am already collecting resources and upgrading the territory. Always one step ahead of them. At this time, the ant barracks are steadily producing ants. MoFei took a look and saw that it had now become a 2-story building. He wanted to go to the 2nd floor to find out. Came to the 2nd floor. MoFei was right. From the bedroom, there is now a room on the 2nd floor. In addition, the 2nd floor has a bathroom like the 1st floor. In addition, there is a large living room on the 2nd floor that is exactly the same as the 1st floor, and outside the living room, there is a balcony. MoFei came to the balcony and overlooked his territory. By the way, he opened the World Communication Channel. At this time, the World Communication Channel is not. Fuck. Brothers, I have good news for everyone. If you have stones, go to the Space Trading Channel and sell them. Set the exchange ratio of stones to wood to 1 to 5. Sell as many as you can. Lord, are you crazy? What are you dreaming about? The exchange ratio of stones to wood is at most 1 to 3, and they have been sold at the stalls for a long time, but no one buys them. You still sell them at 1:5. Why don't you just rob them? I won't tell you more, just go to the Space Trading Channel and search for stones and you'll know. Seeing this mysterious information, many lords curiously entered the Space Trading Channel and searched for stones. And when they saw the results of the search, all the lords were shocked. They looked like they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Where are the stones? Why are all the stones gone? Is this true? I went to the Space Trading Channel at noon and saw some profiteers who were selling stones at ridiculous prices. The exchange rate between stone and wood was as high as 1:3, 1:4. There were 5 pages of stalls trading stones. I don't believe it either, but now, all the stones are really gone all of a sudden. One lord looked unhappy and said in disbelief, "Fuck, didn't someone buy all the stones?" No way. There are more than 500 stone stalls, and there are at least 30 or 400 units of stone in total. Who is so generous? C36. Why does he have so much wood? Who is this boss? Please be a human being. At this time, when some lords heard that someone had swept away all the stones on the stone trading stalls on the Space Channel, they didn't believe it at all. Those stone stalls are all a group of profiteers. The exchange rate is ridiculously high. Do you know what it means to exchange 3,000 or 4,000 stones? That would cost at least more than 15,000 units of wood. This is the first day in the Lord world. Who can collect so much wood in a day? Besides, there is no way to use a lot of wood like this. Who would be willing to be a sucker, huh? However, just when the lords raised doubts one by one, a lord who had just traded stone was looking at the wood in his warehouse at this time, looking very happy. He mined 200 units of stone today. Originally, he just wanted to put 50 units of stone to trade for some meat, and didn't want to trade for wood. So, the exchange ratio of stone to wood was set to 1:4. Who would have thought that just now? His 50 units of stone were sold out in seconds, and there were 200 more units of wood in the warehouse. Then, he didn't believe it. He put the 150 units of stone that he originally wanted to keep for upgrading his territory, and put it up again with a try it attitude. Who would have thought that it was sold out again? At this time, there were 800 more units of wood in his warehouse. Well, I tell you, instead of wasting your breath questioning, it's better to try it yourself. Since you don't believe it, there are still stone guys. Put your own stones on the Space Trading Channel and try it. Then you will know. I'm telling you, we are still short of wood to upgrade the territory. Hurry up and put your own stones on it. Set a higher trading ratio. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Maybe the anonymous boss will buy enough stones and he will stop buying. What? You are also anonymous when you buy. Upstairs, you are also anonymous? I am also anonymous when I buy. Looking at this, Mo Fei moved. He quickly opened the Space Trading Channel and entered the stone. Sure enough, many more stone trading stalls appeared. There were stalls, and 100 units of stone were put on them at once. Without hesitation, Mo Fei directly spent another 4,500 units of wood and exchanged for a total of 1,000 units of stone. Then, the remaining Fountain of Life was also upgraded to the first level. At this time, on the Interworld Communication Channel, many lords who were half believing and half doubting, with a try-and-see attitude, put their stones that were originally reserved for upgrading the territory on the Space Trading Channel. In less than 3 seconds, many lords were shocked to find that the stones they put up were all bought in seconds. What the hell? It's true. I just put up 100 units of stone and set the wood exchange ratio to 1:4. In less than 3 seconds, it was bought by an anonymous buyer. I'm stupid. Are you so arrogant? The person above, nonsense, I also hung stone, why didn't anyone buy it? I don't know, maybe they have bought enough? Maybe you are ugly and they don't want to buy you. Damn, I am handsome, I was also bought by you. Me too. This anonymous buyer is too awesome, right? Where did he get so much wood? The amount of wood he traded alone exceeded 15,000 units. I'm already numb, I worked hard all day, but I only collected 500 units of wood, and he collected 15,000 units of wood a day? Is this still a man? Upstairs, you are already very good. I collected 300 units of wood in a day, and 2 of my soldiers died. Don't say it, I found a nest of green wolves in the wood area, and I couldn't collect any at all. I, a farmer, could only go to the forest to pick up some mushrooms for dinner. No matter, I put all my remaining stones up there. The exchange rate for wood is 1:3. Maybe that big guy will see it and kill me again. At this time, on the wasteland, sitting in the wooden house, Lin Feng was watching the scene of the lords communicating on the screen. Doubtful. Lin Feng quickly opened the Space Trading Channel. When he saw the Space Trading Channel, the exchange rate of stone and wood for all stalls was 1:4. There is no stall that allows stone to be exchanged for meat. Lin Feng's eyes went dark again. All stone is designated to be exchanged for wood? What should I do then? Looking at the 600 units of wood and 500 units of meat in his warehouse, Lin Feng wanted to cry but had no tears. Who is so wicked that he raised the price of stone? Of course. Tonight, Lin Feng is not the only one who wants to cry but has no tears. There are also many lords who are planning to exchange meat for stone and upgrade their territory. On the Space Trading Channel, all the stalls that trade stone are designated to exchange for wood. They can't exchange meat. If they can't exchange meat, how can they upgrade their territory? At this time, Misty Forest, Mo Fei's territory. After upgrading the Fountain of Life, on the balcony on the second floor, Mo Fei opened the Regional Communication Channel. This was actually the first time that Mo Fei opened the regional communication channel today. Are you all from the Lord of the Misty Forest? Do you want to introduce each other, report your coordinates to each other, and form an alliance? After all, this Lord world is very dangerous. If we stick together, we will have a higher chance of survival. Upstairs, you are either a fool or a traitor. This is a Lord competition, do you think it's a game? Today I reported the coordinates of my own territory, and tomorrow I don't know who killed me if I was destroyed. This is the beginning, when all those who have crossed the Lord world and just awakened their arms to become lords exchanged some information. Mo Fei shook his head. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, or in the same area, a fool would reveal the coordinates and name of his own territory. Not to mention the dangerous monsters in the Misty Forest. Once the lords in this area develop each other, the first thing they will attack is the weaker territory next to them. Mo Fei directly flipped through the latest news. It's all thick fog outside, you can't see your hand in front of you. Are you all staying in the territory? Do you want to go out to level up tonight? Upstairs, you are crazy, it's so foggy, you can't see anything outside, just send troops out. Are you sure it's not for nothing? I won't go out even if I die. Who knows if these thick fogs are poisonous besides blocking vision? Hey, is there no Dark Soldier Lord awakened in our area? Such a good opportunity, why don't you go out and take the opportunity to level up? Good opportunity, is there any Dark Soldier Lord awakened, willing to go out and test whether this fog is poisonous? Hey, to be honest, I think this thick fog should not be poisonous, otherwise wouldn't all the monsters in the forest be dead? Who knows, maybe the monsters here have long been accustomed to the thick fog and have developed resistance to the poison. Upstairs, maybe you can send a soldier out to try. With such a thick fog, I also think this is actually a good opportunity. We can't see clearly, but those monsters can see clearly? So, going out now may be safer than during the day. Fuck, that's easy to say. I have 22 archers in total. Why don't you send your soldiers out? Didn't you hear the monsters outside howling horribly? Going out at this time is no different from committing suicide. I have sent soldiers out to try. The thick fog is not poisonous. Do you believe him or Qin Shi Huang? Forget it. I don't dare to go out. I can sleep. Anyway, I collected 400 units of wood and 100 units of stone today. I'm so happy. Tomorrow, when I have more soldiers, I will work harder and I can upgrade. Fuck, who bought all the stone? Nick, I have enough wood. Meat can't be exchanged for stone. I'm vomiting blood. Boss above, how much meat do you have? There are 20 units of meat left. TSK, your 20 units of meat, even if you exchange them all, it's not enough. Can't I upgrade tomorrow? The key is that now all the stone trading stalls are designated for wood exchange, and the exchange rate is ridiculously high. I just exchanged meat for wood, 1,000 units of wood, and now I can only exchange for 250 units of stone. I'm so stupid. Wait a minute, stone is scarce now, maybe it will be better tomorrow. Look here. Mo Fei. Are you raising the price of stone yourself? See 37 Ant Tribe High-Level Soldiers, Marching Ants. Soldier evolution determines the growth level. Shake his head. Mo Fei was not entangled in the question of whether the price of stone should go up or not. Looking at the latest communication information on the regional communication channel, Mo Fei pondered for a moment. In fact, he wanted to take advantage of the thick fog to send his ants out to collect a wave of wood resources. After all, there is a lot of wood left now. There are only 12,500 units of wood. Suddenly thinking of something, Mo Fei smiled slightly. Psychic network, open. Activate the mind net. Mo Fei got in touch with the dead ants who were still outside their territory and tirelessly exploring the environment inside the forest. Soon, news came one after another about the dead ants that were exploring the forest at the moment. Dear Lord, apart from seeing clearly, there is nothing special about these thick fogs. We also smoked a lot of thick fog in the forest, but there was no discomfort at all. Got the news from the ants in the forest. Mo Fei was immediately relieved. It seems. These thick fogs, apart from blocking the line of sight, are not poisonous. Think about it too. If these fogs are poisonous, it's not just their own ants. It is estimated that all the wild monsters in the forest have escaped. Since I sent the ants out to collect resources during the day, how could I still see wild monsters in the forest? I feel like I was too careful. Past. Mo Fei didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This is a world where the jungle prevails. Danger may appear at any time. The current more than 1 million dead ants are the foundation for self-development of territory. Be cautious, you should. Soldiers, you're doing great. Keep it up. Imofei praised and ordered, "Please continue to explore and be sure to find the stone resources in the forest." "Accept it, Lord. We will definitely complete the mission." The dead ant who was out came and responded. After receiving the message from the dead ant, Imofei cut off the contact. He looked at the grass in front of him. More than 1 million dead ants are currently resting on the grass in the territory. Wait for the instructions given to them at any time. Imofei stood up. "Soldiers, now, we have a mission." A response came from the ant colony. "Please give me your orders, Lord." Imofei gave an order to a group of 10,000 dead ants. "Now, as a vanguard, your unit will try to find the wood resource area during the day." "Yes, Lord. Take orders from Imofei." This army of 10,000 dead ants turned around and walked out of the territory, disappeared in the thick fog. And Imofei was not idle either. At the same time, let the ants newly produced in the barracks swallow their own breath and life source. While using the mine net, monitor the situation of the ants that are out. Make sure there are no accidents. The fog is indeed very thick, so thick that you can reach out and see your fingers. Imofei switched the perspective of the ant colony and saw only a vast expanse of white. Fortunately, Imofei's unit, the ant tribe, does not rely on sight to determine its path forward. Instead, they rely on the smell they leave behind during the day. Soon, this ant clan reached the solid wood resource area discovered during the day. Accurate. And the magic is, although along the way, the roars of beasts in the thick fog stopped, and sometimes a huge black shadow flashed over the ants. However, they did not discover Imofei's ant tribe. Along the way, Imofei's ant colony is extremely safe. With the ant colony safely reaching the hardwood resource area, Imofei finally felt relieved. "Soldiers, set off now." Imofei stood up and gave orders to the more than 1 million ants in front of him. Dajianmo resource area, collect the wood back. More than 1 million dead ants turned around and set off in a mighty manner. Disappeared in the thick fog, watching the ant army disappear. At this time, Imofei's eyes turned and landed on the 2 ant barracks in the distance. In the open space outside the barracks. At this time, there was an ant clan numbering about 1,000. They are 3 times larger than newly born ants. Their legs are longer, and the ant shells on their bodies are black and reddish, with a metallic sheen. Moreover, their front jaws are very large. The 2 pincers on the front jaw look sharp and hard. It's completely proportional to their bodies. Military type, army ants. Current level, level 1, final growth level, level 3, has reached the upper limit of the potential of the unit, load, 0.3 units. Introduction, the first high-level unit of the ant tribe. Whether it is carrying weight or crawling, the strength of the marching ant far exceeds that of the ordinary ant tribe. Their characteristic is that the pincers on their front jaws are very sharp, hard, and have a certain amount of attack power. Imofei gathered the army ants in front of him. Carefully measuring their appearance, a hint of joy can't help but appear in your eyes. Sure enough, is indeed the high-level unit of the ant tribe. Although army ants are 3 times larger than ordinary ants, they are not bloated at all. Even if it is a dead ant that devours the spring of life and comes from the ordinary ant tribe, in front of them, they also pale in color. Their sharp and large front jaws, their black ant shells with a hint of red sheen, and an unmistakable cold temperament. It's like being a killer among the ants. Just given birth, it has not yet swallowed the fountain of life. The army ants have a load-bearing capacity of 0.3 units, which is more than the dead ants. Moreover, they are also Tier 3 troops. Wrong, very wrong. Looking at the attribute panel of the army ants, Imofei nodded repeatedly. If these army ants also swallow the spring of life, know that we'll enter the level of troops. Also, wait until there are more of them. Perhaps, can just be used to transport resources. You can also hunt some wild monsters. Thinking about this, Imofei was also a little excited. Let these 1,000 army ants swallow their own breath, and their loyalty will all come to the end of absolute loyalty. Imofei quickly let them devour the life spring on the side. The fountain of life is now at the first level. Presumably after being devoured, the strength of the own ant colony, including the army ants, increased again. Excuse me, what does the reminder about the upper limit of the troop potential mean? Could it be that the highest level of the ants produced in our barracks only reaches the 3rd level? Imofei had some ideas. After checking the detailed introduction of the barracks, Imofei finally understood what this maximum potential of arms meant. The ants produced by their own barracks include the high-level ants of the ants. Their growth level depends on the growth level of the existing ant tribe troops. Simply put, that is, if your own ant tribe has not devoured life and transformed into a dead ant tribe, your arms will still be ants with a growth level of only 0. Then, even if your own barracks produces army ants, a high-level unit of the ant tribe, the final growth level of the army ants will only be level 0. But, because the own ant tribe swallowed up the spring of life, it became a dead ant tribe. The final growth level of the dead ant unit I own is level 3. Therefore, the final growth level of the ants produced from the barracks will fluctuate between level 0 and level 3. Army ants are a high-level unit of the ant tribe. After they are produced, their final growth level is directly the same as that of dead ants, which is level 3. As for the ants produced by the barracks, they are the low-level arms of the ant tribe, and their final growth level is still 0 level. It seems that the progress of our ants directly determines the growth potential of the ants produced in our barracks. Look here, Mo Fei already understands. So, if you want the barracks to produce high-level ant tribes with high growth levels, you must let the existing ant tribes engulf them and improve the growth level of the existing ant tribes. C38 break the shackles, evolve again, and improve the ability. Soldier talent. Different from all the territorial arms. Because the infinite devouring evolution talent exists. Mo Fei's ant tribe has broken the shackles of the zero-order troops and can grow infinitely. Therefore, there is no final growth level for Mo Fei's ant tribe. So, what is the growth level of Mo Fei's current ant tribe? The growth level of the high-level ant tribe produced by Mo Fei's ant tribe barracks can directly reach the growth level of the current ant tribe. And the awakened arms of other territorial arms have already determined their final growth level at the beginning. Even if their arms barracks produce high-level arms, the growth level of high-level arms will not be improved at all. The king level is the king level, and the emperor level is the emperor level. Even for high-level troops, it is the same. So, next, I can't just focus on developing the leader level. After figuring this out, Mo Fei thought to himself, I must find a way to make my ant tribe troops devour and evolve. Only when my ant tribe's growth level is raised, the barracks will produce high-level ants next, and the level will also be raised. At this time, 1 million undead ants are still on their way to the hardwood resources. For safety, Mo Fei also specifically ordered them to slow down. In this way, they won't make too much noise when they are on the way. And when Mo Fei sat by the Fountain of Life, while waiting for the ant army to go to the hardwood resources to collect wood, he looked at the world communication channel and saw the leaders exchanging information. At this time, a familiar reminder sound suddenly sounded in Mo Fei's mind. Your army ants are devouring the Fountain of Life. Energy points +1, energy points +1. Your army worker ants are devouring the Fountain of Life. Energy points +1, energy points +1. Your army immortal ants are devouring the Fountain of Life. Your army worker ants are evolving. Your army immortal ants can be upgraded. Your army ants are evolving. Your energy points have reached 1000, and the current level has been reached. You can no longer obtain energy points. Please open the leader panel and upgrade the leader level. After the leader level is upgraded, continue to obtain energy points. Mo Fei skillfully opened his own leader panel. Leader, Mo Fei, Strength, First Level, Upgrade Plus, Energy Points, 1000/1000. Upgrade, Mo Fei clicked the plus sign after upgrade. Then, he saw the familiar golden light on his body again. After the golden light, the Strength column on the leader panel has changed to Strength, Second Level. At the same time, Mo Fei clearly felt that his strength has become stronger again. Waving his fist, Mo Fei could feel a strong energy in his muscles. In his mind, the reminder of energy points +1 continued. Mo Fei looked at his arms column. Arms column after, worker ants, undead ants, army ants. There is another type of soldier, undead army ants. Mo Fei clicked on, undead army ants, type of soldier, undead army ants, ant tribe high-level soldier, mutation, talent, self-healing. Current level, level 1. Final growth level, level 4. Carrying capacity, 0.5 units. Introduction to the type of soldier. After swallowing the low-level Fountain of Life, the mutated high-level soldier of the ant tribe is actually more powerful than the high-level soldier of the ant tribe, the army ant. It has a sharp front jaw that can tear the enemy apart. P.S. After swallowing too much Fountain of Life, your army ant mutated and has the talent of self-healing. Self-healing. A faint breath of life is born in your army ant body. As long as the breath of life does not dissipate, your army ant will not die. Even if you are seriously injured, you can slowly recover. Your life force is very tenacious. Seeing the introduction of the undead army ants, Mo Fei's eyes lit up. Sure enough, his previous inference was correct. When a certain amount of the Fountain of Life is swallowed, your ant tribe can evolve again. At the same time, you can also turn the self-healing ability into your own military talent. Obviously, through the introduction. When the self-healing ability becomes the talent of the undead army ant, its self-healing effect will also be greatly improved. Mo Fei then checked his undead ant army. The self-healing ability of the undead ants has also become their talent. Not only that, there are quite a few undead ants. When the energy evolves into talent, the level is also upgraded to the second level. Mo Fei took a look and found that the second level undead ants were obviously bigger than the first level undead ants. The size is basically the same as the first level undead marching ants. Mo Fei summoned an undead ant that evolved to the second level to himself. Army, undead ant, current level, second level, final growth level, third level, carrying weight, 0.5 unit. The load-bearing capacity of the second level undead ants has been greatly increased. The load-bearing capacity has been directly increased from 0.1 units to 0.5 units. 2 second-level undead ants can help Mo Fei transport 1 unit of resources. However, now the undead ant's ability to carry weight is no longer a problem that Mo Fei needs to consider. The number of the ant army under Mo Fei's command has exceeded 1 million. By tomorrow morning, this number will reach a terrifying 3 million. So, Mo Fei needs to consider the question of how long it will take for the ants to collect solid wood resources. There are second-level immortal ants, an army of 3 million ants. In one trip, the amount of wood resources collected will exceed 300,000. This amount is very terrifying. But, not bad. Get a warehouse with unlimited capacity. Mo Fei doesn't have to worry about collecting so many resources and not being able to load them in the warehouse. Look at the undead ant unit panel. At this time, Mo Fei still felt a little regretful in his heart. Although the ability of the immortal ant to swallow the fountain of life has evolved into a talent, its level has also been upgraded to the second level. But, their final growth level has not improved, still stuck at level 3. On the contrary, the growth level is the third level army ant. After devouring the fountain of life, she evolved into the immortal marching ant queen, and finally her growth level was raised to the fourth level. Mo Fei guessed the reason why this happens. It's because he, the immortal ant, has already swallowed the fountain of life and evolved once before. You know, swallowing the fountain of life for the first time. The growth level of the immortal ant has been directly upgraded from level 0 to level 3. The improvement is huge. And now, the level of the fountain of life is just upgraded from level 0 to level 1. First, the spring water level is not much improved. The second is his own immortal ant, which has been devoured once before. Therefore, resulting in the second devouring, my undead ant growth level did not increase. Instead, it was the army ants that devoured the fountain of life for the first time. Evolution and mutation. At the same time, the growth level has been raised to the fourth level. It seems that my undead ants and undead army ants are going to evolve again. I'm afraid it's not enough just to swallow the fountain of life of a higher level. Mo Fei thought secretly. I have to find something else to devour. Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, C39. I need to change something to devour, thick fog? Mo Fei was ecstatic, swallow it for me. Mo Fei thought of the acid mud monster his dead ants encountered in the forest quagmire during the day. That place. This counts tomorrow as the leveling points for my ant army. At the same time, Mo Fei also thought of those first-level greenleaf snakes in the Jianmu resource area. Now, after swallowing the fountain of life again, Mo Fei is among the dead ants. There are already a small number of dead ants, and they have been raised to the second level. Become stronger. Dealing with those green leaf snakes should be easier than before. Therefore, it seems wrong to use the first-level greenleaf snakes in the solid wood resource area to level up your own dead marching ants and second-level dead ants. Thinking. At this time, Mo Fei glanced out of the corner of his eye and suddenly saw thick fog outside the territory. My own ants can even swallow my own breath and the fountain of life. You know, can you swallow this thick fog? Mo Fei's heart moved. Arriving at the edge of the territory, I looked at the thick fog outside through the golden novice protective shield. Just imagine if there was such a thick fog in your own territory. The novice protection period is over. Even if the beasts in the forest find their own territory, they may not dare to come in, right? On the contrary, if a wild beast or its lord discovers your territory, you must attack your territory. Relying on the barrier of these thick fogs, I can still lay an ambush in the territory and kill them all by surprise. Thinking of this, Mo Fei's eyes lit up. This approach is indeed wrong. As the owner of the territory, everything in the territory escapes Mo Fei's perception. Therefore, even if the territory is filled with thick fog, for Mo Fei, it has no impact at all. But for any enemy who dares to invade their territory, this is a big deal. In this thick white fog, they are blind and can see nothing. No matter how many enemies come, there will only be one end. That means letting yourself be slaughtered. Say it, do it. At this moment, there are about hundreds of thousands of ants in the territory. Mo-Fei directly ordered all the ants to go out and swallow the thick fog. Soldiers, now I have a mission for you. Go outside the territory and inhale the thick fog. Inhale as much as you can. Mo-Fei ordered. Yes, Lord. Hundreds of thousands of ants came outside the territory, opened their front jaws, and began to suck in the thick fog. Mo-Fei glanced at the time. At this time, there is still 1 hour left, until midnight. The 1 million ant army that went out to collect wood finally arrived at the Jianmu resource area. Feel the messages coming from the web of the soul. Mo-Fei switched the perspective to the position of the ant army. Even though it was covered in thick fog, I could see everything. However, Mo-Fei still observes carefully. After the ant army collected for a while, nothing unusual happened. Only then did Mo-Fei close the spiritual network. Immediately, opened the Lord ranking list to see if there was any change in the ranking. Ranking list of lords, Mo-Fei was surprised to find out. Lin Feng, who was previously ranked first, has dropped 2 places to 8th place. The natural disaster of the undead, which was originally ranked 10th, has now rushed to the position. The momentum is very fierce. Just after leveling the Fountain of Life, I allowed the ants to devour and evolve once. My current energy points are 146/10,000, still ranked 7th. It is worth noting. The rankings of the previous lords have also changed. For example, the Night God's territory, which was originally ranked 4th, is now ranked, taking the position of the Dragon territory. As for the Dragon territory, it fell to 4th place. God of the Night, Scourge of the Undead. Mo-Fei touched his chin, thoughtfully. The arms in these 2 territories should be dark arms. When night falls and dark things appear, it is a huge danger to its lord. But for those who have awakened the dark arms, it is an excellent opportunity to level up. High risks will also be accompanied by high returns. By the way, the only ones who go out to level up at night are the lords who have awakened the dark arms. Some lords who have awakened the powerful arms are probably taking advantage of the darkness to secretly level up. Looking at the Thunder Bear territory and the Holy Light territory, which were still ranked 1st and 2nd in the lord rankings, Mo-Fei's eyes flashed slightly. Some awakened lords of the top arms. At this moment, he should also be practicing in the dark. However, compared to the lords who awakened the dark arms, they are more careful. Think of this. Mo-Fei also felt a little nervous in his heart. His own unit is the Ant Tribe, the lowest unit in the world of lords. Although he has the SSSS level Infinite Swallowing Evolution talent and the SSS level Soul Web talent, but, compared with the high-level arms of these lords, the early development is still too slow. If you give yourself enough time to develop, Mo-Fei dares to say that when his ant troops grow up, they will be inferior to any high-level troops. But, now, what I lack most is time. The novice invincibility protection period for all lords is only 7 days. After 7 days, the territory's invincibility time ends. At that time, all lords will enter the Lord World formally. A real test is coming. My current territory level is already level 1. Territory buildings, military barracks, and life fountains are all upgraded to level 1, currently far ahead of other lords. Mo-Fei took a deep breath, but it's not enough. In 7 days, my territory level must be upgraded by at least 1 level. I need more to make up for the disadvantages of my ant tribe's low-level troops. At the same time, I also need to produce higher-level ant tribe troops to ensure the safety of my territory. Mo-Fei looked at his lord panel. Territory level, intermediate village. P.S. Upgrading to the next level of advanced village requires resources, 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. Advanced village, unlock new buildings, decomposition furnace, the number of military barracks is increased to 4, the number of life fountains is increased to 4. The level of all buildings in the territory can be raised to level 3. Advanced village, you can build 4 barracks. Mo-Fei's eyes lit up slightly. Now, with 2 level 1 barracks. The number of ants produced by his own barracks a day is 4.32 million. 4 barracks are equal to the number of his own ants, which is doubled compared to now. 8.4 million. A terrifying number close to 9 million. If the level of the 4 barracks is raised to level 3, I'm afraid that the number of ants will have to increase, and it will only reach 9 million. C40 finally found the stone resource area. Promoted to the 2nd level lord, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. But, territory level upgrade to high-level villages. The resources required are not a small amount either. 20,000 resources are needed. Moreover, after upgrading to a high-level village, the construction and upgrading of buildings in the territory will cost a lot of resources. For Mo Fei, this is a problem that needs to be solved. After all, he has no shortage of wood now, but only lacks wood resources. And at this time, Mo Fei's heart suddenly moved and he received the message from the exploring ants. Lord, we have found a material resource. Finally found a source of materials? Mo Fei looked surprised. It's so drowsy that my own ant clan gives me a pillow. Mo Fei quickly opened the spiritual network and got in touch with the ants who had just sent back the message. And at the same time, in the wilderness at night, a territory is shrouded in a golden protective shield. In the wooden house, freshly fried pieces of meat were brought to the table. Lin Feng sat on a somewhat worn chair. Because tonight, someone maliciously raised the price of materials. As a result, he hasn't traded any materials yet, and there is still a pile of meat in the warehouse. The territory is still at level 0. However, after a night of hitting a wall. At this time, Lin Feng was very open-minded. After all, just now on the World Communication Channel, he saw that many lords were trading meat for materials just like him. Therefore, the level of your own territory is level 0, and the territory of others is also level 0. Everyone is still on the same starting line. What's more, by eating this piece of meat, I can be upgraded to a second-level lord. Looking at the fried meat in front of him, Lin Feng had a smile on his face. He still has a lot of these excellent-level meats in his warehouse. None were traded, because eating excellent-level meat can increase energy points. So, just eat the piece of fried meat in front of you. He will be the first lord among the billions of lord players to upgrade to the second level. The lord of the rubbish army territory still wants to compete with himself? What is he comparing himself to? Isn't it just because of his large number of low-level troops that he barely managed to reach the lord-level rankings? It was actually praised by those lords who had awakened low-level troops. He also serves as a role model. Lin Feng sneered disdainfully. Rubbish troops, no matter how many there are, they are still rubbish. Wait until tomorrow to increase the number of violent war elephants. I will put that garbage army territory far away from my own ranking. At that time, I will personally tear up the faith of those lords who have awakened low-level arms. Tell them what is the gap between high-level arms and low-level arms. Tell them that only those who have awakened high-level arms can be on the leader ranking list. Here, there is no place for low-level military lords. What level do you want to be ranked in front of yourself? Your energy points +1. Your current level of energy points is full. Please open the Lord panel and increase your Lord level. As your Lord level increases, you can continue to obtain energy points. When I eat fried pork, the reminder sounds in my mind. Lin Feng looked happy. Quickly open the Lord panel and increase your Lord level to the second level. Then, he elegantly picked up a handkerchief and wiped his hands. Then with a smile on his face, he clicked on the leader ranking list. 1 second. His eyes suddenly widened and a smile froze on his face. Lin Feng looked in disbelief and rubbed his eyes vigorously with his hands. His face gradually became ugly. I only saw it on the Lord level ranking list. His ranking fell instead of rising, and he dropped 2 places. Ranked 8th. And that garbage unit territory is still 7th, ranked above him. His previous position of number 1 was replaced by the natural disaster of the undead that originally ranked number 10. It's more than that. Lin Feng also paid attention. The Lord level of the garbage troop territory ranked above him has also been upgraded to the second level at this moment. This guy has been practicing leveling all night? Impossible, he probably doesn't have many troops left. Misty Forest. Mo Fei territory. The ant tribe that was gathering to explore received news that they had found a resource area for materials. Mo Fei opened the spiritual network and switched his perspective to the ants who sent the message. There are 2 ants exploring the material resource area. Switch perspective. There was still a thick white fog all around, and nothing could be seen clearly. But Mo Fei could see that the feet of the 2 ant soldiers were just lumps. Species, granola, introduction, ordinary rocks can be used to mine materials for building territories. Soldiers, you did a great job. Mo Fei said, try to see if you can eat these heads. Take it, Lord. 2 immortal ants climbed onto the granite, opened their front jaws, and began to eat. However, it took me a long time to eat. You can only leave a faint mark on the granite and bite a little bit of powder. Lord, the head is very hard and we can't bite it. 2 immortal ants stopped and reported. Seeing this scene, Mo Fei also frowned slightly. The wood resource area has been found, but how to collect wood is a difficult problem. The building blacksmith shop in the territory should be able to make mining picks, which can be used to mine wood. However, the mining picks cannot be used by the ant soldiers themselves. After thinking about it, Mo-Fei suddenly thought of his current ant army. There is one more high-level ant army. Army ants. Army ants are a third-level army. After swallowing the fountain of life, they evolved into a fourth-level army, the undead army ants. Their front jaws are much sharper than those of the undead ants, and they are much larger. I wonder if the army ants can eat these wood? Mo-Fei thought. He was very confident in his own army, the undead army ants. These wood are just ordinary wood. Even the immortal ants evolved from worker ants can leave traces of gnawing on the granite and bite off some powder. As a high-level ant tribe, the marching ants are even more no problem. Okay, stop. You stay here tonight and wait for the army to come tomorrow. Mo-Fei gave orders to the two immortal ants. Retreat, Lord. The two immortal ants stopped. After searching for a long time, they found a crack in the rock and hid in it. Mo-Fei cut off the connection with the two immortal ants. Then, through the network of the mind, he contacted other ants who were exploring the forest one by one. Especially the ants hiding in the southwest of the territory, 10 kilometers away from the territory, in an unknown high-level wild monster territory. Mo-Fei asked about their exploration in detail. However, there are some regrets. There was no ant tribe looking at the high-level monster. But as they explored, the territory of the high-level monster gradually became clear. In addition, in the territory of the high-level monster, some ants smelled some of the scent left by the high-level monster recently. And there was another strange scent left by another equally powerful high-level monster. This discovery made Mo-Fei alert again. Remember this important information silently in your heart. Another high-level monster appeared in the territory of this unknown high-level monster. There should be a hostile relationship between the two, right? I wonder if they will fight. It would be best if both sides were injured in the fight. In this way, then Mo-Fei laughed twice, and a slightly obscene smile appeared on his face. C-41 The ant army returned, with terrifying stone reserves, and the strength was improved again. After instructing the ants in the territory of the high-level monster to pay attention to safety and hide themselves, and continue to watch the high-level monster's movements, Mo-Fei cut off contact with them. At this time, Mo-Fei had some expectations in his heart, and at the same time, he once again raised the idea of speeding up the improvement of his ant tribe. Because now there are two powerful monsters, just 10 kilometers away from his territory. Who knows when they will find their own territory? Of course. If these two monsters can fight each other to a draw, the ending is the best. But what if it's not? What if the fight between them affects their own territory? So, I must prepare early. In addition, if these two powerful monsters really fight each other to a draw, for Mo-Fei, although it is a great opportunity, but this opportunity is based on the strength of his ant tribe. There are countless low-level and high-level monsters in the Misty Forest. If these two powerful monsters really fight each other, I am afraid that I can't even drink a mouthful of soup without strength. At this time, sleepiness came. Mo-Fei couldn't stand it anymore. After closing the mine net, Mo-Fei came to his new bedroom on the first floor and lay down. I don't know how long it took. In a daze, Mo-Fei received the message from the mine net. His 1 million ant tribe army finally came back from collecting wood. After receiving the message, Mo-Fei turned over and got up. Go to the balcony on the first floor. I saw dense dark redwood entering my territory one after another. Under these dark redwood pieces, holding up the wood pieces, were his army of millions of ants. Respected leader, we have brought back the wood. The army of millions of ants stood still on the grass, forming a huge formation, with their front jaws raised, holding up pieces of wood. Good job, soldiers. Mo-Fei looked delighted. He turned and went downstairs. Mo-Fei pointed and put the wood held up by the army of millions of ants into the warehouse. In the warehouse, there were suddenly 110,000 units of wood. Add to that the wood in the warehouse before. Now, there are a total of 131,143 units of wood in Mo-Fei's warehouse. The territory upgrade to level 3 requires only 10,000 units of wood. And now, Mo-Fei has 130,000 wood. It has far exceeded the wood required for the territory upgrade. Soldiers, you have worked hard this time. Looking at the millions of ant tribes on the grassland, Mo-Fei said with relief, let's eat the fountain of life and rest first. Because it was night. In addition to the interference of thick fog, Mo-Fei specifically ordered the ant tribe to march slowly and try not to make too much noise. Therefore, the millions of ant tribes went there to collect wood resources. It took nearly 6 hours to go back and forth. At this time, there were only more than 2 hours before dawn. It is our duty and honor to serve the leader. The millions of ant tribes sent back a message and responded, transporting wood and collecting wood. At this time, they also consumed a lot of body weight. Under Mo-Fei's command, teams of ants climbed into the Fountain of Life pool and consumed the Fountain of Life to replenish their bodies. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, the army of 1 million ants had all consumed the Fountain of Life and recovered their bodies. Mo-Fei looked at his 2 first-level Fountains of Life. The army of 1 million ants consumed them in one wave. The water reserves of the 2 Fountains of Life were directly reduced by 200 units. Compared with the total 4,000 units of the Fountain of Life, the water reserves were not much. Of course, Mo-Fei knew that this was because his 2 Fountains of Life were all upgraded to the first level. The effect of the spring water in curing fatigue and recovery was greatly enhanced. At the same time, his army of 1 million ants only consumed the Fountain of Life to replenish their bodies. Without his orders, they were absolutely loyal and would never devour the Fountain of Life. Therefore, only 200 units of spring water were consumed. It doesn't matter, there is still a lot of spring water. You guys devour it. At this time, looking at the 2 springs of life, there are still 3,800 units of spring water left. Mo-Fei directly ordered the army of millions of ants to devour. At the same time, during the time when Mo-Fei took a short rest in the building, the 2 first-level ant barracks produced nearly 100,000 ants for Mo-Fei. 100,000 were produced from the barracks to the ants. Ant high-level soldiers, the number of marching ants, there are more than 90,000. Good luck, the probability is higher than 10%. Mo-Fei ordered these 100,000 ants, plus 90,000 marching ants, to join the queue of devouring the Spring of Life. Your ants are devouring the Fountain of Life, and your energy points are increasing. Your energy points +1, your energy points +1, +1, +1, while 100,000 ants were happily devouring the Fountain of Life. In Mo-Fei's mind, the reminder of the increase in energy points kept ringing, and the 2 first-level Fountains of Life. The water reserves of the springs were also visibly decreasing. An hour passed. In the end, all the ants were devoured and completed. The reserves of the 2 Fountains of Life are only 800 units. At this time, as the leader, Mo-Fei's energy points also increased by 3560/10,000. The energy points directly increased by more than 3,000. This is equivalent to killing at least 700 first-level wild monsters. Open the leaderboard. At this time, Mo-Fei discovered the territory ranking of my own garbage unit has directly reached the 4th place in the ranking list. In front of Mo-Fei, there are only the Thunder Bear territory, the Undead Disaster territory, and the God of Night territory. At this time, even Mo-Fei himself was shocked by himself. Mo-Fei originally thought that my own ant clan level is too low. If I focus on collecting resources and upgrading my territory, I will soon be squeezed out of my leader ranking. Without thinking, I woke up. He only allowed 100,000 ants to swallow up a wave of the Fountain of Life. He led the ranking and jumped directly to 4th place. And originally, Mo-Fei felt that he needed 10,000 energy points to upgrade, and he was far away from the 3rd-level leader. At this moment, it no longer seems so out of reach. Close the ranking list. Mo-Fei clicked on the territory ranking list. At this moment, the territory ranking list. Upgrade the territory of the intermediate village, and no longer only own the territory of the garbage unit. The top 10 territories in the rankings have appeared. All levels are intermediate level villages. But Mo-Fei's garbage troop territory still ranks first in the rankings. Mo-Fei then opened the ranking of military units. I found that there was not much change in the ranking of military units. Ranked first is still the Undead Disaster territory. However, the level of his unit, the Undead Bone Dragon, has been upgraded by 1 level, reaching the 5th level of the unit. See 42 new soldiers, Fog Ants. Ant Tribe Torrent, Frightened Wild Monsters. Close the ranking of military units. Mo-Fei smiled and shook his head. The ranking of military units is a competition between the lords who have awakened high-level military units. It has nothing to do with himself, a lord who has awakened the ant army. At this time, Mo-Fei glanced and saw that the thick fog in the misty forest seemed to be lighter. Then he suddenly remembered. Just before he went to bed, sent a group of hundreds of thousands of ants out to devour the mist. I don't know how it is devouring now. Mo-Fei used the mine net to summon the ant army outside the territory. At the same time, he opened his military unit panel. This time, Mo-Fei's eyes showed a hint of surprise. I saw that there was an additional high-level ant army on the military unit panel. Mist Ant Army, Mist Ant Tribe High-Level Army, Final Growth Level, Level 4. Introduction. After swallowing too much mysterious fog, the evolved Ant Tribe Auxiliary Army has average combat power. Through breathing, it can create fog that interferes with vision, and can also recycle the created fog through breathing. Hundreds of thousands of evolved Mist Ants were summoned in front of Mo-Fei. After Mo-Fei gave the order to create fog, I saw that wisps of fog began to float out of the mouths of these hundreds of thousands of Mist Ants. It only took a few minutes. The fog exhaled by hundreds of thousands of Mist Ants covered their bodies completely. This fog is very magical. It will not be blown away by the wind. The range of coverage is only the area where hundreds of thousands of Mist Ants are staying. Under the thick fog, even Mo-Fei, who was close to hundreds of thousands of fog ants, could not see the silhouette of the ant army under the thick fog. There was only a thick fog area in sight. Even if Mo-Fei opened his eyes wide and wanted to see what was hidden in the fog, he still couldn't see anything. Mo-Fei was shocked. Although it is an auxiliary type of soldier, the ability of the fog ant is very strong. It is definitely a sharp weapon to ambush wild monsters or other lord soldiers. After sighing, Mo-Fei gave an order to let the fog ants collect the fog. Now, the territory is still in the novice protection period and is invincible. Mo-Fei is not in a hurry to place fog in the territory. It is less than an hour before dawn. The thick fog gradually dissipated. Mo-Fei decided that when the night falls tomorrow night, he would send more undead ants out to the territory to devour the thick fog. When the number of fog ants increases and the novice protection period is about to end, it will not be too late to place thick fog in the territory at that time. His ant army has been busy all day. Mo-Fei is going to go back and make up for his sleep. Let them rest by the way. After giving the order to rest, Mo-Fei went upstairs to make up for his sleep. Unconsciously, I slept for half an hour longer. When Mo-Fei woke up, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Come to the balcony of the first floor. The thick fog of last night has receded. There is only a light layer of thick fog in the forest. Looking through the novice protection shield, Mo-Fei can even see. On the green leaves, there are transparent dewdrops, which reflect colorful light under the sun. The air is so fresh. Looking up and taking a deep breath of fresh air full of green life, Mo-Fei exclaimed in intoxication. On the green grass downstairs, the number of ant army has increased a lot at this moment. After washing, Mo-Fei came to the grass. Soldiers, have you rested well? The ant colony with a number of more than 2 million formed a square array. Dear Lord, we are waiting for your dispatch at any time. Okay. Mo-Fei nodded. Today's goal is to collect stone. The ant colony responded, yes, Lord. However, before that, we need to first kill the acid mud monsters in the mud pit 10 kilometers east of the territory. Mo-Fei shouted, now, follow your instructions. The first square formation on the left, 20,000 ants, as the pioneers of the wayfinding. Your task is to meet up with the 2 undead ant companions who are looking for stone resources, and find a safe route for the army behind. Now, let's set off immediately. Mo-Fei's voice fell. Among the 100,000 undead ants in the first square formation on the left, a 20,000 strong army immediately emerged. Afterwards, they left the territory and headed west of the territory. Then, Mo-Fei looked at the remaining 10 ant square formations. 100,000 undead marching ants is a square formation. There are 3 phalanxes of first level and second level immortal ants. There are 2 phalanxes of mist ants. The remaining 14 phalanxes are all first level immortal ants. Mo-Fei swapped the positions of the phalanxes. The mist ants were placed in the center, protected by 14 first-level immortal ant phalanxes, and then the front, back and surrounding of the ant colony were 2 phalanxes of undead marching ants and first-level immortal ants. Okay, let's go. Let's start hunting. With Mo-Fei's voice, more than 1 million ants gathered into a torrent of ants. They marched towards the woods east of the territory. In the woods in the early morning, the air was particularly fresh. At the same time, it seemed particularly peaceful. But under this peaceful appearance, dangers were lurking everywhere. A spider quietly hung down from the tree, and then began to weave its spider web, preparing to hunt its prey today. On the treetop, an early rising first-level sharp-beaked bird was standing on the branch, searching for its food this morning with sharp eyes. In the dew-covered grass by the river, there were 2 amphibious fish holding harpoons, with bulging eyes motionless, staring at a first-level spotted-tailed hyena not far in front of them. And just as the ant army was advancing, In the bushes, two first-level blue wolves were preparing to hunt passing prey. At this moment, suddenly, a black torrent rolled over on the green grass. The two first-level blue wolves were stunned, and a hint of doubt appeared in their fierce eyes. It seemed that it didn't rain last night. Where did the flood come from? The torrent was extremely fast and soon reached the front of the two first-level blue wolves. When they saw the face of this black torrent clearly, in the narrow eyes of the two first-level blue wolves, confusion suddenly turned into fear. With a wail, they turned around and ran with their tails between their legs. What kind of torrent is this? It was obviously a bunch of black ants, and they were quite big. However, before the blue wolves ran far, the black torrent caught up with them. Thumb-sized ants followed their feet and tails and climbed onto their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the two first-level blue wolves were swallowed by the black torrent. Wait for the torrent to pass. There were only two white wolf skulls left on the ground, rolling on the grass. On the grass, a first-level black bear was biting its prey, a first-level black wolf. A rustling sound suddenly came from behind. The black bear was very dissatisfied with the sound that disturbed its eating. He turned around and looked at the source of the sound fiercely. And when he saw the thing behind him that made the sound clearly, his fierce eyes instantly became extremely docile, and he didn't even care about the fifth-level black wolf that had eaten less than half of its food on the ground. He landed on all fours and ran forward desperately. I saw black ants with huge front jaws crawling by quickly. The black bear was caught up by them after running a few steps. The black ants opened their sharp and huge front jaws and bit down fiercely, and the black bear roared angrily. His speed was only slowed down a little bit because of the bites of the undead marching ants that climbed onto his body. He was caught up by more and more marching ants. The roar soon turned into a wail. Then, he was swallowed up by the black ant torrent. C-43 fourth-level wild monsters flee at the sight of the wind. Stone Mountain Reserves. Whether it is a first-level blue wolf or a second-level black bear, whether it is a snapping turtle hiding in the bushes, a blood lizard under the moss, or a wolf spider on the tree roots, everywhere MoFa's 2 million ant tribes passed, they were all bones. Even some wild monsters did not even leave bones. On the treetops, two third-level Keeley birds saw the black torrent on the ground, made a sharp cry, and quickly flapped their wings and flew away. A third-level hurricane wolf saw the rolling black torrent, tucked its tail between its legs, and fled far away. This is a group of ants. When the number reaches a certain level, it brings a terrifying deterrent. Even a fourth-level bull, after seeing the black torrent, was stunned for a second and quickly avoided it. Don't want to provoke this group of ant army. Your ant tribe devoured a first-level blue wolf, your energy points +4. Your ant tribe devoured a second-level black bear, your energy points +22. Your ant tribe devoured a first-level blood lizard, your energy points +3. Your ant tribe devoured a second-level alligator turtle, your energy points +17. In the territory, prompts kept coming from MoFa's mind. At this time, the water reserves of the two life springs were restored to 900 units respectively. MoFa, who was letting the ants just produced by the barracks devour the life springs, smiled slightly. Through the spirit network, even if he did not leave the territory, MoFa could also see the scene of his own ant army rolling through the forest like a torrent through his perspective. This is the terrifying part of the ant tribe. MoFa sighed. When the number reaches a certain level, even if the level is 2 or even 3 levels higher than them, it can still be a deterrent. Especially when there are high-level ants with strong aggressiveness among these ants. If my undead marching ants have more number and the level is upgraded to level 4, I am afraid that those level 5 and level 6 monsters will run away when they encounter my ant army. Turning back to the small building, MoFa opened the space trading channel and spent 3 units of wood to exchange for a piece of first-level blue wolf meat as his breakfast. At the same time, he searched for stone. One night passed. At this time, there were a lot more stalls trading stone. There were more than 600 stalls. At the same time, the exchange rate of stone also dropped slightly. The exchange rate of stone and wood has dropped to between 1 minute and 2.5 seconds and 1:3. Obviously, the second day of the novice period. With the increase in the number of arms, more territories have the ability to mine stone. In addition, many territories are also in urgent need of wood to upgrade their territories. The demand for wood has increased, so the value of wood is also increasing. MoFa originally wanted to trade a wave of stone and upgrade his territory to a high-level village. But after a look, there are only more than 4,000 units of stone sold in 600 stalls. There is still a long way to go from the 10,000 units of stone required to upgrade a high-level village. You interrupted this idea. Anyway, his ant tribe has found a stone resource. If it can be mined smoothly next, then he has stone, so there is no need to buy it in a hurry. Wait until the stone is mined. Then see how much is left, and you can buy it according to the situation. After closing the space trading channel, Mo Fei brought the meat to the kitchen, then switched to the spiritual network and contacted the two immortal ants who discovered the stone resource area last night. There is now a light mist in the forest. Switching the perspective to the two immortal ants, Mo Fei finally saw the appearance of the stone mountain. That's right, in Mo Fei's sight. The stone resource area discovered by his immortal ants is a small stone mountain. The stones here are almost all granite. Such a stone mountain, it is more than enough to mine 20,000 units of stone. Mo Fei made a thorough estimate. Then, he gave instructions to the two immortal ants. Soldiers, send one of you back immediately to the place where you separated from the troops yesterday. There, I sent a 20,000 strong army, waiting to join you, and be sure to bring them here. Received, lead the people. The two immortal ants responded. One immortal ant stayed where it was, obeying Mo Fei's instructions and continuing to explore the environment of this small stone mountain. The other immortal ant returned along the same route. Mo Fei used the spiritual network to pay attention to the environment around the immortal ant to prevent it from having any accidents on the way back. At the same time, he grilled the wolf meat. The wolf meat was grilled and breakfast was eaten. Waiting for the time for the immortal ant to meet with its ant vanguard, Mo Fei opened the World Communication Channel. Has everyone got up? Did you sleep well last night? The one upstairs, you are so cool, you can still sleep until now. What a ghost! There were ghosts howling outside my territory last night. I couldn't sleep all night. I feel like I'm going to die. There were huge black shadows flying over my territory last night. There was also one that circled over my territory. I looked at it. It was a huge black dragon with wings and a hideous head. Its eyes were terribly red. I suspect it has set its sights on my territory. Is this true? Do you have to be so scary? The one above, run away. Oh my god, I was planning to wait until there were more soldiers today, and then go out to level up secretly at night. After hearing what the one above said, I don't dare to go out at all. Listen to me, don't go out at night if you don't have some strength. I sent soldiers out to level up last night, and my two ghouls were killed. What the hell? Ghouls are not dark soldiers, so their strength is enhanced at night? That's it? Enhancement, my ghouls are only level 1, and they were wiped out in less than an hour. I don't even know what killed them. Damn it, what a loss, huh? The one above, you are unlucky. My skeleton soldiers went out last night and dug up an epic level mutant crystal. According to the introduction, they were embedded in the barracks. I don't know what happened. Fuck, the one above is so lucky that he went out to pick up epic level materials? I was lucky last night. My dark bat went out and attacked a nest of Kirby foxes, and killed a second-level Kirby fox. On the World Communication Channel, some people suffered heavy losses last night and regretted it, while others picked up epic materials and were complacent. At night, high risks really come with high returns. Mo Fei looked at the 130,000 pieces of wood in his warehouse and smiled slightly. His income last night seemed to be good. In addition, he accidentally discovered that the fog in the misty forest could also be swallowed, and a group of auxiliary soldiers of the ant tribe, the Misty Ants, mutated. By tonight, the number of his Misty Ants can double again. At this time, Mo Fei moved slightly and felt the message from the ant tribe army in the east through the spirit network. They have reached the edge of the quagmire. Looking through the perspective, the ants who returned to the connection are not in any danger for the time being. Mo Fei changed his perspective. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared at the edge of a muddy pond covered by a faint mist. The muddy pond from yesterday. Bubbles popped up from time to time in the muddy pond under the mist, and it looked like it was boiling. There was a green meadow around, and dewdrops were still hanging on the green leaves. C-44 killed the acid mud monster, advanced to acid marching ant. I looked at the environment around the quagmire and saw that the grass beside it was growing lushly. Mo Fei's heart moved. The ants of fog, go to the 3 meters of grass south of you to create fog. Remember, clear the grass there to make a path out, and cover the entire ground with fog. Leave only that road without fog. That road is the entrance for the swamp mud monster to enter the trap. The immortal marching ants, the second order undead ant army, is still the second order undead ant army. Now you go hunt a few first order wild monsters. Remember, don't devour them. Bring their corpses to this grassland. The remaining legions, clear a piece of grass in front of you. Once the cleaning is completed, hide them all in the grass next to the open space. The ants cooperate in separate groups. In less than half an hour, the army of undead marching ants returned carrying the bodies of 4 first-level wild monsters. Their bodies were covered in blood and flesh, and even 2 of them were still breathing, and they let out pitiful groans from time to time. However, all of them have lost the ability to move. Mo-Fei's hunting ground has also been decorated. Close to the edge of the quagmire, all the grass is made of mist created by the fog ants. The fog is much thicker than the mist on the grass. But who would know that these thick fogs are created by a group of ants? At most, I feel that the fog here is thicker, which is a bit strange. What's more, Mo-Fei also deliberately left a spacious feeding path for the acid mud monster in the quagmire. There is no fog on this road. Following Mo-Fei's instructions, the immortal army ants dragged several first-level monsters from the edge of the quagmire to the open space, leaving a long trail of blood on the grass. It exudes a strong smell of blood. Then, under Mo-Fei's instructions, an army of 50,000 undead marching ants and an army of 40,000 second-level undead ants were all hiding in the thick fog on the edge of the quagmire, waiting for their prey to take the bait. Sure enough, when the fresh and strong bloody smell of the first-order wild monster floated along the wind to the sky above the quagmire, the number of bubbles in the quagmire suddenly increased, and become more and more dense. Mud water rolled. An acid mud monster covered only in mud emerged from the mire. Their eyes were looking greedily in the same direction, the open space next to the quagmire where the first-order wild monsters were. At the same time that the corpse of the first-level wild monster was discovered, a few acid mud monsters that were relatively close to the quagmire eagerly climbed onto the shore. It turns out that this creature is not very intelligent. After climbing ashore, these 2 acid mud monsters did not take the path Mo-Fei deliberately left for them. I chose to go directly through the grass covered with thick fog. Of course, their situations can be imagined. In the thick fog, several of Mo-Fei's strongest ant armies were deployed, the Immortal Marching Ant Army and the second-level Immortal Ant Army. After a few acid mud monsters entered the thick fog, they never came out again. Not even a sound was made. However, their deaths and the remaining acid mud monsters in the quagmire are not clear. Soon, there were more and more acid ooze monsters. Unable to stand the temptation of the bloody smell emanating from the first-order wild monsters on the shore, one group after another climbed onto the shore. Without knowing it, many acid mud monsters chose to walk through the grass covered with thick fog. Welcome them. It's the second-level undead ant army hunting the army of marching ants who are hiding in the thick fog and have been thirsty for a long time. Your ants swallow the first-level acid mud monster, and your energy points +1. Your ants swallow the first-level acid mud monster, and your energy points +1. Energy points +1 +1 +1. Reminders kept ringing in Mo-Fei's mind. As Mo-Fei expected, these first-order acid mud monsters are not very intelligent and not very strong. Their only attack stage is to spit out highly corrosive acid, but they can't spit out more than a few mouthfuls. Therefore, the energy points given by swallowing are pitiful. But the reason why Mo-Fei chose acid mud monsters as the target for leveling was not because he wanted to devour them and get the pitiful little energy points. A large number of acid mud monsters, more than 3 in number by visual inspection, climbed onto the path opened by Mo-Fei, came to the open space next to several first-order wild monsters. However, they haven't eaten yet. The grass on both sides shook, and countless rustling sounds sounded. Then, densely packed ants quickly rushed out from the grass. Before many acid mud monsters could spit out the acid, ants the size of a thumb climbed onto their bodies and bit them hard with their sharp front jaws. Click, click, in the blink of an eye, all the acid mud monsters in the open space were eaten away, not even the bones were left. At this time, at the intersection, the acid mud monster that was still crawling forward saw this scene. It made a long and thin sound of fear. Many acid mud monsters at the front want to retreat. However, at the edge of the quagmire, there was still a steady stream of acid mud monsters crawling out of the quagmire. They can't retreat at all. For a moment, the group of acid mud monsters fell into chaos on the road. Seeing this scene, Mo-Fei's eyes flashed. The acid mud monster has already sounded a warning sound. We can't let these guys escape back into the quagmire. Kill it while it's sick. The marching ant army, the second-level immortal ant army, destroy all the enemies who come ashore. Mo-Fei ordered immediately. Let the army ants hidden in the fog and the second-level undead ants attack. The acid mud monsters behind had just climbed out of the mud and had not yet reacted. I saw black ants with heads thicker than thumbs and 2 huge pincers on their front jaws suddenly rushing out from the bushes filled with thick fog on both sides. The undead army ants quickly climbed onto the bodies of these acid mud monsters at lightning speed. In 1 minute, all the acid mud monsters were covered with a layer of black armor made of ants, extending all the way to the mud. In less than 5 minutes, Mo Fei's ant tribe devoured all the acid mud monsters on the shore. Even some acid mud monsters that were close to the mud and did not have time to dive into the mud were not spared. Mo Fei's army ants directly built an ant bridge of about 2 meters, extending to the surface of the mud. These acid mud monsters that failed to dive in time were also devoured. Your undead ants devoured the acid mud monsters, and their energy points increased. Your undead ants developed acid resistance and began to evolve. Your undead army ants devoured the acid mud monsters, and their energy points increased. Your undead army ants developed acid resistance and began to mutate. Your undead ants evolved into acid ants. Your undead army ants mutated into acid army ants. Some of your acid army ants have gained energy points through devouring, and their level has been raised to level 2. Just as the ant army devoured all the acid mud monsters that had landed, a prompt suddenly sounded in Mo Fei's mind. Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, C45 acid ant, get new abilities. The leader of the acid mud monster appears. As the prompt sounded in his mind, Mo Fei opened the troop panel. At this moment, there were 2 more troop types on his troop panel, acid army ants, and acid death ants. Army type, acid army ants, advanced ant type, mutation, final growth level, level 4. Introduction, a high-level troop type of the ant tribe, a troop type that mutated from the high-level ant tribe, the death army ants, which devoured the first-level creature, the acid mud monster. Acid army ants perfectly inherited all the advantages and characteristics of the death army ants. They have huge and sharp front jaws, are extremely aggressive, crawl very fast, and have the self-healing talent of the death army ants. They have a certain acid resistance. At the same time, they also have the ability of the death army ants, spray acid. Acid spray, the abdomen of the acid army ant has mutated into a poison sac full of acid. When facing the enemy, they can spray highly corrosive acid. Acid army ant, final growth level, level 4, introduction, a high-level ant tribe, evolved from the high-level ant tribe, the dead ant, which devoured the first-level biological acid mud monster. Acid army ant perfectly inherited the talent of the dead ant and has a certain acid resistance. At the same time, they also have a special ability, spray acid. Acid spray, the abdomen of the acid army ant has mutated into a poison sac full of acid. When facing the enemy, they can spray highly corrosive acid. After reading the introduction of the acid army ant, Mo Fei showed a happy look on his face. Sure enough, I guessed right. If the probability is high enough, then we can make up for it with quantity. As long as we devour enough quantity. Even if it is a first-level wild monster, my ant tribe can also obtain their abilities. Spray acid. It is my ant tribe that has acquired new abilities after devouring a large number of first-level acid mud monsters. It is a little regrettable. It seems that the growth level of the acid mud monster is too low, while the level of my dead army ants is relatively high. Therefore, after devouring the acid mud monster, my dead army ants only mutated, and the final growth level did not increase, and it is still only the 4th level. However, there are a few dead ants that have evolved into acid dead ants after devouring the acid mud monster, and the growth level has increased from the 3rd level to the 4th level. It is the same as the growth level of the acid army ants. There is another thing that makes Mo Fei happy. Whether it is dead army ants or dead ants. After acquiring the ability of the acid mud monster to spray acid and evolving into acid ants, they all retained their previous military talents and characteristics. For example, the acid army ants still have sharp and huge pincers, strong attack power, fast speed, and the most important self-healing talent. In addition, they also have a certain acid resistance. At this moment, it can be seen that the few army ants were also corroded by their acid in the battle with the acid mud monster and suffered minor injuries. However, they mutated into the acid army ant queen. The injuries on their bodies recovered faster than those of ordinary dead ants. In addition, although from the size, there is no difference between these acid army ants. But according to the prompts in the mind, Mo Fei knew that after devouring a large number of first-level acid mud monsters, a few acid marching ants had enough energy points to upgrade to the 2nd level. The strength of the ant colony has been greatly enhanced. Soldiers, this battle was well done. Mo Fei praised the ant colony through the mind network. This is the affirmation of his own troops as a lord. Our mission is to fight for the Lord. The ant colony responded. In the territory. Sitting on the balcony on the 2nd floor, basking in the sun. After looking at his Lord panel, Mo Fei nodded with satisfaction. After a battle, his energy points have soared by more than 1,000. In addition to the wild monsters that were swallowed during the march. At this moment, his energy points are 4802/10,000. He is only about half the energy points away from upgrading to a third-level lord. After this battle, all the first-level acid mud monsters have all drilled back into the mud pit and dared not to show up again. Mo-Fei was also ready to withdraw his troops and leave. This mud pit, I don't know how long it has existed. There are a lot of acid mud monsters in it. Wait for 2 days, let's relax our vigilance. I will send the ant army to practice again. That's quite comfortable. Just when Mo-Fei was preparing to issue an order to withdraw the army and join the vanguard troops looking for wood resources to collect wood. At this time, the mud pit suddenly changed. I saw a huge bubble suddenly emerged from the mud pit, blowing away the mist above the mud pit. Then, the mud water began to roll, as if it was boiling. In the boiling mud water, a huge acid mud monster with a head of about 2 meters slowly emerged from the mud pit, looking at the ant colony on the shore. This huge acid mud monster, with 2 blood-red eyes on its head, let out a sharp and piercing cry. After the huge acid mud monster let out a cry, then I saw that the acid mud monsters that had just drilled into the mud pit all drilled back to the surface of the water. Led by the huge acid mud monster, densely packed first-order acid mud monsters rushed towards the ant army on the shore. Seeing this scene, Mo-Fei's expression changed slightly. From the huge size of this acid mud monster, it's difficult for Mo-Fei to judge, but he should be the leader of these first-order acid mud monsters in the quagmire. But seeing this huge acid mud monster, it seemed that it was going to lead S brothers to rush to the shore again to fight with their own ant colony. Mo-Fei couldn't help but sneered. He quickly ordered the ant army hiding in the grass to move. If he were in the quagmire, Mo-Fei would definitely have nothing to do with the leader of the acid mud monster. However, if leads his brother, he rushes to the shore. That's easy to say. You know, even the 4th-level wild monsters have to retreat when they encounter their own ant army. Coincidentally, my ant clan, with a small number of army ants and dead ants, has just evolved and mutated into acid ants, and its level has also been improved. Take this acid mud monster leader and try out the ant colony with improved strength. Under Mo-Fei's order, the ant army in the grass did not move. Only about 200,000 army ants and second-order dead ants stopped at the edge of the quagmire. As soon as the huge acid mud monster led his brothers to approach the shore, Zhang sprayed a large pool of acid. Strongly corrosive acid falls from midair like rain. The army ants and dead ants avoided each other. But there are still a few ants who dodge and are corroded by the acid. The acid sprayed by this giant acid mud monster is obviously comparable to the acid sprayed by the first-level acid mud monster just now. I saw the ants stained by the acid, and many of their bodies were melted by the acid on the spot. Even the self-healing talent failed to work. Only this acid liquid comes. The 200,000 ant colonies Mo-Fei left on the shore had at least several thousand casualties. Seeing how terrifying the acid mud monster was, the ants turned around and ran away. And how could the acid mud monster let go of these escaping ant colonies? A strange cry. To deal with these weak ants who had killed countless of their own brothers, the leader of the acid mud monster took the lead and rushed out of the mire. Zhang was brewing, and he spat out a large amount of acid at the fleeing ant colony ahead. C-46 destroy the acid mud monster's nest and kill the king of the acid mud monster. Evolve again. As soon as they washed up on the shore, the leader of the acid mud monster brewed for a while, and then spurted out another large amount of acid. But this time, the ant colony was prepared. This acid liquid fell. Only 2 ants were drenched in acid. Even the leader of the acid mud monster was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect these weak ants to be so flexible. But soon, its confusion was replaced by anger. Looking at the ants killing its offspring, the acid mud monster let out a sharp roar and charged forward. Looking at it like this, it looks like it will eat up all the ants here and vow to stop. At the same time, in the quagmire behind the leader of the acid mud monsters, countless densely packed first-order acid mud monsters also climbed to the shore. The quantity is at least more than 100,000. I saw this scene through the mind net. Not only was Mo-Fei not afraid of the ants who had just lost thousands of people, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Unexpectedly, there were so many first-order acid mud monsters in the quagmire. This time, my own ant army has evolved by devouring it. The ants on the shore intercept their retreat. Let them never come back. When all the acid mud monsters in the quagmire rushed to the shore, Mo-Fei immediately issued an order through the psychic net to the ant army hiding in the grass on the shore to intercept their retreat. Immediately, he issued a counterattack order to the dead marching ant legion, which had just followed his orders and escaped, and to the 10 ant legions hiding around the open space. March at level dead ant, Your target is the leader of the acid mud monster. In addition, the 9th and 13th Dead Ant Army, you will assist the marching ant army in attacking the leader of the acid mud monster. The remaining legion, surround and suppress the first order acid mud monsters, and let one of them escape. After receiving the order, the army of marching ants that had been running away just now suddenly turned around. In the unbelievable eyes of the leader of the acid mud monster, he launched an attack on it. The ant army, numbering more than 100,000, rushed towards the leader of the acid mud monster. Before the acid mud monster sprays acid again, climb up its body. At the same time, there were dense rustling sounds in the grass. Countless ants rush out. Divided into two groups, a wave of 300,000 ants followed the army of marching ants and climbed onto the huge body of the leader of the acid mud monster. Another wave of 10,000 ant army, together with the 100,000 army that cut off the acid mud monster's retreat, surrounded and suppressed the 100,000 acid mud monster. Large open space. Everyone in the room is an ant tribe. There are so many, it seems endless. Like a tide, they rush towards the acid mud monster, which only numbered 100,000. Even if it is a level 1 wild monster, facing so many ants, it is impossible to escape. Some acid mud monsters, before they had time to spit out a drop of acid, were already covered with more than a dozen ants. They lie on the acid mud monster, open their sharp front jaws, and bite like crazy. More acid mud monsters were swallowed up by the ant tide before even a drop of acid could be sprayed out. Some ants even ran a little slower. I didn't even drink the soup. Under Mo-Fei's instructions, the ants, numbering approximately 100,000, turned around and joined the attack on the leader of the acid mud monster. A dead army ant opened its pincers that were larger than its size and bit into the body of the leader of the acid mud monster. What is it like to be bitten by hundreds of thousands of ants at the same time? I believe no one has more say than the leader of the acid mud monster at this moment. The heartbreaking pain came. At this moment, no part of the acid mud monster leader's body was bitten by ants. Including its organs, eyes, and other places, everything is covered with ants. There is no place where I feel pain. There are even many ants who have found their way to the next place because of the leader of the acid mud monster. If you want to get through the ground, attack the acid mud monster from under it. Pain, 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 huge pain. The acid mud monster almost collapsed. It fell quickly. It rolled back and forth vigorously on the ground, trying to crush and flatten the bugs crawling on it. Throw them off. However, it's no use. An ant's sharp pliers have penetrated deeply into the body of the leader of the acid mud monster. They seem to grow out of the acid mud monster leader, and have merged with the acid mud monster leader. Even if there are ant pincers holding the minced meat of the leader of the acid mud monster and throwing it to the ground, more ants filled its vacancy. The leader of the acid mud monster finally suffered from this huge pain and let out a painful cry. But the ant soldiers are never kind to their enemies. As soon as the leader of the acid mud monster opened his mouth, several ants crawled in along his organ. These ants, which it had always regarded as food, now took the initiative to enter its mouth. But it can enjoy it. An ant was wreaking havoc inside its mouth, biting everywhere. They bit a hole in its mouth. More ants crawled in outside. About 10 minutes passed. The huge body of the acid mud monster leader finally stopped moving and was completely submerged by the ant colony. Your ant tribe devoured the elite wild monster of the first level, the acid mud monster king. Get energy points plus 15,000. Your dead ants devoured the acid mud monster, and the energy points increased. Your dead ants have acid resistance and begin to evolve. Your dead army ants devoured the acid mud monster, and the energy points increased. Your dead army ants have acid resistance and begin to evolve. Your dead ants evolve into acid ants. Your dead army ants mutate into acid army ants. The energy points obtained by your acid army ants are full, and the level is upgraded to the first level. The energy points obtained by your acid ants are full, and the level is upgraded to the third level. The energy points obtained by your acid army ants are full, and the level is upgraded to level 3. Your acid army ants evolve, and the final growth level is upgraded to level 1. Your current level energy points are full. Please open the Lord panel, upgrade the Lord level, and continue to obtain energy points. In his mind, a series of prompts sounded. Mo-Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, it was ecstasy. See 47 energy points soared, and it was promoted to 2 levels in a row. 4th level Lord. This time, destroy the lair of the acid mud monster. The results achieved are huge. Although this battle resulted in the loss of approximately 0,000 ant soldiers, the number of injured ants is even greater, almost around 100,000. but in Mo Fei's opinion, it's totally worth it. Because in this battle, my ants swallowed a total of about 100,000 acid mud monsters. There are more ants that evolved into acid immortal ants. At this time, the number of ants that have evolved into acid immortal ants is about 20,000. 50,000 undead army ants. After devouring the level acid mud monster king, 50,000 undead army ants have evolved into acid army ants. At the same time, after devouring the level acid mud monster king, the growth level of the acid army ants has been raised to level 5. Not to mention, after devouring the acid mud monster, many undead ants broke through to level, or even level. Including the evolved acid army ants, there are about 2,000 acid army ants. After devouring the acid mud monster king, their level has also broken through to the level. So, although it seems that in terms of numbers, his ant clan has lost tens of thousands, but the overall strength of my ant colony has become stronger. As for the injured 100,000 ants, their injuries are slowly recovering due to the effect of their self-healing talent. As long as you give them some time, their injuries will heal on their own and they can continue to fight. At this time, through the web of the mind, one can see that no acid mud monster has climbed out of the quagmire. Mo Fei ordered the ants who had just fought to rest for a while, then returned to complete the order. Mo Fei opened his own Lord panel. On the Lord panel, Mo Fei's level is Lord level, can be level plus, energy points, 10,000/10,000, click the plus sign after the level. A golden light appeared on Mo Fei. After the golden light disappears, Mo Fei's Lord level has been raised to the level. Then look at your own energy points. Lord level, can be level plus, energy points, 100,000/100,000. Behind the Lord level, there is a plus sign of level again. Prompt that you can become a level and level Lord again. Mo Fei was slightly surprised, but think about it carefully. This battle is coming. Just by killing the level acid mud monster king, I gained 15,000 energy points. Not to mention that in addition to the king of acid mud monsters, his ant colony also swallowed nearly 100,000 first-order acid mud monsters. Although the first level acid mud monster is very weak, swallowing one will only give you 1 energy point. However, there are more than 90,000 first-order acid mud monsters. After all, I have more than 90,000 energy points. Mo Fei was immediately relieved. Click the level plus sign again. A golden light appeared again on Mo Fei. After the golden light, Lord Mo Fei is leveling up, raised to the level of 2 steps in a row. At this time, Mo Fei can clearly feel the huge changes in his body after level. The six-pack abs that were originally not very obvious are now very clear. Not only that, Mo Fei can feel that his skin has improved. Some of the little spots on my body have disappeared, replaced by smooth and elastic skin. In addition, Mo Fei could feel that his muscles now became very powerful. Every cell seems to contain invisible powerful energy. This energy allows him to easily break a tree as thick as a bull with one punch. In addition to these obvious physical changes, Mo Fei also found that his perception of the surrounding environment became more delicate. Looking through the golden novice protective shield, he could clearly see a black spider hidden in the bushes. Species, hunting tarantula, level, first level. Even Mo Fei could feel the moist breath of earth and the breath of life in the breeze blowing over his face. Is this the benefit of equal promotion? Mo Fei murmured to himself as he clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. In this world of lords, a level lord is nothing. But as long as his ant clan can devour enough wild monsters, the wild monsters swallowed are powerful enough. As the lord, my strength will also increase and become stronger. After a simple rest, the ant army embarked on the road back to its territory. Mo Fei came to the grass square where he led. At this time, the number of ants produced by the barracks has reached another 500,000. But now, Mo Fei is already a level lord. Ant colonies don't need to be close. From a distance of 5 meters, you can swallow the Lord's aura emanating from Mo Fei. After swallowing Mo Fei's breath, the 500,000 ants, under Mo Fei's instructions, all climbed into the pool of the Fountain of Life and began to devour the Fountain of Life and evolve. The current water reserves of the 2 springs of life. It has been restored to 1080 units. It is more than enough for the 500,000 ants to devour and for the 2 million ant army returning from the expedition to recover their strength. When these newly produced ants swallow the Fountain of Life, Mo Fei opens the network of the soul, contacted the ant that found the material resources and returned to meet with the ant vanguard troops he sent out. Where are you? Mo Fei switched perspectives. He saw the environment in which this ant soldier was located. At this moment, his ant soldiers seemed to be in a narrow mountain road that stretched out. It should be a mountain road formed by mountain torrents, because both sides of the mountain road were covered with huge jagged rocks. There were no particularly tall trees around. What caught Mo Fei's attention was, at this time, the mountain road where his ant soldiers were passing was full of a strange green plant. Their green roots and stems were intertwined and covered the entire surface. These strange plants basically only had a few large green leaves. Above the leaves were huge petals that slowly opened and closed, as if they could breathe. What made Mo Fei feel a little creepy was, these petals slowly open and close. When they open and close, you can see that the inside of the petals is covered with densely packed tiny spikes with barbs. From a distance, they look like moving mouths. See 48 living weird plants. The only way to the stone resource area. At this time, returning to join the ant soldiers, crawling through the countless intertwined green rhizomes on the ground, Mo Fei suddenly noticed. These green rhizomes, like vines, seemed to move. Because, two thick green rhizomes blocked the way forward for his ant soldiers. And just now, there were no two thorny rhizomes here. In addition, Mo Fei also saw a strange scene. Under these vine-like green rhizomes covered the ground and covered with thorns, there seemed to be a thick layer of white bones. He just seemed to see a beast's thigh bone. These strange plants, are they alive? Mo Fei was a little shocked. But before Mo Fei thought about it carefully. Respected Lord, we are almost there. Go through this plant area and walk about 1 kilometer, and you will reach the place where you separated from the main army yesterday. At this time, the ant soldier stayed in place for a long time, and the tentacles on the front jaws gently shook, carefully distinguishing the smell he left yesterday, and replied, "This behavior is a bit strange. As an ant, you will leave a smell where you pass. However, at this moment, this ant soldier will take a long time to distinguish the smell he left behind." Before this, because he was worried that the ant soldier would be in danger on the way back to join the army, Mo Fei's perspective stayed on this ant soldier for a long time. There has never been such a strange behavior before. Basically, as long as you pass by this place and stay for a while, you can distinguish the smell you left behind. Why? Mo Fei noticed the strange behavior of the ant soldier and asked, "Strange, you left a smell here yesterday and disappeared." "It's not disappearing, it seems to have moved to another place, but you didn't go there yesterday." The ant soldier sent a message. Looking at these strange plants around, Mo Fei's eyes were a little alert. "Did you pass through here yesterday?" "Yes, Lord." The ant soldier replied affirmatively. "Can you still distinguish the way you came now?" Mo Fei asked. "These plants feel a little weird." Mo Fei paused and ordered, "Don't worry about the smell you left behind, speed up and pass through this area." "Yes, Lord." After receiving Mo Fei's instructions, the ant soldier no longer hesitated or stopped, climbed directly to the root of the plant covered with thorns. Fortunately, the straight-line distance of this area full of strange plants is only about 1,000 meters. After speeding up, the ant soldier passed here safely. After leaving this area full of green vines, the ant soldier only took about 5 minutes to find the scent mark he left yesterday. Adjusting the perspective, Mo Fei looked back. I saw the strange plant area behind the ant soldier. At this moment, all the plants opened their petals, revealing the dense and sharp barbs inside. Mo Fei was horrified. "Is this strange plant area the only way to the place where you found the wood resources?" Mo Fei asked. "Yes, Lord. You and another companion who found the wood resources, we too passed through it yesterday." The ant soldier answered. Mo Fei's expression sank slightly. "I always feel some bad premonition." He was not wrong just now. This strange green plant area, under the roots of these strange plants, are the bones of wild monsters. This road is the only way to the wood resource area. If we bypass this road, there are rugged trees on both sides, which makes the road more difficult to walk, and the wood collected by the ants must be transported back. We can only take this road. Mo Fei calculated in his mind, finally decided. No matter how strange these plants are, his ant army still has to go here. It may not be a problem for the ant army to bypass the road and climb over those rugged trees. At most, it will consume more energy. The problem is that his ant army has to transport the wood back to the territory. During this transportation process, the ant army is the load-bearing wood. We must find a safe, economical, and passable road. The ant tribe vanguard troops that Mo Fei had sent out to explore the way had been waiting at the meeting place for a long time. After this ant tribe soldier returned and joined the ant tribe vanguard troops numbering 20,000. Then go down and let them try to pass through the strange plant area just on the road. At the same time, when the sun rose to the top of the tree, the sunlight shone through the dense leaves in the forest and shone on Mo Fei's green grass territory. The 2 million ant tribe troops that went out to hunt also returned to the territory. Soldiers, you did a good job in today's battle. Mo Fei stood on the grass and praised the returning warriors. You are very brave. When facing the 4th level Acid Mud Monster King and nearly 100,000 1st level Acid Mud Monsters, they showed their courage and fearlessness. Not a single ant soldier retreated. Even if their companions were corroded by acid and died, they would still step on their companions' corpses and attack the powerful king of acid mud monsters. It's because people are not afraid of death and have courage. Only then can we achieve huge fruits at a very small cost. Fight for your lord. It's our glory. The ant army answered. Mo Fei nodded and got off. Injured soldiers, give priority to drinking the fountain of life to treat your injuries. The remaining soldiers, you have also consumed a lot of your body. Go to another fountain of life and eat the fountain of life to replenish your body. I'll leave the task to you later. Yes, Lord. The ant army separated. The injured soldier's injury was actually not as serious as it was at the beginning. Under the effect of the self-healing talent, their injuries have almost healed, but they are just a little weak. The army began to drink the fountain of life to restore their health. The reserve of the spring of life is visible to the naked eye. When the 2 million troops were finished eating, the reserves of the 2 first-level springs of life were directly reduced to less than 500 units. Only 463 units of fountain of life. This also made Mo Fei sigh with emotion. Although the strength of the ant tribe is strong, at the same time, after the level is upgraded, when treating and replenishing the body, the consumption of the fountain of life is also increasing. In the final analysis, the number of fountain of life buildings is too few and the building level is too low. As a result, the spring water reserves are insufficient and the ant army becomes stronger. Upgrading the territory level is inevitable for me. Respect your lord, we have finished replenishing our bodies. Please, Lord, give us a new mission. At this time, drink the fountain of life to replenish your body and ant army, and your fatigue will be gone. They formed a formation and stopped in front of Mo Fei. Every ant is full of energy, eager to try. Even when it was just born from the barracks, it only swallowed 500,000 ants from the fountain of life. At this moment, a huge formation is also automatically formed. Ants one by one, looking forward to Mo Fei. Wait for Mo Fei to give them instructions. Good. Mo Fei nodded. Then get off. Next, you only have one mission. That means leaving no stone unturned and exploiting the newly discovered material resources. Then safely transport the materials back to our territory and build our territory even stronger. See 49 Piranha Plant Territory. The dead ants, Mo Fei's anger. Always support the wise lord. Obey the lord's orders. Build your territory and make it stronger. All the ants were very excited and showed great enthusiasm. Yes, they exist. Is to obey all the orders of the lord, and is responsible for helping the lord in developing the territory more powerfully. Okay, let's go now. Mo Fei gave the order. Immediately, an army of more than 2.5 million ants set off in a mighty manner. And after the ant army set off, Mo Fei opened the spiritual network. At this time, the 20,000 ant vanguard troops, led by the ant soldiers who discovered the stone resources, had come to the strange green plant area on the mountain road. Lord, can we go directly? The ant vanguard stopped cautiously outside the green plant area and asked. Wait a minute, send a team over first to try. Mo Fei thought for a moment and spoke. From the 20,000 ant colony, an ant troop of 200 was immediately separated. Then, we entered the green vegetation area. Mo Fei's perspective also switched to the 200 ant troops. 10 minutes passed. This ant army successfully passed through the green vegetation area. Mo Fei finally let go of his inner feelings. Slightly relieved. When this ant army passed through this strange green plant area, Mo Fei's eyes were always observing these plants with huge strange flowers. According to the time when the ant tribe troops passed by, the rhizomes of these plants move quietly on the ground and bloom with flowers covered with fine barbs. Mo Fei is basically sure. These plants are alive. They sense creatures that enter the area where their roots are. At the same time, Mo Fei had roughly guessed it. These plants should be a kind of piranha that grows in the misty forest. After sensing the creatures that enter their territory, the piranha should hunt the creatures that enter their territory. The white bones of wild monsters found earlier are proof. Past. It should be that my ant clan is too weak, which attracted the interest of these piranhas. They didn't do anything to their own ant clan. At this time, watch the ant tribe team pass safely through Piranha's territory. Mo-Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. This mountain road is the only way to collect and transport stones. If these piranha flowers block the path of the ant army, then Mo-Fei may have to find a way to destroy it, and then collect the stones to upgrade the territory. But destroy the piranhas. And it's within Mo-Fei's current plan. Because Mo-Fei's plan. It's tonight, before night falls, to collect enough stones to upgrade the territory. This is for Mo-Fei and his ant army. Clearly a challenge. Time is very precious to Mo-Fei. Naturally, he is willing to waste time on destroying these man-eating flowers. After this ant clan team safely passed through the piranha territory, Mo-Fei was also relieved. The team passed safely, there is no danger. You can set off now. Pass. When passing through the piranha territory, you still have to be careful and try to pass as quickly as possible. Mo-Fei immediately ordered. Let your vanguard troops quickly pass through the piranha's territory. Prepare before the subsequent ant army comes. Let this vanguard force of the ants rush to the Granite Mountain first. Explore the details of Stone Mountain. After arriving with your own ant army, you can directly mine the stone. Yes, Lord. The vanguard troops numbering 20,000 responded. Then he entered the territory of the piranha. However, when this ant vanguard force entered the hinterland of the piranha territory, a sudden change occurred. Get out of here quickly. Mo-Fei, who had been observing the movement of the piranha through the spiritual network, suddenly issued an order to the ant colony. But it's still too late. This ant colony numbering 20,000 has not even reacted yet. The green roots they were stepping on suddenly began to slide rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a green vine wall formed, trapping the ant army in the middle. This is not over yet. After the woven vine wall surrounded 20,000 ants, those huge flowers that slowly opened and closed suddenly moved. Several tree stems supporting huge flowers suddenly bent down, and huge petals fell directly above the 20,000 ant tribe. The petals covered with dense barbs directly swallowed up thousands of Mo-Fei's ant soldiers when they opened and closed. Their petals seem to secrete a very sticky mucus. Once Mo-Fei's ants are stained with mucus, they have no power to resist. Several huge piranha flowers quickly swallowed up all of Mo-Fei's 20,000 ant clan as soon as the petals opened and closed. Watch the scene through the web of the mind. At this moment, Mo-Fei froze on the spot. They have forgotten to continue issuing instructions to their ant troops. Certainly. Even if he gave the order, it would be useless. The movement of these piranhas is really too fast. Mo-Fei and his ant troops were not given any time to react. The thorny roots on the ground are traps they have carefully laid. Once you fall into them, there is no way to escape. Even Mo-Fei himself did not think about it. These carnivorous plants are so smart. They let go of the 200 ant squads that he had sent to explore the way. They set their sights on the fat meat of the 20,000 ants behind him. As the 20,000 ants were devoured by the carnivorous plants, Mo-Fei completely lost the connection between his mind network and them at this moment. The next second, Mo-Fei's face slowly darkened. The perspective switched to the 200 ant squads. Looking at the carnivorous plant territory in front of him, he showed two cold lights in his eyes and laughed in anger. I originally wanted to provoke you, a waste of time. But now it seems you are looking for death. At this moment, what stone collection plan Mo-Fei has thrown behind his mind? The only thought in Mo-Fei's mind is to avenge the 20,000 ants who died in vain because of his wrong decision. C50 Devour the piranha plant. Gain new abilities? The amazing number of ant colonies advancement. Keep going and explore the environment of the Granite Mountain. Be careful. Mo-Fei ordered the 200-member ant squad. Go, Lord. The ant squad received the order and continued to move forward. They were lucky to escape. If they stayed here, they couldn't do anything. Mo-Fei changed his perspective and came to the 200,000 ant soldiers who set out. His expression was grim. 2 hours later, the ant army finally arrived outside the territory of the man-eating plant. One by one, the ant army formed a square formation. At a glance, it was a sea of black. It was full of densely packed ants. The size of each ant, the smallest one was as thick as a little finger, and the largest one was bigger than a thumb. Soldiers, look carefully at these green strange plants in front of you. Mo-Fei said in a deep voice, just now, they devoured 20,000 of our companions. What should we do? Ants were instantly murderous. An eye for an eye, kill them all. Yes. Mo-Fei said coldly, we will fight an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, kill them all. Listen to my orders. Mo-Fei gave an order, Now, eat all the green plants you see in front of you. Don't let go of even a rhizome. Ants raised their front jaws and showed their sharp pincers. There was no tactics. Starting from the edge of the collar of the man-eating plant, led by the acid army ants, countless ants began to eat in a sweeping manner. They climbed onto the surface, the first green rhizome. Hundreds of ants bit with their sharp pincers, and immediately bit off the rhizome of the man-eating plant. Thousands of ants swarmed forward. In less than a minute, the broken green rhizome had completely disappeared into their stomachs. At the same time, in Imofei's sight, he could see a man-eating plant at the edge of the green area. The huge flower trembled. Imofei sneered. This is just the beginning. Countless densely packed ants, like a black tide, poured into the collar of the man-eating plant. The sharp ant jaws tore the green rhizomes in front of them. The rhizomes were cut off and devoured by the ant colony. At this moment, many huge flowers of the man-eating plant began to tremble slightly. If they had feet, they would definitely run away at this moment. But it's a pity. They have no feet, they only have rhizomes. Green rhizomes slid across the ground like pythons, blowing away and crushing the ants that were biting them. Countless ants fell to the side. The injured ants began to emit a green light full of vitality. But more ants climbed up the stems of the giant flowers of the man-eating plants at this moment. Crack, crack, crack! Hundreds of ants gnawed frantically, and their sharp pliers cut off the stems. One by one, the tall flowers of the man-eating plants fell down with a bang along with the stems. What awaited them were the sharp pliers of countless ants on the ground. As the giant flowers of the man-eating plants were cut off by the ants, the rhizomes on them gradually stopped moving. Without the interference of the rhizomes, the ants rushed forward and devoured faster. The green rhizomes on the ground were decreasing one by one. The piles of white bones were exposed. As the roots on the ground became fewer and fewer, the remaining piranha plants posed less threat to the ant colony. The black ant tide rushed over, like a sharp pair of scissors, cutting off the tall piranha plants. Soon, there was no standing piranha plant in this area. Under the devouring of the ant army, they didn't even have roots left. Your ant tribe devours the third-level piranha plant and gains energy points plus 600. Your ant tribe devours the third-level piranha plant and gains energy points plus 423. Your ant tribe devours the third-level piranha plant and gains energy points plus 563. Your ant tribe, at the same time. In the territory, in Imofei's mind, the reminder that the piranha plant was killed kept ringing. Imofei was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, these carnivorous plants are actually a different kind of wild monster. They are also third-level wild monsters. Imofei opened the Lord panel. Energy points, for 20,000/1 million, the energy points soared by 420,000. Imofei didn't expect it. Destroying a carnivorous plant leader actually brought him 420,000 energy points. Let's just say, in this battle, his ant tribe devoured at least more than 100 carnivorous plants. In Imofei's mind, the prompts continued to sound. Your undead ants devoured the third-level carnivorous plants. The energy points increased, and your undead ants evolved. Some of your undead ants have full energy points, and the level has been upgraded. Your acid marching ants devoured the third-level carnivorous plants, and your acid marching ants have mutated. Gain new abilities. Some of your acid marching ants have full energy points, and the level has been upgraded. Your acid ants devoured the third-level piranha plant, and your acid ants mutated. Gained new abilities. Some of your acid ants have full energy points, and their levels have been upgraded. Hearing the prompt, Imofei was surprised again. Devouring the piranha plant, your ant tribe has evolved again? When he heard the prompt to obtain new abilities, Imofei quickly opened his own troop panel. Sure enough, behind the acid ant unit, there is a new unit, slime ant. Military type, slime ants, high-level ants of the ant tribe. Final growth level, level 4. Introduction: your ants evolved after your ants swallowed the third-level creature piranha. Slime ants have the abilities and talents of the ants before they evolved, and at the same time, they also have a new ability, spray slime. Spurting mucus: when piranha flowers hunt, the flowers will secrete a very viscous mucus to wrap the food and prevent the food from resisting. After your ants swallowed the piranha, they evolved and acquired this ability. They can spray out highly viscous mucus. Shoot slime. Imofei didn't expect that the ants would gain this ability after devouring the piranha. Sounds like a good idea. Imofei sensed something and evolved into a clan of slime ants, numbering approximately 10,000. The quantity is slightly less. Imofei thought for a while. Perhaps, these slime ants can be used to assist army ants in hunting in the future. The mucus they spray out should be able to interfere with the movement of a wild monster. In addition, through the web of the mind, Mo-Fei sensed that after devouring the piranha, the levels of many ants in his ant army had been raised again. Now, in the ant army, there are about 20,000 ants who have reached the third level. The number of ants that have reached the level has exceeded 600,000. Mo-Fei still remembers when he set off this morning. There are only 3 level ant clan legions since then. Is the level ant tribe with a population of 300,000. And the number of his own third-order ant tribe is only over 2,000. After swallowing the acid mud monster, the number of level ants and third-level ants has increased a lot. But the number of is not much. The number of the third-order ants has only increased by about 1,000, and the number of order ants has increased by about 10,000. And now, devouring the third-level piranha, the number of the third-level ant clan directly increased by more than 10,000. The number of level ants has directly increased by nearly 300,000. This made Mo-Fei sigh with emotion. Sure enough, if you want to upgrade your own troops, you can get energy points by killing monsters the fastest. Certainly. Mo-Fei understood. Although the piranha is at level 3. The first level and level ant tribes from devoured them and gained a lot of energy points. However, there are only 100 third-level piranha plants. By devouring the energy points gained from them, it is impossible to raise the levels of so many ants in one go. This is because, before that, the ants themselves had accumulated a lot of energy points by devouring the Fountain of Life and the acid mud monster. And the ant tribe in China is originally of a very low level, only the first level. To upgrade from level to level, not many energy points are required. Therefore, this time, the third-level piranha queen was swallowed again. Their energy points have reached the upper limit of the current level. This resulted in the terrifying phenomenon that after devouring the third-level piranha, the 300,000 strong ant clan was upgraded to the level in a matter of seconds. In comparison, among the existing ant tribes, the number of ant tribes that have been upgraded to the third level is not that exaggerated. This time, it swallows the third-level piranha. There are only more than 10,000 level ants, and their level has been upgraded to the third level. As for the third-order ant clan, which originally numbered more than 3,000, in this devouring, not a single level 3 ant clan has been upgraded to level 4. Seen from this, the higher the level of the unit, the more energy points are needed for upgrading. Mo-Fei estimated. I have 20,000 third-level ants, and I want to upgrade to the 4th level. At least we need to kill a few more, level 4 elite wild monsters like the King of Acid Mud monsters. If you kill ordinary 4th level wild monsters, you probably won't be able to upgrade many 4th level ants. See 51 Piranha Plant Territory, destroyed. New monsters found in the Stone Mountain? At this time, through the web of the mind, the perspective of the ant army, Mo-Fei could see it clearly. In the piranha's territory, all the roots of the piranha have been eaten up by the ant army. This green plant area now has become naked. The ground was covered with the bones of various beasts. Seeing that all the piranhas were wiped out, Mo-Fei snorted coldly. Revenge of the 20,000 ant vanguard troops. Now, the road for the ants to go to the stone resource area is smooth. Through the spiritual network, Mo-Fei sensed the injuries of his ant army. Mo-Fei didn't expect it. After annihilating the piranha territory, the number of ants that died was hundreds of them. Many ants are injured, and the self-healing power is at work at this time, slowly healing their injuries. However, then I thought about it. Mo-Fei quickly figured out the key. The only danger that piranha flowers can pose to their own ant tribe is actually the highly adhesive mucus secreted by their huge petals. Once stuck by their mucus, the small size and strength of the ant clan have no ability to resist. As for their thorny, movable rhizomes, the physical damage caused to their own ants is not as strong as the corrosive acid sprayed by the acid mud monster. After all, many of my own ants died directly under the strong corrosive acid spit out by the King of Acid Mud monsters, and even the self-healing talent had no time to take effect. As for the piranha flowers at the level, their rhizomes are also covered with sharp barbs. However, their roots can sweep away their own ants, and the injuries caused are not fatal. As for piranha flowers, they are used for hunting and can secrete sticky mucus. Under his own ant tide, he didn't even have time to devour his own ant tribe, and he was already cut off by his own ant tribe, including the stem. Certainly. This is limited to my own ant tribe. If other wild monsters stray into the piranha's territory, they won't be able to deal with the piranha's rhizomes alone. Once surrounded by the vine-like thorny roots of the piranha, even a 4th-level wild monster may be swallowed by the piranha flowers. After a short rest, the injured ant soldiers have almost recovered from their injuries. At this time, Mo-Fei suddenly sensed the message from the 200 ant team previously sent to explore the granite mountain. His face changed slightly. Soldiers, there is something going on in the stone resource area. There may be a tough battle to fight later. Now, listen to my order and the army will set off immediately. Mo-Fei immediately ordered. Let the ant army take the injured ant soldiers and set off immediately. After giving the order, Mo-Fei quickly switched his perspective to the team of 200 ants that sent the signal. A rocky mountain full of granite. Mo-Fei saw it. At this time, my ant team was standing on a huge granite on the rocky mountain. And on the huge granite where the ant team is standing, there are several big holes. What's this? Mo-Fei was stunned. You just said there are wild monsters on the stone mountain, hiding in these caves? Yes, Lord. The ant team replied, there is a kind of wild monster on the mountain. There are many of them. They are hiding in the holes of these rocks. How can a wild monster dig holes in such a hard granite and hide in it? Mo-Fei suddenly became curious. Quickly let the ant team get closer. Then look into the hole. However, nothing could be seen clearly. The holes in these granites are all drilled very deep. With his eyes, Mo-Fei could see that there seemed to be an animal with thick armor on its back hidden inside. As for what kind of wild monster it is, Mo-Fei doesn't know yet. You just said that there are many wild monsters on the stone mountain. Are they all this kind of wild monster? Looking back, Mo-Fei asked. Yes, Lord. The ant team replied. Looking at the stone mountain, many rocks have similar holes. Mo-Fei fell into deep thought. Judging from the situation reported by my own ant team and the number of these holes, the granite rock mountain discovered by my own ant tribe may be the habitat of these unknown wild monsters. This is a bit difficult to handle. There are such a large number of wild monsters in the stone resource area. If the ants mine stones, they will definitely disturb these wild monsters. Mo-Fei doesn't think that the ants who mine their own stone can live in peace with these wild monsters. After all, if this is really their habitat, mining the stones here is tantamount to destroying their habitat. What's more, in the Piranha territory, the 20,000 ant army will learn from the past mistakes right in front of us. If these wild monsters hiding in the cave are not dealt with, Mo-Fei can't safely collect the stones here. These wild monsters must not be left alone. It must be solved. But how to solve it is a big problem. Mo-Fei made a decision and thought about how to deal with all the wild monsters hiding in the stone cave. According to my observation just now, the entrances of these stone caves are not big. It can probably accommodate a first-level blue wolf to crawl in. It can be inferred from this. The wild monsters hiding in the caves will not be very big. This is good news for me. However, there is a problem. If the entrance of the cave is not big, if these wild monsters are always hiding in the cave, then the numerical advantage of my ant army will be gone. With such a small hole, the number of my ant soldiers that can enter is also limited. The key is what kind of wild monsters are in the cave and what abilities they have. Mo-Fei knows nothing about these. Sending your ant soldiers into the cave without knowing the opponent's strength is a very dangerous and stupid approach. So, to deal with these wild monsters, the first step is to find a way to lead these wild monsters out of the cave. So, how to lead these wild monsters out of the cave? Mo-Fei thought for a moment, his eyes lit up slightly. Actually, I don't need to think about this at all. Just follow the plan and let my ant army mine stones. Mo-Fei smiled slightly. Yes. I just need to make the ant army ready to fight at any time and mine stones according to the plan. Since this is the habitat of these wild monsters, mining stones here is equivalent to destroying their habitat. By then, are you still afraid that they won't come out? See 52 The amazing efficiency of the ant colony in mining stone. But Mo-Fei is not satisfied. After passing through the territory of the flower-eating plant, along the way, the 2.5 million ant army did not encounter any danger. Some first-level and second-level monsters saw the arrival of the ant army from afar and were scared away. The army walked for about an hour, finally reached the granite mountain on the top of the mountain. At this time, looking at the granite mountain in front of them, the ant army was ready to move. The third undead ant army, move out. Mo-Fei gave the order. Named the third army by Mo-Fei, it is an army composed of all first-level undead ants, with a number of 100,000. Under Mo-Fei's order, 100,000 first-level undead ants began to try to collect the huge granite in front of them. One by one, the first-level immortal ants climbed onto the stone. They opened their sharp pincers and began to collect. 10 minutes later, 100,000 immortal ants bit off some small stones from the granite. Okay, stop collecting. Seeing this, Mo Fei issued an order to stop collecting. Xin sighed slightly. Sure enough, collecting stones is still too difficult for the first level and first level immortal ants. There were not many surprises. After all, Mo Fei had already let the ant soldiers who discovered the stone resources try it before. With the bite force of the first level immortal ants and the sharpness of their pincers, it took 10 minutes to leave only a shallow mark on the granite and bite off a little bit of stone chips. Although the first level immortal ants are stronger, however, in essence, they are still ants from the ant tribe. They can bite plants with their pincers. They are not good at biting hard stones like granite. So, according to Mo Fei's plan, the main force for mining stone this time is not these first level undead ants, but the high-level soldiers of the ant tribe, the marching ants. Next, Mo Fei gave an order. Let the acid ants, acid marching ants, slime ants, and other soldiers go forward to mine stone. Sure enough, the marching ants and acid marching ants are the fastest at mining stone. The huge and hard pincers on their front jaws can easily bite off a piece of stone chips from the granite. In addition to these two ant tribe soldiers, acid ants spit out acid, which has a strong corrosive effect, and the effect of mining stone is also good. For Mo Fei, it is a small surprise. 10 minutes later, Mo Fei suddenly gave an order. Stop first. The ant army was mining in full swing and didn't know why. But they still obeyed Mo Fei's order and stopped. At this time, in the territory, through the network of the mind. Looking at the ant tribe collecting 30 units of stone, Mo Fei frowned. 100,000 marching ants and acid ants, only 30 units of stone were collected in 10 minutes? Looking at the ant army mining stones, Mo Fei frowned slightly. Not very satisfied. This speed is still too slow. Of course, Mo Fei knew it himself. 30 units of stone can be mined in 10 minutes. At this speed, in a day, the ant tribe can probably mine nearly 2,000 units of stone. This mining speed is actually very fast. After all, the ant tribe is not a farmer, dwarf, and other soldiers who are good at mining stone. Even if the peasants, dwarfs, and other soldiers are awakened, they are lords. On the first day of entering the Lord world, the number of many soldiers has not increased. Mining 2,000 units of stone a day, not many people can do it. So, Mo Fei was not satisfied, but he was not dissatisfied with the mining efficiency of the ant tribe, but with the mining speed of the ant tribe. The sun set that day. It's not enough to upgrade the territory to a high-level village with 10,000 stones. This makes Mo Fei feel uncomfortable. After all, he has already collected enough wood to upgrade the territory to a high-level village. And he still needs a bit of stone to upgrade the territory. Could it be that he can only wait until later? Then take out some wood from the warehouse to exchange for stone before he can upgrade the territory? Inside the warehouse. At this time, there are 130,000 units of wood. If it is exchanged for 10,000 stones to upgrade the territory, it must be more than enough. However, looking at the granite mountain in front of him, Mo Fei is a little unwilling. It's like he originally has a piece of meat, but he can't cut it. He can only spend a high price to buy other people's cut meat. Moreover, the faces of those profiteers last night are still vivid in my mind. The exchange ratio of wood and stone, and the profiteers' stalls, is even set to 5-1. In other words, if Mo Fei wants to upgrade his territory to a high-level village, he has to spend 50,000 units of wood to exchange for 10,000 units of stone. If he can choose, who would be willing to be the victim? Mo Fei's wood is not blown by the wind. Besides, just upgrading the territory to a high-level village. For Mo Fei, there is actually not much improvement. Mo Fei still has to build barracks and the Fountain of Life to upgrade their levels. This is another considerable resource. 50,000 wood has been spent. How much wood is left to exchange for stone and build an upgrade barracks? Think about it. Mo Fei gave up decisively and took out the idea of exchanging 130,000 pieces of wood in the warehouse for stones. If the quantity of the defective stone is not large, it will be replaced. But now the difference in stone quantity is not just a little bit, but a full 10,000 units of stone. Now, half of the first day has passed. Even if they mine until dark, the Mo Fei ant tribe army can only mine 100 units of stone at most. Mo Fei had no intention of doing so. Let the ant tribe's army continue to stay here to mine stones when night falls. Experienced the morning food and flower territory incident. With an unknown number of wild monsters of unknown levels hidden in the stone resources, Mo Fei had to be cautious. God knows, if the ants stay here at night, will there be any accidents? This is definitely a very dangerous move. Maybe These wild monsters hiding in the cave at the moment are a kind of dark creatures. Night is the time for them to come out and move around. It's okay, you can continue mining stones. After thinking for a long time, Mo Fei couldn't think of any way to speed up the ants' collection of stone resources. We can only order the army ants to continue mining stone for the time being. 4 ant legions were left behind to monitor the surrounding situation and help move the stone mined by the army ants. Mo Fei issued orders to the remaining 18 ant legions. Soldiers, spread out in legion units. Go to the mountain and search to see if there are any broken granite stones. Bring them back. Not all stones can be collected to build the territory. Mo Fei had inspected the stones there before when the ant team passed by the food flower territory. Lord's World reminds you that those stones cannot be collected to build the territory. Certainly. Maybe we can collect stone materials, not just granite. But currently Mo Fei discovered that only granite can be collected as stone. This reminded Mo Fei of those holes made by wild monsters on the stone mountain. Since these wild monsters have made holes in the rocks, then they dug holes and took out the stones. Where have you gone? If you can find these wild monsters, move them out with granite stones. Then maybe, since army ants, we don't have to work so hard to collect stones. See 53 monster on the stone mountain, Stone Eater. Stone Mountain. These unknown monsters have made so many holes, big and small. At this time, Mo Fei was also a little excited. If his ant army can find the granite stones left by these monsters, maybe before the sun sets today, he can collect 10,000 units of stone. And can his ant army find the granite stones thrown away by these monsters? Mo Fei has no doubt about it. After all, get rid of the marching ants that are currently mining stones and the 4 ant legions that are transporting stones. He still has 1.8 million ants left. This stone mountain is not very big. If there are broken granite stones on the mountain, his ant army will definitely find them. Under Mo Fei's order, 8 ant legions, with 10,000 as one, dispersed, looking for granite blocks in the stone mountain. But then, Mo Fei was slightly surprised. Around many stone caves, his ant army did not find any broken granite blocks. Not a single one. This is unscientific. Mo Fei had seen the stone caves in the stone mountain. Judging from the width and depth of the stone caves, digging a stone cave can produce at least 500 units of granite blocks. Some deeper stone caves can even produce up to 1,000 units of granite blocks. How could they not find even one piece of granite block? Fortunately, Mo Fei's doubts did not last long. Soon, a group of ant army came to report. They found granite blocks. Mo Fei switched perspectives. Came to this ant army. I saw a horizontal stone cave in front of my ant army. Different from many stone caves that Mo Fei had seen before. The cave of this stone cave was filled with many granite blocks. Soldiers, crawl out and move all these granite blocks. Mo Fei immediately ordered. One by one, the ant soldiers crawled into the cave. Although they couldn't bite these stones, it was no problem for them to move these broken stones. With the cooperation of tens of thousands of ant soldiers, the stones blocking the cave were moved out one by one. Then they were passed to the ground. At the same time, the ant armies in other directions also found the caves blocked by granite blocks one after another, and sent messages to Mo Fei. Under Mo Fei's order, one by one, the ant army cooperated to move all the granite blocks they found blocking the cave. There are so many stones, at least nearly 100 units of stone. At this time, in Mo Fei's perspective, in less than 10 minutes, the ant army in front of him had moved nearly 100 units of granite blocks out of the cave. What's more, the stones in the cave have not been moved yet, and they can continue to move. Next, just keep finding these caves filled with granite blocks. At this speed, I can move 10,000 units of stone before dark, or even more than 10,000. Mo Fei's eyes flashed with excitement when he saw the stones moved out by the ant army. But at the same time, Mo Fei was also secretly alert. However, it's almost time to stop while we're ahead. If we continue to move, we're afraid that we'll alarm the wild monsters hiding in the cave. These granite blocks can't block the cave by themselves. The only possibility is that the wild monsters hiding in the cave blocked them in the cave. Okay, stop. Keep looking for a cave blocked by stones. Stop when you move 100 units of stone to each cave. The stones moved out by the ant army have exceeded 100 units, at least 120 units. Mo Fei ordered. Just as the ant army received the order and prepared to evacuate from the cave. At this time, in Mo Fei's sight, inside the cave in front of him, suddenly there was a sharp whistle. Powerful sound waves rushed out of the cave, instantly blowing away all the ants in the cave. Many ants turned their bodies in the air for several circles and fell to the rocks on the ground. They were knocked unconscious. They couldn't move for a long time. At the same time, Mo-Fei also received messages from several other ant tribes. They also encountered the same situation as the ant tribe in front of him. Many ant soldiers were blown away and stunned by the sharp sound waves that suddenly came out of the cave before they could evacuate. Fortunately, his ant tribe bodies are relatively resistant. These ant soldiers were only temporarily stunned by the sound waves. Even if they flew a few circles in the air and fell to the ground, their bodies were not seriously injured. A faint green light emerged from their bodies, and their self-healing talents were taking effect, healing their damaged internal organs. Mo-Fei hurriedly gave the order. Let his ant army evacuate first with the stunned ant soldiers. Just after giving the order, Mo-Fei suddenly noticed something and looked at the cave. What is this thing? I saw the stone cave at this time. Granite blocks were pushed out of the cave. A wild monster with a pointed mouth full of sharp teeth slowly emerged from the cave. Its body size is not big, about the same as the first-level blue wolf that Mo-Fei had seen before. However, this guy looks much more difficult to deal with than the first-level blue wolf. Its whole body is covered with thick armor like rock. From the mouth to the tail, including their body, all are covered with a layer of rock-like armor. Only the eyes are not covered with rock armor, but they are also covered with small rock-like scales. At this time, the two eyes of this wild monster are the size of mung beans. They are full of blood red, staring at Mo-Fei's ant army angrily. Species, Stone Eater, Level 3, Introduction, a low-level wild monster that likes to grow in the stone mountain area, mainly eating stones. The higher the material of the stone, the more the Stone Eater likes it. Most adults are only level 3, but depending on the number of Stone Eaters in its population, they occasionally mutate into elite Stone Eater leaders of levels 4 and 5. The body of the stone-eating beast is covered with rock-like armor, which has excellent defensive capabilities. The hardness of the armor is related to the material of the stone they like to eat when they are alive. The harder the stone material, the harder the armor that grows on their body. Because of their powerful defensive capabilities, these guys are one of the few low-level monsters that the 4th and 5th level monsters are unwilling to provoke. In addition to the powerful defensive capabilities, the stone-eating beast has another capability. The armor on their necks contains a special sound wave organ. The sound waves emitted can easily shatter most stones, which helps them eat stone better. At this time, the information of the stone-eating beast appeared in Mo-Fei's eyes. Seeing the information of the stone-eating beast, Mo-Fei's pupils shook slightly. A 3rd-level monster, with powerful defensive capabilities, and the sound wave attack power that can shatter rocks. Using rocks as food? In an instant, Mo-Fei understood how these holes in the granite mountain came from. At the same time, Mo-Fei also understood why his ant army found many stone caves. Some caves did not even have a piece of granite debris around them. Even if some caves like the one in front of him were found, which were blocked by rocks. The number of granite fragments in the cave did not match the volume of the cave. Because all the stones that were consumed had already entered the stomachs of these stone-eating beasts in front of him. C54 so far, the most difficult guy the ants have encountered. No weaknesses. He saw the stone-eating beast staring at his ant army with an angry look. Mo-Fei did not hesitate. Immediately issued an order to prepare for battle to all the ant tribe encountering the stone-eating beasts. Soldiers, get ready for battle. Don't take the initiative to attack. Take your injured companions and evacuate slowly first, waiting for support from other legions. I realized that I was in the ant army. Seeing this stone-eating beast suddenly appearing at this moment, many ant tribe soldiers were eager to try and full of fighting spirit. Mo-Fei quickly added. At the same time, through the web of the mind, Mo-Fei flew to the remaining ant army that had not encountered the stone-eating beasts, and gave the order to put down and carry the granite stones and support the ant army that encountered the stone-eating beasts first. Mining stone acid ants, acid army ants, slime ants. Mo-Fei also gave them an order to stop mining stone and first support the ant army when encountering stone-eating beasts. There was one stone-eating beast in front of me, and it was about the size of a first-order blue wolf. But, don't look at it, it's just a... At this moment, in Mo-Fei's heart, the importance attached to this stone-eating beast. It even exceeds the more than 100 piranha plants in the previous piranha territory. Mo-Fei did not despise the stone-eating beast because of its small size. Like the stone-eating beast, the man-eating flower is also a level wild monster. Still a different kind of level wild monster. But Mo-Fei is not very afraid of the piranha. Because it is easy for Mo-Fei to know their weaknesses. For plant-type wild monsters, no matter how high the level is, it is difficult to get rid of their species characteristics. Piranhas are plants. Therefore, of course they also have one of the most obvious weaknesses of plants. That's right, they can't move. For MOFA, no matter how big the piranha territory is, if they cannot move, then they will be a fixed target for our ant army. No matter how many piranhas there are, they will end up being devoured one by their own ant army. But the stone-eating beast in front of me is different. Although it is only a level wild monster, in terms of danger, it may not be as dangerous as the 4th level elite wild monster MOFA encountered before, the king of acid mud monsters. However, it depends on the difficulty of dealing with it. It is definitely more difficult for MOFA's ant army to deal with it than to deal with the king of acid mud monsters. After all, although the acid ooze sprayed by the king of acid mud monsters is fatal to the ants, it can easily harvest the MOFA ants. But in essence, it is still a species among slimes. The defense capability is very weak. MOFA's ant army can easily tear into pieces the body of the 4th level acid mud monster king. And according to the information of this stone-eating beast, MOFA knows, although is a level wild monster. However, they have terrifying defense capabilities that are not afraid of 4th level or even level wild monsters. At this moment, the thick armor on this stone-eating beast is the best proof. The body of the stone-eating beast is covered from head to tail by rock-like armor. Even their weakest spots, the eyes, are covered with thin, rock-like scales. There is almost no weakness in his whole body. And, according to the presentation, the hardness of the armor on the backs of stone-eating beasts is also related to the type of stone they eat. The harder the stone, the harder the armor they grow on their bodies. In other words, this stone-eating beast is wearing armor at this time. At least it is granite level and hard. Therefore, at this time, I have these first-order and second-order undead ant army. It is impossible to break through its defense and cause any damage to it. From this moment on, this stone-eating beast dared to swagger out of the cave in the face of its own army of hundreds of thousands of ants. MOFA also saw it. This guy relies on his abnormal defense power and is not afraid of his own ant army at all. Don't take your ant army seriously at all. So, I just gave the order. Let your eager ant soldiers not act rashly. There are almost no weaknesses in dealing with this perverted defense. The method of suppressing quantity does not work. Only by bringing back the level ants that are mining stone, including army ants, acid ants, and slime ants, can we fight with them. And at this time, climbing out of the hole, I saw a group of weak ants taking away my food. The stone-eating beast suddenly looked fierce. You can see that the armor on both sides of its neck is slightly open. The 2 orifice-like organs vibrated rapidly, and another sharp sonic attack was sent towards the ant colony. Sonic attacks are another way for stone-eating beasts to save their lives in addition to their hard armor. When he was caught by many high-level wild monsters that were stronger than himself, the stone-eating beast will curl up its body to protect its relatively weak abdomen. At the same time, it will catch the wild monster and suddenly launch a sonic attack. This trick often works wonders, and it works every time. High-level wild monsters are usually thinking about where to attack at this time. If they are not prepared, they will be temporarily stunned by the sound waves. The stone-eating beast will take advantage of the time when the high-level wild monsters are stunned to escape back to their caves. In the deep cave, the power of its sonic attack will be strengthened several times. Certainly. Sonic attack, for stone-eating beasts. Not only can it be used to break stones and facilitate eating, but it can also be used to save lives. At the same time, it can also be used to deal with creatures weaker than itself. For example, now. But what the stone-eating beast didn't expect was, after its sharp sound wave attack, the 100,000 ants in front of it all had a faint green light full of vitality, and none of them fell down. All of them were still standing. In an instant, the stone-eating beast was stunned. Looking at the army of ants with green light on their bodies, slowly retreating, it couldn't understand. You know, generally low-level wild monsters, when facing its sound wave attack, they have almost no resistance. Usually they will be directly stunned. It is one of its food. Although the stone-eating beast's favorite food is various rare ores. However, it occasionally hunts some low-level wild monsters to change its taste. And now, these seemingly very weak ants. They actually faced its sonic attack. Under its sonic attack, these ants can still stand? Even, they look unharmed. How is this possible? The stone-eating beast still remembers that just now at the entrance of the cave, these ants were clearly blown away and stunned by its sonic attack. C-55 command the battle with the network of mind. The first cooperation between the ant tribe's troops. After all, it was just a third-level wild monster. The intelligence of the stone-eating beast was not high. When it found that the ant tribe in front of it could ignore its strongest sound wave attack, its two green bean-sized eyes blinked vigorously. For a moment, the brain crashed. I don't know what to do. But Mo Fei, who saw the scene through the mind network, instantly figured out the key. Looking at the stone-eating beast that was stunned and stayed in place. While Mo Fei felt a little funny, he ordered all his ant tribes not to fight with the stone-eating beast and to evacuate and gather together in time. Why did this happen? Mo Fei actually knew very well. Although the ant tribe that he failed to evacuate in time in the cave just now was blown away and stunned by the sound wave attack launched by the stone-eating beast. However, that was because it was in such a small space like the cave. First, the power of the sound wave was strengthened several times after rebounding. In such a small space, the sonic attack of the stone-eating beast can create a very strong airflow. My ants are so small that they will naturally be blown away by the strong airflow. Now, retreat to the open space in front. The stone-eating beast launched a sonic attack on its ant army again. Although it also caused some damage, it was much less powerful than in the cave. Of course, there is another key point. That is, the most outstanding thing about my ants is actually their sense of smell. Their hearing is not as sensitive as that of other animals. The way the ants perceive sound. It is through the tentacles of the front jaws, as well as the organs of the body and feet to perceive the vibration of sound. Therefore, compared with other animals with sensitive hearing, the sonic attack launched by the stone-eating beast causes very limited damage to them. At this time, after discovering that the sonic attack of the stone-eating beast caused limited damage to its ants, Mo Fei was relieved. He continued to order his ant army to retreat. It was the stone-eating beast. After discovering that his sonic attack seemed useless, he saw the ant army retreating. He immediately rushed over in a rage. In his opinion, he was wearing defensive armor and had a strong defense that even the fourth-level wild monsters could not do anything to him. Even if he did not use sonic attacks, these weak ants would not be able to do anything to him. Besides, if the sonic attack was useless, didn't he still have a few sharp teeth? He just didn't believe it. If he continued, these ants could still survive under his sharp teeth. The stone-eating beast was not slow. Soon it caught up with the retreating ant army. With a pointed mouth, the tongue rolled, and nearly 50 ants entered its mouth in an instant. At this time, 50 ants were eaten. The two small eyes of the stone-eating beast, which were the size of mung beans, suddenly lit up. It didn't expect that the taste of these ants was surprisingly wonderful. It was even sweeter than it imagined. At this moment, the stone-eating beast wished that its mouth could be opened wider, so that it could eat more ants at a time. Just as the stone-eating beast opened its mouth for the first time and rushed towards the ant army. At this time, Mo Fei in the territory finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because the 20,000 third-level ant soldiers who mine stone, 50,000 slime ants, 20,000 acid ants, a mixed force of more than 150,000 marching ants, and 400,000 undead ant corps, have arrived. At this time, in Mo Fei's sight, more than 100,000 marching ants and acid marching ants arrived first. As for the remaining 1.8 million ant army looking for granite blocks, through the mine network, Mo Fei could sense that they were also approaching this place quickly. In 10 minutes at most, all his ant armies will be able to gather together. Acid ants and acid marching ant corps, listen to my orders. Mo Fei took a deep breath and issued an order. Group 1000 and mix into the 4 undead ant corps next to you. Find the right opportunity, spray acid, and focus on attacking the eyes and abdomen of this stone-eating beast, these two places with weaker defenses. Break its rock armor defense. Undead Ant Corps, your mission is to cover the acid ants approaching this stone-eating beast. Mo Fei paused. You must be prepared to sacrifice at any time. When necessary, you must sacrifice yourself to save the acid ants. The acid sprayed by the acid ants can corrode granite. Therefore, only the acid ants can break the defense of this stone-eating beast. However, there are not many of them. There are only 20,000 acid ants and acid marching ants in total. Mo Fei knew the importance of these 20,000 acid ants in dealing with stone-eating beasts. Other ants can be eaten by stone-eating beasts. But they must not be eaten by stone-eating beasts. After all, there are more stone-eating beasts than the one in front of him. Let's not talk about how many stone-eating beasts there are in this mountain. Let's talk about now. Mo Fei's ant army provoked 10 stone-eating beasts. After the acid ants mixed into the undead ant army, Mo Fei gave orders to the marching ants that reached the first and third levels. Let them also mix into the undead ant army. The marching ants that mixed into the undead ant army have only one mission. When the acid ant's acid corrodes the rock-like scales on the stone-eating beast's abdomen and breaks through the stone-eating beast's defense, the marching ants should follow up with an attack. Use their pincers to tear open and expand the stone-eating beast's wounds. Finally, Mo Fei gave orders to 50,000 slime ants. Slime ants, you also sneak into the undead ant army. Your mission is the most important. Mo Fei said solemnly, when the stone-eating beast raises its claws, you seize the opportunity and shoot the slime at its soles. As long as the soles of the stone-eating beast are stuck by the slime, its flexibility will be greatly reduced. In this way, the acid ants can spray acid to hit it more accurately. At the same time, the marching ants can also quickly climb its body and tear open its wounds. After arranging everything, Mo Fei's eyes were motionless. His eyes were fixed on the army of 400,000 undead ants approaching the stone-eating beast. Can he kill this stone-eating beast? Can he continue to mine the stones in the granite stone? It depends on them. If he fails, then he can only temporarily give up this granite stone resource that he has finally found. Go to the Misty Forest again to find new stone resources. Will it take 1 day or 2 days to find a new stone resource? Mo Fei doesn't know. But if his ant army really can't do anything to these stone-eating beasts and can't kill them, for the safety of his ant army, Mo Fei can only do this. See 56 Perfect Cooperation, defeat them one by one. Evolved again. Mo Fei's life is at stake. More than 300,000 acid ants, army ants, slime ants, and other high-level ant troops were mixed into 4 undead ant legions. The ant army, totaling more than 700,000 people, approached the stone-eating beast. At the same time, the stone-eating beast is feasting, savoring the delicious taste of ants in its mouth. Suddenly discovered. These weak ants didn't even try to escape. Seeing the sudden appearance of an army of 700,000 ants, the stone-eating beast was slightly startled. Then I was overjoyed. These ants are worried that they don't have enough to eat, so they take the initiative to give themselves extra food? Although at this time, the ant army suddenly appeared in large numbers. But the stone-eating beast is not afraid at all. These weak ants cannot even bite their own armor. No matter how many there are, it doesn't matter. It's not just about being your own food. Looking at the huge army of ants rushing towards him, the stone-eating beast immediately pounced. These ants taste pretty delicious. Therefore, it is prepared not to eat for days until its stomach is full. However, at this time, the stone-eating beast suddenly discovered that just as his body jumped up, several beams of liquid were suddenly shot out of the ant colony on the ground. It stuck to the soles of my feet. Landing again, the stone-eating beast quickly felt its physical condition. I found that these liquids did not seem to cause any harm to myself. A trace of doubt appeared in his little eyes, and he no longer cared about the liquid on his soles. About to take action again. At this time, the stone-eating beast suddenly discovered. I can't move my feet. It was firmly stuck to the stone. Before it could figure out what was going on. At this time, another ant in the ant colony sprayed 2 beams of liquid. Accurately hit the stone-eating beast on the abdomen. As these acidic liquids fell on the scales on the abdomen of the stone-eating beast, in an instant, only a sizzling corrosion sound was heard. The scales on the abdomen of the stone-eating beast are corroded by the acid and quickly dissolve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the flesh and blood under its scales were burned by the acid. While rotting, blood was shed. And when the stone-eating beast felt severe pain coming from its abdomen. In the ant colony, the army ants with huge front jaws were already waiting impatiently. They quickly followed the stone-eating beast's feet and climbed up its body. Several army ants took the lead, crawling along the stone-eating beast's belly and into its wounds corroded by acid. Without the wounds covered by scales, they quickly bitten into a big hole under their sharp pliers. 2 thumb-sized scales fell off from the stone-eating beast's abdomen as the army ants gnawed and fell to the ground. The army ants swarmed forward. Under their bites, more and more scales fell off the belly of the stone-eating beast. Soon, the stone-eating beast discovered in horror. His abdomen was filled with ants with huge front jaws. What used to be a mild pain has now turned into severe pain. Ouch! Under the severe pain, the stone-eating beast wanted to lower its head and bite the ants biting its abdomen. However, he found that its limbs were still stuck to the stone, and it couldn't even curl up. Its neck has been stretched very hard. But he still can't bite the ant on his belly. Helpless, I can only roar. In the territory, Mo Fei is watching all this through the spiritual network. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my ant tribe has added acid ants, a high-level unit of the ant tribe. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with a wild monster with strong defense like the stone-eating beast. As long as the acid can break through the stone-eating beast's defense, Then it is only a matter of time for my ants to kill and devour this stone-eating beast. Mo Fei felt relieved. And this time, Mo Fei suddenly noticed that the scales on the neck of the stone-eating beast moved. In an instant, Mo Fei remembered that the stone-eating beast had another killer move, Sonic Attack. Mo Fei quickly got down and let the army ants lying on the belly of the stone-eating beast divide apart and attack the neck of the stone-eating beast. Really? Dozens of army ants have just crawled onto the stone-eating beast's neck. The scales on both sides of the stone-eating beast's neck were opened, revealing two small hole-like organs that emit sound waves. Before the stone-eating beast could launch another sonic attack, dozens of army ants rushed forward. The huge pliers bit hard on the two small holes on the neck of the stone-eating beast. The stone-eating beast let out a miserable howl again. Next, nothing happened again. When the army ants completely occupied the abdomen of the stone-eating beast, in just a few minutes, they had eaten all the stone-eating beasts. Only the stone-eating beast's armor scales were left as hard as granite. At this time, the ant army, which was being chased by a stone-eating beast, all gathered here. They brought a stone-eating beast. Mo Fei didn't dare to be careless. Command your own ant army again and repeat your old tricks. Under the protection of more than 20,000 ant troops, the acid ant colonies responsible for breaking through the Stone Eater's defenses are perfectly safe. After losing a lot of immortal ant soldiers, Mo Fei's slime ants and acid ants are becoming more and more skilled in cooperating. Add to that the highly aggressive marching ants, and they killed the 8 stone-eating beasts one after another. As for the last stone-eating beast, after all 8 of its companions were killed by the ant colony, it finally realized that something was wrong. It turned around and ran away. This guy has strong defensive capabilities. If he is determined to escape, Mo Fei's ant colony can't stop him. It can only escape. And after killing 8 stone-eating beasts, Mo Fei's mind was prompted again. Your ant tribe devours the 3rd-level stone-eating beast, and the energy points increase. Your ant tribe begins to advance and obtain the talent of the stone-eating beast. Your ant tribe advances to stone-eating ants. Some of your ant tribes have full energy points, and the level is increased to the 3rd level. Some of your ant tribes have full energy points, and the level is increased to the 4th level. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Mo Fei was surprised. After devouring a stone-eating beast, the ranks of many ant soldiers were upgraded. In the ant army under his command, there was finally a 3rd-level ant, and the rank was upgraded to the 4th level. Of course, Mo Fei was most surprised. After devouring the 3rd-level stone-eating beast, his ant tribe advanced again. It became a stone-eating ant and gained the talent of the stone-eating beast. Mo Fei opened his troop panel. Army, stone-eating ant, high-level ant troop, final growth level, 5th level. Introduction: the high-level ant troop marching ant devoured the 3rd-level stone-eating beast and became a troop. The stone-eating ant has all the abilities and talents of the marching ant, with increased physical strength and a strong ability to resist sound waves. At the same time, it also has a unique talent, Sonic Attack. Sonic Attack, one of the talents of the stone-eating beast, a special structure of sonic organs grows on its body, which can emit a kind of high-frequency oscillating sound waves. See 57 Sonic Attack, a huge improvement in the efficiency of stone mining. Free labor. Sonic Attack. Looking at the talent introduction of the ant-eater on the troop panel, Mo Fei was slightly startled. Then, his face showed a look of surprise. Unexpectedly, the talent obtained by the ant-eater was actually a Sonic Attack. The ant-eater's abnormal defense talent is also very good. But to be honest, what Mo Fei wanted most was their Sonic Attack talent. Mo Fei didn't expect that just after devouring 8 ant-eaters, his marching ants actually obtained the Sonic Attack talent he wanted most. Sonic Attack. It can emit a very high-frequency oscillating sound wave. There is no doubt. This is a talent that Mo Fei urgently needs at present. With this talent, his ant tribe can mine the granite of this mountain like the ant-eaters here. The efficiency of the ant tribe in mining materials will be greatly improved. Looking at the scene presented by the mind network in front of him, Mo Fei searched with his eyes. Soon he saw several ant soldiers in the ant colony that had upgraded to the 4th level and evolved into ant-eaters. They were slightly taller than the 1st-level marching ants. At the same time, they looked a little different. Mo Fei noticed that between the chest and abdomen of the ant-eater, a strange part grew on both sides, with a row of extremely small holes on the surface. This should be the organ that emits vibrating sound waves. Thinking of the 2 small holes on the neck of the ant-eater, Mo Fei instantly guessed the function of this newly grown organ on the ant-eater's body. Mo Fei quickly learned the specific number of ants that evolved into ant-eaters through sensing. There were a total of 214 ant-eaters. This number is a bit small. However, Among these 214 anteaters, more than 10 anteaters have reached the 4th level. It is the highest level ant tribe among all the ants that MOFE has now. The level is one level higher than the first level anteater. Moreover, these anteaters are evolved from marching ants. They retain all the characteristics of marching ants, have sharp and huge pincers, and agile reaction speed, and are extremely aggressive. It can be said that these 214 anteaters are the elite among the elites of MOFE's ant soldiers. At this time, if these 214 anteaters have strong defense against an anteater that is much larger than them, MOFE dare not say that they will definitely kill the anteater. However, it is not as easy for the anteater to deal with them as before. After all, no matter how small the anteater is, it is also a 4th level soldier. After evolving to the 4th stage, they have grown tremendously in terms of attack power, reaction speed, and strength. Moreover, they also have the talent of self-healing and the sonic attack talent of the savage beast. That is, they encounter a savage beast with abnormal defense. If they encounter ordinary savage monsters, such as savage wolves and savage black bears, maybe MOFE doesn't need to use the previous human wave tactics. These 214 savage ants alone can easily hunt them down. At this time, looking at these 214 savage ants, MOFE has a strange feeling. Their efficiency in mining materials. Perhaps it can be compared with the previous 100,000 marching ants and acid ants. Even, maybe their efficiency is higher than that of 100,000 marching ants. Not in a hurry to verify the thoughts in his heart, he looked back at the mountain in front of the ant tribe and the countless caves on the mountain. MOFE raised his mouth slightly, revealing a sneer. Soldiers, attack. Target, the cave on the mountain. It's time to let these beasts see how powerful our ant tribe is. MOFE immediately gave the order. Let his ant tribe army assemble. Kill back to the cave that was found before and blocked the cave. Now, MOFE has 214 anteaters. Among them, 20 anteaters have broken through to the 4th level. These 214 anteaters can completely play the role of restraining beast eaters in battle, as the main force to disturb the beast eaters. So MOFE no longer worried that his ant tribe would be defenseless and suffer heavy losses like before under the attack of the scavenger beasts. Prepare to defeat these scavengers one by one. As for whether there is a scavenger beast hidden in all the caves, MOFE does not know yet. However, the caves with bricks blocking the entrance must have scavengers hidden in them. Moreover, choose the caves with granite bricks blocking the entrance. While killing these scavengers, MOFE also collected some materials by the way. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After killing 8 scavengers, MOFE now has more experience in the coordination between slime ants and acid ants. After ordering a part of the ant army to return to the cave of the previously killed beast, continue to carry the materials just thrown, and guard the materials. Under MOFE's command, 500,000 ants found the cave of the beast that had just escaped. At this time, the entrance of the cave of the beast was blocked by it again with granite blocks. But it didn't work. MOFE directly ordered his ants to move the granite blocks blocking the entrance of the cave. Soon, the ant soldiers moved all the granite blocks at the entrance of the cave. It was different from the last time. Even though the ant soldiers moved all the granite blocks at the entrance of the cave, the beast hiding in the cave still did not make any movement. Even after the ant soldiers moved all the blocks at the entrance of the cave, MOFE also heard the sound of sonic vibrations from the depths of the cave. Obviously, the beast was scared. It wanted to use its sonic attack to shatter the blocks in the cave and dig a hole to escape. Hear the sound of sonic vibrations from the cave. In the territory. MOFE laughed back. Come on. MOFE was still worried about whether he could collect enough materials for 10,000 units tonight. Now, after discovering that the beast was desperately digging a hole in the cave, MOFE was not in a hurry to kill it. There was such a laborer who helped him dig wood for free, so he would not waste it. Of course, for the sake of caution. To avoid this being just a trick of the beast-eating beast and being fooled by it, MOFE still sent an evolved ant-eating beast into the cave, to see if the beast-eating beast was really helping him dig wood. This ant-eating soldier, who reached the 4th level and was 1 level higher than the beast-eating beast, crawled into the cave. Not long after, it appeared at the entrance of the cave again. Reported to MOFE what it saw. The beast-eating beast in the cave was indeed desperately using sonic attacks to break the wood and dig deep into the cave. This guy was quite cunning. All the wood dug out was swept behind it by its tail and claws. It wanted to use this to stop the ant army outside. Hearing the report from the anteater, MOFE smiled. In order to help the anteater speed up the efficiency of mining granite, Mo Fei immediately ordered 10,000 to 20,000 undead ants to move the granite blocks. Put more pressure on the anteater. In order to prevent the anteater from resisting, Mo Fei deliberately left 1,000 slime ants, 1,000 acid ants, and 2,000 marching ants to protect the undead ant troops that were carrying the blocks. In addition, an ant army was left to guard the entrance of the cave. In such a small cave, the anteater has almost no space to move. If it dares to resist, the mucus spit out by 1,000 slime ants can easily fix it. Therefore, Mo Fei is not worried about any accidents. What's more, Mo Fei also has the SS level leader talent of the Mind Network. Once a situation occurs, switch perspective immediately. Direct the army to fight personally. C58 blow the horn of counterattack. I want both ability and stone. After leaving the ant army to guard the entrance of the stone-eating beast's cave, Mo Fei took over and switched the perspective to other caves full of granite blocks found by the ant army. After leaving the same number of acid ants, slime ants, and marching ants at each cave full of granite blocks, Mo Fei immediately ordered, let his ant army start moving the granite blocks at the entrance of the cave. But they are all stones to be transported back to the territory later. Of course, not all stone-eating beasts, like the stone-eating beast that escaped before, have seen the power of Mo Fei's ant army. As Mo Fei's ant army unscrupulously moved the granite blocks at the entrance of the cave, soon, the stone-eating beasts in the cave were alarmed. When the granite blocks at the entrance of the cave were all moved away, one by one, the stone-eating beasts poked their heads out of the stone cave with anger. When they poked their heads out cautiously, they found that the ones who stole their food were just a group of weak ants. Instantly, the stone-eating beasts felt provoked and insulted. But before these stone-eating beasts made other moves, at this time, several balls of liquid suddenly flew from nowhere. The stone-eating beasts were caught off guard and had no time to dodge. Seeing these liquids flying, they simply closed their weakest eyes. The liquid fell on their eyes and their thick armor. Soon, the stone-eating beasts heard a sizzling sound. Then, their eyes felt severe pain. Severe pain. The stone-eating beasts roared angrily and became manic. The painful eyes could not be opened, and they became blind. I don't know what just attacked me. I want to retreat back to the cave. However, when the stone-eating beast was about to retreat back to the cave, I suddenly found that my body was stuck by something. I couldn't move at all. The stone-eating beast was terrified. Feeling the danger coming, I struggled desperately while using my talent, Soundwave Attack. The sharp sound wave lasted for half a minute. When the sound wave attack ended, the stone-eating beast finally broke free from the mucus. I didn't dare to stay at the entrance of the cave for a moment. I quickly curled up and turned back into the cave. However, not every stone-eating beast is as lucky as this stone-eating beast. Some stone-eating beasts struggled for a long time, but failed to break free from the mucus stuck on the stone wall. After becoming blind, after the sound wave attack ended, there was no way to save my life. In the end, it was devoured bit by Mo Fei's ants. Some stone-eating beasts were lucky enough not to have their eyes sprayed with acid by acid ants. It was lucky, but at the same time it was unlucky, because the mucus of the slime ants had already stuck to its body. The second wave of acid ants spit out and accurately shot at its neck. Soon, the scales on its neck were corroded by the acid bit by bit, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Unable to move, it could only watch as ants with huge pincers climbed onto the wound on its neck. Then, it tore open its wound bit by bit and enlarged it. In the end, it was devoured bit by Mo Fei's ant army. And the blind stone-eating beast that fled back to the cave. Mo Fei did not let it go. When the third-order marching ants in the ant army crawled into the cave and deliberately made a sound, this blind stone-eating beast, like the first stone-eating beast, became a free laborer to help Mo Fei mine granite blocks. The panicked blind stone-eating beast sent out a shockwave, shattering the stone in front of it, trying to drill deeper into the cave. At this time, Mo Fei roughly figured out the law of his ant colony swallowing to gain power. Although the probability of his ant colony swallowing to gain power is not high. However, if the swallowed creature is stronger, the more flesh and blood his ant colony swallows, the more energy points it gains. Then the probability of his ant tribe gaining power from swallowing creatures is actually equivalent to increasing in disguise. So, when swallowing these stone-eating beasts, Mo Fei only sent out his own marching ant soldiers. Moreover, the number of marching ants that devoured each stone-eating beast was controlled at 200. After the number of marching ants was controlled, sure enough, Mo Fei found that the number of his marching ants that devoured stone-eating beasts and obtained the stone-eating beasts' talent increased. After devouring one stone-eating beasts, of the 2,000 marching ants, 600 evolved into stone-eating ants. On average, one marching ant evolved into a stone-eating ant out of every 3 marching ants that devoured stone-eating beasts. The evolution ratio was close to an astonishing 3 to 1. Moreover, among the 600 evolved stone-eating ants, half of the stone-eating ants were upgraded to the 4th level. At this time, the number of 4th-level ants owned by MoFei had increased to 320. At this time, after seeing the number of ants that had evolved to the 4th level, MoFei's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He finally knew how to cultivate elite soldiers among his ant tribe. That is to minimize the number of ants devoured. When the number of devoured ants decreases, for creatures of the same size and level, the amount of blood and flesh devoured by each ant soldier will increase. The more flesh and energy points they devour, the greater the probability of them gaining physical strength and the probability of evolution. At the same time, their rank will be raised faster. In the territory. After thinking this through, MoFei's eyes gradually became clear. How to cultivate his own ant army and make his ant tribe grow faster. At this time, MoFei already has a clear direction in his mind. Improving the overall strength of the ant tribe is certainly important. But, cultivating an elite ant tribe is more important. An elite ant tribe that far exceeds ordinary ants in terms of rank and strength. Their role is not only to make MoFei's ant tribe have the power to fight against high-level wild monsters. Can't they help MoFei go out to hunt and kill high-level wild monsters, or protect the safety of the territory? Their biggest role. It is their existence that has raised the growth limit of MoFei's ant tribe. You know, when the level of the territory and other barracks buildings is raised, there is a certain probability that high-level ant tribe soldiers will be directly produced. Originally, the ant tribe that MoFei awakened was at level 0. Even if the level of his barracks is raised, the high-level ant tribe soldiers produced will only grow to level 0 in the end. However, because of the existence of the infinite devouring evolution Lord Talent, MoFei's ant tribe broke the shackles of the ant tribe's level. Now, among his ant tribe, the ant tribe with the highest growth level. Their growth level directly determines the growth limit of the high-level ant tribe soldiers produced in the barracks. That is to say, among MoFei's ant tribe, the higher the existing ant tribe growth level, the higher the growth level of high-level ants produced by MoFei's barracks. If MoFei now has an ant that evolves and its growth level is raised to level 1, then, the high-level ant soldiers produced by MoFei's ant barracks may directly grow to level 2. Even, according to the level of MoFei's barracks, these high-level ant soldiers are at level 2 and level 3 when they are just produced. This is the greatest effect of MoFei's training of an elite ant army. Their growth level determines the overall strength of the ants produced by MoFei's barracks in the future. See 59 Huge Harvest. The fog comes again, return to the territory. There are many more caves on the Stone Mountain. After killing 10 stone-eating beasts. Next, MoFei continued to send troops to find the cave blocked by granite stones. The unwilling stone-eating beasts were either killed and devoured by the ant army, or they escaped back to the cave and became hard laborers helping MoFei mine granite. As more and more ants evolved into stone-eating ants, the number of granite stones MoFei collected was also steadily increasing. 6 hours passed. In MoFei's territory, from the time the ant army left until now, the cumulative number of ants produced by the barracks has exceeded 2 million. At this time, on the Granite Mountain, MoFei's ant army, which evolved into stone-eating ants, has reached 10,000 in number. And the granite stones carried by MoFei's ant army have piled up into a hill. At this time, MoFei ordered his ant army to retreat and return to the open space where the granite stones were piled. It's not that the stone-eating beasts on the Stone Mountain have been killed by the ant army. There are many more caves for stone-eating beasts. However, at this time, the acid ants and slime ants under MoFei's command had already vomited out all the acid and mucus in their bodies. Not a drop can be squeezed out. Plus, it was already evening. The sun has gradually set. The forest has darkened. If MoFeitan stays here at night, accidents will happen. So, I chose to withdraw my troops. At this time, looking at the mountains of granite stones in front of the ant army, MoFei estimates that there are at least close to 30,000 units of stone. It has far exceeded the number of stones needed to upgrade the territory to a high-level village. Soldiers, work harder and transport these granite stones back to the territory. Then you can have a good rest. Looking at the ant soldiers who were already slightly tired, MoFei encouraged him with a loud voice. Today, except for the morning, the ant army returned to the territory to replenish their physical strength. In the afternoon, they were either on the road, fighting with piranhas in the forest and anteaters on the granite mountains, and carrying granite stones. Basically no rest. At this time, quite a few ants were already exhausted and showing signs of fatigue. Yes. The loyalty of these ant soldiers to Mo Fei is the highest level of absolute loyalty. No matter how tired they are, they will not have any complaints against Mo Fei. No complaints either. They will strictly obey Mo Fei's orders. Yes, my lord. Ant Clan Jun replied. The voice is still loud. In today's 2 battles, the 2.5 million ants also lost some soldiers. About 3 or so. In the battle with the piranha, the ant soldiers basically suffered no losses. These 3 ant tribe soldiers were mainly those who went up the granite stone mountain and were eaten by the stone-eating beasts when they first encountered them. The rest was under Mo Fei's tactical arrangements. The ant army formed several groups and surrounded these stone-eating beasts in their caves. Basically no further losses were suffered. An ant tribe climbed up this hill made of granite stones. Maybe 7 people lift just 1 piece of gravel, or dozens of people lift 1 stone. In addition, the hard armors of more than 200 stone-eating beasts piled next to the granite stones were also lifted up by the ant soldiers. Then, set foot on the road back to the territory. Although tired. However, it is still very easy for the ant army of 2.5 million to transport only 30,000 units of granite and the armor of more than 200 stone-eating beasts. And under Mo Fei's order, it was still a group of approximately 30,000 army ants that took the lead, clearing the way for the ant army returning to their territory and exploring the nearby environment. The remaining 4th and 3rd level stone-eating ants, as well as 150,000 marching ants and acid ants, are deployed on the outermost periphery of the army, responsible for guarding and protecting the immortal ants transporting stone. In the forest, it was getting dark. Thick fog is coming again. This thick fog soon completely submerged the whereabouts of Mo Fei's ant army. But, luckily, Mo Fei's ant clan does not rely on sight to find their way. Instead, they rely on the scent they leave behind along the way. Therefore, even if the granite mountain has a long way to return to its territory, they can accurately find the way back. No matter how thick the fog is, they will not get lost. However, the dense fog completely covered the whereabouts of Mo Fei's ant army, and formed a natural protection for the army. Waiting for the ant army to transport the stone back to the territory, Mo Fei came to the grass, while letting the 2 million ants swallow their own breath and the spring of life, while opening the regional communication channel of the Misty Forest. See if any lord has mentioned that there are any dangerous wild monsters in the thick fog that need to be paid attention to. At this time, on the regional communication channel of the Misty Forest, dense fog is coming. Have all your soldiers returned to their territory? Of course, the fog is not too thick now. If you wait a little longer, you won't be able to see even your fingers. If you don't come back, you may be lost in the forest forever. It's over. My wild boar warrior went out to level up and hasn't come back yet. Could it be that he can't find his way back? The probability is that they are dead. What are you thinking? You know it's getting dark, but you still send soldiers out to level up? I just want to level up quickly and get more meat to exchange for resources. I haven't gathered enough wood and stone to upgrade the territory yet, and the territory is still a primary village. When I sent them out just now, I also told them to return to the territory before dark. Who knows what they encountered outside? They haven't come back yet. I guess they are dead. I'll take longer next time. I sent my knights to chop wood yesterday. The wood resource area is only about 2 kilometers away from my territory. I thought that even if there was thick fog, they would be able to find their way back to the territory at such a short distance. But the thick fog lasted for half an hour, and no knight came back. Not long after, I received a notification that my knight was killed by a wild monster. Ha, you are also a talent. What do you think of sending your knights to cut down trees? Are you willing for me? Don't you see where this is, a tropical rainforest? There are trees everywhere outside, and many wild monsters are hiding in the trees, insidious and cunning. My knights are really unlucky in this environment. Ha, that's right. The awakened soldiers are elves. In this environment, they are like fish in water. Today is the 2nd day of entering the Lord's world, and the number of my elves has doubled. After a day of hunting today, I directly shot and killed dozens of 1st-level wild monsters and 7 2nd-level wild monsters. My Lord level has now been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the territory has also been upgraded to a 1st-level village. It's so cool. Next, I plan to get more wood and stone resources, build a barracks first, let my elves have more, and then build a blacksmith shop to make better bows for my elves. And then, Mo Fei took a look. No one mentioned that the thick fog would bring other dangers. These thick fogs seem to interfere with the sight and sense of direction of the soldiers going out, making them lost. So, they were a little relaxed. After all, As long as there was the smell left by the ants, sight and sense of direction were not important to their own ant army. Because, if they followed the smell left behind, their own ant army could find their way home. C60 The Lord ranks first again? No, what do you high-level troops do? Under the devouring of 2 million ants. The water in the fountain of life, which had just been fully restored, was decreasing rapidly. In Mo-Fei's mind, the reminder of the increase in energy points kept ringing. Finally, the 2 million ants completed the devouring evolution, and only 1,000 units of water were left in the 2 fountains of life. This also made Mo-Fei sigh slightly. Fortunately, his fountain of life was upgraded to the first level, and the healing effect and storage of the water doubled. If it was only the 0-level fountain of life, it is estimated that now, all the water in the 2 fountains of life has been devoured, and it is not enough for the evolution of his 2 million ants. There are still 1,000 units of water left in each of the 2 fountains of life, and Mo-Fei plans to leave it for the 2 million ant troops who will transport the stone back later. At the same time, the expectation for the general's territory to be upgraded to a high-level village is getting stronger and stronger. Because now, the 2 first-level life springs are only used to supply the 400,000 ant tribe soldiers, which is already a bit stretched. Tomorrow, the 2 first-level barracks will produce more than 1 million ant soldiers. In the future, the 2 first-level life springs will definitely not be enough for the ant tribe soldiers. And upgrade the territory to a high-level village. Your territory can not only build more barracks and life springs. At the same time, the building level of the territory can be upgraded to the 3rd level. In other words, the first-level life spring can be upgraded to 2 levels in a row. In the future, the 3rd-level life spring should be enough for the ants to devour and eat. Mo-Fei opened his Lord panel. Lord, Mo-Fei, Strength, 4th level Lord, Energy Points, 820,000/1000000. The energy points required for a 4th level Lord to upgrade to a 5th level Lord are 1 million. And now, Mo-Fei's energy points. After killing the 3rd-level man-eating plant and the 3rd-level stone-eating beast, and swallowing the fountain of life with his own 2 million ants, have reached 820,000. It's almost the same distance from upgrading to a 5th level Lord. However, looking at the 1 million energy points required for the upgrade, Mo-Fei was also secretly amazed. It takes 1 million energy points for a 4th level Lord to upgrade to a 5th level Lord. Then, the energy points required to upgrade to the 7th level and 8th level Lords are probably hundreds of millions? Then, the energy points required to upgrade to the King level and Emperor level Lords are probably astronomical numbers? According to killing a 1st level wild monster, the energy points obtained range from 1 to 5 points. After this, I am afraid that I will have to kill dozens or even hundreds of billions of 1st-level wild monsters to upgrade to the 1st level. However, the higher the level of the wild monsters killed, the more energy points the Lord will get. Mo-Fei figured it out instantly. This is the Lord world, which encourages Lords to kill high-level creatures in this world and encourages Lords to fight each other. Avoid Lords who are passively fighting for hegemony after their levels are improved. After the Lord's level is improved, only by killing stronger wild monsters can the upgrade speed continue to be maintained and not be left behind by others. Close the Lord panel. After confirming through the mine network that the ant army transporting granite back to the territory did not encounter any danger in the fog, Mo-Fei opened the ranking list. At this time, on the Lord level ranking list, ranking of Lords, 1st place, Garbage Army Territory, Lord XXX, rank, 4th level. 2nd place, Thunderlord Territory, Lord Chu Kuang, rank, 3rd level. 3rd place, Undead Scourge Territory, Lord XXX, rank, 3rd level. 4th place, Holy Light Territory, Lord XXX, rank, 3rd level. 10th place, War Elephant Kingdom Territory, Lord Lin Foam, rank, 3rd level. No, a 4th level Lord is ranked 1st again? Looking at his 4th level Lord, he ranked 1st in the Lord rank ranking. The Lords ranked 2nd to 10th in the ranking were only 3rd level. Mo-Fei was dumbfounded. He took a look at his energy points, 820,000, and was only 200,000 energy points away from upgrading to a 1st level Lord. Mo-Fei was even more speechless. No, other Lords, are you leveling up so slowly? You awaken high-level troops. You can't even beat a Lord who awaken low-level troops? However, if you think about it carefully, it's only the 2nd day of entering the Lord world. In addition, the day before, my ant tribe army successively took over the 2 territories of acid mud monsters and man-eating plants, and killed countless stone-eating beasts. Mo-Fei was relieved immediately. Although high-level troops are powerful. But this is only the 2nd day of the Lord world. The number of troops of other lords has obviously not increased much at this time. Unlike me, on the second day of the Lord World, I can mobilize 2 million Ant Tribe soldiers to level up. In addition to now, the level of troops of my family is generally very low. The rank of high-level soldiers has not been upgraded yet, and many of their powerful talents have not yet awakened. Therefore, the leveling speed of high-level soldiers is actually not much faster than that of low-level soldiers. And the ants themselves, under the devouring evolution, have successively obtained the self-healing talent, the fog talent, and the ability to spray acid. The rank of many ants has also been upgraded to the second and third levels. With these second and third level ant soldiers, plus the terrifying number of their own ant army, it is no problem to deal with fourth level wild monsters. Therefore, their leveling speed, compared with high-level troops, it is not much different. In addition, their own ant tribe has an absolute advantage in number when dealing with wild monsters with a large number of wild monsters. For example, the quagmire of acid mud monsters and the territory of man-eating plants. If it were the troops of other lords, they would definitely not dare to go deep into the leveling when encountering so many man-eating plants. After all, their troops are not many in number and their levels are not high. Their powerful talents have not been awakened. Going deep into the territory of third-level wild monsters, if they lose 1 or 2 troops, it will be a loss for them. Therefore, when the level of the troops is not high and the number is small, they can only find single wild monsters or places with few wild monsters to level up. But I don't have such concerns. After a day, Mo Fei actually lost nearly 10,000 ant soldiers in the process of leveling up. However, even if he lost 10,000 ant soldiers, now, Mo Fei's ant tribe, together with the newly produced ants in the territory, still has more than 4,100,000. Mo Fei can completely bear the loss of 10,000 soldiers. So, looking at it this way, Mo Fei really thinks that his garbage army territory is now ranked first in the Lord level ranking. There is really no problem. After all, in the early stage of Lord development, the advantage of high-level troops over low-level troops is not so obvious because low-level troops can make up for it in quantity. High-level troops can only gradually widen the gap with low-level troops when their level reaches level 8 or level 1 or above and their talents are awakened. Because, for many low-level arms, the growth limit is also level 8. If you want to continue to increase the growth limit of the arms, without the help of other forces, it is almost impossible. Think about it. At this moment, Mo Fei couldn't help but look at his infinite devouring evolution talent. Lord talent, infinite devouring evolution, level, SSSS level. Fortunately, I have awakened the infinite devouring evolution talent. If I don't have the infinite devouring evolution talent, my ant army, level 0, has reached the growth limit. There is no possibility of competing with other lords. See 61 powerful troops appear, angels, titans, dragons. After reading the ranking list, Mo Fei then opened the territory ranking list. The territory level ranking list has not changed much. My own garbage unit territory is still ranked first, and its level is an intermediate village. However, the ranking list, territories from to 10th have also appeared, and they are all intermediate level villages. Mo Fei was not surprised. After all, today is already the first day of entering the realm of. Not many resources are needed to upgrade the territory to an intermediate village. Many people have already saved enough resources to upgrade the territory. Mo Fei then opened the ranking list of military units. Seeing the names of the top 10 territories on the ranking list, Mo Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no list for my garbage troop territory. In the ranking of military types, the number 1 is still the Undead Bone Dragon. The territory it belongs to is the Undead Natural Disaster. It is already a level unit. The ranked 1 is actually an angel. The territory it belongs to turns out to be the Holy Light territory, and it is already a level unit. Ranking 3rd is the Thunder Bear, a level unit. Ranked 4th is the military unit on the first list, the Golden Titan. Its territory is the Titan Empire, a 5th level unit. Ranked number 1 is the Dragon, a 5th level soldier. Ranked number 1 is the Dragon Knight, a 5th level soldier, at this time. Looking at the Holy Light territory at the top of the rankings, Mo Fei secretly took a breath of air. I was shocked. Troops, angels. Yesterday's ranking list of troop levels did not include any angels. Unexpectedly, just one day later, the Holy Light territory, which has the angel troops, has already reached the number 1 position in the rankings. The angels level has also been directly upgraded to the level unit. At this time, looking at the Holy Light territory ranked, Mo Fei was not only shocked, but also in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the unit that led to the awakening was an angel. It is said that angels are beings that surpass demigods, and their adult bodies are on the level of gods. Even though the angel troops in the Holy Light territory are only at the level at the moment, Mo Fei doesn't dare to underestimate them. In addition, there are also units such as Golden Titan, Giant Dragon, Dragon Knight, Thunderbear, and Undead Priest on the list, which also make Mo Fei secretly wary. These arms are all top-notch arms. If you successfully pass the first test after receiving the new term, the territory with these arms will grow into a dominant force in the future. Close the leaderboard. Mo Fei's eyes flashed slightly, and he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Although his own garbage unit territory has also ranked high in the rankings. But fortunately, my name was not revealed. He didn't reveal his own troops either. Mo Fei had no doubt. Now, the territory of my garbage unit has been remembered by many leaders. After all, on the first day, I achieved my first achievement in the world of and received the SS level talent rewarded by the world of. In the form of a worldwide announcement, the billions of newcomers who have entered the world have been informed of the world. Since then, has continuously ranked first in the territorial level and first in the territorial level. But, fortunately, his name and military unit were not exposed. Otherwise, when the new period ends, if you are targeted by these leaders with top-level arms, you can't even think about developing your own rubbish military territory. If you expose your own troop type and name at will, you might be afraid that your ant clan will be found and destroyed before it becomes stronger. After all, this is a world where the weak eat the strong. There is no new period of invincible protection. My own ant tribe is simply unable to fight against these territories that have awakened high-level troops. Mo Fei is determined. In the future, the development of my own territory will be based on low-key development. When you are not sure about your own territory and there are no other territories with powerful arms that have been awakened, I'd better try to be as low-key as possible. Try not to communicate with others if you can. Otherwise, your territory will be stared at any time. Mo Fei glanced outside the territory. Now, darkness has fallen, and the fog outside the territory has become very thick. I have to send some more ants to go out to swallow the thick fog and evolve into fog ants. Dense fog covers my territory. After sending 20,000 immortal ants out of the territory to swallow the thick fog, Mo Fei was relieved. There are 20,000 fog ants, plus the 150,000 fog ants in front of them, for a total of 150,000 fog ants. Even if your territory is upgraded to a high-level village, the thick fog they spit out should be able to cover your entire territory. Even if the new period ends, the protection of the new invincible shield will no longer exist. These fogs can block sight and confuse the sense of direction. Those wild monsters and leaders don't know whether there is any danger in the fog. Don't dare to invade your own territory at will. Certainly. Mo Fei actually thinks that the number of 20,000 fog ants is a bit too much. But, by swallowing the mist, you can not only add energy points to your ant soldiers and improve their levels, but you can also add energy points to yourself. These 2,000s of ant tribes stay in their territory, and they are idle when they are idle. Mo Fei naturally chose to send them all out and let them devour them fiercely to increase his energy points. Hint, night is coming. Some sleeping powerful things have awakened, and dark things appear. The world announcement sounded, and darkness fell again. Using the psychic net, I once again sensed the location of the ant army transporting granite materials. After a brief exchange, we made sure there was no danger. Mo Fei opened the caller panel. In the friend list, there is only one person named Zhang Yunling. But the other party didn't send any message to him. Mo Fei shook his head and smiled. Not that I was surprised. Today, many people have upgraded their territories to intermediate villages. Just for the various buildings that need to be constructed and upgraded in the intermediate village, the required materials are 5,000. Is there any material left in Zhang Yunling's life? It's all unknown. After all, Mo Fei didn't think how much material the other party could mine in a day. To take a step back, consider Zhang Yunling's remaining materials. When her own material resources are not necessarily enough to build and upgrade territory buildings, will she trade the materials with herself? Mo Fei thought it was impossible even if he thought about it. After all, as long as the other party is a smart person, he will not do this. The protection period for receiving a new product is only 15 days. Within days, if the leader does not develop his territory as soon as possible, he will have a certain ability to protect himself. That day is over. What awaits the leader is that the territory will be invaded and captured by other leaders or wild monsters. Once the core of the territory, the heart of the territory is attacked, the territory of the territory will be destroyed. In these precious and limited days, Who would be willing to sacrifice the development of their own territory to help others develop other people's territories? But, without Jian Yunling's talent, it doesn't matter if Mo Fei appears. Because, his own ant army is transporting nearly 30,000 units of granite on the way back to the territory. Wait for the ant army to return to their territory. Your territory can be upgraded to a high-end village immediately. C62 Someone cried because of the loss of 3 wyverns? Mo Fei, I lost 50,000 ants after closing the friend list. Mo Fei opened the World Communication Channel. On the World Communication Channel. Why is the night here? I feel like my 2-headed giant lizard hasn't killed a few monsters yet. Yeah, why is there a night? If there is no night, I feel like my dwarf warrior can kill another 100 monsters. Upgrade the Lord's rank to level 3. Ah, the night is great. I like the night the most. How nice it would be if the whole day was night. Skeleton warrior, move. The guy upstairs, get out. I only mined 700 units of stone today, and my peasant soldiers are almost exhausted. I still need 100 units of stone to upgrade the territory to an intermediate village. If you give me 2 more hours to mine stone, I will definitely be able to upgrade the territory to an intermediate village today. Wow, a liver emperor appears. Mining 700 stones a day. I came here today, and I only mined 400 units of stone in total. Me too, I only mined 500 units of stone today, but I collected some edible mushrooms and exchanged some, plus the stone I mined yesterday. I can finally upgrade the territory. The above, don't be happy yet, it's useless to upgrade the territory to a mid-level village, you still have to build territory buildings, and building and upgrading territory buildings requires a lot of wood and stone resources. Ah, then I upgraded the territory in vain? Come on, Saw. Ah, my goblin finally killed a few wild monsters today, I finally don't have to starve anymore. Yeah, tears. Yesterday I begged for a long time, and no one was willing to give me a piece of meat. Today I can finally kill wild monsters and have meat to eat. I picked some herbs called fireflies, and it says that I need an alchemy furnace to make medicine. Does anyone know at what level of territory can I build an alchemy furnace? Is there any man who has upgraded his territory to an intermediate village? Can you tell me what buildings can be built after the territory is upgraded to an intermediate village, and how many resources are needed? Yes, the territory is still a primary village. I need the kind man to tell me. At the speed of collecting resources, it is estimated that I can upgrade the territory to an intermediate village tomorrow. Tell me in advance so that I can accumulate more resources. I am not a man. I can't enter the top of the territory ranking, but I can tell you that after the territory is upgraded to an intermediate village, you can build a blacksmith shop, a synthesis workshop, and a barracks and a life fountain. So, come on and collect more resources. Upgrading the territory to a mid-level village will give you an extra barracks, and the number of troops produced will double. I don't think I need to say more about what this means. In addition, if you have enough resources, you can also upgrade the barracks, so that you can produce more troops every day. Of course, you can also build a blacksmith shop to forge weapons and tools for collecting resources, which can not only enhance the combat power of your troops, but also speed up the speed of your troops collecting resources. There are lords talking about various topics on the World Communication Channel. Some lords complained that there was no night, so their troops could continue to level up, and the lord level could be upgraded to the 3rd level. The Dark Lords hope that the whole day is night, because in the night, their troops can be enhanced by 30% to 50%, and the leveling efficiency is faster. Some lords collected herbs, but they needed to build a medicine furnace to refine them, and they didn't know how to build a medicine furnace. Some lords killed wild monsters today, and their own troops finally didn't have to go hungry. Some lords, after a crazy day, they collected an astonishing 700 units of stone, which made other lords envious. Of course, some lords also collected some wild mushrooms while mining stones and exchanged them for the resources they needed. Upgraded the territory to an intermediate village. In addition, some lords upgraded their troops to the 3rd level after a day of leveling, and were very excited. Obviously. After experiencing the confusion, panic, and pain of the first day. On the first day, the new lords gradually adapted to this strange world. Everyone is working hard to develop their own territory. After the number of troops increased on the first day, many people seem to have a good harvest. Look here, Mo Fei also looked at his lord panel. Lord level, 4th level. Territory level, 1st level. Troops, worker ants, undead ants, marching ants, acid marching ants, mist ants, slime ants, stone-eating ants. Ant tribe troop levels, 1st level, 3rd level, and 4th level. In addition, there are 130,000 units of wood in the warehouse. 30,000 units of stone, with more than 200 stone-eating beasts' hard armor. The ant tribe army is on the way back. My harvest today seems to be very good. Of course, on the World Communication Channel at this moment. Not all good news. There are also some lords who regret that their troops suffered heavy losses due to their wrong decisions. I really envy you guys, you all collected resources and killed monsters. I didn't kill many monsters today, and I even lost my 3 wyverns. A lord complained, I was leveling up next to a swamp I found. There are abundant resources there, and there are many level 1 to level 3 monsters, and they are all reptile monsters. As long as I am careful and kill the monsters one by one, my wyverns will not be in danger at all. But who would have thought that a giant sharp-beaked strange bird flew from nowhere, with its wings spread out to be about 10 meters long, and spit out a mouthful of fire, instantly turning my 3 wyverns into roasted wyverns. I have a total of 10 wyverns, and I lost 3 in one go. I don't know how it will develop later. Woo woo, roasted wyverns. Ha, sprinkle some pepper and salt, it must be delicious. How great, you don't have to worry about dinner tonight in the wyvern territory. I am so miserable, and you still say this, are you still human? Don't say it, I am even more miserable. My goblin accidentally strayed into a snake monster's territory today. There were more than 100 poisonous snakes in it, and they bit all of my 4 goblins to death. I don't have more than 1 goblin left now. Be careful when leveling up. I sent my swordsman to the forest to level up today. I was killing monsters well, but my swordsman chased a black bear and went to a place where there were all green vines covered with thorns. Who would have thought that those vines turned out to be a kind of strange monster called vampire vines, which strangled all 5 of my swordsmen. I also lost one of my archers. Many lords cried about their experiences today. Looking at the messages sent by these lords, Mo Fei was also emotional. In the Lord's world, opportunities and dangers coexist. Here, as long as you are brave enough, you may find a place with extremely rich resources and develop your own territory. But at the same time, there are many powerful wild monsters and dangers hidden in invisible places. Even if the Lord has awakened a high-level soldier, he may suffer heavy losses if he is not careful. I also lost a lot of ants today. But fortunately, I have a lot of ants. I lost 50,000, but I still have 4.5 million. Oh no. At this moment, the barracks have produced 10,000 ants, and I should still have 4.6 million ants. C63 The stone-eating beast armor that was scrambled by the major lords. Blood Prophet. At this time, sensing that the army of ants transporting granite materials had returned, Mo Fei closed the world chat channel. Came to the grass outside the house. Under the thick fog. The first to appear outside the territory was a marching ant army. Respected Lord. We are back. All granite blocks, not one less. In Mo Fei's mind, the Mind Network sent a message from the ant army. Then, behind the marching ant army, a huge army of undead ants appeared. Either a few ants, carrying a small piece of granite, or dozens of ants, carrying a huge piece of granite, entered the territory in an orderly manner. Good. Looking at the nearly 10,000 units of granite in front of him, Mo Fei looked a little excited. He pointed and collected all the granite and put it in the warehouse. In the warehouse, 29,435 more units of materials appeared instantly. It was almost the same as expected. Soldiers, you have worked hard today. Looking at the tired 2.5 million ant soldiers in front of him, Mo Fei said with relief. Not hard. The ant army answered in unison. Although tired, their voices were still loud. Good, good. Mo Fei nodded with relief, seeing that many ant claws were still holding up the armor of the beast. Mo Fei pointed again and put the armor materials into the warehouse. A total of 212 pieces of armor. What surprised Mo Fei was although the scavenger beast is only a level 1 monster, the 212 pieces of scavenger beast armor stored in the warehouse are all blue excellent grade materials. But after thinking about it, Mo Fei felt that this was actually very reasonable. After all, just relying on this set of hard armor, many level 4 and even level 5 monsters can't do anything to the level 1 scavenger beast. This shows that the quality of its armor is at least equivalent to the materials that are dropped by killing level 4 or level 5 monsters. Everyone has been running around outside fighting all day, and they are all very tired. Let's eat the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength first. Mo Fei ordered. Yes, Lord. One by one, the ant soldiers lined up to climb up the fountain of life pool and eat the fountain of life in turn to replenish their physical strength. Mo Fei asked again, are you hungry? What kind of meat do you want to eat? You can exchange it. The ant army quickly refused. Lord, we are not hungry. Today, we have devoured a lot of creatures and are still full. Mo Fei's eyes suddenly showed a hint of realization. Think about it, how can the meat of the first level and first level wild monsters on the Space Trading Channel compare to the meat of the first level man-eating plants and first level carnivorous beasts? He gave up the idea of exchanging meat for his ant army, leaving the ant army on the grass to continue eating the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength. Mo Fei turned around and returned to the first floor, looking at the 29,435 units of materials in the warehouse. Mo Fei pressed the impulse to upgrade the general to a high-level village immediately. After thinking for a while, he opened the Space Trading Channel. At this time, on the Space Trading Channel, the number of trading resource stalls is nearly 5 times more than yesterday. There are about 500,000 stalls. In addition, trading resources are not limited to meat, wood, and timber. There are also animal fur, bones, teeth, tails, horns, herbs, and other resources. Mo Fei searched for 2 keywords: blue, excellent. Soon, all the stalls selling blue and excellent materials were screened out. Among the 500,000 stalls, only 30 stalls are selling excellent materials. Mo Fei took a look. Basically, the ratio of exchanging timber for all stalls selling excellent materials is very exaggerated. Just 2 excellent giant wolf teeth, the ratio of exchanging timber can reach 150. The exchange rate for wood is 1:100. Mo Fei couldn't help but look at the 212 pieces of armor stripped from the beast in his warehouse. The beast is not big, only equivalent to a first-level blue wolf. However, if the material volume is considered, even if it is just 1 piece of armor from the beast, it is at least equivalent to 20 giant wolf fangs. 212 pieces of beast armor. This. How much wood can be exchanged? 212,000 units of wood. Immediately, Mo Fei directly put all 212 pieces of beast armor on the shelf. These beast armors are too hard, and the ants can't eat them yet. Of course, they can be used to make some armor or tools. However, Mo Fei did not build a blacksmith shop. Besides, it seems that I don't need a blacksmith shop. It's better to exchange all of them for upgrades and building resources. Lord Mo Fei, this is your first time to trade in the Space Trading Channel, please name your stall. Note, before putting items on the stall, please set the designated materials and exchange ratio for item exchange, as well as the designated exchanger, designated exchange recipient, etc. To avoid losses. During the process of putting items on the shelves, the Lord can remove the items at any time, and after removing the items, he can reset the exchange ratio and put them on the shelves again. The prompt sounded in Mo Fei's mind. Mo Fei thought about it. Name your stall, only sell fine products, no trouble if you don't have the ability. Hide the seller's name and the owner's name. Then, exchange a piece of beast-eating armor for 1,000 units of materials and put it up. Mo Fei was not worried that the transaction price of his own beast-eating armor was too expensive. After all, things are precious because they are rare. Excellent level materials can only be collected with a high probability by killing wild monsters above level 5. And encountering a beast-eating beast is a rare exception. From this point, we can see that among the 500,000 stalls, only 30 stalls sell excellent level materials. It can be seen that there are not many lords who are capable of killing wild monsters above level 5. Of course, there may be some lords who have collected excellent level materials from the 4th level wild monsters. However, at present, excellent level materials. For all lord players, it is an important resource to enhance their own troops and lord strength. Even if they have collected it, they will not easily trade it. Only lords like me, whose troops cannot use the weapons and equipment made by the blacksmith shop for the time being, will trade the materials they have collected. Sure enough, just after Mo Fei put the food beast armor on the shelf, in less than an hour, there were more than a dozen more trading information at his stall. An anonymous buyer spent 1,000 units of materials and bought a piece of food beast armor from you. Lord Yang Hong spent 1,000 units of materials and bought you 1 piece of beast-eating armor. Lord Yao Shuiqin spent 2,000 units of materials and bought you 2 pieces of beast-eating armor. Anonymous buyers spent 1,000 standalone materials and bought you 1 piece of beast-eating armor. Lord Chu Kuang spent 5,000 units of materials and bought you 5 pieces of beast-eating armor. Anonymous buyer, C64 all are excellent materials. Lords who regret that they don't have enough resources. As transaction information appears. In Mo Fei's warehouse, 22,000 units of stone material were instantly delivered. The 212 pieces of stone-eating beast armors in the stall have also been reduced to 190 pieces. Now, in addition to upgrading the territory level, the excess stones are enough for you to build and upgrade territory buildings. 1 minute later. After watching it for a while, no transaction information appeared again. Mo Fei found a stall and bought a piece of bear meat for dinner. Then the space trading channel was closed. The floor went to cook. Mo Fei was actually not worried about whether the remaining 190 stone-eating beast armors could be sold. After all, Jean is already the second in the world of lords. Many have upgraded their territories to level villages. Many have even built blacksmith shops. Once they discover the purpose of the blacksmith shop, I will definitely search for various materials in the space trading channel to build weapons and armor for my own troops, as well as tools and other equipment for collecting resources, thereby enhancing the strength of your own troops. Now, in the space trading channel, most stalls sell white ordinary level materials, and green excellent level materials are relatively rare. High quality materials are extremely rare. And I am the only stall that sells so many high quality materials. So, Mo Fei is not worried at all that his stone-eating beast armor cannot be sold because the exchange ratio set is too high. Even in the 3rd Ming dynasty, high-quality materials are still the best choice for lords to build various equipment. What I have to do is to wait quietly for a while and let the information spread. Then wait for the rich lords who have a lot of resources in their hands to buy it. There are hundreds of millions of lords. Mo Fei believes that there must be many lords who have accumulated a lot of resources at this time. For example, when Mo Fei was the buyer who just bought his stone-eating beast armor, he saw a relatively familiar name. Chu Kuang. Currently ranked 2nd in lord level and 2nd in unit level, a fierce. His skills were so impressive that he bought 5 pieces of stone-eating beast armor in one go. I have an experience of upgrading my territory. Mo Fei is not in a hurry to upgrade his territory. Prepare to cook first. After all the ant army has recovered its strength, clean up the wild monsters within a 2-kilometer radius outside the territory, and then upgrade the territory to another level. Otherwise, after upgrading the territory, if many wild monsters appear in the territory, I am afraid that my low-level ant clan will suffer a lot of losses. While Mo Fei was cooking, a novice territory located deep in the ocean. I originally thought I would have to wait until tomorrow to build my bear chainmail. I didn't expect that someone would be willing to trade high-quality materials at this time. What luck! Looking at the 5 stone-eating beast armors in the warehouse, the naked Chu Kuang grinned and laughed. Today, when Chu Kuang was killing a 4th-level elite bear, he suddenly received a blueprint of a bear chainmail armor. 5 stone-eating beast armor materials. No more, no less, just enough to make a pair of bear chainmail. Come to the blacksmith shop in the territory. Chu Kuang took 5 pieces of stone-eating beast armor from the warehouse. Then put it into the blacksmith shop, select the drawing of the bear chainmail, and create the bear chainmail. 5 minutes later. The blacksmith shop creates a brand new pair of high-quality bear chain armor. Chu Kuang took it directly. Give yourself the highest level 6th level Thunder Bear equipment. In an instant, the defensive capabilities of this 6th level Thunder Bear were greatly improved. If you add the newly awakened military talent of the Thunderbolt Bear, the Thunder will be shocked. Chu Kuang felt that at this moment, his 6th level Thunder Bear could kill even the 7th level wild monster alone. Open the space trading channel and look at your collection. Only sell high quality products, don't bother if you don't have the ability. The stall has 190 pieces of stone-eating beast armor left. Chu Kuang's eyes were slightly regretful. Although the blueprint of the bear chain armor that I exploded has a limit on the number of times it can be used, it can still be used 5 times. It's a pity that almost all the stones I traded today were used to build and upgrade the territory's buildings. If only there were another 20,000 units of stone. Then I can exchange for 2 more pieces of stone-eating beast armor and make 5 more pairs of bear chain armor. If all the thunder bears of your unit can wear the bear chain armor, then your leveling speed will increase dramatically. Soon we'll be able to surpass the territory of the garbage army that currently ranks 1st in the lord level. However, although only 1 thunder bear wore the bear chainmail, Chu Kuang was still very happy at this time. After wearing the bear chain armor, my 6th level thunder bear's defense ability has been greatly improved. If you are careful during the leveling process, use the 6th level Thunder Bear as your main combat power to attract wild monsters and resist damage. Then the remaining Thunder Bear can better concentrate its firepower and lose to the wild monsters. This is actually equivalent to the Thunder Bear of his own unit, and the overall strength has been enhanced. Tonight, I will go find some wild monsters to kill. Drop more materials, and try to get enough materials before the light comes out, and exchange them for the materials to make the remaining 4 pairs of bear chain armors. Chu Kuang thought about it. He quickly set his goal for tonight. With this 6th level Thunder Bear wearing a Thunder Bear chainmail, his confidence in leveling up outside tonight has greatly increased. I believe that in one night, I can kill enough wild monsters and collect enough wild monster materials to exchange for 20 pieces of Stone Eater armor. Looking at the collection of only sell fine products, no trouble if you don't have the ability, stall. Chu Quan thought about it. Still decided to leave a message for the mysterious stall owner who sells Stone Eater armor. Hello, I am Chu Quan, the Lord of the Thunder Lord's territory. Can I pre-order 20 pieces of Stone Eater armor first? Before tomorrow morning, I promise to collect 20,000 units of stone materials to exchange for armor. At the same time, not only Chu Quan, who was making bear chain mail and preparing to do something big tonight. Other lords who also bought stone-eating beast armor at Mo Fei's only sell fine products, no trouble if you don't have the ability, booth were all excited because they bought excellent level materials. Except for some non-formed arms equipment, the blacksmith shop needs corresponding drawings to make them. For general equipment such as axes, iron swords, iron spears, armor, handguards, mining picks, and mining shovels, the blacksmith shop only needs materials to make them. As long as they make excellent level weapons or tools for collecting resources, the efficiency of their own arms, whether it is leveling or collecting resources, will be greatly improved. Moreover, excellent level weapons. It is enough for their arms to use for a long time, at least during the Lord Novice protection period, they will not be eliminated. Unlike ordinary and excellent weapons, they will be eliminated in a short time. At that time, they can only be thrown into the synthesis workshop or decomposition furnace for redecomposition. So, even if the price of the stone-eating beast armor sold at this only sells fine products, no trouble if you don't have the strength, stall is a little more expensive, they can accept it. At this moment, these lords who used the purchased stone-eating beast armor to forge one or several weapons in the blacksmith shop. After seeing their own troops equipped with these weapons, like Chu Quan, they are both excited and regretful. Excited that their troops have greatly improved their strength after being equipped with excellent weapons. Regretful. Unfortunately, their stone resources are not much. They can only exchange for 1 or 2 pieces of stone-eating beast armor. See 65 Real Boss. Envious Lords. Preparation before the territory upgrade. At this time, these lords who were lucky enough to find the only sell fine products, no trouble if you don't have the ability, stall at the first time were selling a large number of fine materials. Like Chu Quan, they all left messages on Mo Fei's stall. They hoped that Mo Fei could keep 1 or several pieces of stone-eating beast armor for them until tomorrow. They will definitely come to exchange with Mo Fei again tomorrow. But they are destined to be disappointed. At this time, after Mo Fei put 212 pieces of stone-eating beast armor on the shelf for trading, he closed the trading channel. He turned around and came to the first floor, concentrating on cooking his own bear meat. At the same time, some lords have already discovered the only sell fine products, no trouble if you don't have the ability, stall, which is trading a large number of fine-grade materials. They were shocked and spread the news on the World Communication Channel. On the World Trading Channel. Oh my god, guess what I just found on the Space Trading Channel? There are 190 pieces of excellent level wild monster leather armor on the Space Trading Channel. 190 pieces of excellent level wild monster leather armor. Really or fake? Go and have a look. Fuck, this only sells fine products, don't bother if you don't have the ability, stall owner is really a big boss. He put all the excellent level wild monster leather armor on the shelves. A full 190 pieces. 1 piece for 1,000 units of stone. Really? I just have 1,000 units of stone, and I wanted to keep it to upgrade the Fountain of Life, but I'm short of wood, so I'll hurry up and buy one. Fortunately, the barracks and the Fountain of Life have not been upgraded yet, so I hurry to buy 2. If I am late, I am afraid they will be snatched up. Hey, don't snatch them, leave one for you. Immediately, many resource-rich lords opened the Space Trading Channel. There are few people willing to trade excellent level materials until now. After all, after the territory is upgraded to the 2nd level, you can build a blacksmith shop. These excellent level materials are used to make weapons and armor for your own troops and strengthen the strength of your own troops. Isn't it good? And now, there is actually someone selling a whole piece of excellent level wild monster leather armor. This whole piece of excellent level wild monster leather armor is used to make weapons. I don't know how many pieces of excellent level weapons can be made. You will make money if you grab it. At this time, looking at the World Communication Channel, just because of 190 pieces of excellent level materials, a lot of wealthy lords were blown up. Many lords who did not have the resources to exchange for stone-eating beast armor could only envy and be jealous. Some lords were envious inside, excellent level materials. Isn't it only by killing first level monsters that the drop rate will be higher? Damn, now there are already big guys who can kill first level monsters? You can barely kill first level monsters. You dare not touch first level monsters, the loss is too great, and the loss is not worth it. Now you only dare to bully first level monsters. There are more second level monsters, and you have to avoid them. That's right. When leveling up today, I encountered a group of about 10 second level black poisonous spiders. If I had run slower with my bow and arrow, I would have been wiped out. 190 pieces of fine level wild monster leather armor. Isn't it said that this big guy killed 190 first level wild monsters today? Is this still good? I'm afraid he has wiped out a first level wild monster territory. What kind of soldiers did this big guy awaken? Is it so strong? I'm envious and envious. Evaluation, stupid. If I exchange these 190 pieces of fine level leather armor for mine, I will keep them for myself. If this is put in the blacksmith shop, how many weapons and armors can be made? Hee hee, don't judge the boss with your vision. What if he doesn't even think highly of this fine material? That's right, didn't you see that these leather armors are all made from the same wild monster called stone-eating beast? It's no problem to wipe out the territory of first level wild monsters, but the boss still needs fine weapons? Maybe everyone has epic weapons. Such a powerful boss must have very powerful troops. Maybe he is a big boss on the ranking of troops. Definitely. On the World Communication Channel, the lords were envious and jealous at the same time. Many people speculated that to be able to come up with so many fine monster materials at once, he must be a big boss on the ranking of troops and lords. After all, to kill 190 level 1 monsters, this big guy's troop must be at least level 1. Moreover, he must have awakened his troop talent and high-level troop to do it. Killing 190 level 1 monsters, this big guy's lord level must be high. At the same time, having cooked the bear meat and preparing to sit down to eat, Mo Fei opened the World Communication Channel. There are no entertainment activities in the Lord world. In his spare time, Mo Fei can only open the World Communication Channel and exchange information between the lords. While having fun, he may find some useful information for himself. At this time, I saw the lords guessing which big guy was on the lord ranking list of the only sell fine products, no need to disturb if you are not strong, stall. Some people guessed it was the Holy Light territory, some guessed it was the War Elephant Kingdom, some guessed it was the Golden Titan. The only thing that no one guessed was the Trash Soldier territory. Mo Fei smiled slightly. Yes, it was a good guess. Only by hiding under the big guys who have awakened high-level soldiers on these rankings, you can survive and develop well. Until the day when your ant tribe becomes strong. After dinner, Mo Fei closed the World Communication Channel, came outside. At this time, the 200,000 ant army had already consumed the fountain of life and rested almost. It's time to clean up the wild monsters around your territory and upgrade the territory level. One by one, the ant soldiers lined up on the grass, waiting for their orders. Soldiers, as the Lord, thank you for bringing the stone. Now, the territory can be upgraded again. Mo Fei said loudly. The territory can be upgraded? Great! Respected Lord, you are welcome, this is our duty. Do your best to contribute to the construction of the territory, this is our honor. The cheers of countless ants came from the network of the mind. Feeling the heartfelt happiness of the ant army under his command, Mo Fei also smiled. However, Mo Fei paused slightly. Before upgrading the territory, there is one more thing you need to do. Lord, just give your orders. The ant soldiers who had just rested instantly cheered up, full of momentum, waiting for Mo Fei's order. Outside the territory, within a radius of 2 kilometers, all wild monsters below the second level will not be left alive. Mo Fei said coldly. C-66 the biggest crisis of the territory? Flying monsters. Upgrade, advanced village. Lord. Received orders from Mo Fei. The ant army was quickly prepared. Use army ants as the vanguard. The third-level stone-eating ants are elite troops. Acid ants, acid marching ants, slime ants, immortal ants and other types of troops are the main force. He left the territory in a mighty manner. Disappeared in the thick fog. Night. For all low-level wild monsters around Mo Fei's territory, there will be a red night full of killing. Your ants swallow the second-level pig, and you gain plus 40 energy points. Your ants swallow the first-level green wolf, and you gain energy points plus 4. Your ants swallow the second level armored turtle, and you gain energy points plus 35. Your ants swallow the third level cave bat, and you gain energy points plus 179. Your ants swallow the third level cave bat, and you gain energy points plus 233. Your ants swallow the third level cave bat, and you gain energy points plus 312. The prompts for increasing energy points continue to sound. What Mo Fei didn't expect was that his ant army actually found a nest of cave bats. Devoured dozens of cave bats that were resting in the cave. This also made Mo Fei secretly lucky. Fortunately, I didn't immediately move to the level territory when the ant army was transporting the stones back to the territory. The cave bat is a wild monster that can fly. And what my ants cannot currently deal with are the flying wild monsters. If you didn't send the ant army out just now, you should first clean up the wild monsters around the territory. Once in the level territory, these cave bats were alarmed. Then my own territory will probably be in a state of chaos by these guys. I wonder if flying ants can be produced after the barracks level. Mo Fei thought secretly. My ants cannot pose a threat to flying wild monsters, which is a huge problem. But it seems unrealistic to ask your ants to find some flying wild monsters to devour and evolve. Can devour cave bats at night. I can only say that my ant army is lucky. When the thick fog falls in the dark night, there is thick fog everywhere in the forest, blocking the view. These cave bats were resting, but they never expected that an army of ants would take advantage of the thick fog to sneak into their caves. If there is no thick fog, my ant army will definitely not be able to enter the caves of these cave bats. After all, flying monsters are not stupid either. Once discovered by the ants, they will definitely fly away immediately. So, I want to deal with these flying wild monsters. The first thing Mo Fei thought of was, after reaching the level territory, your ant barracks should be able to produce flying ant troops. Flying ants eat some wild monsters and evolve. It should be able to form an effective air force. Protect your territory from flying wild monsters. Otherwise, wait until the novice protection period ends. Once a flying wild monster is eyeing his territory, he can only stare. However, to deal with flying wild monsters, I can't place all my hopes on flying ants. What if the barracks cannot produce flying ants after level? Or maybe the number of producing flying ants is relatively small? In addition, the leveling of the flying ant unit is also a problem. If you have not absorbed the powerful wild monster talent, they still cannot be used to deal with flying monsters when their number is not enough and their level is not high. The wild monster. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Mo Fei thought to himself, we still have to make 2 preparations. Mo Fei suddenly thought of the mist ants. Just found out. Although my own fog ants are only auxiliary units, the level is not high either. But the role they can play is so huge. That's right. In fact, there are already ways to deal with flying wild monsters. It's just that Mo Fei didn't notice it. With the current strength of my ant tribe, it is indeed difficult to deal with flying wild monsters. Even if there are flying ant troops. Without mentioning the number and level of flying ant soldiers. It is also difficult to kill flying wild monsters. After all, these guys are on top, coming and going. It's hard to say whether my own ant troop can fly as high as them. Even if we can temporarily prevent them, it is difficult to keep them. Once your territory is targeted by flying wild monsters, what awaits me is probably endless intrusion. After all, if you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you prevent a thief for 1,000 days? But, why does let flying wild monsters discover their territory? I have an ant of mist. Just use the fog to cover your entire territory. Not even flying wild monsters can even dream of discovering their own territory. They are brave enough to rush into the territory. In their sight, they can only see a white patch of thick fog. Under this situation, they can't even tell their direction clearly. How could he cause intrusion into his own territory? Thinking of this, Mo Fei immediately put it down. Although currently, my ant clan is not able to hunt flying wild monsters. But, there are ants of mist. I am not afraid of them either. Once the novice protection period is over, let the fog ants swallow the fog and cover the entire territory. If there are flying monsters that dare to break into their territory without knowing the danger of life or death, in the case of losing sight and sense of direction, their ant army may not be able to hunt them down. 2 hours later, Mo Fei finally received the news from the ant army. Outside the territory, all the monsters within a radius of 2 kilometers were wiped out. Even in the dense fog where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, even a 4th-level withered goat known for its speed could not escape the hunting of their ant army. When the withered goat discovered the ant army, it was already surrounded by their ant army. The mucus ejected by the mucus ants easily limited the speed of the withered goat. In the end, the withered goat could only be swallowed by the ant colony. After receiving the news from the ant army. At this time, Mo Fei opened his Lord panel. Lord level, 4th level. Energy points, 890,000/10000000. I didn't expect that I only had to clean up the area around the territory. My energy points increased by another 70,000. Mo Fei also sighed slightly. There were really many wild monsters hiding around his territory. However, no matter how many there were, it was useless. Under his ant army, all the wild monsters had nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide. Soon, the ant army cleaned up the wild monsters around the territory and returned. Among them, there were hundreds of ants, who seemed to be carrying 2 black things. When the ant army came to the front, Mo Fei took a closer look. Only then did he discover that these 300 undead ants were carrying 2 huge goat horns. Mo Fei was slightly stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. What his ant army couldn't devour must be at least excellent level materials. This was an unexpected surprise. With a flick of his finger, he put the 2 goat horns into the warehouse. Mo Fei also put them down. He opened the Lord panel. To upgrade the level 1 territory to a high-level village, you need 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. Can you please upgrade? Mo Fei chose no, without hesitation. Congratulations, Lord, you have successfully upgraded the territory to a high-level village. As the prompt sounded in his mind, a golden light appeared above Mo Fei's territory and fell. C-67 Build a barracks. Mo Fei was shocked by the sudden increase in the terrifying stone reserves. After the golden light, Mo Fei's territory changed again. First, it was the grass field where Mo Fei was standing. The range of the grass field expanded by another 2,000 meters. It reached 3,000 meters. At the edge of the grass field, a circle of about 2 meters high walls appeared. There was a gap in the wall at the edge of the grass field opposite the house, and there was a tall round arch at the gap. At the same time, the style of the small building behind Mo Fei changed again. It became a building with a 20th century architectural style. Not only did it occupy twice the area than before, it was also a 3-story building. Looking at the walls around the territory, he looked at the 3-story building behind him. Mo Fei nodded slightly. Now, it has a bit of the flavor of a village. There is no rush to visit the buildings. At this time, the reminder in his mind sounded. Congratulations, Lord, the territory has been upgraded to an advanced village. Unlock new territory buildings, decomposition furnace. The number of barracks that can be built is increased to 4. The number of life fountains that can be built is increased to 4. All territory buildings can be upgraded to level 3. Mo Fei opened the warehouse. Prepare to start building new barracks and life fountains. Just when he opened the warehouse, seeing the stone reserves in the warehouse, Mo Fei was suddenly stunned. Stone, 231,435 units. Didn't I just spend 10,000 stones to upgrade the territory? How come there are still 230,000 stones in the warehouse now? It's almost twice my wood reserves. Suddenly thought of something. Mo Fei quickly opened the space trading channel. At this time, I only sell fine products, no real money, please don't disturb. All the stone-eating beast armors have been sold out. There are only dense transaction records. Lord Jiang Tian, spend 1,000 units of stone to buy one of your stone-eating beast armors. Lord Feng Huiyu, spend 1,000 units of stone to buy one of your stone-eating beast armors. Lord Su Huilei, spend 3,000 units of stone to buy 3 of your stone-eating beast armors. Anonymous buyer, spend 2,000 units of stone to buy 2 of your stone-eating beast armors. Lord Li Ping, 212 pieces of stone-eating beast armor, less than 3 hours after being put on the shelves, all sold out. At the same time, Mo Fei found that there were many messages from lords on his, only sell fine products, no real money please, stall. Hello handsome guy, I am the Lord Yao Shuiqin of the charming female demon territory, can you add me as a friend? We can cooperate for a long time in the future. Add me as a friend, Zhang Haotian. If you get any high-level materials in the future, you can come to me directly to trade. Boss, give me a friend position. I have fair skin, beautiful looks, and 1 meter long legs. Remember to add me, Lu Cece. Boss, are you still in need of a girlfriend? You can choose from Kuroko Yu, black silk, white silk, or JK miniskirt. I am a good little wildcat. You only need 1 excellent level material to add me, Shin Miling. Hello, I am the Lord Chu Kuang of the Thunder Lord. Can I reserve 20 pieces of stone-eating beast armor first? Boss, do you have any stone-eating beast armor left? I want to reserve one. Boss, give me a friend position. If you have any rare materials in the future, please contact me directly. Mo Fei glanced at these messages. Almost all of them were requests to add him as a friend and want to reserve materials. Of course, there are also some who want to get them for free. It seems that there are billions of novice lords, and it is really not easy for rich lords. He sighed slightly in his heart. However, it is a pity. Mo Fei does not intend to reveal his name, in order to avoid being targeted by some people with bad intentions. Shaking his head, Mo Fei closed his stall and exited the space trading channel. He was about to close the Lord panel. At this time, Mo Fei suddenly found there was an unread message from a friend in his friend column. Zhang Yunling sent a message to him? Mo Fei was slightly stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. I thought this woman would not contact me tonight, but I didn't expect that she would send me a message at this time. Click on the unread message of friends. Mo Fei found that Zhang Yunling's message was sent half an hour ago. At that time, he was busy sending the ant army to clear the wild monsters around the territory to prepare for upgrading the territory. Pay attention to the wild monsters outside the territory. I didn't notice that she sent me a message. Zhang Yunling, hello, are you there? My dwarf has mined stone and some refined iron. Do you want to trade? Ha! Seeing this message, Mo Fei was slightly startled and uttered a light exclamation. To upgrade the territory to a level 1 village and build upgraded territory buildings, the stone required is not a small amount. Even I spent nearly 20,000 units of wood yesterday to exchange enough stone to build upgraded barracks and life fountains. Not to mention, I haven't built the blacksmith shop or synthesis workshop yet. This woman actually has extra stone and wants to trade it herself? Could it be that she didn't upgrade the territory? Stone is a necessary material for upgrading and building territory buildings. Mo Fei never has too much. Mo Fei immediately replied with a message. How much stone and refined iron do you have? Trade them all to me. I have them all. After sending this message, Zhang Yunling did not reply immediately. Mo Fei was too lazy to wait and closed the friend list. Came to the grass, chose a location, and built his own ant barracks. Ant barracks, now you can build 2 more. Choose a good location. Mo Fei clicked on the leader building panel. Building, ant barracks, buildable, introduction, building for producing lord troops. Construction requires 500 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Today's Mo Fei is not the Mo Fei of yesterday. Now in Mo Fei's warehouse, there are 230,000 stone reserves and 120,000 wood reserves. Mo Fei waved his hand and directly spent 1,000 units of stone and 1,000 units of wood to build 2 zero-level barracks. Let's look at the resources required to upgrade the barracks. First order barracks, construction requires 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Second order barracks, construction requires 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone. Mo Fei clicked the upgrade plus sign of the 4 ant barracks. Upgrade all 4 ant barracks to second order barracks. It cost 22,000 units of wood and 22,000 units of stone. After upgrading all 4 ant barracks to second order, Mo Fei was not in a hurry to continue upgrading the barracks to third order. First, he looked at the introduction of the second order ant barracks. At this time, looking at the introduction of the second order ant barracks, Mo Fei couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. It's really worth the money. C68 upgrade the barracks, the ant tribe's troops have been greatly improved. Mo Fei was shocked. Building, ant barracks, level, second level, production speed of ants, 2000/PS. Your current barracks level is level 2, and there is a 20% probability of producing a high-level unit of the ant tribe, army ants, acid ants, immortal ants, stone-eating ants, slime ants, ants of the mist. P.S. Your ant tribe's barracks is at the second level, and it has a probability of directly producing high-level ant troops with an initial level of second level at this time. Looking at the introduction of the second-level barracks, Mo Fei couldn't help but show a look of joy on his face. Although upgraded to the second-level barracks, the production speed of the ants has only increased by 500 ants per minute compared to the first-level barracks. But, in the second-level barracks, all the ant species found by Mo Fei were added to the production. Now, army ants, acid ants, immortal ants, stone-eating ants, slime ants, ants of the mist. All the ant species that Mo Fei evolved through devouring can be produced by the ant barracks. What does that mean? This means that even if Mo Fei's ant clan doesn't find any more acid mud monsters to devour, it won't devour any more piranha flowers. MoFei doesn't need to worry about the insufficient number of acid ants and slime ants. Because, even if there are no acid mud monsters and piranha flowers to devour and evolve, your own ant barracks can still produce acid ants and slime ants. Not so. The second-level ant army camp also increases the probability of producing high-level ant soldiers, from the original 10% probability to 20% probability. If we say that the 1,500 ants that MoFei produced in an hour are considered to be 150 army ants. So now, the 2,000 ants produced by MoFei in 1 hour are only 400 army ants. The number of high-level ant tribe soldiers has more than doubled than before. Certainly. Now these 400 high-level ant tribe soldiers are considered to be soldiers, and they may not be the same kind of soldiers as the marching ants. The 400 high-level ant troops produced in 1 hour may be acid ants, slime ants, or stone-eating ants. And not so. The introduction of the second-level ant tribe is to directly produce high-level ant tribe with an initial level of second level with a probability. No longer a zero-order ant tribe. Compared with the zero-level ants, these high-level ants whose initial level is second level have considerable combat effectiveness when produced. MoFei no longer needs to let them swallow the fountain of life and other things to slowly level up. You can directly organize them into the legion and join the battle. After the barracks was upgraded to the second level, all the ant species I discovered were directly added to the high-level units produced by the barracks. This is a big unexpected surprise. This means that even if I don't find more acid mud monsters to devour, I don't have to worry about the number of acid ants being reduced in battles with wild monsters. Because, in my current ant tribe's barracks, I can produce acid ants myself, so I don't need to look for acid ant monsters to devour and evolve. The same goes for other fog ants, slime ants, and stone-eating ants. In addition, the number of 400 high-level ant soldiers produced per hour actually does not count. Calculated based on my 4 second-level military camps, in 1 day, I can produce 2.3 million high-level ant soldiers. In front of 4 second-level ant barracks, MoFei looked at the introduction of the ant barracks and muttered to himself, "Eyes shine. When I just upgraded my territory to a level village. MoFei's territory can produce 5.7 million ants in 1 day. Moreover, among them, most of them are zero-order ants. The number of high-level army ants is only around 600,000. These zero-order ants have extremely weak combat power and can only be used to mine and transport resources. So much so that when dealing with the first-order acid ant monster in the morning, MoFei had to be careful and visit the scene in person through the spiritual network to direct the battle. And now, after upgrading the territory level to a high-level village, MoFei only upgraded 4 second-level barracks. The number of high-level troops produced by these 4 second-level barracks can reach an astonishing 2.3 million in 1 day. Not to mention, among the 2.3 million high-level ant soldiers, there are still many high-level ant soldiers whose initial level is second level. And these are just 4 second-level barracks. This is not the production limit of MoFei barracks. Now, MoFei's barracks level can be upgraded to level. Think of this. MoFei is even more looking forward to what kind of surprises it will bring him if he upgrades all 4 barracks to level. But, at this time, MoFei still had some doubts in his heart. I remember that before I upgraded my territory, my ant tribe had already devoured and evolved acid ants, slime ants, and stone-eating ants. However, I remember that the high-level troops produced by the first-order ant tribe's barracks at that time were still only army ants. So, every time after upgrading the territory and upgrading the barracks level, the new units that I evolved through devouring during this period will be added to the high-level units produced by the barracks? MoFei thought secretly. If that's the case, I have to be careful before upgrading the territory to a primary town. Try to cultivate as many higher-level ant species with different talents as possible, and then upgrade the territory. In this way, my ant tribe barracks can produce more types of high-level ant tribe soldiers and enhance the strength of my ant tribe. Just upgrading to a high-level village, the resources required to upgrade the territory have reached 10,000 wood and 10,000 stone. No doubt, I will upgrade the territory to a primary town and a high-level town later, and the resources required will be more. Every time the territory level is upgraded, the time spent will be longer and longer. So, how to upgrade the territory level to the first level? To strengthen the strength of my ant tribe to the greatest extent is a problem that MoFei needs to consider. After all, my ant tribe is different from others. After upgrading the territory, the high-level ant tribe soldiers produced by the barracks are different from the types of ant tribe soldiers I have now. The more types of ant tribe soldiers I have now, then the more types of high-level soldiers produced by the barracks when the territory is upgraded once. The doubts in my heart are resolved. Fei's slightly frowned brows relaxed. Next, continue to build and upgrade the territory buildings. Territory building, Fountain of Life, level 1, defense. Indestructible, spring water reserve, 2,000 units, current quantity 2/4, the number that can be built is 2. Do you want to build? Fei directly chooses, build. Then, he also spent 22,000 units of stone and wood to upgrade the level of the Fountain of Life to level 2. Territory building, Fountain of Life, level 2. Defense? Indestructible, spring water reserve, 4,000 units, spring water recovery speed, 1 unit of spring water is restored every 1 minute. PS, the level of your Spring of Life has been upgraded to level 2, and the healing effect of the spring water has been improved again. Upgrade all 4 Springs of Life to level 2. At this time, there were 56,000 units of wood left in Fei's warehouse. And there were 187,435 units of stone left. See 69 new troops, bullfighting stinging ants? 17 million ants a day. Horrible. Looking at the ratio of wood to wood in the warehouse, Fei couldn't help but frown slightly. It seems that the amount of wood he exchanged for is a bit too much. The 130,000 wood that I thought was a lot seems to be too short. After only upgrading the ant barracks and the life spring to the 2nd level, there are only 56,000 units of wood left. At this time, Fei couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't exchange the wood for wood during the day. Otherwise, now he doesn't even have enough wood to upgrade the barracks to the 2nd level. The key. Fei didn't think about it. He just had a meal and made some preparations for upgrading the territory to a high-level village. The 212 pieces of beast armor he put on the shelf have been snapped up. If he had discovered earlier that his beast-eating armor was so easy to sell, Fei would definitely not have exchanged all of his beast-eating armor for wood. There are still many hardwood trees in the hardwood resource area. In addition, the strength of his current ant army has become stronger, and the number has more than doubled. Fei is not too worried about the problem of insufficient wood resources. If there is not enough wood, he will send his ant army to go there and collect it back. After all, his ant army had been there last night, and there were no powerful wild monsters in the hardwood resource area. Shaking his head, Fei then prepared to upgrade the barracks to the 2nd level. Although upgrading the 2nd level barracks has brought a huge improvement to his territory, but no new basic ant soldiers have appeared. Fei hopes that upgrading the barracks to the 2nd level will be enough to show the flying ant soldiers he wants. Upgrade the 1st level barracks, the required resources, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of timber. Excuse me, do you want to upgrade? Upgrading the 1st level barracks, the required wood and timber actually need 10,000? Fei secretly smacked his lips. Then checked the resources required to upgrade the 1st level life fountain. Sure enough, it was unexpected. The resources required to upgrade the life fountain to the 2nd level are also 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of timber. Then his 56,000 units of wood are only enough to upgrade 1 1st level barracks and 1 life fountain. Fei shook his head. Directly spend 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of timber to upgrade all the barracks to the 2nd level, and upgrade 1 life fountain to the 2nd level. After the upgrade, the style of the ant barracks changed again. In addition to becoming taller, outside the barracks, sharp long thorns appeared. Fei looked at the ant barracks in front of him. Territory building, ant barracks, level 1, production speed of ants, 3000/minute. PS, your current barracks level is level 1, with a 30% chance of producing high-level ant soldiers, marching ants, bullfighting stinging ants, acid ants, undead ants, food ants, mucus ants, mist ants. PS, your ant barracks level is level 1, with a chance of directly producing high-level ant soldiers with an initial level of level 1. Looking at the introduction of the level 1 ant barracks, Fei looked away slightly. Only one more high-level ant soldier of the bull sting ant was added, and the flying ant soldier he wanted was not found. On the contrary, the speed of producing ants increased by 1,000. The terrifying speed of producing 3,000 ants in 1 minute. This means that in one day, Fei's 1st level barracks produced 17 million ants. A very terrifying number. At the same time, after Fei's ant barracks were upgraded to the 1st level, the probability of producing high-level soldiers increased again, reaching 30%. In other words, among the 17 million ants, there are more than 500,000 ants, and one of the high-level ant soldiers, marching ants, bull sting ants, acid ants, slime ants, and food ants. In addition, the 1st level barracks have a chance to directly produce high-level ants from the initial level to the 1st level. This also made Mo Fei feel a little bit of urgency. His own ant tribe currently has the highest growth level of the edible ants. The growth limit is the first level. It seems that I have to speed up the cultivation of ant tribes with higher growth limits. Otherwise, these ants produced behind my barracks will soon reach the highest growth level. After reaching the highest growth level, they can only continue to improve their growth limit by devouring evolution. So many ants. In a short period of time, it is not realistic to rely on devouring evolution to improve their growth limit. This requires a terrifying number of items for them to devour. Moreover, devouring low-level monsters and materials is not enough. They must devour monsters whose levels exceed their growth limit or high-level materials. They can continue to evolve. Mo Fei shook his head. For now, the ant colony cannot do this for the time being. Next, Mo Fei turned his head and looked at the newly upgraded Grade 1 Life Fountain. Territory building, Life Fountain, level, Grade 1, defense. Indestructible, fountain water reserve, 5,000 units, fountain water recovery speed, 1 unit of fountain water is restored in 1 minute. P.S. Your life fountain level is upgraded to Grade 1, and the fountain water healing effect is improved again. The life spring has been upgraded to a higher level, and there is not much change. The only changes are the spring water storage, spring water recovery speed, and spring water healing effect, all of which have been improved again. However, for Mo Fei, this improvement is also very important. After all, after upgrading the barracks, the number of his ants has increased again. The quantity and quality of the low-level life springs are far from satisfying the consumption of his ant army. Soldiers, go again. Go to the hardwood resource area and collect some wood resources. Closing the territory building panel, looking at the only 6,000 units of wood left in the warehouse, Mo Fei issued another order to the ant army. Yes, Lord. Together with the 100,000 ant soldiers just produced. A total of 100,000 ant army. Once again, they marched out from the circular archway in front of the territory. They disappeared into the thick fog outside. C70 refined iron, an important resource for upgrading. The development is too fast, and the ant tribe can't keep up. After sending out the 3 million ant army to collect wood, Mo Fei looked at his own warehouse. At this time, in the warehouse, there were only 6,000 units of wood left, and there were 137,435 units of stone left. In addition, there were only 2 giant horns of withered sheep that the ants had just brought back, and 100 units of refined iron. The stone reserves were enough to upgrade the remaining 3 life fountains to the 3rd level, more than enough. As for the wood, we can only wait for the ant army to collect it back. Among the 3 million ant army, many of them are 2nd level and 3rd level ants, and their load-bearing capacity has been greatly improved. Mo Fei estimated that he could collect about 500,000 units of wood. The ant army went out to collect wood this time. I guess there won't be much hardwood left in the hardwood resource area. It seems that starting tomorrow, I have to send some ants out to find the next wood resource area. Mo Fei shook his head slightly inside. I thought there were a lot of wood resources in the hardwood resource area, and at least about 1 million units of wood resources could be collected. But I didn't expect that my ant army would have more. Each trip can collect half of the wood resources in the hardwood resource area. In order to ensure that the development of the territory will not be left behind, I also plan ahead and look for the next wood resource in advance. However, 500,000 wood resources should be enough for my territory to upgrade to a primary town, right? Mo Fei thought. Open his territory panel. Check the resources needed to upgrade the territory from an advanced village to a primary town. The territory is upgraded to the next level, the primary town, and the required resources are 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of refined iron. P.S. The primary town can build a new territory building, the alchemy furnace, and can build a new ant tribe barracks, the flying ant barracks. Flying ant barracks. Mo Fei was slightly startled, and then his face showed surprise. Before, he almost thought that the ant tribe barracks could not produce flying ant soldiers, and could only be obtained through swallowing evolution. Unexpectedly, the general can unlock the flying ant barracks after upgrading to the primary town. Does this mean that after the general's level is upgraded to the primary town, his own flying ants can also be mass-produced like the current worker ants? When he thought that the territory could produce millions or even tens of millions of flying ants, Mo Fei was also excited. There is no doubt. There are flying ant soldiers, just let them devour and evolve like the ants in front of them. In the future, they will be used to protect the territory's strength. A heavy soldier that integrates patrol, reconnaissance, raids and other tactics. However, when he saw the resources needed to upgrade the territory to a primary town. The excitement on Mo Fei's face gradually subsided. Wood and stone, these two resources can be easily obtained by himself. Only refined iron. To upgrade the territory from an advanced village to a primary town, a full 10,000 units of refined iron are needed. Mo Fei looked at the only 100 units of refined iron in his warehouse and frowned slightly. It's a bit difficult to collect 10,000 units of refined iron. Refined iron resources, there are almost no leaders selling them in the space trading channel now. Does this 10,000 refined iron have to be found and mined by my ants? Mo Fei shook his head. Now, the ant barracks have been upgraded to level 3. The number of my own high-level ant soldiers among the ants produced by the ant barracks will increase greatly. What I have to do is to find powerful wild monsters again and devour them before they reach their level limits. I will evolve. I will improve the final level limit of my ant. Only in this way, when the leader is upgraded to the primary town next time, my own barracks can produce ants with higher levels. The strength of my own ant will also be stronger. If you give up leveling, it is equivalent to stopping the evolution of my ant tribe and wasting my infinite devouring evolution talent. If I just upgrade the leader level blindly, the progress of my ant tribe's devouring evolution will slow down. This is like picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons. Even if my territory is upgraded to a primary town, the strength of the ant tribe will not be improved. Once the novice protection period is over, I am afraid that I will not be able to protect myself. Not to mention competing with those leaders who have awakened high-level troops and dominating the world. This is definitely a stupid approach. At this time, Mo Fei also realized that as the leader level was upgraded, his ant tribe's strength was too weak and did not match the leader level. It's not that Mo Fei didn't want to upgrade and continue to upgrade his territory. He didn't want to send the ant tribe out to find refined iron resources and mine refined iron. But, because my territory has developed too fast. As a result, my ant tribe can no longer keep up with the level of my current territory. When mining granite today, Mo Fei actually saw it. Many of my current ants are only first and second level ants. It is difficult for them to even mine granite, not to mention letting them mine the more difficult refined iron. The ant tribe cannot be improved. I am afraid that even if I find the refined iron resources, I can only stare blankly. So, improve the strength of your ant tribe. For Mo Fei, it is imperative. Soon, Mo Fei made a decision. Starting tomorrow, I will start looking for some high-level wild monsters to hunt and cultivate my high-level ant tribe. Before the leader is upgraded to the primary town, I will at least evolve the leader level of my ant tribe to the 6th or 7th level. In addition, I now have a lot of ants, reaching more than 5 million. By tomorrow, the 4th third-level barracks can produce a terrifying 17 million ants a day. So many ants so, without affecting the leveling of my ants, I can completely separate a part of the ants and continue to mine wood and stone resources. And look for refined iron resources. After all, after the general is upgraded to the primary town, the construction to build new territory buildings and upgrade territory buildings, I need a very large amount of wood and stone resources. The collection of wood and stone resources cannot stop. The more of these two resources, the better. At the same time, I can also take out some of the excess resources I have collected. Before other territories have upgraded to advanced villages and have not yet realized the scarcity of refined iron resources. Exchange as much refined iron as possible. In this way, even if other territories upgrade their territories to advanced villages in the next 5 days, I can still ensure that I have the most refined iron. See 71 message from a friend, Zhang Yunling. Do you want refined iron? On the current space trading channel. Except for Zhang Yunling, which Mo Fei discovered before, no other lords are selling refined iron. But, this may not be because other lords have not discovered the refined iron resource area. But, now many lords' territories are still at the primary and intermediate villages. Compared to refined iron, wood and timber are the resources they urgently need to mine. Refined iron is only available when the territory is upgraded to a primary town, and it is difficult to mine without mining tools made by the blacksmith shop. So, at this stage, no lord will spend the effort to mine. But, you have to come up with enough chips to buy refined iron. Mo Fei believes. Many lords who have upgraded their territories to intermediate villages and built blacksmith shops are still willing to mine refined iron for themselves. For example, wood and timber resources. These two resources are urgently needed by many lords of primary and intermediate villages. Or the excellent level beast armor that was sold out less than 3 hours after it was put on the shelf. For many lords, it is also a hot resource. It doesn't matter if your ant tribe can't find the refined iron resource site or not. There are thousands of lords in the lord world. As long as the price you offer is high enough. Mo Fei believes that he can collect 10,000 refined irons in a short time. And just when Mo Fei was about to close the Lord panel. At this time, a friend message suddenly popped up in the friend column. Mo Fei clicked on the message. Zhang Yunling, I have 3,000 units of wood and 100 units of refined iron. Do you want all of them? 3,000 units of wood? 100 units of refined iron? Mo Fei was stunned. Unexpectedly, after Zhang Yunling upgraded her territory to an intermediate village, built territory buildings and upgraded various territory buildings, she still had 3,000 units of timber. Could this woman's territory be in a timber resource area? Otherwise, how could she mine so many timbers in a day? You know, if Mo Fei's own ant army hadn't picked up the granite blocks mined by the beasts, they could only mine 2,000 units of timber in a day. And Zhang Yunling must have mined far more timber than the 3,000 units of timber she was trading at this time. And what surprised Mo Fei even more was, in addition to 3,000 units of timber, Zhang Yunling actually mined 100 units of refined iron. What does that mean? This means that Zhang Yunling is very likely to have discovered a refined iron resource area. While mining wood resources, she is also capable of mining refined iron. And just when Mo Fei was stunned. At this time, Zhang Yunling sent another message. Sorry, I was just cooking for my dwarf and didn't see your message. I don't have to exchange all of them. Just exchange as much wood as you have. If you don't have enough wood for the 100 units of refined iron, I can keep it for you first and not sell it to other people. When you have wood, you can exchange it. Mo Fei took a look at his warehouse, and there were only 6,000 units of wood left. In a dark cave, a little girl wearing a JK uniform, white knee-high socks, black square-toed leather shoes, and a double ponytail was holding a large knife in both hands and stirring vigorously in a large pot. There were 2 big pots in front of her. Be careful not to scoop some broth from the 2 pots, put it to your mouth, and stretch out your pink tongue to taste it. Zhang Yunling smacked her rosy lips. A satisfied look appeared on her delicate face. Put down the thing in your hand. Zhang Yunling ran to the territory and shouted to the dwarf in front of her. Uncle with red beard, uncle with red nose, uncle with beard, the meat is ready. Take a break first, call everyone over to eat first. Hundreds of dwarfs stopped their pickaxes when they heard the words. The leading red-bearded, red-nosed, and bearded dwarfs smiled and agreed, okay. Wiped the sweat off their heads, they put away their pickaxes. Shouted to the other dwarfs, the Lord has cooked the broth, everyone take a break, eat a full meal and then continue. Okay. The dwarfs replied. They picked up their pickaxes and jumped off their heads one by one. Dear Lord, please go back quickly, it's not safe outside the territory. Seeing Zhang Yunling still standing in the territory, the red-nosed dwarf shouted from afar. Oh, okay. Zhang Yunling responded, turned around and entered the territory, stood inside the golden light cover, waiting for his dwarfs to come back. The dwarfs soon came back with carts of materials. They pushed the cart full of meat to a corner of the territory and put it neatly. Zhang Yunling turned and ran to the 2 big pots, scooping meat for them one by one. Several dwarfs hurriedly followed and helped. Bowls of huge meat chunks, emitting the aroma of hot meat, were passed to the dwarfs in line. Lord, we have more and more meat. The red-nosed dwarf drank the broth in the bowl with a satisfied smile on his face and said, you can't handle it alone. Starting tomorrow, let's leave 5 of us to cook. You can just rest in the room. The bearded man and the red-bearded dwarf nodded in agreement while eating the meat in their bowls. The bearded dwarf also suggested, yes, we have to send 2 people to guard the entrance of our territory. After the meal is ready, the Lord will not come out to call everyone to eat. Just let them pass it on. Red Beard and Red Nose agreed, this is a good suggestion. Wait until our blacksmith shop is built, and then we can change the hose in everyone's hands, and the efficiency of mining will be greatly improved. We can also forge weapons, and then we can form a team of territory guards to patrol around the territory and protect the safety of the territory and the Lord. Wait until we dig more ore and exchange more wood, and then we can build walls and arrow towers around the territory. Dig some more traps. Zhang Yunling sat aside, watching the dwarfs talking. She took a notebook and wrote down what they talked about seriously. Wait until the dwarves finished talking. Zhang Yunling put away the notebook and looked at a small cart full of materials in a corner of the territory. With a finger, she put all the materials in the cart into the warehouse. Looking at the 3,000 units of materials and 100 units of refined iron in the warehouse, she opened the friend list again. Only then did she realize that she had an unread friend message. It was sent by Mo Fei. The time displayed in the message was half an hour ago. Jiang Yunling quickly clicked it. Mo Fei, how many materials and refined iron do you have? Trade them all. I want them all. Jiang Yunling immediately replied with a message, I have 3,000 units of materials and 100 units of refined iron. Do you want them all? After thinking for a while, Jiang Yunling quickly added, sorry, I was just cooking for my dwarf and didn't see your message. I don't have to exchange all of them. Just exchange as much wood as you have. If you don't have enough wood for the 100 units of refined iron, I can keep it for you first and not sell it to others. See 72 Jiang Yunling, I won't be hit by sugar-coated bullets. Ha! This Mo Fei doesn't seem to be bad. Looking at the message sent by Jiang Yunling, Mo Fei was silent for a moment. Unexpectedly, I would also be short of wood sometimes. After thinking about it, Mo Fei said, I will exchange 100 fine iron with you first. Jiang Yunling, you don't want the stone anymore? Mo Fei was a little embarrassed and replied, I don't have that much wood, so I can only exchange you for 2,500 units of stone at most. My territory has just been leveled up. The wood will not be collected until early tomorrow morning. I can exchange it with you tomorrow morning. 100 fine iron can be exchanged for 500 units of wood. This wood is just enough for Jiang Yunling to build his own blacksmith shop. Jiang Yunling readily agreed, okay, I'll trade you for 100 units of fine iron first. This time, Mo Fei only found out after adding each other as friends. You can directly initiate trade requests to each other through the friends column. There is no need to put the items on the shelves of the space trading channel and specify the trader. Seeing the transaction request sent by Jiang Yunling for 100 fine iron in exchange for 500 wood, Mo Fei readily traded 500 wood to the other party and accepted 100 fine iron. He hesitated slightly. Mo Fei then initiated a transaction. Your friend Mo Fei initiated a transaction request, trading item, 4,000 units of wood, designated exchange item, none. In the mine, Jiang Yunling looked at the deal sent by Mo Fei and blinked his beautiful big eyes in disbelief with a confused look on his face. But soon, Jiang Yunling suddenly remembered something. He shook his head, and the shiny black ponytails on his head swayed back and forth, with a vigilant look on his face. Jiang Yunling did not accept the 4,000 units of wood immediately. Jiang Yunling, 4,000 units of wood, what do you want to exchange for? She is not a little girl who doesn't understand anything. Don't let the other party try to bribe you just because you want to give yourself a little sweetness. She is a very principled person. I won't be hit by anyone's sugar-coated bullets. Mo Fei, the unit price of the fine iron I traded with you last time was lower. This is the wood I supply to you. If calculated according to the amount of refined iron and stone required for the level territory, 1 fine iron should be equal to 10 units of stone, or even more. Then according to the exchange ratio of stone and wood, 1 to 2, 1 unit of refined iron can be exchanged for at least 20 units of wood. Therefore, last time Mo Fei spent 500 units of wood in exchange for 100 units of fine iron at Jiang Yunling's dwarf's home stall, he really got a big deal. Of course, Mo Fei doesn't mean to take advantage of others. But if this person is someone you want to be with for a long time, then that's a different matter. The scarcity and importance of refined iron resources. The current Jiang Yunling may not understand, but Mo Fei knew it very well. Not long after, Jiang Yunling's territory will also become a level high-end village. She will definitely know when the time comes. If she waited until that time, she would know that she had been cheated by herself. It's hard to say whether she will continue to be with him at that time. So, instead of waiting for time for her to question herself, it's better to confess to her now. At the same time, Mo Fei has another idea. He just wanted Jiang Yunling to help him collect refined iron resources. Therefore, confession is the first step to gain the trust of the other party and reach a partnership between the two parties. At this time, inside the cave, Jiang Yunling, who was sitting on a chair surrounded by a group of dwarfs, watched Mo Fei answer so honestly. My little head suddenly shut down and I couldn't turn around. Isn't buying and selling voluntary? There are also people who think that the things they sold to him are too cheap, so they go out of their way to make up the difference? Jiang Yunling, really? After sending this message, Jiang Yunling's face turned red and she felt that her IQ was a little strained. Mo Fei directly gave him a full 4,000 units of wood for free. If he hadn't made up for the price difference of the fine iron transaction, could he have wanted something else for himself? Also, the exchange ratio of fine iron and wood, 1 to 5, was decided by myself. Even if Mo Fei doesn't give him these 4,000 units of wood, he can't say anything. At this time, Looking at the 4,000 units of wood that Mo Fei had traded, Jiang Yunling himself felt a little embarrassed. She had thought that Mo Fei was not a good person. After all, Jiang Yunling felt that no matter how bad his awakened troops were, as a lord, he should not despise his own troops, let alone call his territory a rubbish troop territory. On the contrary, this is a different world full of crises. If a lord wants to survive and develop his territory, the only thing he can rely on is his awakened troops. However, it seems now, this Mo Fei doesn't seem to be that bad. If he is a bad person, he is so honest, tells himself the price of refined iron, and gives himself 4,000 units of wood? It would be better if you don't continue to lie to yourself. This is 4,000 units of wood. Not a small amount. Especially on the second day after entering the Lord's world, everyone's wood and stone resources are so scarce. The wood that Jiang Yunling traded with Mo Fei before was only enough for her own just level territory. After building a dwarf barracks and a fountain of life, as well as unlocking the blacksmith shop and synthesis workshop, Jiang Yunling had no extra wood to upgrade his territory buildings. 4,000 units of wood are enough for Jiang Yunling to upgrade 2 dwarf barracks to the first level, and the blacksmith shop to the first level. You know, after upgrading the blacksmith shop to the first level, the Lord can create excellent equipment. This will greatly improve the mining efficiency of Jiang Yunling's dwarves. Just when Jiang Yunling hesitated whether to accept the 4,000 units of wood for free. At this time, Mo Fei sent a message again. Mo Fei, is there a lot of refined iron around your territory? I see you have mined a lot of stone and refined iron. You should have built a blacksmith shop in the first level and intermediate villages in your territory and made a lot of hoes for your dwarves, right? If there is a lot of refined iron around your territory, I would like to cooperate with you for a long time. Jiang Yunling was stunned. Quickly reacted, you want me to mine refined iron and trade with you? Yes. Mo Fei replied, I need a lot of refined iron now. If you have refined iron, I can trade with you for wood. Of course, if you think that mining refined iron will cause you to have no time to mine stone in the first level territory, you can also trade with me for stone with refined iron. Wood and stone, whatever you need, you can trade with me with refined iron. Jiang Yunling, my territory is in a mine. The refined iron ore you mentioned is quite abundant here, but it is very difficult to mine. The 100 refined irons I traded with you today were only mined by my dwarves when they were mining stone. My blacksmith shop currently has no materials to make new hoes for my dwarves, and the durability of their hoes is almost exhausted. If they want to mine refined iron, I am afraid it will be very difficult. Jiang Yunling apologized. After a pause, she sent another message, in addition, I don't have much stone resources now. 3,000 units of stone are all the stone I mined today. If I want to make a better hoe and mine refined iron, I have to upgrade my blacksmith shop first. Even if I upgrade the blacksmith shop, I don't have the resources to buy excellent materials to make a better hoe. So, if you want to mine a lot of refined iron, you need to wait for a while until I make a better hoe. See 73 dwarves. Wait until you build more mining hoes and mine fine iron. At this time, saw the message from Jiang Yunling. Mo Fei? So, you have 3,000 units of stone and 100 units of refined iron. You exchange resources to upgrade your blacksmith shop and exchange materials to build your mining hoe. You use all of them to trade wood with me? In an instant, Mo Fei was so troubled by this little girl Jiang Yunling that his brain went out of control. Find out clearly what kind of brain circuit this woman has. Unexpectedly. Seeing this message from Mo Fei, Jiang Yunling felt aggrieved and pouted her mouth angrily. Hey, how do you talk? Are we still in a cooperative relationship? Yes, you made an agreement before. When I mine stones and fine iron, I will be the first to trade with you. I have already traded with others. No need to wait until now. You might think that I sell my stone for sale. Let me tell you, on the Space Trading Channel now, people are buying stone at the exchange ratio of 1:3 for wood. I will send you a message in the evening, and you will wait for an hour or more before replying to me? Mo Fei, for a moment, I felt a little ashamed. It turns out that I misunderstood, this little girl is stupid. Just a little honest. Looking at the message sent by Jiang Yunling, there are 2 words revealed between the lines, angry. But Mo Fei felt something suddenly flow through his heart, something warm. There are not many people with integrity like you. If you are a businessman, you must be a good businessman. Mo Fei praised sincerely. Jiang Yunling, come on, people like me will definitely be cheated and lose all their money as a businessman. He was not fooled by Mo Fei's sweet words at all. Jiang Yunling, do you still want to exchange stones? If you want it, I will exchange it with others for materials. Mo Fei. Take a look at the 2 huge goat horns in the warehouse and the remaining 1,500 units of lumber. Mo Fei took all and traded it to Jiang Yunling. Your friend Mo Fei initiated a transaction request, trading items, withered goat horns, 2, quality, excellent materials, specified exchange items, none. Your friend Mo Fei initiated a transaction request, trading items, 1,500 units of wood, designated exchange items, none. Mo Fei, I have 2 withered goat horns here, plus these 5,500 units of wood, which is enough for you to upgrade the blacksmith shop and barracks, and build a mining hoe. Seeing Mo Fei initiate the transaction again, Jiang Yunling was slightly startled. Although she knew that Mo Fei should be very rich. However, I never thought about it at all. It's just the second day after entering the world of lords. The 2 of them have only chatted twice so far. The other party was so bold as to give so many resources to himself. In addition, there are even 2 high-quality materials. These 2 goat horns, if put on the space trading channel, can be sold for almost 2,000 units of stone. Could it be that is not afraid at all that will take S resources and then delete S friends? You haven't even met your own person, yet you have so much faith in your own character? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunling sent a message. I understand very well. What do you mean? Mo Fei, this is a little investment from me in advance. These things can be paid back slowly after you mine refined iron in the future. Jiang Yunling, are you afraid that I will take your resources and delete your friends immediately? Mo Fei, I believe in my vision. Okay, hurry up and upgrade the territory's buildings, I'll do it first. After saying that, Mo Fei closed Jiang Yunling's chat interface. Is 6,000 timber resources a lot? Indeed, there are few. Although Mo Fei's current territory is a high-end village. But Mo Fei hasn't built any of the blacksmith shop, joint workshop, and decomposition furnace yet. 6,000 units of what resources are at least enough for Mo Fei to build and upgrade these territorial buildings. However, these resources were invested in Jiang Yunling. But Mo Fei thought it was worth it. In this strange and dangerous world, trust between people is very fragile. But it's also easy to set up. This is not a contradiction. The icing on the cake is like snow and sending charcoal. The more you are willing to help the other person in a difficult time, the easier it will be to build trust between each other. Take a step back and say that. If these 6,000 units of wood can help him see a person clearly, Mo Fei feels it is worth it. 6,000 units of lumber. Now to be honest, I really take it seriously. At the same time, inside the dark cave, only the golden light of the territory's protective cover shone slightly, illuminating the environment around the territory. Territory, a space for many dwarves. Jiang Yunling looked at the wood and goat horns that Mo Fei had traded on his friend's chat interface. He hesitated slightly. Then, clicked to agree to the transaction. Looking at the 6,000 extra units of stone in the warehouse, as well as 2 huge deadhead goat horns, Jiang Yunling stood up. First, upgrade both of his barracks to the 1st level. Then exchange some materials on the space trading channel. Come to the blacksmith shop and upgrade the blacksmith shop to level 1. Afterwards, Jiang Yunling put the materials that had just been exchanged with the 2 huge goat horns into the blacksmith shop to forge mining hoes. Soon, about 20 mining hoes with blue light on the hoes were forged. Jiang Yunling took 20 mining hoes from the warehouse. In the surprised eyes of the dwarves, he said, "Uncle with red nose and beard, you take 20 young men with good physical strength. Take these 20 mining hoes and mine fine iron." Looking at the remaining dwarves, Jiang Yunling continued, "The rest of you, continue to mine stone. Wait for me to forge more and better mining hoes, to ensure that everyone has one, and then I'll go to mine fine iron." It is difficult to mine fine iron with ordinary mining hoes. Jiang Yunling had to arrange it this way first. When she forges more fine-grade mining hoes in the future, only then can all the dwarves under her command mine fine iron. Of course, this mine is a mine with mixed stone and refined iron resources. A lot of refined iron is hidden under the stone. Only after the stone on top is mined out, can the refined iron below be mined. Therefore, Jiang Yunling can only mine refined iron. While mining refined iron, her dwarves can also continue to mine stone. C70 for the amazing ability of the pit bull to sting stinging ants. Some people upgrade while lying down, and some people take risks at night misty forest. In Mo Fei's territory. After closing the chat interface with Jiang Yunling, Mo Fei then set his sights on the 4 barracks he had just upgraded. Soon, an ant with a huge front jaw crawled out from the first barracks. This is an army ant. Mo Fei checked the information about this army ant. Ant tribe's arms, army ants, ant tribe's high-level arms, level, 2nd level. Final growth level, level. Quite lucky. It actually produced an army ant whose initial level was level 2. And its final growth level is level. Mo Fei continued to observe. A dozen zero-level worker ants came out in succession. Soon, Mo Fei's eyes fell on the third barracks. Only the third barracks was seen, and an acid ant came out at this time. Ant Tribe's military unit, Acid Ants, Ant Tribe's high-level military unit, level, first level. Final growth level, level. Mo Fei just glanced at the acid ant, and his eyes were quickly attracted by an ant soldier coming out from behind the acid ant. This is an ant soldier that Mo Fei has never seen before. Its front jaw is slightly smaller than that of army ants, but larger than that of Mo Fei's other ant soldiers. At the same time, its 6 ant legs are longer than other ants, and its abdomen is the largest that Mo Fei has ever seen. The most noticeable thing is that there is a shiny black sting at the end of the ant soldier's abdomen, bigger than all the ant troops. Looks pretty sharp and sharp. Ant Tribe soldiers, bullfighting stings ants. Level 3. Final growth level, level. Introduction: the high-level ants of the Ant Tribe have more powerful attacks than army ants. They have sharp and huge front jaws and a venom-filled sting on their tails. Both are important ways for them to attack the enemy. In addition, bull sting ants have 6 limbs that are longer and more powerful than other ant species. This greatly enhances their load-bearing capacity, and at the same time, it also gives them amazing jumping ability that other ants do not have. This is a bird whose initial level is level 3. The final growth level is the level bull stinging ant. Mo Fei's eyes lit up. He ordered the bull stinging ant to come to him. After the bullfighting stinging ant swallowed his own breath, he established a close connection with himself. Mo Fei immediately gave it an order. "Come on, dance for me." The bullfighter stings the stinging ant and gets the order. Immediately, the body fell slightly. The next second, Mo Fei looked in surprise. I saw this toe-sized bullfighting stinging ant suddenly ejected from the ground. Suddenly it flew over Mo Fei's head. He rushed to a height of more than 3 meters before stopping. Then it fell back to the ground. 3 meters! Mo Fei's face was full of disbelief. Looking at the bull stinging ant in front of me, my eyes are full of surprises. A small bull stinging ant has such terrifying jumping power. Just imagine if you encounter a large wild monster. Thousands or even tens of thousands of bull stinging ants jump up together and attack. What kind of scene would this be? I'm afraid even the large 6th level wild monsters can't withstand the simultaneous attacks of so many bullfighting stinging ants. Moreover, the attack part of bull stinging ants is not limited to their sharp front jaws. Their tails carry a sharp venomous sting, which is also a powerful weapon for them to attack their enemies. If we cooperate with the ant ground troops and army ants and stone-eating ants to attack at the same time. When a 6th level wild monster encounters a scene like this, I'm afraid I can only focus on one thing and lose the other, and I can't defend it at all. For 3rd level ant barracks can produce 12,000 ants for Mo Fei in just 1 minute. Among them, there are 3,600 ants, which are the high-level soldiers of the ants. Including the new ant tribe that has just appeared, bull sting ants, acid ants, stone-eating ants, army ants, slime ants, mist ants, and so on. Through the psychic network, communicate with the 3 million ant army who are out collecting wood. After making sure there is no danger, Mo Fei was relieved. Bring a chair and sit next to the spring. Let the various ant tribes produced in the barracks devour their own breath and life spring. Actually, except for the newly born bull stinging ants and army ants. Other ant types, such as acid ants, slime ants, undead ants, stone-eating ants, etc., even if they are just produced from the barracks, they also have the talent of self-healing. After all, these ant tribe soldiers are all Mo Fei's ant tribe. They evolve into undead ants after devour the Lefiquin, and then devour wild monsters. When the barracks included these ant soldiers, they already had the talent of self-healing. But, just like the army ants and bull stinging ants, Mo Fei still let these ant soldiers with self-healing talents swallow up the fountain of life. There are 1 3rd level and 3 2nd level springs. The total reserve of spring water has now reached 18,000 units. The speed of spring water recovery, with 4 life springs added together, 6 units of spring water can be restored in 3 minutes. Therefore, follow the principle of waste if you don't. Mo Fei asked all the ants born from the barracks to swallow the life spring. After all, the level of the current life fountain has been improved. Even undead ants, acid ants, and other ants have the talent of self-healing. If they continue to swallow high-level life springs, they will also strengthen their self-healing talent. At the same time, they swallowed the spring water and continued to increase Mo Fei's energy points. Mo Fei's current lord level is a 4th level lord. The measuring point is 890,000. There are still 110,000 points left to upgrade to level Lord. At this time, the ants swallowed up the life in the spring. Measurement point +1, measurement point +1, +1, the prompts kept ringing in Mo Fei's mind. The gap of 110,000 measurement points continues to decrease. At the same time, Lords all over the world. Under the thick darkness of night, many new Lords units were still leveling up in the wild. At this time, it has been less than an hour since the second day of Lord World ended. The new protection period of the Lords is only days. The invincibility period decreases day by day. Many Lords feel the invisible pressure from various wild monsters outside their respective territories. So, even though I know the night is dangerous, they also had to take risks and send their own troops out to level up carefully. Because only when the strength of the military units becomes stronger can their territories have a certain degree of self-protection. When the new period ends and the invincible mask disappears, they can calmly face the attacks of various wild monsters outside their territory and survive the attacks of wild monsters. At this time, a territory in the wilderness. The territory was covered with a faint golden light. Look at the return of your own violent war elephant army. On the second floor of the territory, Lin Feng stood on the balcony and relaxed slightly, with a smile on his face. At this time, Lin Feng's territory has also been upgraded to an intermediate village. The violent war elephant he sent out to level up. Nearly 300. 3 violent war elephants were lost, more than 20 war elephants were injured, and several had their tusks broken. However, compared to what I gained, it was all worth it. On the second floor balcony. After counting the number and damage of the violent war elephants, and taking a look at his Lord level and the resources in the warehouse, Lin Feng took a deep breath. A satisfied smile on his face. C75 the next day, he was a 5th level Lord? Lin Feng, someone is cheating. On the first night, Lin Feng was careful not to send his violent war elephant out to level up. Past. After countless Lords spent their respective lives exploring last night, it also brought an important piece of information about the night of Lord World to many. That, before 12 o'clock at night, the probability of encountering dark creatures in the wild is relatively low. At the same time, the levels of these dark creatures that appear are extremely high. Most of them are at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level. The probability of encountering dark creatures on the 5th and 6th levels is relatively low. And once it's past 12 o'clock at night, there are more dark creatures on the 6th level. It is nothing strange to encounter 8th level or 9th level dark creatures in the wild. There are even wild monsters on the King's Steps. So, today after upgrading my territory level to the 2nd level, at night, Lin Feng, with the mentality of wealth and danger, tried to send out his 300 violent war elephants to go out for leveling. Unexpectedly, leveling up at night, the benefits are really huge. At this time, Lin Feng looked at his Lord rank. Lord, Lin Feng, Lord level, level 3. Energy points, 35463/100000. You know, when night fell today, my Lord level had just reached the 3rd level. And in one night, Lin Feng's energy points increased by more than 30,000. Very scary. Look at the harvest in your warehouse. There are thousands of units of meat, including hundreds of excellent level meats, and more than 30 pieces of excellent level meats. The materials are also the same. Lin Feng has more than a dozen pieces of blue high-quality materials. Although I lost 3 more war elephants, plus the war elephants lost during the day, a total of 8 violent war elephants were lost today, but compared to the increase in Lord energy points, the various materials harvested, and the improvement in the level of the violent war elephant, this is already very profitable. Take stock of what you have gained tonight. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Compared to his own loss, his gains were greater. After all, how can one lose units during leveling? This game, this a real world. Even if he lost 8 war elephants, he still had a lot of remaining war elephants, 285 more. Wait until tomorrow, and you can get 120 more violent war elephants. He looked away from the Lord panel. Looking at the injured violent war elephant on the grass, Lin Feng frowned. Go and drink from the fountain of life and heal your injuries. Tonight's mission ends here. Have a good rest and continue to level up tomorrow morning. More than 200 violent war elephants looked up at their lord on the balcony. He let out a low whimper. He turned to the fountain of life aside, drank the spring water, and silently treated his injuries. And at this time, he glanced at the troop panel on the head of the violent war elephant. Lin Feng snorted again, looking a little satisfied. I will send you out to practice at the next level tonight. Your loyalty will drop by 3 points? I know, it will be good for you to send you out to level up. The light can enhance your strength and increase your experience in dealing with wild monsters," he muttered in a low voice. With some pain, he took out 200 pieces of high-quality meat and more than 200 ordinary meats from the warehouse, and threw them from the balcony to the grass downstairs, facing the violent war elephant who was eating the fountain of life to treat his injuries. Lin Feng smiled and said loudly, "You guys have worked really hard tonight. When you go out to level up, treat your injuries, have a good meal, and then have a good rest." Seeing the high-quality meat on the grass, the violent war elephant who was eating the fountain of life instantly became energetic. All the violent war elephants raised their heads and whined at Lin Feng again, their eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Feng glanced at them lightly and nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and entered the room from the balcony. He has discovered that he wants to increase the loyalty of these violent war elephants under his command. Just give them some high-quality meat. However, there are so many violent war elephants. The amount of meat required every day is only one. Lin Feng had a headache. Only when it is discovered that the loyalty of the violent war elephants has declined, will they be given high-quality meat. As for fine-grade meat, Lin Feng can count as food for these violent war elephants. After all, I only have more than 30 pieces of high-quality meat. It would be a waste to feed them. It's better to keep it for yourself. A piece of high-quality meat can increase dozens of energy points by eating it. Get it and trade it on the Space Trading Channel, you will know how many lords are vying to exchange it. Return to the room. Lin Feng was forced to open the ranking list. Tonight, my energy points have increased by more than 30,000. My own violent war elephant, the highest level violent war elephant, has also reached level 4. The ranking should be able to rise a few more places. However, when you open the leader ranking list, when he saw the Lord ranked first in the Lord hierarchy, Lin Feng suddenly became numb. First place, Garbage Army Territory, Lord XXX, Lord level, 4th level. What the hell? I saw it in one day, and the Garbage Army Territory ranked first again? Lin Feng widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. A Garbage Army Territory, only the Lord level ranked first. There are 3 lords who have reached the 4th level. In addition to the Garbage Army Territory, only the Thunder Bear Territory and the Holy Light Territory have reached the 4th level. Lin Feng quickly looked down. Finally, he saw his name in the 9th place. 9th place, War Elephant Kingdom Territory, Lord Lin Feng, level, 3rd level. Compared with yesterday, his ranking did not rise, but dropped one more. How can this drop? Lin Feng was dumbfounded on the spot, stunned in place. And when Lin Feng looked at his ranking and shouted in his heart that this was absolutely possible. At this time, I saw that the Lord ranking list. Suddenly there was another change. I saw the Garbage Army Territory ranked first among the lords. The lord rank behind suddenly jumped. From the 4th level, it changed to the 5th level. On the spot, Lin Feng's eyes were stagnant. Oh, the 5th level? The second day of the Lord World. The Lord rank of the Garbage Army Territory has reached the 5th level? Is this still possible? At this time, looking at his increased energy points of more than 30,000 points, Lin Feng suddenly felt very good. To upgrade the Lord rank from the 3rd level to the 4th level, 100,000 energy points are required. Even if tomorrow is the day, Lin Feng dares to guarantee that he will be able to upgrade to the 4th level Lord. And the Lord level is upgraded from the 4th level to the 5th level. Although Lin Feng still doesn't know how many energy points are needed. But there is no doubt that the required energy points must be much more than 100,000 energy points. It must be 500,000 energy points, or even 1 million energy points. And now, it's only the second day in the Lord World. The Lord of the Garbage Army Territory has been upgraded to the 5th level Lord. Are you sure this guy has opened a cheat? What kind of army did this guy awaken? How can he upgrade so quickly? See 76 5th level Lord. A new day, the hunt begins. In the misty forest. Your undead ants swallow the mist, increase their energy points, and evolve into mist ants. Your army ants swallow the fog, increase their energy points, and evolve into fog ants. Your energy points +1, your energy points +1, +1, your energy points have reached the current level and can be upgraded. Please open the leader panel and upgrade the leader level. At this time, a reminder came to my mind. Mo Fei, who was sitting on a chair and dozing with his eyes closed, opened his eyes in surprise. Opened the collar panel and took a look at his collar level. Lead, Mo Fei, level, can be upgraded plus, energy points, 1 million/1 million. Energy points are full. Mo Fei clicked the plus sign. Immediately, a golden light emerged from his body. Mo Fei instantly felt a strong force pouring into his body. The golden light dissipated. Mo Fei looked at his level again. Rank. On the second day after leading the world, he became the first leader among hundreds of millions of leaders to break through to the level leader. He stood up and clenched his fists. Mo Fei can feel the strong power contained in his body. At this time, even if the body is not equipped with any weapons and equipment, Mo Fei had a feeling. If you encounter a stone-eating beast in the Granite Stone Mountain, you can blow them up with your bare hands. At the gate of the territory, the Huayanjiang ant army appeared at the door. These are 20,000 fog ants that evolved after swallowing the fog in the forest. I saw these 2 million fog ants evolve and return. Mo Fei nodded slightly. Let leave 2 springs of life out for the ants that are devouring the fountain of life. Then, let these 2,000 evolved fog ants join the queue of devouring the third-level fountain of life. As for the ants that were just born in the barracks, after devouring the fountain of life, Mo Fei asked them to go out and devour the mist to obtain energy points. About the same time as yesterday. It's around 1 o'clock in the morning. Mo Fei received news that the 30,000 ant clan troops who collected wood had returned. Get up from bed. Mo Fei put on a coat and came to the grass. I saw the 30,000 returning ant tribe troops already standing in formation on the grass. Each of the ant soldiers held a piece of dark red wood in the pliers of their front jaws, as if showing off their trophies. Soldiers, thank you for your hard work. Mo Fei nodded slightly. With a click of a finger, all the wood in the pliers of the ant soldiers was collected into the warehouse. In an instant, the wood resource reserves in the warehouse changed from 0 to 500,000. By the way, you didn't encounter any dangers when you were mining the wood and coming back, right? Let the 30,000 ant clan army rush to swallow the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength and evolution, Mo Fei asked. Report to the leader. While collecting wood resources, we encountered some aborigines hiding in the hardwood trees' first-order green leaf snakes. But there was basically no loss and we captured them easily. Number of kills, 145. There are still quite a few green leaf snakes left who saw that the situation was not good and escaped. Because we kept in mind the mission given to us by the leader, we did not pursue them. Instead, the goal is to collect wood resources. Ant Clan Jun replied. Then he reported to Mo Fei that they were returning to their territory. I saw several black shadows walking through the fog. However, they are very clever. When the advance army of marching ants discovered a black shadow walking through the fog, all the ant troops that were subsequently transporting timber resources immediately stopped. The black shadow seemed not to notice the weak ones. When the black shadow passed by, they continued to transport wood. You guys did a great job. After listening to the Ant Clan Jun's story, Mo Fei nodded happily and praised. My own ant army has become smarter since its growth level increased. He also knows how to avoid powerful wild monsters. Opening the collar panel, Mo Fei took a look at his current energy points. Energy points, 1026/10 million, sure enough, the energy points have increased a lot. However, seeing that the level leader is upgraded to the 6th level leader, the energy points required are 10 million. Mo Fei's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that if you want to quickly upgrade to the 6th level leader, you must find some strong wild monsters to kill. Otherwise, just killing the 1st and 2nd level wild monsters and relying on his own ants to swallow the fountain of life and mist would probably take him days, and he would be able to save enough energy points to upgrade to the 6th level leader. As for the ant army, they are the aborigines of the Jianmu resource area just mentioned, the first-order greenleaf snakes. Mo Fei's eyes flashed slightly. Think about it. He looked at the thousands of bull-sting ants that had just been produced. If I want to exploit all the wood in this hardwood resource area, these first-order greenleaf snakes must clean them up smoothly. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat and cannot be wasted. The first-level greenleaf snake can just be used to level up your bullfighting stinging ant. After all, bull-sting ants have stingers that carry venom on their tails. If the first-order greenleaf snakes are swallowed and mutated, the toxicity of their stings may be enhanced. Think of this. Mo Fei decided immediately. Tomorrow morning, when sending part of the ant army to mine the remaining wood resources in the hardwood resource area, send these 10,000 bull-stinging ants along with them. First, see the combat effectiveness of this new ant army. Second, see if they can mutate after devouring the first-level greenleaf snake. After arranging the ant army to devour the fountain of life, Mo Fei spent 30,000 units of wood and stone to upgrade the remaining 3 fountains of life to the 3rd level. In addition, after thinking about it, another 1,500 units of wood and stone were spent to build the blacksmith shop, synthesis workshop, and decomposition furnace. Now, he is no longer short of wood and stone resources. Build these 3 buildings. Mo Fei is just in case. Maybe he will use them someday. Especially the synthesis workshop. Now, the materials that his ant army cannot devour are basically all materials of excellent level or above. When enough excellent level materials are collected, they can be synthesized through the synthesis workshop. Maybe, Mo Fei can get epic level materials. At this time, it is almost dawn. After the leader level is upgraded to level 1, Mo Fei does not feel sleepy. Back to the room, simply make breakfast for himself. Wait for breakfast to be ready and eat it. At this time, it is exactly 6 o'clock in the morning. It is dawn. Mo Fei washed up. Walk out of the house. Soldiers, have you had a good rest? A new day has begun. C-77, an army of tens of millions of ants. Target, level 5 wild monster, blazing ape. Lord Whirl 3rd. 6 o'clock in the morning. Mo Fei walked out of the house. Came to the grass. At this time, the green grass on the grass leaves still hung with dew. The thick fog in the misty forest is slowly receding. And the more than 90,000 ant tribe soldiers have already lined up in squares according to their arms, standing in the middle of the grass, ready to go. Breathing a breath of green and fresh air, Mo Fei said in a low voice, "Soldiers, have you rested well? A new day has begun. Dear Lord, waiting for your order." The ant tribe soldiers replied. One by one, the ant soldiers were full of energy and full of fighting spirit. Okay. Mo Fei nodded. More than 90,000 ant tribe soldiers, at least 100,000 ant tribes or a legion. A total of 92 ant tribe legions. Mo Fei immediately began to issue orders. The 89th, 90th, 91st, and 92nd Undead Ant Corps, your mission this morning is to continue to mine the remaining wood resources in the hardwood resource area. If the wood resources in the hardwood resource area are mined, contact me through the mine network at that time, and I will continue to give you new instructions. In addition, the 48th and 49th Bull Sting Ant Corps, your mission this morning is also very simple. Just follow the 89th to 92nd Undead Ant Corps and protect them as they go to the hardwood resource area to mine wood. Remember, all the green leaf snakes in the hardwood resource area, as well as all the 1st to 3rd level wild monsters that appear in the hardwood resource area, are your targets. Don't let any of them go. No need to leave their flesh and blood, devour them all. Dear Lord, I promise to complete the task. 1 Undead Ant Corps, plus 2 Bull Sting Ant Corps, more than 600,000 ant troops. Received the order and set off immediately. Next, Mo Fei continued to give orders to the remaining ant army. The 50th to 88th Undead Ants, the Mist Ant Legion, and the 25th to 35th Acid Ants, Marching Ants, Mucus Ant Legion, and the 1st Stone-Eating Ant Legion, your task today is to continue to mine the stone on the granite stone and kill the stone-eating beasts there. When we reach the granite stone, I will personally command you to fight the stone-eating beasts through the mine network. Nearly 10,000 ant army received the order and left through the arched gate in front of the territory. Finally, Mo Fei looked at the remaining 36 ant legions. Among these 36 ant legions, there are 13 undead ant legions, 8 marching ant legions, 10 mist ant legions, 2 acid ant legions, and 3 mucus ant legions. In addition, there are also some 4th level stone-eating ants and marching ants that Mo Fei left behind. There are about 6,000 of them. A total of more than 360,000 ant tribe soldiers. Now, their mission is the most important. The rest of the soldiers, listen to my orders. Go to the southwest of the territory, where your scout companions are waiting for you. Mo Fei took a deep breath and said, they will take you to find the injured and lone high-level monsters. Of course, maybe not the lone monsters. And your mission is to destroy these injured high-level monsters. Devour them. This mission is very dangerous. But at the same time, it is also a test for you. I hope you can pass it. The ant tribe soldiers were full of fighting spirit, and their loud voices came from the mine network. Guaranteed to pass the test. Please rest assured, Lord. Watched the last ant tribe army leave. Mo Fei stood in the middle of the grass. The expression was complicated. There was hope, trepidation, and worry at the same time. In the southwest of the territory, about 20 kilometers away, there were 2 groups of high-level wild monsters. Thunder wolves and fiery apes. There were quite a few of them. When Mo Fei first sent the ant soldiers out to explore the misty forest environment, he had actually discovered them a long time ago. In the past 2 days, Mo Fei also let his ant soldiers lurk in the places where these 2 groups of high-level wild monsters often compete for territory, monitoring their every move. The most accurate information obtained was, the number of thunder wolves is about more than 10. According to the information sent back by the ant soldiers who were monitoring, Mo Fei estimated that the highest level thunder wolf had reached the 6th level. and the strength of the leader of the fiery ape should be close to the 6th level. The overall strength of the fiery ape group is slightly weaker than that of the thunder wolf group. However, the number of fiery apes is much larger than that of thunder wolves, according to the observation of MO-Phase and scouts. Although these two groups of high-level wild monsters have won and lost each other, more than a dozen fiery apes and several thunder wolves have been lost in the battle. However, the number of fiery apes is at least more than 10. In addition, this is in the misty forest. There are many trees around. Although the fiery apes are not as strong as the thunder wolves, they can jump back and forth between the trees flexibly to avoid the arcs fired by the thunder wolves. The thunder wolves can't do anything with them for a while. Mo-Fei is very clear. With the current strength of his ant colony, it is definitely impossible to deal with either of these two groups of wild monsters. Because, among the fiery apes, most of the fiery apes that have reached the 2nd level can fire fist-sized fireballs from their claws. The leader of the level fire ape can even fire fireballs that are bigger than his head. As for Thunder Wolf, almost every Thunder Wolf will be covered with blue arcs of electricity when its hair stands up like steel needles. Even when they attack, they can direct the arcs on their bodies to shoot at the enemy. The attack methods can be said to be hard to guard against. Mo-Fei's ant soldiers once saw that the fire ape was accidentally hit by the arc suddenly shot by the Thunder Wolf, and his body fell into a state of stiffness. They were originally nimble and agile, but were torn apart by the Thunder Wolf's claws in an instant. Of course, Mo-Fei didn't want his ant army to face these two groups of wild monsters. According to the news sent back by the ant soldiers, the Thunder Wolf and the fire ape fought fiercely over the territory. Both sides have suffered varying degrees of injuries. Therefore, the purpose of this outing of more than 3,600 ant tribe troops, just to see if we can find a lone injured blazing ape or thunder wolf and hunt them. Thunder Wolf Mo-Fei didn't dare to move for the time being. These guys are all on the ground, and they rarely appear alone. Basically, two or more are acting. Once they encounter danger, they will howl to call out to nearby companions. Therefore, Mo-Fei's target was the fire ape who was suppressed by the thunder wolf. Fire apes actually like to gather together more than thunder wolves. However, these guys are not as strong as thunder wolf. After several consecutive battles, many fire apes have been injured to varying degrees due to the thunder wolf's attacks. And because of the threat of thunder wolves on the ground, they no longer dare to gather in groups. Because this way the target is smaller and easier to be hit by thunder wolf's arc. Therefore, the blazing apes are all scattered. The target of the Mo-Fei ant tribe army this time is the group of fire apes that were most seriously injured. C78 the fierce bull stinging ant, the 3rd level snake king, the seriously injured thunder wolf and fiery ape. They will not appear on the front battlefield of both sides. They were placed behind their respective tribes. Under Mo-Fei's order, the dozen or so ant scouts who monitored both sides had already found out the whereabouts of the injured thunder wolf and fiery ape yesterday. The place where the thunder wolf placed its seriously injured companions was next to a stream in the forest. Of course, it is not really a stream. The water surface is about 2 meters wide, and both sides of the river are covered with tall water plants. At the same time, there are 2 thunder wolves responsible for taking care of these injured thunder wolves and alerting the surrounding situation. The injured fiery ape was placed in a very hidden cave. The cave is about 10 meters away from the surface. Between the cave and the surface, there are sharp and rugged rocks, which are very steep. Only the fiery ape can climb up. It seems that the fiery ape is very confident that the thunder wolf cannot find this place. The fiery ape only left 2 fiery apes in the woods on the surface to guard the surrounding situation. These 2 fiery apes are very flexible and often jump back and forth on the trees. Monitor the movements of the large number of wild monsters in this forest. But they rarely stay in the woods at the entrance of the cave, as if they are afraid of exposing the location of the cave. And this gave Mo-Fei an opportunity. When the sun dispelled the mist in the forest and shone on the green grass in Mo-Fei's territory, Mo-Fei's ant tribe barracks have produced more than 1 million ant tribe soldiers. At this time, the first batch of ant army has also arrived at the hardwood resource area. Mo-Fei sensed the message of the ant army from the spiritual network, and opened the spiritual network. The air in front of him fluctuated like water ripples. Soon, the scene of the hardwood resource area appeared in front of Mo-Fei. More than 600,000 ant army stopped on an empty land. Here, there should have been tall hardwood trees, but now, there are only bare tree stumps. There are traces of ants gnawing on the stumps. In front of the 600,000 ant army, there is still a hardwood forest. About 200,000 units of wood are collected. This time, start gnawing from the trunk. Gnaw 10 hardwoods at a time, don't gnaw more. Looking at the lush hardwood forest, Mo Fei gave an order. At the same time, let the 2 bull sting ant legions be divided into 20,000 troops and prepare for battle. The undead ant legions received the order and quickly climbed up 10 hardwood trees. As the huge tree trunks were eaten and rotten by the ant soldiers, the 10 hardwood trees began to shake, as if they would fall at any time. But no green leaf snake appeared. Boom! And just a second later, as the first hardwood tree fell, I saw dozens of green leaf snakes suddenly twisting their bodies and flying out from the green leaves on the hardwood tree. They fell towards us. But we never expected it. On the surface, 20,000 bull sting ants had been waiting for a long time before Mo Fei gave the order. When the green leaf snakes were about 2 meters away from us, I saw the bull sting ants ejected like fleas. In the blink of an eye, dozens of green leaf snakes were covered with bull stinging ants. On average, there were more than 30 bull stinging ants on a green leaf snake. Before the green leaf snakes landed on them, these bull stinging ants launched an attack. The sharp black stings pierced into the bodies of the green snakes. Then, the bull stinging ants opened their sharp front jaws and gnawed on the bodies of the green leaf snakes. When the green leaf snakes landed on them, their bodies were already covered in blood. And waiting for them, there were more bull stinging ants on them. In less than a minute, dozens of green leaf snakes completely disappeared from Mo Fei's sight. Not even a corpse was left. Quite brutal. The bull stinging ants here seemed to have not eaten enough, and over there, another hardwood tree fell. Looking at the more than 100 green leaf snakes falling from the tree, the bull stinging ants that had been waiting for a long time on the other side jumped up one after another. They caught the green leaf snakes in the air. They caught them in midair. When these more than 100 green leaf snakes fell on the ground, they were eaten up by the ferocious bull stinging ants in less than a minute, just like the previous batch. Your ant tribe devours a first level green leaf snake, your body points +3. Your ant tribe devours a first level green leaf snake, your body points +2. Your ant tribe devours. As the hardwood trees fell one by one, Mo Fei kept hearing the reminder that the ant tribe devoured the green leaf snakes. The undead ant army was carrying out their work in an orderly manner. They knocked down the hardwood trees one by one, decomposed the fallen hardwood trees, and obtained the wood blocks they were carrying. The bull stinging ants were also waiting for their prey to fall when the undead ant army knocked down the hardwood trees. A very tacit and harmonious scene. Suddenly, a huge green leaf snake hung from the tree. Its body was bent in the air, and its narrow and long snake eyes stared coldly at the ant army in the opposite direction. The red snake core was swallowing and spitting, making a terrifying hissing sound. This huge green leaf snake opened its mouth, and a large amount of venom was ejected from its 2 huge fangs. In an instant, it doused the undead ants approaching the tree roots. On the face, the undead ants and the grass on the ground that were drenched by the venom all emitted bursts of white smoke. It made a sizzling sound. The venom was released, and the green grass quickly turned black and rotted. It emitted a strong fishy smell. And Mo Fei's undead ant soldiers also fell down one by one and stopped moving. Species, Green Leaf Snake King, Level 3. There is actually another Green Leaf Snake King? In the leader. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo Fei was slightly stunned. At this time, with the appearance of the Green Leaf Snake King, dozens of hardwood trees around were hung with green first-level green leaf snakes. Their bodies were also coiled in the air, with their snake cores swallowing and spitting out, making a hissing sound. But any ant tribe that approaches the roots of the hardwood tree will be sprayed with venom. Mo Fei's expression turned slightly cold. He immediately ordered the undead ants to stop collecting wood resources. Then, he issued an order to the bull ants. Bull ants, get up the tree and destroy the Snake King. 200,000 bull ants dispersed and surrounded the huge hardwood tree where the Green Leaf Snake King was hiding. Among them, about 60,000 bull ants were the first batch of attacking troops, and they quickly approached the roots of the hardwood tree from all directions. As the bull ants approached, the hissing sound of the green leaf snakes on the hardwood tree became obviously more urgent. When the Green Leaf Snake King first sprayed venom, countless green leaf snakes also opened their mouths and sprayed their venom at the bull sting ants on the tree. If it were the immortal ants or the marching ants in front, they would launch such a charge at this moment. This round of venom spraying would cost at least tens of thousands of ant soldiers. But, the bull sting ants charging at this moment. Although their front jaws are not as huge and sharp as those of the marching ants, their jumping ability is the best among all the ant soldiers of Mo Fei. One by one, the bull sting ants bounced up like fleas. Venom was sprayed. The green grass on the ground was once again emitting bursts of white smoke, and the green grass leaves turned black and rotted. However, there was no corpse of a bull sting ant on the surface. At this time, 60,000 bull sting ants, not one, all lay on the huge trunk of the hardwood tree. they didn't even stop. The huge greenleaf snake king coiled on the tree and the surrounding greenleaf snakes lost their target and were stunned for a moment. 60,000 bull sting ants have been rapidly approaching the greenleaf snake king along the huge trunk of the hardwood tree. Hiss hiss. Finally, when the bull sting ants were less than 3 meters away from him, the greenleaf snake king discovered their existence. At this time, it was too late to brew venom. The huge tail of the greenleaf snake king hanging on the branch drooped. With a huge smelly wind, it swept towards the bull sting ants along the smooth trunk of the hardwood tree. Want to sweep all these ants off the tree? But, obviously, the decision was wrong. Just as the huge tail of the greenleaf snake king swept over, countless bull stinging ants faced the wind and waves and shot up again. Landed on the tail. Hiss. A second later, the greenleaf snake king made a painful sound. C79 Devour the snake king. Mutation, venom stings ants. Thousands of bull stinging ants landed on the tail of the leaf snake king. The black and sharp stingers on their tails pierced into the body of the leaf snake king along the gaps in the leaf snake king's scales. At the same time, more bull stinging ants jumped and avoided the tail of the leaf snake king. They landed directly on its curled body hanging in the air. A bull stinging ant opened its sharp front jaws and began to bite the body of the leaf snake king frantically. Under the bite of the bull stinging ant's sharp front jaws, the scales on the leaf snake king were soon bitten off. Pieces of dark green scales as big as a baby's palm fell from the air. The leaf snake king also made a painful hiss again. Countless bull sting ant soldiers have begun to feast on the wounds where its scales have fallen off. Some ferocious bull sting ants have even entered its body. Hiss at this time, seeing that the king of his tribe was being attacked by ants. On the dozens of hardwood trees next to him, countless green leaf snakes swam down from the hardwood trees, wanting to come to the rescue. However, the 140,000 bull sting ant army staying on the ground had already been waiting for them. A greenleaf snake had just swam to the ground and had not crawled far. Dozens of bullfighting stinging ants fell on it. Your ant tribe devours the first level greenleaf snake, you get energy points +4. Your ant tribe devours the first level greenleaf snake, you get energy points +3. Your ant tribe devours the 5th level greenleaf snake, you get energy points +47. Your ant tribe devours the 5th level greenleaf snake, you get energy points +88. Your ant tribe devours, very soon. Under the devouring of the bullfighting stinging ants, the huge greenleaf snake king hanging on the hardwood tree has exposed its white skeleton in many parts of its body. It seems that the body is about to be bitten off by the bullfighting stinging ants. It can no longer hold its body. With a bang, it fell to the ground. A large piece of dust was smashed. However, the bullfighting stinging ants will not let it go. More bullfighting stinging ants joined the devouring team. After a while, even the bones of this huge greenleaf snake king were completely devoured by the bull sting ants. Your ant tribe devoured the first level greenleaf snake king, and you get plus 2,888 energy points. Your ant tribe devoured the greenleaf snake, and the energy points increased. Your bull sting ants have mutated. Your ant tribe devoured the greenleaf snake, and the energy points increased, and the level of some of your ant tribes was upgraded. In Mo Fei's mind, a prompt sounded. In the scene in front of him, as the huge body of the greenleaf snake king disappeared completely. All the greenleaf snakes in this area have been eliminated by the bull sting ants. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Mo Fei gave an order. Let the undead ant army continue to mine wood. Then he opened his own troop panel. On the troop panel, a new ant tribe troop appeared, Venom Sting Ants. Ant tribe soldier, Venomous Sting Ant, final growth level, level 5. Introduction: a high-level ant tribe soldier that mutated from the high-level ant tribe soldier, the bull sting ant, which devoured the first-level poisonous snake, the greenleaf snake. Venomous Sting Ant inherited all the abilities and attributes of the bull sting ant. At the same time, because it devoured a large number of first-level greenleaf snakes, the venom in its abdominal venom sacs has become more toxic. Venomous Sting Ant, this name is good. After reading the introduction of the Venomous Sting Ant, Mo Fei nodded with satisfaction. It seems that his approach of letting the bull sting ant with a poisonous sting devour the greenleaf snake is very correct. In this battle, the number of greenleaf snakes killed by the bull sting ant is about 7,000. At this time, through the mind net, Mo Fei could sense that among his bull stinging ants, about 2,000 of them had mutated into venom stinging ants. The number of mutations was quite large. At the same time, there were many first-level and fourth-level bull stinging ants. After a battle, their rank was directly upgraded by 1 level. There were even dozens of first-level bull stinging ants that devoured the first-level greenleaf snake king so fiercely that they were directly upgraded to the 4th level. These thousands of greenleaf snakes, Amofei knew very well that if other soldiers such as marching ants and acid ants were used to devour them, the number of mutated venom-stinging ants would definitely not be so many. Because, although these soldiers also have spikes on their tails, they do not have poison sacs. In order to mutate into venom-stinging ants, the number of green leaf snakes they devoured must be more. Amofei opened his leadership panel. Energy points, 30148/10 million, destroy the group of green leaf snakes, and get a lot of energy points. Directly increase yourself by nearly 30,000 energy points. 92 Undead Ant Corps, send out a 10,000 strong force, there are new tasks for you. Amofei gave the order. 10,000 undead ants were drawn from the Undead Ant Corps that were mining hardwood resources. Dear leader, please give instructions. 10,000 undead ants stopped collecting wood, came to the open space, and formed a small square. From now on, your mission is to continue looking for the next wood resource. Amofei said. Yes, sir. 10,000 immortal ants responded. Then, they dispersed into an army of 1,000 ants and soon disappeared into the forest. As the ants in search of wood resources leave, Amofei continued to give instructions to the ant army that was mining wood. Let them collect wood and then transport it back to their territory. At this time, let the bull-stinging ant army escort the ant army back together. Today, there is no shortage of timber resources in Amofei. But Amofei did not stop collecting and searching for timber resources. Because of the excess wood resources, you can use them to trade the resources you need. For example, refine iron or something. After all the green leaf snakes are eliminated, there will be no danger in the solid wood resource area. Watched a colony of ants collecting wood for a while. Amofei connected the spiritual network to the other two ant armies. The 5 million ant army heading to Wagang Mountain is still on the way. I estimate it will take about half an hour to reach Mtahanagang. Along the way, the ant army encountered some 4th-level wild monsters. However, after seeing the ant army, all these wild monsters ran away. And keeping in mind Amofei's instructions to mine the mountain, the ant army did not chase these wild monsters. By the way, he devoured some unlucky wild monsters that blocked the road, and then continued on his way. Another ant army heading to the southwest of the territory is also still on its way. However, the noise they make on their way is much smaller. The army of hundreds of thousands of ants was divided into waves. 20,000 army ants opened the way. The remaining ant army advanced in batches. After all, the fire ape and thunder wolf that went for the sneak attack this time were relatively high-level wild monsters. Amofei specifically asked not to make any noise. If thunder wolf and fire ape detected in advance and take precautions, then the meaning of a sneak attack will be lost. Tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, C80 The Lord's Dilemma, develop the territory first or upgrade the troops first? Amofei, I want it all. Watching the ant army rush on their way is a bit boring. Amofei closed the spirit network and opened the World Communication Channel. On the World Communication Channel. Brothers, let me ask you a question. Should you prioritize collecting resources to develop your leadership, or should you kill wild monsters and level up to improve the strength of your own troops? Ask, today is already the 3rd day in the World of Lords. Leader has just been upgraded to an intermediate village, and now he is also struggling with this issue. Should I collect resources or kill wild monsters to level up first? Upgrading an intermediate village to a high-level village requires 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone resources. This amount is really huge. If the troops collect all resources from now on, maybe they can wait until the 6th or 7th day to upgrade to a high-level village and build 2 more barracks. But in this case, the units will have no chance to level up. When the novice protection period ends, the units will not be able to improve in strength. Even if 2 more barracks are produced to produce units, I am afraid it will not be enough to protect the leaders. However, when it comes to leveling up, the upper limit of the growth of the arms is not very high. Even if the level increases, there will not be any particularly powerful arms talents awakened. On the contrary, during the leveling process of killing wild monsters, there will definitely be some loss of arms. When the 7-day novice protection period is over, you don't know how many arms are left. Upstairs, I said is also particularly entangled with this issue. If you focus on leveling, the development of the leader will definitely lag behind the collection of resources lord, and the level will be upgraded to a high-level village. Our intermediate village the leader means that there are 2 fewer barracks than others, and the number of troops produced by the barracks every day is directly reduced by half. It's so hard to choose. In fact, the key problem is that the 7-day novice protection period is too short, so that the number of our soldiers has not yet developed, and the number of our soldiers is very small. Focus on collecting resources to develop leaders, so there will be no extra soldiers to level up, and it will be impossible to quickly improve the strength of the troops. If you want to kill wild monsters and level up, there will be no extra soldiers to collect resources. The pace of development will slow down. Hey, if the novice protection period was extended a little longer, like half a month or something, we probably wouldn't be so entangled. When the time comes, everyone will have more units under their command, and they will be stronger and higher level units, so we will send them out to level up. They are just produced from the barracks and are relatively weak and low level units, so we will send them to collect resources. How nice! Oh, I really envy those guys who have awakened the high-level non-formal arms. Their arms are not naturally suitable for collecting resources. They are born for killing. They only need to level up. The higher the level of the troops, the more powerful their troop awakening talents will be. Moreover, if they kill wild monsters and collect materials, they can also use them to exchange for upgrading leadership resources, so their leadership development will not be too slow. Yes, the same is true for those lords who have awakened low-level arms. If their arms do not wear high-level equipment, they will suffer great losses in leveling. Therefore, in the early stage of development, they only need to fully develop their own leaders. Got it! When the leader level increases and the blacksmith shop creates high-level equipment, they will level up again at that time, and the upgrade speed will be very fast. Those of us who have awakened arms and lords who are neither above nor below will be the most miserable. Everyone decides for himself. Anyway, I have to level up first, and the strength of the troops cannot be improved. When the novice protection period ends and wild monsters rush into the leader, they will have to wait for death. Same. Is okay, leader was born, is in a good location, and there are no particularly powerful monsters around, so collected resources first. Also chose to collect resources first. Although it was a bit risky, he built 2 barracks earlier than others. The number of troops doubled in one day. When the number of arms increases, the leveling speed will also speed up, and the level of arms will soon catch up on the World Communication Channel. At this time, some lords were struggling with whether to develop their lordship first or level up their troops first. After all, the resources required to upgrade a leader to a high-level village are not a sum of money. Moreover, after upgrading, you have to build and upgrade various territorial buildings, which also requires a lot of resources. If you want to upgrade to a high-level village as soon as possible, your troop leveling speed will inevitably be reduced. But, after upgrading to a high-level village, the number of barracks that can be built will be doubled. Various buildings are also upgraded at this time. The blacksmith shop can create higher-level equipment, the barracks can produce more units, the initial levels of the units are higher, and the probability of high-level units appearing is also higher. This temptation is also huge. In most cases where the number of lords' troops is limited, just choose one of the two. Some people advocate leveling up first. As for you, he wants to develop and lead first. And at this time, watching the lords arguing with each other on the World Communication Channel, Mo Fei smiled lightly. Should you develop leaders first or level up your troops first? These two questions. For me, there seems to be no conflict. After all, the number of ants under his command now exceeds 10 million. While leveling up your own ants, you are also collecting various resources. This is exactly what I am doing now. Level up troops and develop leaders. Both, I want them all. Lord, we have arrived at the Granite Mountain. The spiritual network received a message from the ant army. Mo Fei closed the World Communication Channel. Switch the view to the Granite Mountain. The mountain is basically the same as yesterday. There are still caves everywhere on the huge granite. The 25th, 26th, and 27th Marching Ant Legions spread out. Find the cave where the stone-eating beast hides. Mo Fei gave the order. The 30,000 ant army came out from the ant colony. Afterwards, they dispersed into groups of ant troops and entered the stone mountain. Lord, we found a cave with a stone-eating beast inside. Lord, we also found a cave. Lord, there is one here too. Soon, the vanguard of the marching ants sent messages to Mo Fei. Because the ant barracks have been upgraded to the 3rd level. Now the number of acid ants, slime ants, and stone-eating ants under Mo Fei's command is more than twice that of yesterday. Mo Fei quickly made a deployment. Mix these ant troops with marching ants and undead ants into a large army of ants. Attack 2 caves with stone-eating beasts at the same time. Of course, for these stone-eating beasts that help him mine granite for free. Mo Fei still adheres to the principle that as long as they don't commit suicide, he will not kill them all. After all, there are so many granites on the stone mountain. If I rely on my ant army to mine, I don't know how long it will take. With the help of stone-eating beasts, the efficiency of collecting stone materials will be much faster. Under the attack of nearly 3 million ant army, some stone-eating beasts chose to resist. For these stone-eating beasts that resisted and attacked my ant army, Mo-Fei did not hesitate to order the ant army to kill them and collect their armor. As for the stone-eating beasts that were afraid to escape, Mo-Fei let his ant army continue to scare them and let them help him mine granite. C81 The ant army is being targeted? Level 6 Wild Monster Tribe, Amphibious Frogmen. After killing dozens of gorillas, the ant colony's offensive coordination became more and more skillful. Basically, Mo-Fei didn't need to watch it personally. The remaining 2 million undead ants who did not join the battle took the initiative to undertake the task of transporting granite blocks. After collecting enough blocks, they began to transport them back to the territory. Seeing this, Mo-Fei was relieved. Prepare to switch the perspective to the ant army that attacked the Thunder Wolf and the Fiery Ape. At this time, Mo-Fei suddenly received a message from the ant army in the hardwood resource area. Switch perspective. Mo-Fei discovered that the remaining hardwood in the hardwood resource area had all been collected by his ant army. At this time, the army was on the way to transport the wood resources back to the territory. But the message sent to him by the ant army was not to report that they were transporting wood back to their territory. Respected Lord, we found several strange-looking creatures that have been sneaking along with our troops all the way. They have been following us for about a kilometer. At this time, the message sent to Mo-Fei was the Bull Sting Ant Corps, which was responsible for protecting the ant collection troops. Strange-looking wild monsters? Following his ant army all the time? Mo-Fei frowned slightly. Then, his face suddenly darkened. Because he thought of a possibility. Could these wild monsters have set their sights on his territory? Because, if they have been following his army that transports wood resources, they will eventually find his territory. These wild monsters are coming for his territory. So after mining hardwood for 3 consecutive days, his ant tribe was targeted by an unknown wild monster? Keep going, don't slow down. Mo-Fei issued a new order to his ant army. Also, leave some companions behind, not many, about a dozen. I want to see what it is. The ant army received the order and continued to move forward. And in the army of bull-stinging ants, more than a dozen ant soldiers were left. They hid in the gaps between their heads, under dead leaves, in the grass, and under the roots of trees. And not long after the ant army left, in Mo-Fei's sight, the green branches and leaves of the bushes next to him suddenly shook. Then, 3 wild monsters with big flat heads and big mouths appeared in his sight, holding a fork tied to a piece of wood. 3 wild monsters, almost the same. They have toad-like heads, big mouths, and their whole bodies are green, almost like leaves. Their skin is very smooth, but their heads and backs are covered with large and small green warts. Looking at the ant army moving forward. At this time, the 3 wild monsters that stayed in place, their mouths were all open, and their tongues about half a meter long stretched out, dripping disgusting mucus. What Mo-Fei was most concerned about was, they all had webbed hands holding a wooden stick and a fork made of a stick. This was the first time Mo-Fei had seen a wild monster that knew how to control and use weapons. Species, Amphibious Frogmen, Final Growth Level, Level 2. Introduction, a species of animal in the misty forest that lives in groups and usually likes to live in water areas, rivers, and swamps. The amphibious frogmen have a certain amount of intelligence, can make weapons, know how to cooperate, and work together to hunt other animals. In addition, the amphibious frogmen have poison sacs on both sides of their mouths, and the saliva secreted from their mouths and the warts on their backs are all highly toxic. They like to use their tongues to apply the saliva in their mouths to the weapons they make to hunt prey. Even if the prey is injured and escapes, the amphibious frogmen are not worried at all. They will slowly follow the prey until the prey is paralyzed by the toxins in their saliva and cannot move. They will drag the prey back to the territory and enjoy it with their tribesmen. Level 2 Wild Monster. Amphibious Frogmen. Mo-Fei looked a little gloomy. It was not difficult to see from the saliva flowing out of the amphibian frogman at this time. These frogmen have already regarded their ant army as their food. Moreover, I am afraid that it is not just these 3 amphibious frogmen who are targeting their ant army, but an amphibious frogman tribe. What makes Mo-Fei feel headache is, these 3 amphibious frogmen are obviously not low in intelligence. The distance between them and their ant army is always kept at a relatively far and safe distance. If I let the bullfighting sting ant army attack, I am afraid that these 3 amphibious frogmen will notice it at the first time and run away. I didn't expect that my ant army would also be hunted as prey by other wild monsters. In the territory. watching the 3 amphibious frogmen disappear into the bushes. Mo-Fei muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. From the appearance of these 3 amphibious frogmen, my 100,000 ant army is not enough to scare them. However, the reason why they are not afraid of the ant colony is probably that they regard my ant army as an ordinary ant colony living in the misty forest. So much so that they even want to follow my 100,000 ant army to find the so-called ant nest. From this, it can be judged that the frogman tribe behind these 3 amphibious frogmen must be of considerable size. So, should I let them continue to follow my army of ants and find my territory? Mo-Fei looked a little hesitant, but soon, he shook his head. Although my territory is now in the novice protection period, it is invincible. But being targeted by a large-scale Toon-level frogman tribe is not a good thing for me. Especially now that my ants are relatively weak. I don't have the strength to compete with a Toon-level wild monster tribe. If these amphibious frogmen find my territory and block around my territory, how can my ants collect resources and level up in the next few days? I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. Mo-Fei made a decision quickly. So, before my ant army transports would back to the territory, these 3 amphibious frogmen must be dealt with. We can't let them escape. In addition, my mist ant army should also be put to use. When the mist ant army comes back tonight, let them swallow and spit out mist to cover all my territory. In this way, it will extend the time for the amphibious frogman tribe to find my territory. I also have enough time to develop and improve the strength of my ant army. Mo-Fei will not hold the fluke mentality that the amphibious frogman can't find his territory. As long as his territory is still in the misty forest, as long as he still needs to develop his territory, his ant army will go out to collect resources and level up. Sooner or later, he will definitely collide with the amphibious frogman tribe. Be prepared early, it's definitely right. When the ant tribe becomes stronger, it is not impossible to break into the amphibious frog tribe. C82 devour the frogman and mutate again, paralyzing the stinging ants. Found a cave, covered by fog. Although these 3 amphibious frogmen all have a certain degree of intelligence. But it couldn't be easier for Mo-Fei to deal with just 3 amphibious frogmen. It was just when the ant army passed between 2 big trees. Mo-Fei laid an ambush and ordered 2 legions of bullsting ants to climb up the tree in advance and lie down on the back of the trunk. Next, the 3 amphibious frogmen just appeared under the tree, and they were unprepared. They were swarmed by the bullfighting ants and devoured them cleanly. Your ant tribe devours the 3rd level frogman, the strength points increase, and the level of your ant tribe increases. Your ant tribe has devoured the 4th level frogman, its strength points have increased, and your ant tribe has mutated. Your ant tribe has devoured the 4th level frogman, its strength points have increased, and your ant tribe has mutated. Mo-Fei was slightly surprised when he heard the prompt in his mind. Unexpectedly, after only devouring 2 4th level frogmen, his own bullsting ants would mutate. Open the troops panel. Mo-Fei discovered that among his ant tribe's troops, there was indeed a new unit, paralyzed stinging ants. Ant tribe's military unit, paralyzed stinging ants. Final growth level, 5th level. Introduction: a new unit developed from the high-level units of the ant tribe, venom stinging ants, and bullfighting stinging ants devouring 4th level amphibious frogmen. The paralyzing stinging ant inherits all the attributes and powers of the venomous stinging ant and the bullfighting stinging ant. At the same time, it gains one of the talents of the amphibious frogman, paralyzing venom. Paralyzing venom: the venom stored in the venom sacs of paralyzing stinger ants is not only highly toxic, but also has a paralyzing effect. Poisons the enemy and causes paralysis at the same time. Paralyzing venom. See the introduction of paralyzing stinging ants. Mo-Fei's eyes lit up slightly. The mutated paralytic stinging ant is obviously more powerful. Not only is the venom more toxic, it also has a paralyzing effect. At this time, after devouring 2 level 4 amphibious frogmen, there were 82 mutated paralytic stinging ants. Very little. With their small size, the paralyzing venom should have limited effect if they deal with large wild monsters. However, Mo-Fei is not worried. Because, general territory to the next level, the primary town. The paralyzed stinging ant unit will be added to the high-level units produced by the barracks. When the time comes, you will have a steady stream of paralyzing stinging ants. The effect of 80 paralyzing stinging ants was very weak. However, there are 8,000, 80,000, or even 800,000 paralytic stinging ants. Even if it is a 6th level or even 7th level wild monster, being hit by the stingers of 80,000 paralyzed stinging ants at the same time, even if he is not poisoned to death on the spot, will be paralyzed. Ordered the army of immortal ants transporting wood to speed up. Along the way, Mo Fei left a lot of bull-stinging ants to spy on him secretly, to prevent other frogmen from hiding in secret and staring at their ant troops. Okay, until the ant army transports all the wood back to the territory. Mo Fei left behind bull-stinging ants along the way, but found no trace of other amphibious frogmen. Well done, soldiers. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go drink the fountain of life first and restore our strength, Mo Fei said as he put the wood brought back by the ant army into the warehouse. The ant army went to drink the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength. Mo Fei looked at his warehouse. At this time, there were 230,000 units of extra wood in the warehouse, plus the previous 500,000 lumber. The amount of wood found by Mo Fei has reached a terrifying 730,000. At the same time, after making sure that no other amphibious frogmen are following his ant army, Mo Fei called back the bull-stinging ants in front of him. A time for the ant army to rest and replenish their physical strength. Mo Fei switched his perspective and came to the ant army in the southwest. At this time, the vanguard of the ant army, a marching ant army numbering 20,000, has already connected with the ant soldiers Mo Fei left behind. It's inside the hollow trunk of a dead old tree, because we have entered the territory of the fierce ape. Mo Fei ordered. Let the ant army behind enter the trunk of this large dead tree in 3 batches. It won't be long. About half an hour passed. All the ant army has entered the hollow trunk of the dead tree. Then Mo Fei gave the order. Let the fog ants swallow the fog as a cover. Let the ant army safely enter the jungle. Then, led by the ant tribe scouts, they went straight to the lair of the fierce ape. In the dense jungle, an army of nearly 40,000 ants was hidden. They stretched into a long, winding black curve. Under the command of Mo Fei, the marching ant vanguard of the ant army and the ant soldiers responsible for leading the way selected dense bushes as the route forward. And there are no bushes on the route. Mo Fei sent out fog ants in advance to create fog, to facilitate the passage of the subsequent ant army. At the same time, at the rear of the ant army, Mo Fei left a piece of mist ant to recover the mist. As we get closer and closer to the cave where the injured fierce ape is hidden, on the branches of the jungle, 2 leaping apes appeared. They are on the branches of tall trees, responsible for guarding against any large wild monsters that appear in the jungle. But there are 2 fierce apes jumping between the trees. How could I not expect it? At this moment, in the bushes mixed with fallen leaves on the ground, there is a group of 20,000 ants, who are silently watching them. When the 2 fierce apes leave and patrol the next area, the ant army moves again. They pass through this area quickly. At the same time, the area where the ant army passes, Mo Fei also left a dozen or dozens of undead ants to monitor the situation in this area. The main task is to keep an eye on the 2 alert fierce apes. Once the situation is discovered, report to Mo Fei immediately. After the ant army passes through this area, go straight to the next place, where the ant vanguard troops have found a hiding place in advance. Some hiding places were too small to hide these 300,000 or 600,000 ant troops. But Mo Fei was not panicked at all. Under Mo Fei's order, the ant soldiers who could not hide used their pincers to pick up pieces of dead leaves on the ground and cover them. That's it. All the ant soldiers, holding dead leaves to cover their bodies, sneaked to the nest of the fierce ape. The cave was on a cliff more than 10 meters high. Below was a steep cliff covered with sharp rocks. But, for the ant army, these sharp rocks were not dangerous at all. The marching ants were still the vanguard. But this time, Mo Fei directly arranged the strongest stone-eating ant troops to be the first, following the marching ants. There were 2 fog ant legions responsible for creating fog. Then, there were the stone-eating ant troops. There were about 6,000 of them. Among them, there are more than 4,000 stone-eating ants, all of which have reached the 4th level. Following the stone-eating ants, there are 3 slime ant legions and 2 acid ant legions. With the mist ant legion and the undead ant legion, C83 Swallow the fire ape. Evolution, level 6 fire-breathing ant. An army of 100,000 army ants acted as the vanguard and quickly climbed up the steep cliff. The antennae on their heads sway slightly, exploring the smell in the cave and observing the conditions at the cave entrance. Lucky. After some simple exploration, the army ants that climbed up to the entrance of the cave first did not find that there was a fire ape guarding the entrance. Mo Fei switched his perspective to the army ants that had arrived at the entrance of the cave. Indeed, there is no sign of a fire ape. I could only see their red hair rubbing against the rocks at the entrance of the cave, and hear some noises coming from inside the cave. After the army ants signal it's safe, 2 fog ant armies followed closely and climbed up the cave. The entire route they passed was covered by thick fog. At Mo Fei's command, the two fog ant armies continued to crawl toward the cave slightly inside. A layer of thick fog was also placed at the entrance of the cave. Next, under the cover of thick fog, the stone-eating ant army, the slime ant army, and the acid ant army all arrived at the entrance of the cave one after another. The army formed its formation. Mo Fei continued to use army ants as the pioneers to explore the way. The fog ants created fog for the ant army in advance to cover up the army. Step by step, slowly advanced towards the inside of the cave. Inside the cave. Roar! A fire ape whose left arm was charred black noticed the thick fog coming in from the entrance of the cave. There was a trace of confusion in its eyes, and it stood up slowly with its right arm supporting the stone. Staring at the thick fog drifting in, the fire ape was stunned for a while. Then, he walked up curiously. In a second, its roar was heard in the thick fog. Ho ho! The roar of the fiery ape soon stopped. In the thick fog, densely packed stone-eating ants and slime ants crawled over the smooth stones. Only a white skull remained on it, which was pushed by the advancing ant tide and rolled into the cave. The roar of this fire ape has aroused the vigilance of the fire apes inside the cave. Soon, in front of the mist, fire apes appeared one after another. Some of them were hanging on one leg and limping onto the rocks. Some had green juice smeared on their abdomens and a huge gash. Some had an arm broken off, and half of their hair was burnt black. Some apes have claw marks all over their faces, and their faces are ferocious and terrifying. There are about 20 or so fire apes. At this moment, everyone's eyes were confused, staring at the fog that appeared vigilantly. Swish, swish, swish in the mist, there was the sound of the ant army marching. Hear this swish sound. If there are any brave fire apes, come up. Roar! This fire ape just stepped into the thick fog with one foot, and quickly shrank back as if it was burned by fire. At the same time, a shrill roar came from his mouth. The remaining fire apes were shocked. Many fire apes' eyes fell on the legs of this fire ape. In an instant, a look of horror appeared on the ape's face. I saw only the legs of this flaming ape. It was already crawling with ants bigger than your thumb. Densely packed. At least hundreds of them. Roar! The fire ape jumped sideways and stretched out its arms, trying to ask for help from its companions in front of it. Then, on the surface, countless densely packed black ants suddenly emerged. In a blink of an eye, I climbed onto its body. Swallow it! Seeing this scene, all the remaining fire apes retreated in horror. Several lightly injured fire apes jumped onto a rock next to the rock wall. While beating his chest, he let out a rapid and low roar. At the same time, they stretched out their arms. In the palm of his hand, red flames rose. Before they could release the fireball in their hands. At this moment, in the thick fog, a harsh and sharp whistle suddenly came. Sharp sound waves roared past. The rock walls of the cave and the rocks all have winding cracks. All the fire apes, including the one standing on the rock and preparing to shoot a fireball, are no exception. They all covered their ears in pain. Or squatting, or rolling off the rock. Even the first few fire apes were seriously injured. The moment the sound waves roared by, his eyes rolled back and he had already fainted. While these fire apes were attacked by sonic waves. In the thick fog, a large swarm of ants rushed out. From the surface, from the rock wall, and from all directions, they rushed towards these fire apes whose ears were still roaring and whose brains were blank. Your ants swallow the third level fire ape, your energy points plus 700, your ants swallow the third level fire ape, your energy points plus 655, your ants swallow the fourth level fire ape, and your energy points plus 4,300, your ants swallow the fourth level fire ape, your energy points plus 7,212, your ants swallow level fire apes, your energy points plus 21,333, your ants swallow. The reminder of the ants devouring the fire ape came to my mind. The process of hunting down the fire ape was smoother than Mo Fei imagined. However, Mo Fei was not too surprised. After all, these fire apes had been injured when they fought against Thunder Wolf before. There were also several fiery apes, whose abdomens were opened by thunder wolves, and their intestines were even exposed. These wounds on the fiery apes were all perfect locations for their own ants to attack. Mo Fei saw. When a dozen stone-eating ants tore open the wound of a fiery ape and drilled into it. The fiery apes, which were still struggling, instantly lost the energy to resist and could only roll on the ground and wail. They couldn't even fire a fireball. They were already covered with the ant army. Soon. In the cave, a total of 26 fiery apes were devoured by the ant army. Even the hair was not spared. At this time, Mo Fei also received a reminder of the evolution of the ant tribe. Some of your ants devoured the fiery apes, a first-level creature, and the energy points are enough to upgrade the level. Your ant tribe devoured the first level creature, the fiery ape, and its energy points increased, evolving into fire-breathing ants. Sure enough, after devouring the first level fiery ape, your ant tribe evolved again. Mo Fei looked surprised. Open the troop panel. Ant tribe troop, fire-breathing ants. Final growth level, 6th level. Introduction: a new troop evolved from the high-level ant tribe troop, stone-eating ants, slime ants, acid ants, and marching ants devouring the first-level fiery ape. The fire-breathing ants inherit all the attributes and abilities of their previous troop types, and at the same time, they gain the first-level fiery ape's talent for summoning fireballs. Summoning fireball talent: your fire-breathing ants are favored by the fire element, and can summon fireballs of varying sizes to attack according to their own strength. Warm tips: if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. See 84 regarding the prospect of Ant Clan firepower coverage. Quickly improve the strength of the ants and take risks. Fire-breathing ants that devour the evolved fire apes. It is easy to distinguish it from other ant tribe troops. This is because the evolved fire-breathing ants are only a 6th level soldier and are slightly larger than other ants. Moreover, the colors on their bodies also changed, from the original black to dark red. At this time, after swallowing 26 fire apes, the ant soldiers under Mo Fei's command evolved into fire-breathing ants, and the number reached 500. There are even a few anteaters who were originally at the level. After devouring the fire ape, their level was raised to 5th level. Fire-breathing ant, 6th level soldier. Ant tribe's growth limit has been raised again. At this time, look at the fire-breathing ants troop panel. Mo Fei murmured to himself, with a touch of excitement in his eyes. Looking at the scene in front of me, the fire-breathing ants turned dark red in size, distinguishing them from other ants. Mo Fei had the idea of testing their new abilities and summoning fireballs in his heart. Fire-breathing ants, use fireballs to attack the block in front of you. Mo Fei gave the order. I saw 500 fire-breathing ants standing in a row. Open their front jaws. About 3 seconds later, fireballs appeared above the heads of the fire ants, each one as small as a child's fist. I saw fire-breathing ants holding up their upper bodies. Hundreds of fireballs flew out together and hit the heads in front of them. Boom! There was a loud bang. Fire splashed. When the firelight dissipated, the piece of ice, which was about 1 meter long and wide, turned into fragments. How powerful is the fireball? Mo Fei looked surprised. He was slightly stunned. I secretly thought I was lucky. Fortunately, I had the foresight and sent out the foggy ant army to protect my ant army. If it weren't for the cover of the fog, my ant army would probably have entered the cave so smoothly. There is also a probability that the battle will be easily resolved when more than 20 fire apes fire out a fireball. Make these fire apes send out fireballs. If you hit it casually, your ants will probably be killed and injured. And now, under cover of mist, killed more than 20 fire apes, including several 5th level fire apes. The number of dead and wounded in my own ant tribe was even 300. Although the fireballs condensed by the fire-breathing ants are not as dense as those condensed by the fire apes. But the power of the fireball is not small at all. 500 fire-breathing ants emit fireballs at the same time. The attack power and destructive power of the fireballs are at least equivalent to 50 fire-breathing apes. Looking at his fire-breathing ant's masterpiece, Mo Fei was quite satisfied. The only one I am so satisfied with. The time it takes for a fire-breathing ant to condense a fireball is about 3 seconds. It would be great if it can be cast instantly. I also know that when the level of fire-breathing ants increases, the time it takes to condense the fireball can be shortened and become instantaneous. If it could be fired instantly, then my fire-breathing ants would be equivalent to a mobile, unlimited fireball turret. Hey, wait. It seems like is infinite? How many fireballs can you fire in succession now? Mo Fei asked. Return to the Lords and launch fireballs. It consumes less energy. If we fire continuously, we can fire up to 1 fireball in a row. Back to Lord, can continuously fire 2. The level fire-breathing ant answered first, and the 5-level fire-breathing ant answered last. Mo Fei pondered slightly. Fireballs, the number seems to be a bit small. If there are 3rd-level fire-breathing ants, it is estimated that this number will have to be halved. Pieces, this number is even worse than it passed. Even though his ants could fire a lot of fireballs in succession, Mo Fei was not too disappointed. After all, he has a large number of ants. If you have enough fireballs, you can make up the number of ants you have. Wait for your ants to devour a few more fire apes. Or you can wait until your territory is upgraded to a primary town. When the barracks are produced, you will have more fire-breathing ants. When I have accumulated 100,000 fire-breathing ants, I will divide them into 3 teams and take turns to fight. In this way, unlimited bursts can be achieved. Moreover, in one round, it will be covered by the firepower of tens of thousands of fireballs. What kind of 5th level or 6th level wild monsters? When the time comes, I won't even take it seriously. Even a level wild monster can withstand several rounds of bombings from his fire-breathing ant army? Mo Fei gave the order. Under the cover of fog, the 3.6 million ant army that succeeded in the sneak attack once again withdrew from the cave like a tide and returned to the jungle. Cover your body with dead leaves and return to the giant dead tree where you originally gathered. On the way back, Jun encountered the 2 fire apes who were on guard again. The 2 guys were still jumping up and down on the branches stupidly. Completely aware that all the injured fire apes in his hometown had entered the belly of the ant army below them at this moment. Originally, Mo Fei is still thinking about how useful the mist is. My own ant army must take advantage of the cover of the mist to ambush in the fire apes' lair and cave. Think about it. There are only a few fire apes outside, more than 10. And the fiery ape that was not seriously injured may even be a level 6 fiery ape. It was too dangerous to ambush in the cave. Even if it could be successful, his ant army would probably suffer heavy losses. In the end, he gave up the idea. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. As long as the Thunder Wolf and the fiery ape continued to fight, then the number of wounded on both sides would only increase, not decrease. When there was another injured fiery ape in the cave, he would sneak attack again. How happy! Thinking of this, looking at the ant army that was repairing in the dead tree and waiting for his order, Mo Fei suddenly thought of the Thunder Wolf fighting with the fiery ape. Since there were nearly 30 injured fiery apes in the cave, the number of injured Thunder Wolves must be small, right? If my ant army devours the fiery ape, it is equivalent to helping the Thunder Wolves. Then why not help the fiery ape and devour those injured Thunder Wolves? Mo Fei thought about it seriously. I think it's okay. Moreover, it's better for me to do so. If I devour so many fiery apes, causing the fiery ape's strength to decline, the fiery ape will be better than the Thunder Wolf. If the fiery ape cannot defeat the Thunder Wolf, it must run away? If the fiery ape runs away, where can I find injured high-level wild monsters for my ant army to devour? Let's take a step back. Even if the fiery ape runs away, fight the Thunder Wolf to the end. Do those whose strength has been crushed by the Thunder Wolf still have the ability to resist? If these fiery apes were to be killed by the Thunder Wolf on the spot, would they all be eaten by the Thunder Wolf? Would it be the turn of the ant tribe to devour them? Therefore, it is necessary to balance the strength of both sides. It is necessary to let the fiery apes and the Thunder Wolf continue to fight. Because only in this way, the ant tribe army will be able to devour the injured fiery apes and Thunder Wolf continuously. Upgrade quickly. C85 sneak attack on Thunder Wolf, repeat the same trick. The hiding place of the injured Thunder Wolf. Mo Fei's ant soldiers have also explored it. Now, there are 5 more fire-breathing ants. Mo Fei is also much more confident that his ant army will devour the Thunder Wolf. After all, after experiencing the battle with the blazing ape in the cave, Mo Fei has also discovered his own mist ants, which are very useful when covering the attack of the army. Switch the perspective and get in touch with the ant soldiers lurking near the injured Thunder Wolf. Mo Fei immediately responded. Let the ant army set off and join the ant soldiers monitoring Thunder Wolf. Look, the fight between these 2 gangs of wild monsters is really fierce. Be careful, don't get discovered. Get some grass and cover yourself. The ant army moved forward and passed through the battle zone between the fire ape and the Thunder Wolf. Looking not far away, the Thunder Wolf with electric light all over its body and the fire ape in the tree were fighting back and forth. Mo Fei was excited. But he didn't take it lightly. Although these 2 gangs of wild monsters were found, their brains were almost knocked out. There is a high probability that you will not notice the ant army advancing quietly. But Mo Fei also asked his ant army to collect some grass and cover their bodies. Covering of green grass. If your ant army advances, it will be safer. These Thunder Wolves are surrounded by lightning, so cool, at this time. Looking not far away, 4 or 5 Thunder Wolves were surrounded by thunderlight, and Mo Fei was very excited. I thought to myself, if my ants swallow the Thunder Wolves, I wonder if I can get their thunder and lightning abilities. This ability not only looks cool, the power is also quite powerful. It seems to be much more powerful than the fireball thrown by the blazing ape. From the edge of the battlefield where the fiery ape and the Thunder Wolf were fighting to the death, the ant army quietly moved over. Soon, the ant army joined the ant soldiers monitoring the injured Thunder Wolf by the river. The Thunder Wolf placed the injured companion on the side of the river. Led by this ant soldier, the ant army crawled along the river and towards the river. Along the way, Mo Fei didn't see any wild monsters. It seems that this area has been taken over by the Thunder Wolves. There are tall weeds and reeds everywhere along the river. The figures of the ant army shuttle through the air, but none could be seen. Very hidden. So this time, Mo Fei doesn't need to be as careful as he sneaks into the fire ape. The ant army immediately accelerated their pace until about 50 meters away from where the injured Thunder Wolf was placed. Only then did Mo Fei slow down the advance of the ant army. Approach quietly. The place where the injured Thunder Wolf was placed was guarded by a total of 4 Thunder Wolves. Their senses of hearing and smell are very sensitive. By doing this, Mo Fei also avoided being alerted by Thunder Wolf and discovered clues. Of course, Mo Fei's ants also have a good sense of smell. Before approaching the warning range of the 4 Thunder Wolves, the ant army smelled the stench of the Thunder Wolves and the faint smell of blood. Following the ant army, they quietly approached the injured Thunder Wolf from the reeds by the river. Mo Fei also saw clearly the situation in the direction of Thunder Wolf through the perspective of the grass. It can be seen that there are many dead wild monsters on the surface. Several injured Thunder Wolves were tearing pieces of flesh and blood from the bodies of these dead wild monsters. Chew big. It seems that they need to eat to quickly recover from their injuries. Mo Fei counted 1 to 13 injured Thunder Wolves. And at this time, his own ant army is already very close to them. The vanguard of the marching ants, the nearest Thunder Wolf, was only 6 meters away. And this Thunder Wolf didn't seem to notice it at all. But Mo Fei was not in a hurry to deal with these injured Thunder Wolves. Because, for the ant army, the biggest threat is not these injured Thunder Wolves, and the 4 Thunder Wolves responsible for guarding this place. Mo Fei knew it very well. Once these 4 Thunder Wolves are allowed to escape, go back and report the news. Then your ant army may have to face a pack of about 40 wolves. The army is about to stop and don't move. The marching ants spread out and find the location of the 4 Thunder Wolves. Remember, don't make any noise. Mo Fei died immediately. After receiving the order, 20,000 army ants dispersed. In less than 10 minutes, the locations of all 4 Thunder Wolves responsible for guarding had been found. After finding the location of the 4 warning Thunder Wolves, Mo Fei again. He combined his 5 fire-breathing ants and 5,000 eating ants into a 4-strong army. Even the slime ants, acid ants, army ants, and mist ants each had 4 legions. Together with the fire-breathing ants and eating ants, prepare to kill the 4 warning Thunder Wolves at once. As for the remaining army ants and mist ants, Mo Fei asked them to quietly surround the injured Thunder Wolf. As long as the 4 Thunder Wolves are killed, the main force of the eating ants and fire-breathing ants will immediately turn around, complete an encirclement with them, and strangle the remaining Thunder Wolves. Doing so is undoubtedly risky, because Thunder Wolf is very fast. These injured Thunder Wolves are okay, but the 4 Thunder Wolves on guard will probably flee immediately if they cannot kill them with one blow. This is probably why the Thunder Wolves chose to place their injured companions by the river. There are no other obstacles besides a few lonely trees on such an empty river. In addition to giving the Thunder Wolves on guard a wide field of vision, it is convenient for them to detect danger. At the same time, if they encounter danger, they can also escape at any time. At that time, even if Mo Fei's ant army wants to chase them, they can't. However, after seeing the power of the fireball emitted by the fire-breathing ants, Mo Fei's confidence in killing 4 Thunder Wolves at the same time is not 100%, but at least it is very good. The Thunder Wolf is not big. It is probably equivalent to a calf. The power of the fireballs emitted by 5 fire-breathing ants at the same time is equivalent to the power of the fireballs emitted by 50 fire-breathing apes at the same time. In other words, 1 Thunder Wolf is equivalent to dealing with 12 fire-breathing apes. According to Mo Fei, the speed of the Thunder Wolf and the lightning on their bodies are abnormal. But it can't be done to the extent of 1 against 12. What's more, this is a sneak attack. In addition to the fire-breathing ants, he also has ant tribes such as cannibal ants, slime ants, and marching ants to cooperate with each other. No matter how you look at it, it's more than enough to deal with 4 Thunder Wolves. The fog by the river is thicker than the fog in the forest. This makes it convenient for Mo Fei's Mist Ant Corps to release the fog. The 4 legions all quietly touched the position of the 4 Thunder Wolves. Mo Fei immediately repeated the same trick. Let the Mist Ant Corps spread the fog. See 86 fire-breathing ants showing off their power. Thunderwolf has become a scumbag. The positions of the 4 Thunderwolves responsible for vigilance are basically fixed. They can see blind spots that the other party cannot see through their sight. In this way, under the surveillance of the 4 Thunderwolves, in this area by the river, all the traces of wild monsters are basically nowhere to hide. But at the same time, this gives Mo-Fei's ant army an excellent opportunity. Otherwise, with the speed of the Thunderwolves, it would be considered sneaking. It is not an easy task for Mo-Fei's ant army to get close to these 4 Thunderwolves. When the army touched the location of the 4 Thunderwolves' activities, Mo-Fei ordered the mist ants to spread the mist. Soon, the 4 Thunderwolves stepped on the grass, and the mist gradually spread and approached them. The concentration of these mists is slightly thicker than the thick fog in the grass, and it is not obvious. The 4 Thunderwolves did not notice it at all. Ant Tribe Army, attack! When the fire ants and stone-eating ants next to the 4 Thunderwolves were already in place, Mo-Fei immediately issued an attack order. In the thick fog, suddenly, fist-sized flames appeared. When the 4 Thunderwolves saw the flames in the thick fog and realized that something was wrong. At this time, a sharp and piercing sound wave suddenly came from the thick fog. At such a close distance, the sudden sharp sound wave almost broke their eardrums. In an instant, the 4 Thunderwolves, like drunk, almost couldn't stand steadily. And when they just came back to their senses from the sound wave attack of the stone-eating ants, the fire-breathing ants had prepared a fireball and had already hit them in the face. Boom! 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 In the open grassland, the sound of fireballs exploding sounded at the same time in 4 different directions. A blazing fire suddenly rushed up. And in the place where the fireballs exploded, 4 charred Thunder Wolf corpses appeared in an instant. Your ant clan killed the 5th level Thunder Wolf. You get 65,444 energy points. Your ant clan killed the 5th level Thunder Wolf. You get 55,789 energy points. Your ant clan killed the 5th level Thunder Wolf. You get 49,856 energy points. Your ant clan killed the 5th level Thunder Wolf. You get 52,366 energy points. Hear the prompt in your mind. Mo-Fei immediately ordered the ant army to turn around and encircle the remaining 10 injured Thunderwolves. At the same time, Mo-Fei deployed the ant army around the injured Thunderwolf, and under the cover of the fog, all moved. Densely packed black ants suddenly drilled out of the grass. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the 10 Thunderwolves lying on the ground and devouring the flesh and blood of wild monsters. Surrounded them from all sides. Ah! A Thunder Wolf roared, lightning flashed on its body, and jumped high, trying to jump out of the black ant encirclement. With one jump, it jumped nearly 10 meters. If it was surrounded by other wild monsters, with the jumping height and jumping distance of this Thunder Wolf, it can definitely jump out of the encirclement easily with one jump. However, the number of these black ants that suddenly rushed out of the bushes seemed endless. This Thunder Wolf jumped 10 meters in one jump. The landing position was still in the center of the black ants. Before it landed, it saw countless ants coming out of the bushes, all gathering towards the grass around it. One on top of another, in the blink of an eye, it became an ant bag made up of countless black ants. The Thunder Wolf roared again, with fear in his eyes. But he could only watch himself fall into the ant bag like this. Ah! Lightning flashed in the ant bag. The Thunder Wolf howled again. But soon, the howl stopped abruptly, and the lightning disappeared. When the ant colony dispersed again, the figure of the Thunder Wolf had completely disappeared from the ground, not even a bone was left. Only thousands of black ants were lying on the grass in all directions. Their claws and 6 limbs were trembling slightly. Lightning flashed from time to time. And in a second, most of these black ants lying on the ground had a faint green light on their bodies. About 5 minutes later, one by one, the black ants with green light on their bodies moved again. Their 6 limbs swung back and forth, and they turned themselves over with difficulty. They stood up shakily. At the same time, on the other side, the ant colony and the remaining Thunder Wolf had a fierce battle. After discovering that the Thunder Wolf failed to break through, the remaining 12 Thunder Wolves gave up the idea of breaking through. The hair of the Thunder Wolves stood up and flashed with lightning. Ah! Facing the dense black ants rushing towards them, the Thunder Wolves roared. Lightning shot out from their bodies. A winding lightning flashed by, and hundreds of ants were instantly electrocuted and unable to move. The first dozen ants to bear the lightning were directly electrocuted to charcoal, and they didn't even have a chance to use their self-healing talents. These ants have basically reached the 2nd level, or even the 1st level. However, facing the lightning shot by the Thunder Wolves, they still had no ability to resist. They were killed instantly. 12 Thunder Wolves fired lightning, and nearly 1,000 ant soldiers were electrocuted to charcoal on the spot. Sure enough, Thunder Wolf's lightning ability is still powerful. Seeing this scene, Mo-Fei secretly thought. There was no panic at all. In 1 second, hundreds of thousands of ants in the ant colony shot the liquid. Some liquid fell on the Thunder Wolf, making a sizzling sound. But it seems to have done no harm to them. Because these liquids fell on the Thunder Wolves, most of them were ablated by the arc on their hair, and even if the remaining liquid fell on their hair, it could not corrode their smooth hair. There was liquid stuck to the hair on Thunder Wolf's paws. But it caused them a lot of trouble. In an instant, the movements of these Thunder Wolves became much slower. Seeing this scene, Mo-Fei's eyes lit up slightly. It's now. Following Mo-Fei's order. At this moment, hidden among the ant army, fireballs, fire-breathing ants, and stone-eating ants were already brewing, and they launched attacks at the same time. Exactly the same combination of moves, but they work every time. Sharp sound waves were sent from all directions towards the 12 Thunder Wolves trapped in the center. As the sound waves roared by, the bodies of the 12 Thunder Wolves suddenly became stiff, swaying, and almost unable to stand. And immediately after the sharp sound waves, 500 fire-breathing ants launched fireballs. Boom! Boom! 500 fireballs landed on the 12 Thunder Wolves and exploded violently in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Wolf was the first to bear the brunt of the fireball, which was directly torn into pieces. It turned into pieces of burnt meat and scattered around the grass. The remaining Thunder Wolf is not much better. Many Thunder Wolf legs and feet were instantly blown off by fireballs, and their stumps flew away. There was also Thunder Wolf, with a hole in his stomach and his intestines leaking out. Only some Thunder Wolves in the center are in a slightly better situation. But he fell to the ground and kept wailing. The body and hair were originally shiny, but under the fireball, they were already charred black. Am I overestimating the strength of these Thunder Wolves? Seeing this scene, Mo-Fei murmured with a distressed look on his face. What a waste, see 87 devour the Thunder Wolf and evolve into Thunder Ant. Mo-Fei didn't expect it. These injured Thunder Wolves couldn't even withstand a round of attack from his 5 fire ants. At this time, looking at the scattered broken limbs of Thunder Wolves, Mo-Fei looked distressed. These are the energy that his ant tribe devoured and evolved. What a waste! If I had known earlier, I would have sent only 1 fire ant to attack. However, Mo-Fei only sighed slightly. The next time I encounter such a thing, I will still directly send 5 fire ants to cover the fire. After all, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. It doesn't matter if I lose some energy points. But if I let a Thunder Wolf run away, then my ant tribe will probably suffer the crazy revenge of the entire Thunder Wolf pack. At that time, my losses will not be compensated by these energy points. Army Ant Corps, send out 20,000 army ants above level 1 to devour all the Thunder Wolves. The rest of the Ant Corps, disperse and be on alert. Mo-Fei gave the order. He did not let the fire-breathing ants and the ants-eating ants participate in the devouring of the Thunder Wolves. But he sent out the elite troops of the army ants to devour them. The reason is very simple. The fire-breathing ants are now the most powerful, with the smallest number, and have been upgraded to the 6th level troops. If they continue to devour the Thunder Wolves, let alone whether the growth level of the fire-breathing ants can continue to improve. If after devouring the Thunder Wolves, the fire-breathing ants gain the talents of the Thunder Wolves and transform into some kind of troops such as Thunder Ants, then the number of their own fire-breathing ants will be reduced. So, the fire-breathing ants devouring the Thunder Wolves. For Mo-Fei, the improvement brought is not the greatest. As for the ants-eating ants, although Mo-Fei does not have such concerns. After all, his current first-level ant tribe barracks can produce ant-eating soldiers. The number of ant-eating soldiers will only increase. However, Mo-Fei found that the sonic attack of ant-eating soldiers is very effective in cooperating with the fireball of fire-breathing ants. The fireball of fire-breathing ants needs time to brew, and the sonic attack of ant-eating soldiers can control wild monsters during the time when fire-breathing ants brew fireballs. The hit rate of fire-breathing ants' fireballs is greatly increased. Even the extremely fast wild monsters such as Thunder Wolf could not avoid the fireball of fire-breathing ants after being hit by the sonic attack of ant-eating soldiers. It can be seen that the sonic attack of ant-eating soldiers is quite useful as a means of controlling wild monsters. So, Mo-Fei is also going to keep his ant-eating soldiers first, so that their number will be larger. When facing high-level wild monsters, if the control time of a round of sonic attack is not enough, you can do another round. So, Mo-Fei did not let the ants participate in the swallowing of Thunder Wolves. The ant army dispersed. Only 20,000 marching ants were swallowing the dead thunder wolves. Your ant tribe swallowed the 4th level thunder wolf. You get energy points plus 7,723. Your ant tribe swallowed the 4th level thunder wolf. You get energy points plus 5,623. Your ant tribe swallowed the 5th level thunder wolf. You get energy points plus 841. Your ant tribe swallowed the 5th level thunder wolf. You get energy points plus 45,931. The prompts of the ant tribe swallowing 4 thunder wolves came continuously, but not a single marching ant mutated and evolved. Mo Fei frowned slightly. And just when the 20,000 marching ants continued to swallow the 5th thunder wolf, Mo Fei finally heard a different prompt in his mind. Your ant tribe devours the 5th level thunder wolf, and the energy points increase. Your ant tribe level is upgraded. Your ant tribe devours the 5th level thunder wolf, and the energy points increase. Your ant tribe evolves into thunder ants. As the 20,000 marching ants continue to devour the 6th, 7th, and 3rd thunder wolves. In Mo Fei's mind, there are more and more prompts for the ant tribe to evolve into thunder ants. Mo Fei opens the troop panel. Check the introduction of thunder ants. Ant tribe troop, thunder ant, final growth level, 6th level. Introduction: a new troop evolved from the high-level ant tribe troop, marching ants, which devour the 6th level creature thunder wolf. The thunder ant inherits all the attributes and abilities of the marching ant troop before evolution, and at the same time, obtains the thunder wolf's thunder talent. Lightning talent: your lightning ant has lightning element affinity, and is immune to lightning element attacks to a certain extent. At the same time, with the blessing of lightning talent, your lightning ant's movement speed and reaction speed are greatly improved, and according to its own strength, it can send lightning of varying power to attack the enemy. Lightning ant. Immune to a certain degree of lightning attack. The movement speed and reaction speed are greatly improved. At the same time, it can also send lightning to attack the enemy. Looking at the introduction of the lightning ant, Mo Fei's eyes lit up. Soon, 20,000 marching ants also devoured the remaining few thunder wolves. Mo Fei sensed the number of his lightning ants. A total of about 1,200 marching ants evolved into lightning ants. In terms of quantity, more than the previous swallowing of 27 fire apes and evolving into 500 fire-breathing ants. Of course, Mo Fei knew. This time, he deliberately controlled the number of ants that devoured the thunder wolves. Together with the 4 thunder wolves on alert, there were a total of 7 thunder wolves. And he only sent out 20,000 marching ants to devour them. This allowed each marching ant to devour a lot of the thunder wolf's flesh and blood. In addition, the final growth level of these thunder wolves is the 6th level, which is 1 level higher than the 5th level fiery ape. In comparison, their awakened lightning talent is even more powerful. This greatly increases the number of their army ants that evolve into lightning ants. If all the ants are swallowed together, I am afraid that just like the army ants swallowed the 4 thunder wolves before, not a single thunder ant can evolve. At this time, after swallowing the thunder wolves, the army ants whose levels have been upgraded are more than 1,000, nearly half. There are even a few 4th level army ants. After swallowing the thunder wolves, they evolve into thunder ants and their levels are also upgraded to the 5th level. 5th level thunder ant. Looking at the scene of the mind net in front of him, several 5th level thunder ants standing on the grass, on the dark ant shells, flashes of lightning flashed from time to time. Mo Fei's heart moved and he gave an order. Level 5 lightning ant soldiers, run as fast as you can and see how long it will take to reach the tree 1 meter in front of you. Yes, Commander. A total of 64 level 5 lightning ant soldiers received the order. Just as Mo Fei received the message from them, the next second, in Mo Fei's sight, the shadows of these 64 lightning ant soldiers disappeared. On the green grass, several tiny lightning flashes passed by. Mo Fei was stunned for a moment, and then he received another message from the level 5 lightning ant soldiers. Commander, we are here. So fast? Mo Fei looked shocked. I was stunned for a little more than a second, right? In less than 2 seconds, his lightning ant soldiers sprinted 2 meters? This speed! I am afraid that even a level 5 thunder wolf sprinting at full speed would not be much better than this. However, thinking of the lightning talent of the lightning ant soldiers, which was originally obtained from the thunder wolf, Mo Fei was relieved immediately. Switch the perspective to the 5th level lightning ant soldiers. Mo Fei saw that the lightning ant soldiers with dark bodies and surrounded by lightning had stopped at the roots of the big tree. I have to say, at this moment, the lightning ant surrounded by lightning looked quite cool. A kind of cold beauty. C88 keep lurking. Stop killing, otherwise there will be no more coolies. Not bad, very good. Looking at the Thunder Ant soldiers surrounded by thunder, Mo-Fei nodded with satisfaction. After devouring the Thunder Wolf, the Thunder Ant gained the Thunder Wolf's thunder talent. Not only the movement speed and reaction speed have been greatly improved. At the same time, it is also immune to a certain degree of lightning attacks. In other words, if he encounters a 5th-level Thunder Wolf again, Mo-Fei can completely use the evolved Thunder Ants as a human shield to absorb the Thunder Wolf's lightning. In this way, the losses in the battle between your ants and the Thunder Wolves will be greatly reduced. After all this time, after hunting 17 Thunder Wolves, Mo-Fei's ant soldiers also suffered heavy losses. Probably almost 5,000 ant soldiers were lost. Okay, today's mission is over. The army needs to reorganize itself and return to the territory immediately. I took a look and saw that it was already getting late. Mo-Fei gave the order. First a sneak attack on the Fire Ape, and then a sneak attack on the Thunder Wolf. Today, my ant army is not running around on the road. The place where the Thunder Wolf and the Fire Ape competed for territory was not close to their own territory. To avoid accidents, Mo-Fei also took advantage of the fact that night was still coming and ordered the troops to withdraw. Today's leveling goal has been achieved. Let's first let the ant army come back to replenish their physical strength. At the same time, it was the same as the cave where the blazing ape was before. Mo-Fei also left about 1,000 ant soldiers lurking in the Thunder Wolf territory. After all the injured Thunder Wolves were missing. It was hard for Mo-Fei not to guarantee that the next leader of the level Thunder Wolf would not move the location where the injured Thunder Wolf was placed. These 1,000 ant soldiers were left behind just to keep an eye on the wolves. Continue to look for their new placement. In this way, you can control your ant army and continue to level up next time. Hey, the ant army from Granite Stone Mountain has transported the stone back? Just after cutting off the connection with the ant army in Thunder Wolf territory, Mo-Fei received another message from the ant army in Granite Stone Mountain. After waiting for a while, I looked at the gate of the territory. A huge swarm of ants came in carrying granite stones. Soldiers, thank you for your hard work. Mo-Fei stood up and said. With a click of a finger, all the granite stones transported back by the ant colony were put into the warehouse. The number of stones in the warehouse has more than doubled, reaching 250,000. At the same time, there were 110 pieces of stone-eating beast armor transported back by the ant colony, and Mo-Fei also put them into the warehouse. Soldiers, go drink the Fountain of Life first and take a rest. Ordered the ant army to drink the Fountain of Life to replenish their physical strength. Mo-Fei then opened the spirit net. Get in touch with the ant army on the Granite Stone Mountain. Why so much granite? The air in front of him rippled like waves, forming a picture. When he saw the scene in front of him, Mo-Fei was shocked. Some can't believe it. I saw the place where the army of 500,000 immortal ants was staying at this time. There is a pile of granite stones like a hill. The quantity is more than double the granite stones that were just transported back by an army of 1 million immortal ants. Mo-Fei was shocked. Isn't his army of ants hunting stone-eating beasts? When were so many stones mined? Switch the perspective to the ant army hunting stone-eating beasts. After some communication, Mo-Fei finally understood what was going on. There were actually quite a few stone-eating beasts who resisted at first. However, as the ant army hunted more and more stone-eating beasts, the number of ant soldiers that evolved into stone-eating ants also increased. Then, many stone-eating beasts discovered that their sonic attacks could not damage the stone-eating ant soldiers. He decisively gave up resisting and chose to dig a hole and escape. His own immortal ant soldiers carried granite stones as big as a hill. All of them were rocks dug out by these stone-eating beasts who were scared out of their wits by the ant army and frantically dug holes to escape. At this time, after hunting a large number of stone-eating beasts, the number of my own stone-eating ants has also increased by 150,000. The number of armors obtained by hunting stone-eating beasts has reached 300. My army of ants will take over the lair of the stone-eating beasts today. He looked at the 300 armors of stone-eating beasts piled next to the hill like granite stones. Mo-Fei was also slightly emotional. Upgrade the territory to a high-level village, and upgrade the barracks to the 3rd level. Today's own ant army, both in terms of overall strength and quantity, is far from what it could be compared to yesterday. Still remember yesterday. His own ant army had only hunted and killed 210 stone-eating beasts until night fell, and collected 30,000 units of stone. And today, it's just afternoon. His own ant army first transported back 100,000 units of stone. Then, he killed another 110 stone-eating beasts. In addition, while killing these 110 stone-eating beasts, they also transported at least 300,000 units of granite stones. Then, Mo Fei suddenly thought of something and asked, "How many caves have you raided today?" Back to the Lord, not every cave contains stone-eating beasts. Is now. We have found a total of 705 caves. Among them, there are 500 caves inhabited by stone-eating beasts. 500 stone-eating beasts, minus the 300 stone-eating beast armors here, and the 110 stone-eating beast armors just transported back by the army of undead ants. There are only 90 stone-eating beasts digging holes. Looking at the devastated granite mountain in front of him, some of the land has collapsed due to excessive digging by stone-eating beasts. Mo Fei asked again, "How many stone caves have not been cleared?" "My lord, there are about 100 stone caves." The ant colony said, "Give us 2 more hours, and we can clear all these 100 stone caves." Mo Fei pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Okay. We won't clean up the remaining 100 caves. We won't continue to kill these stone-eating beasts. Without them, our efficiency in mining stone will be much slower. It's not too late to deal with them after all the granite blocks are mined. Adhere to the principle of making the best use of everything." Mo Fei immediately decided to stop hunting the remaining stone-eating beasts. Evolving stone-eating ants is no longer his goal. With the third-level ant barracks, he can produce about 100,000 stone-eating ant soldiers in a day. The number of stone-eating ants will only increase as time goes by. The main goal now is to mine the stone mountain here first, transport all the stones back to the territory and put them in the warehouse. In exchange for the resources he needs, the ant army has been hunting stone-eating beasts and carrying stones until now. The physical strength has also been consumed. It seems that some of the ants in the army are already tired. Mo Fei immediately gave orders. Let some of the stone-eating ants continue to drive the stone-eating beasts to dig granite blocks. The rest of the ants, except for the undead ants who took turns to carry the granite blocks, all rested on the spot and recovered their strength. Wait for a while, and the ant army in the territory will come to meet them and help carry the stone. See 89 lords who are selling meat and are in urgent need of materials and resources. After cutting off the contact with the ant army in Granite Stone Mountain, Mo Fei looked at the ant army in the territory. The 100,000 immortal ants that came back from collecting wood in the morning were followed by the 100,000 bullfighting stinging ants. By this time, he had already replenished his energy and was lying on the grass basking in the sun. From collecting wood resources to now, Mo Fei did not give them any other tasks. After all, although the ants in their own tribe are all loyal to the highest level, they are absolutely loyal. But Mo Fei will not use his own ant soldiers like a machine. They are not machines. They are just a group of ants that are the weakest among the many creatures in the Lord world. Low level, low strength. When it's time for the troops to rest, Mo Fei will also let his troops rest enough. Except for this 100,000 ant army. Within the territory at this time, there is also a level military camp, which produces more than 1 million ant soldiers. Because these soldiers are produced over time, Mo Fei has also been letting them swallow his own breath and evolve from the fountain of life. No new tasks have been assigned to them yet. Now, there are nearly 1 million ant soldiers. Just enough to serve as a new force to take over the ant army from the Granite Stone Mountain and transport the granite stone back to the territory. Soldiers, follow my orders. In addition to the 1 million ant soldiers who had just transported stones back to the territory and returned from the Granite Mountain, Mo Fei issued orders to all the remaining ant soldiers. Now I give you a task. Go to the Granite Stone Mountain and safely transport the mined granite stones back to the territory. Yes, Lord, the army of more than 1 million ants received the order. They formed a phalanx and left from the gate of the territory in a mighty manner. He quickly disappeared from Mo Fei's sight. At the same time, there are 100,000 bullsting ants in the territory, plus the 100,000 bullsting ants just produced by the ant tribe's barracks. A total of 100,000 bullsting ants and 100,000 slime ants. Mo Fei specially stayed here. They were not allowed to transport the stones along with them. They were given a new task, to sweep all the low-level wild monsters around the general's territory, with a radius of about kilometers. Practice leveling. By the way, prepare in advance for upgrading your territory to a primary town. In addition, Mo Fei specially warned, during the mopping up process, if the army finds wild monsters above level, they should not disturb them for the time being. The reason why I specifically told the bullfighting army to sting the ants. Mo Fei was not worried that the ant army would suffer too much loss against the upper-level wild monsters. Mo Fei wanted to wait for the ant army from the Thunder Wolf territory to come back later. Leave these wild monsters above level to their leveling. It is difficult for an ant tribe to evolve by devouring low-level creatures, items, and themselves. It can only devour items that are higher level and contain greater energy. Only the own ant tribe will evolve faster. This is also the reason why Mo-Fei did not let his ant tribe swallow soil, stone, water, wood, and other items even though his ant tribe can swallow everything. Because by devouring these things, the energy points gained by the ants are almost nothing, which does not help the evolution of the ants. I explain this specially to avoid some readers who keep asking why it doesn't swallow soil or trees. Now, among the troops of Mo-Fei ant clan, the highest level is the fire-breathing ant, the thunder ant. These two ant tribe soldiers evolved from the ant tribe devouring the level thunder wolf and the level blazing ape. The highest level fire-breathing ant, the thunder ant, has reached the level. What Mo-Fei has to do is to let these level lightning ants and fire-breathing ants continue to devour high-level wild monsters. Let them continue to evolve. Only in this way will the upper limit of the ant clan's length be increased. When you upgrade your territory to a primary town, your ant barracks will be able to produce ant troops with a higher maximum length. After sending out all the ant army, Mo-Fei looked at the army of 1 million ants who were drinking the fountain of life to regain their strength. Let them slowly consume the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength. Afterwards, he returned to the story building. Go back upstairs. Mo-Fei opened the World Communication Channel. At this time, on the World Communication Channel, 100 units of ordinary level meat can be exchanged for 100 units of stone. 10 units of excellent level meat can be exchanged for 200 units of stone. Or 100 units of wood, add friends if needed. 10 units of fine-grade meat can be exchanged for 10 units of fine-grade materials. If you are willing to add friends, we can cooperate for a long time. 100 units of ordinary level meat can be exchanged for 10 units of excellent level materials. Come if you are willing. Meat is redeemable at a low price. Wood, stone, and various materials can be redeemed. Add friends to chat about the price. At this time, on the World Communication Channel, many lords are exchanging meat for various resources. If you hadn't glanced at the channel bar, Mo-Fei almost thought he had entered the wrong channel and entered the space trading channel. He was slightly startled. But after thinking about it carefully, Mo-Fei understood what was probably going on. Today is already the first day in the world of lords. Many lordships have been upgraded to mid-level villages. The number and strength of the troops have been enhanced. Hunting low-level wild monsters from level 1 to level 2 is no longer a difficult task for many lords. Therefore, ordinary level meat is basically not in short supply for most lords. Of course, many lords are still reluctant to trade meat above the excellent level. In comparison, what the current lords lack most is various resources for upgrading and developing their territories. For example, the wood and stone required for building and upgrading territory buildings, barracks, and fountains of life. There are also various excellent level materials that can be used to forge weapons and equipment in the blacksmith shop. Seeing this, Mo-Fei couldn't help but take a look at the 110 pieces of stone-eating beast armor in his warehouse. These armors are all excellent level materials. Presumably now, I will go to the World Exchange Channel and say that I have more than 100 pieces of excellent level materials for making weapons and equipment to trade. I'm afraid that countless lords will rush to add me as a friend. C90 The dwarves have too few mining picks? Mo-Fei, increase investment. However, even though he knew that excellent grade materials were one of the resources that all lords wanted to exchange the most, Mo-Fei did not intend to tell everyone on the World Communication Channel that he had more than 100 pieces of excellent grade materials. Mo-Fei did not like being too high profile. Mo-Fei did not want to be disturbed by many people. He did not want to be remembered by others. In contrast, Mo-Fei preferred to develop quietly and manage his own garbage army territory. Development in a sleazy way. Quietly improve the strength of his territory. It is more practical than anyone's flattery. It makes Mo-Fei feel more at ease. After closing the World Communication Channel, Mo-Fei opened the Space Trading Channel. He was about to put all his 110 pieces of stone-eating beast armor on the shelf. At this time, he accidentally glanced at the friend column in the lower corner. Mo-Fei suddenly remembered Jiang Yunling, his only friend. I don't know if she accepted the wood and 2 withered goat horns I traded to her last night? Mo-Fei opened the friend list. Find the chat information with Jiang Yunling. I found that the little girl had accepted the 6,000 units of wood and 2 withered goat horns I traded to her last night. Slightly relieved, nodded and said, she should have accepted the cooperation with me. But I don't know if the 2 withered goat horns are enough for her to make a mining hoe. Took a look at the stone-eating beast armor in the warehouse. Mo Fei sent a message. Is the number of mining hoes enough? I got some excellent materials today. Do you need them? After a while, Jiang Yunling replied. Ah, did you get excellent materials again? At the same time, a prompt quickly popped up on Mo Fei's chat interface. Your friend Jiang Yunling has sent you a trade request. Trading item, 300 units of refined iron, designated trading item, none. Jiang Yunling, I only made 2 fine-grade hoes from your 2 withered goat horns yesterday. This is the amount of refined iron I dug today. I will trade it to you first. It is considered to be a return of the 6,000 units of wood you traded to me yesterday. As for your 2 withered goat horns, I will return them to you when I continue to dig refined iron. Mo Fei was not polite and took 300 refined irons and put them in the warehouse. Then he asked, how many hoes do you still need? Jiang Yunling, now I still need 180. Mo Fei directly took 5 pieces of stone-eating beast armor from the warehouse. After thinking about it, he took another 5 pieces. He even prepared the dwarf hose that Jiang Yunling would produce tomorrow and the day after tomorrow in advance. A total of 2 pieces of stone-eating beast armor. Mo Fei traded them. You have initiated a trade request to your friend Jiang Yunling. Trade item, 2 pieces of stone-eating beast armor, excellent material, designated trade item, none. Jiang Yunling, so many excellent level materials. Did you just get them? The words reveal a strong sense of shock. The little girl was obviously shocked by Mo Fei's generosity in taking out 2 huge pieces of excellent level materials. Such a large piece of armor, put on the space trading channel. At least it can be exchanged for 800 units of stone. And so far, Jiang Yunling has never seen any lord who can take out so many excellent level materials for trading at once. You know, this is the 3rd day of the Lord World. All lords are particularly short of various resources, especially materials for making weapons and equipment. At this time, in the mine, seeing Mo Fei take out so many rare and excellent level materials at once and trade them to himself, Jiang Yunling's delicate face couldn't help but blush slightly, feeling particularly embarrassed. She was a little afraid to accept such a precious gift. Jiang Yunling, with so many fine-grade materials, are you sure you don't want to give them all to me to make a mining hoe? Your troops should also need equipment and weapons now? Don't you keep them for yourself? In Jiang Yunling's guess, Mo Fei's troops should not be too high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have named his territory the Garbage Troops Territory. So, compared to making mining hoes for his dwarves, Mo Fei should also need materials to make weapons and equipment for his troops now. He traded all the fine-grade materials he got to himself. Then wouldn't his own troops have no weapons and equipment to use? Mo Fei, these 2 pieces of stone-eating beast armor should be enough for the dwarves you produce tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. If it's not enough, send me a message at that time, and I'll get you some more materials for making equipment. That's it. Contact me when you dig up the refined iron. I'm going to log off first. After saying that, Mo Fei was about to close the chat interface with Jiang Yunling. At this moment, a friend message suddenly popped up. Jiang Yunling, thank you. Mo Fei was stunned for a moment, shook his head and smiled. Then, he closed the chat interface with Jiang Yunling. In fact, Jiang Yunling didn't know. These excellent level materials were not useful to Mo Fei's own ants. If they were left in the space, they could only be traded on the space trading channel for refined iron. Excellent level materials, that is, in the early stage of the Lord's development, were relatively rare. The further to the back, the lower the value. Therefore, for Mo Fei, these stone-eating beasts' armor should not be traded with others. It would be better to use it to invest in Jiang Yunling, who is cooperating with him. With these fine-grade materials, a fine-grade or hoe is made. Jiang Yunling's dwarfs will also be able to mine refined iron much more efficiently. Moreover, there were only 2 pieces of stone-eating beast armor given to Jiang Yunling. In Mo Fei's house, in addition to the 90 pieces of stone-eating beast armor, there are also 300 pieces of stone-eating beast armor that the ant army has not yet shipped back. The armors of these stone-eating beasts were enough to keep Mo Fei on the space trading channel for a while. After all, the resource Mo Fei exchanged this time was refined iron. After closing the chat interface with Jiang Yunling, Mo Fei directly opened the space trading channel. He was not in a hurry to open his stall and put the stone-eating beast's armor on the shelves. Instead, start on the channel search bar. Search for fine iron. Sure enough, as Mo Fei expected, there were only a few stalls selling fine iron. On S Space Trading Channel, the number of stalls trading various resources has skyrocketed. Probably thousands of pages. There are almost hundreds of millions of lords selling and trading the resources they need. However, there were only a few people at the stalls selling fine iron. And The amount of refined iron these lords sell is pitifully small. Mo Fei checked several stalls, and the stall that sold the most refined iron only had 3 units of refined iron. The designated exchange is 100 units of stone. Some of the remaining stalls sell fine iron that is also designated to be exchanged for wood or various materials. It seems the owners of these stalls don't seem to be specifically trading refined iron. It seems that while collecting other resources, I accidentally discovered the refined iron resource and collected it along the way. Then trade it. Because Mo Fei discovered that the exchange ratio between the refined iron they sold and other resources was not high. It's not even as high as the ratio of refined iron that Mo Fei exchanged for wood with Zhang Yunling. Not even half. It seems that as the first lord to upgrade his territory to a high-level village, I have a considerable information advantage. At this time, I saw that the exchange ratios set by these stall owners who traded refined iron and other resources were obviously low. Mo Fei couldn't help but look excited. I lamented that I worked hard to collect resources in the past 2 days and prioritized the direction of developing the territory. It was right. Now, except for my territory, which is a high-level village, everyone else, including the 2nd to 3rd ranked territories, are still in the intermediate villages. So, they don't know that after the territory is upgraded to a high-level village, a large amount of refined iron will be needed to upgrade the territory to a junior town. No one has realized the importance and scarcity of refined iron. And this period of time when I am ahead of everyone else in my territory is a great opportunity for me to collect refined iron. I am waiting for other high-level village territories to appear. When I collect refined iron, there will be competition. Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, tabula article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, see 91 benefits of upgrading the territory first. Buy refined iron at a low price. At this time, Mo Fei also calmly analyzed the situation and found the huge advantage he now has. Present. Without hesitation, he decided to take advantage of this advantage. Open your own stall. Mo Fei is ready to use all the armors of the food beasts. And at this time, only then did Mo Fei realize. My own, only sell high-quality products, don't disturb me if they are not genuine. Booth has added many new customer messages. Yao Shuiqin, does the stall owner still have high-quality wild monster materials for sale? I have high-quality meat. Eating it can increase energy points ranging from hundreds to hundreds. You need to exchange them and add a friend. Chu Quan, stall owner, if there are still high-quality or higher-grade materials for sale, please contact me as soon as possible. The price guarantee will not let you down. How, stall owner, if you have high-quality wild monster materials, please contact me as soon as possible. There is no shortage of money. Lu Cece, stall owner, I don't know if you have considered the proposal I made yesterday. With just a piece of high-quality material, I can be your girlfriend and let you play with it. I'll give you a kiss first, Bo. Anonymous buyer, boss, do you still have high-quality materials? DD Ni. Sumoyu, boss, make a friend. We can work together in the future to dominate the world of lords. By the way, the unit I awakened is the Black Flame Dragon. Chiyu, stall owner, do you still need a girlfriend? All you need is a piece of high-quality material, and they can warm your bed. Shu anyway, it's really good. Are you interested in making friends? Maybe we can become allies in the future. The troop I awakened is a unicorn, which can eventually grow into a holy level. Mo Fei just glanced at these messages. Then ignore it. Obviously, these lords saw that they suddenly killed more than 200 high-quality wild monster materials last night. I took a keen interest in myself. However, since I set up anonymous sales, they don't know the name of their territory or their own names. Therefore, I can only leave a message at the booth. As for the friend requests sent by these lords, Mo Fei was not interested at all. Because Mo Fei knew it very well. In this world of the weak and the strong, the prerequisite for reaching cooperation or alliance with these lords with powerful arms is based on the actual equality between the two parties. Only then is this possible. So they show interest in themselves and send friend requests to themselves. It's just that he saw that he had taken so many high-quality materials at once, and he guessed that his territory was quite high. That's why I mentioned adding myself as a friend. Once they discovered that the unit they had awakened was the weakest ant in the world of lords. We know that the final growth level of the ant tribe is only level 0. I'm afraid everyone will sneer at it. Even, driven by interests, these people may turn around and attack themselves. 90 pieces of armor of the food beast. Mo Fei fought them all. Trading item, food beast armor, designated exchange resource, refined iron, exchange ratio, 1 to 200. For a piece of sophisticated beast-eating armor, MOFA's exchange rate set last night was 1,000 units of material. Now, the territories of many lords have improved again. In the market, the demand for high-quality materials is still huge. However, the value of high-quality materials has declined. After all, many lords' armies have become stronger. There are many lords who have reached the sophisticated level of materials. Even if there are less than high-grade materials, the space trading channel and stalls selling green excellent grade materials have also increased a lot. When high-quality materials are too expensive, many lords who are not very wealthy have settled for the next best thing and purchased green excellent level materials. So today, a piece of MOFA's beast armor can only be exchanged for 800 units of materials. But, in an environment where the value of food beast armor has declined, the exchange ratio between food beast armor and fine iron set by MOFA is 1 to 200. 200 units of refined iron can be exchanged for 2,000 units of material. But, MOFA is very confident, because many lords now only know that fine iron is a resource for upgrading their territory to a primary town. Didn't realize the scarcity of refined iron resources. Today, it is already the third time. There are billions of lords, and I believe that many lords, like Zhang Yunling, have already discovered refined iron resources. However, it is more difficult to mine refined iron. Our current territory is only a level village, and now we are mining fine iron, which will not improve our territory development. Therefore, we did not spend time mining it. And now, MOFA is the one who awakened these lords of low-level arms and could not afford high-level materials. Discovered that mining fine iron can also be exchanged for high-quality materials that we urgently need. Discovered that mining refined iron can also help people quickly develop their own territories. Finished racking the food beast armor. MOFA took a look at the 730,000 lumber and 200,000 lumber in the warehouse. Took 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of wood. For wood to be exchanged for refined iron, MOFA set the exchange ratio to be 8 to 1, 8 units of wood for 1 unit of refined iron. For wood to be exchanged for refined iron, MOFA set the exchange ratio to be 5 to 1, 5 units of wood for 1 unit of refined iron. After stacking 10,000 units of wood and wood, MOFA closed the space trading channel, came to the world communication channel, hide your name and the name of the territory, then sent a message. Fuck, in the space trading channel, someone stacked 90 pieces of fine-grade materials, as well as 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of wood. There was a pause of 1 second when chatting about the message. And the next moment, the voices of countless lords questioning rang out one after another. The guy above, I told you to brag, at least you should give me a rough draft. It's okay to say 90 pieces of excellent level materials, but you said someone traded 10,000 units of wood and timber, that's a bit too much. Yeah, you're probably taking us for fools. 10,000 units of wood and timber are more than enough to upgrade a territory to a high-level village, and upgrading a high-level village only requires 10,000 units of timber and timber. According to the current territory rankings, except for the first-ranked garbage army territory, the 2nd to 10th territories are still only 10-level villages. If someone really has enough 10,000 units of wood and timber, will they not use them to upgrade their territory, but also trade them? It's true, I'll live broadcast handstand eating shit. How many people can save 10,000 units of wood now? I have thousands of units of wood, I am laughing, and I have tens of thousands of units of wood. Don't say it, I really have thousands of units of wood. As long as I deal with the wild monsters in the wood resource area, the soldiers are equipped with excellent level machetes, and the wood is cut quite fast. However, I don't believe that someone can collect tens of thousands of units of wood. Yes, today is only the 3rd day of the Lord's Novice Protection period. My peasant soldiers are now equipped with 20 excellent level machetes, and they have only cut 6,000 units of wood. How can someone collect tens of thousands of units of wood? Isn't this bragging? Unless all your soldiers are equipped with excellent level machetes, it's almost the same. You are bragging. Where do you get so many excellent level materials? I have excellent level materials, and I have used them all to make weapons for my soldiers and let them level up. Why would I use them to make resource collection tools? Isn't this a waste? My territory has just been upgraded to a level 1 village. There are no resources to upgrade the barracks, life fountains, synthesis workshops, and blacksmith shops. I have so many wood and timber resources, I must have used them all to upgrade the territory buildings. Only a fool would trade them. Yes, just to build and upgrade these territory buildings, it costs 6 or 7,000 units of wood and timber. Don't you want to upgrade the territory buildings? Otherwise, how could you save so many wood and timber resources? Just when everyone was questioning, at this time, a message suddenly appeared on the World Communication Channel. Fuck, I just took a look, what that person just said is true, C92 crazy, is there really such a generous person? Sell 50,000 units of resources directly? Really? At this moment, seeing an untimely affirmative voice suddenly appear on the World Communication Channel. The leaders who were just spitting ensured that MoFei was bragging. At this moment, they were dumbfounded. This is not over yet. Next, another message appeared. I also went to see it. The anonymous guy just now did not lie. On the Space Trading Channel, someone did trade tens of thousands of units of wood and stone. The name of the stall is, Only Sell Fine Products, Don't Bother If You Don't Have the Ability. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it now. Seeing this message, the leaders who were still skeptical were not calm. Many people opened the Space Trading Channel. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Damn, it's really tens of thousands? And when they saw, Only Sell Fine Products, Don't Bother If You Don't Have the Ability. On the stall, there were tens of thousands of units of wood and stone, not a penny more. Everyone's eyelids jumped hard and their mouths opened wide. I just felt my face burning. It was like being slapped. Is this true? Fuck, is there really someone so generous that he directly took out tens of thousands of units of wood and stone for trading? This is only the first day of the world? This is not the fourth day, nor the first day. How can someone mine so many resources? I was stunned. Are you sure we are really in the same world? Did this guy start saving wood and stone from the first day? He didn't upgrade the territory? Otherwise, how could there be so many wood and stone resources? The above, are you stupid? What's the point of saving the early resources if you don't use them to upgrade and develop the territory? You want to wait until the novice period is over and then just die, right? Do you think it is possible that your territory has actually been upgraded to a high-level village? These wood and stone are actually the surplus after you upgraded the territory buildings? That's impossible. Among all the territories now, only one person has upgraded his territory to a high-level village. What the hell? Are you saying that this stall only sells fine products, no trouble if you don't have the ability, is the territory of a garbage army? Oh my god, if that's the case, it's too scary. How many wood and stone units has this garbage army territory accumulated? If it's not the chosen one, then what's the point of us playing? It's not possible that your territory will directly become the center of the wood and stone resource areas as soon as it is released. There are abundant wood and stone resources on both sides. Otherwise, how could so much wood and stone be mined in just one day? Absolutely. Among billions of territories, only your territory is the center of wood and stone resources. This guy is really lucky. I thought my territory was lucky to have wood resources, but I didn't expect someone to be luckier than me. Me too, my territory is directly located on a stone mountain, and there are stones outside. But I didn't expect that someone is more perverted than me. At this time, some people felt that the name of the stall, Only Sell Fine Products, Don't Bother If You Don't Have the Ability, was a little familiar. This, Only Sell Fine Products, Don't Bother If You Don't Have the Ability, stall, I seem to have some impression. Let me think. Fuck, isn't this the stall of the big guy who directly put more than 200 pieces of fine-grade materials on the shelves last night? I said why it's so familiar. Damn, it's really that boss. But he was able to kill more than 200 wild monsters above level 1 the next day. Are you sure he is really the leader of that garbage army territory? It's hard to say, maybe it's some Loki boss. Who cares, the boss put so many wood and stone materials on the shelves. If I exchange them all, my territory can be upgraded to a high-level village. All specified to be exchanged for refined iron? What is refined iron? It seems to be a resource for upgrading the territory, but it can only be used when upgrading the town. Ha, the opportunity has come. At this time, a leader said excitedly, I found a refined iron resource yesterday. At that time, I thought it would be troublesome to mine it, and it was not needed to upgrade the territory at present, so I didn't mine it. I didn't expect someone to exchange refined iron. And it was exchanged with wood and stone, which I lack the most now. Then why am I working so hard to mine stone? That place is dangerous, far away, and difficult to mine. Why don't I just mine refined iron? This stall owner is really a good person. Following this leader, another leader said, refined iron can actually be exchanged for excellent level materials. Damn, I'm going to make a fortune now. I also found a refined iron resource area. So many excellent level materials. Not to mention weapons, even armor. I can give my soldiers a set. Wouldn't the leveling speed take off? I'm drooling. If all these excellent level materials are made into weapons, wouldn't each of my soldiers have an excellent level weapon? Hiss, this leveling speed is unimaginable. No, I also want to find a refined iron resource area to mine. At this time, many people have discovered it. Only sell fine products, don't bother if you don't have the ability. At the stall, whether it was 90 pieces of fine-grade materials, or wood and stone, the designated exchange items were all the same. Fine iron. And the exchange rate was quite high. A piece of high-quality monster armor can be exchanged for 800 units of stone. And here, you only need 200 units of refined iron to exchange for one. In addition, 1 unit of refined iron can be exchanged for 8 units of wood. 1 unit of refined iron can be exchanged for 5 units of stone. Immediately, many leaders who discovered the refined iron resources were overjoyed. Upgrading the territory to a high-level village requires 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone, for a total of 20,000 units of resources. Converted into refined iron, we only need to mine 3,250 units of refined iron. Very good deal. After all, the number of troops currently available is not particularly large. 20,000 units of resources cannot be mined or transported by our troops in one trip. Many people go out to mine stone. After mining 200 or 300 units of stone, they have to transport it back. This process of rushing back and forth has already wasted a lot of time. This is the important reason why many people cannot mine many resources at the end of the day. After all, whether it is mining stone or wood, the mining process and transportation process are both very physically demanding. Mining wood is okay and relatively easy. And mining stone. Basically, many leading troops go out to mine, and then they have to come back and drink the life spring to replenish their strength before they can continue to mine. The stone resources found in some areas are relatively far away. Come and go again to replenish your physical strength and the time spent on the road. It's enough for our troops to mine another 400 units of stone. And if you want to mine refined iron, we only need to mine 3,250 units of refined iron to be able to only sell high-quality products. Don't bother if you don't have the strength. Exchange for 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone at the stall. The number of resources mined by our units has directly increased to 17,000 units. Is this not a good deal? 17,000 units of resources. This will save us a lot of time in mining and transporting resources back and forth. With the time saved, how many more units of refined iron can we mine? I can't even calculate it. C93, the stall owner, is really a good person. Clear the wild monsters around the territory in advance. Great discovery. The owner of this, only sell fine products, no trouble if you don't have the ability. Stall is such a nice guy. I also mine chicken feather, wood and stone, which is far and dangerous. I immediately let my troops mine fine iron. Everyone, don't move so fast, give me a chance. I have already sent my troops to find the fine iron resource area. Who cares about you? Just 50,000 wood and stone, don't say anything. I have already let my troops bring mining picks to mine fine iron. Brother, I won't let you guys rob the wood. Leave me 4 or 5 pieces of fine-grade materials. Who says you are a brother? Whoever mines the fine iron first will get it. At this time, after a calculation, almost all the lords came to the same conclusion. Compared with mining wood and stone, it is more cost-effective to mine fine iron. Although mining refined iron is more difficult than mining stone. At least the soldiers need to be equipped with excellent level mining picks, which can speed up the efficiency of mining refined iron. However, if you count the time cost of replenishing physical strength, traveling back and forth, mining and transportation, and so on, mining refined iron is undoubtedly more cost-effective. The novice protection period is only 30 days. What is the most precious thing for novice lords? Of course, time. Immediately, many lords who discovered the refined iron resource area directly gave orders to the soldiers in their territories. Give up mining stone and wood, and focus on mining refined iron. At the same time, there are also some lords who have not found the refined iron resource area. But after seeing such generous exchange conditions offered by Mo Fei, they all ordered their soldiers to suspend leveling first and focus on finding refined iron resources. Only 3,250 units of refined iron are needed to upgrade the territory to an advanced village. If you don't charge now, when will you? At this time. After sending the message anonymously. Looking at the World Communication Channel, the lords who found the refined iron resources one by one expressed their desire to mine the refined iron immediately as if they were injected with chicken blood. Mo Fei laughed. It seems that he doesn't need to worry about the refined iron resources in the future. looking at the 680,000 wood and 150,000 wood in his warehouse. Mo Fei felt that his wood and stone resources were still a little insufficient. After all, after upgrading the territory to a primary town, the number of territory buildings will increase again and need to be upgraded again. When the territory buildings are upgraded again, refined iron may be needed. Therefore, it is better to have more refined iron, wood, and stone resources. I have already sent ant soldiers to continue searching for the next wood resource site. However, I have not sent ant soldiers to search for the next stone resource site. Thinking of this, Mo Fei opened the network of mind, contacted the ant army that was on the way to the Granite Mountain, separated 10,000 ant troops to find the next stone resource site. Arrangement completed. Mo Fei felt a little bored, moved a chair and sat on the balcony on the third floor, while browsing the information on the World Communication Channel and basking in the sun. At this time, a prompt suddenly sounded in Mo Fei's mind. Your ant tribe devoured the first level Grey Wolf, you get energy points plus 47. Your ant tribe devoured the third level Black Bellcat, you get energy points plus 365. Your ant tribe devoured the first level Stab Rabbit, you get energy points plus 6. Your ant tribe devours the third level Grizzly Bear, and you gain plus 631 energy points. Your ant tribe devours the first level Horned Lizard. Mo Fei was slightly stunned. He soon understood the source of these tips, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that the bullfighting Stinging Ant Army and Slime Ant Army he sent out have already started to clean up the wild monsters around the territory. Very good. Wait for my ant tribe to clean up the wild monsters within a radius of 5 kilometers around the territory. As long as I save enough refined iron, my territory can be directly upgraded to a primary town. However, thinking of my ant tribe, the current highest growth level is only the second level. Mo Fei shook his head slightly, not very satisfied. The strength of my ant tribe is still a little slow. If the growth level of my ant tribe can be raised to level 1 or level 8 before the territory is upgraded to a primary town, it would be even better. But there is no way. The initial level of my ant tribe is too low. It is not easy to raise the growth level from level 0 to level 2 in 3 days. Now, southwest of the territory, there are still many fire apes and thunder wolves. Among my ant tribe, there are only 500 fire ants and 1,200 lightning ants. The number of level 5 ants is even smaller, only more than 100. If you force the leveling, whether attacking the thunder wolf or the fire ape, the losses faced by my ant tribe will be great. Mo Fei shook his head. Give up the idea of letting my ant army forcibly attack the thunder wolf and the fire ape. Level 5 level 2 level wild monsters. He already has a powerful talent. Most of his ants are too low in rank, hovering around the 3rd rank. If he attacks forcefully, he will suffer huge losses. The gain will not make up for the loss. He still has to wait for the thunder wolf and the fiery ape to continue the fight. I quietly sent a large army to attack the seriously injured members of both sides behind the scenes, and reap the benefits of being a fisherman. This is the best. Report to the Lord, we found a 5th level sickle-tailed snake. At this time, the report message from the bullfighting stinging ant suddenly came from the Mind Network. Mo Fei was slightly startled, and then his face showed surprise. Okay. Don't alarm it for now. You go around and clean up other low-level monsters. Wait until the evening, I will arrange it myself. On the balcony, the sun gradually set in the west, passing over the roof of the 3-story building. The sun set. The reminder that the low-level monsters were swallowed by his own ant tribe kept ringing in Mo Fei's mind. At this time, report to the Lord, we found a 5th level saber-toothed tiger. Report to the Lord, we found a 5th level earth black bear. Report to the Lord, we found 2 5th level fierce-toothed beasts. Report to the Lord, we found. The bull sting ant army also kept reporting to Mo Fei about the 5th level wild monsters they found. Received the information reported by the bull sting ant. Mo Fei was surprised at the same time. Surprisingly, he didn't expect that there were so many 5th level wild monsters around his territory. Surprisingly, with so many 5th level wild monsters, his ant army should be able to level up beautifully tonight. Now is not the past. If it was last night, Mo Fei might not dare to think about these 5th level wild monsters. But now, among his ant tribe, there are more than 100 5th level ant soldiers. At the same time, there are 500 fire-breathing ants and 1,200 lightning ants. These lone 5th level wild monsters. In Mo Fei's eyes, they are not so scary. The 5th level fiery ape and the 5th level thunder wolf, his ant tribe can kill them. Can't his ant tribe kill these lone wild monsters? C94 The fog is coming, don't dare to go out? I dare. the huge black shadow in the fog. When the sun sets over the forest. In the forest, the fog hits again. At this time, having learned from the previous 2 days, the novice leaders in the Misty Forest have summoned their troops back to the territory in advance. The fog is coming again. Fortunately, I summoned the troops back in advance today, otherwise I would lose my way again. Yes, me too. I stopped my elves from leveling up an hour in advance. Although I lost an hour to level up, it is better than losing the troops. In the past 2 days, whenever the fog came, the troops under my command did not return to the territory. They all lost their troops after the fog came. I suspect there are monsters in these fogs. They can swallow our troops. Is there anyone brave enough to explore the source of the fog? Every day, darkness falls. Our territories were born in the Misty Forest territory. On average, we have 1 to 2 hours less to level up and collect resources every day than other territories in other regions. In the long run, the development of all our Misty Forest territories will widen the gap with other territories in other regions. For this, we have to wait until the troops are stronger before we go to explore, right? Anyway, I don't dare to go now. Alas, who said it wasn't true? Our Misty Forest territory not only has to come back earlier than other territories every day, but also dares not to level up at night. How can we develop like this? This territorial world is too unfair. The person above, you are too naive. You have already traveled to another world, what fairness can you talk about? Have you seen that when someone's territory is born, it is among a group of level 6 or 7 wild monsters, and every soldier dies? Someone's territory is born in a huge wood resource area, and there is an inexhaustible wood resource at home. Some people awaken the Emperor level soldiers at the beginning, while others only awaken the 2nd or 3rd level soldiers. You talk to me about fairness? On the contrary, I think our Misty Forest area is relatively fair. After all, the fog comes with the night, and our soldiers don't continue to level up, and those who have awakened the dark soldiers dare not send their soldiers to level up. From this point of view, the time it takes for each territory to develop is actually the same, and no one will develop faster than anyone else. On the Misty Forest Regional Communication Channel. With the appearance of the forest fog, many territories are complaining. Because the fog appeared, the time for their territory to develop was reduced. As a result, the development of their territory was much behind that of territories in other regions. But some people think this is a good thing. Because these mists are not aimed at a certain territory, but at all territories in the Misty Forest. Their own troops are not strong, and they dare not send their own troops to level up at night. Naturally, they hope that other territories will not send troops to level up at night. And the forest fog restricts all territories from using their own troops. Of course, except Mo-Fei. When the thick fog began to emerge from the depths of the forest, Mo-Fei's more than 4 million ant tribe soldiers have arrived at the granite stone and are carrying the granite blocks collected today on the granite stone. A pile of small granite blocks. Estimated, more than 300,000 units. Ant soldiers who have just come from the territory are full of energy. At this time, they are carrying these stones in an orderly manner. Pieces of big or small stones, and 300 stone-eating beast armors, are moved by dozens or hundreds of ant soldiers. The thick fog has no effect on the ant tribe army. They follow the smell they left behind, and then set out on the road back to the territory. Looking at the granite stone that has shrunk a circle, Mo-Fei switched perspectives. Came to the southwest to the 3.6 million ant tribe army. At this time, this leveling army, also under the cover of thick fog, was about to return to the territory. And just at this moment, Mo-Fei suddenly saw that right next to his ant tribe army, in the thick fog, a huge black shadow appeared. Swish swish swish, the black shadow was very long. When swimming, the body rubbed against the bushes on the ground, making a loud sound. It should be a snake monster. Mo-Fei's heart moved, looking at his ant tribe army. In his ant army, there are hundreds of fire-breathing ants, more than 1,000 lightning ants, and more than 100 first-level ants. Hunting a 6th-level wild monster should be no problem, right? I wonder what level this snake monster is. Mo-Fei immediately ordered his ant army to stop. The vanguard of the marching ants quickly approached the black shadow. The next second, the giant snake covered with black giant scales appeared in Mo-Fei's eyes. Sure enough, he was right. This is a snake monster. Species, forest giant anaconda, final level, 8th level. Current level, 6th level. Really? This snake is this big, and how old is it? When Mo-Fei saw the information about the giant forest anaconda, he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. The body of this giant forest anaconda is at least as thick as a tree that 4 people can hug together. The black scales on its body are almost as thick as the armor of the stone-eating beast that Imofei killed. And its level is exactly the 6th level. Obviously it's still young. Level 6 monsters have different talents and strengths depending on their size. Although this giant forest anaconda is still young, just looking at its huge size, it is estimated that it can crush most monsters among level 6 monsters. Imofei's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of excitement. The most important point is, the final level of this giant forest anaconda is level 8. From this young giant forest anaconda, Imofei saw the opportunity for his ant tribe to advance again. Perhaps, if our ant tribe wants to advance, we don't have to devour adult high-level wild monsters. Devouring these high-level wild monsters in their juvenile form is also a good way. Although compared to adult high-level wild monsters, the ant tribe gets less points by devouring long-term high-level wild monsters, and the probability of advancement should not be as high as devouring adult high-level wild monsters. However, devouring long-term high-level wild monsters is safer. When the strength of my ant tribe is not strong enough, this method is a good way. Moreover, Imofei doesn't think there is anything wrong with devouring long-term high-level wild monsters. Whether to advance depends on whether the number of ants devoured is enough. If there are enough wild monsters for the ant tribe to devour, even if they are high-level wild monsters that are being devoured for a long time, the ant tribe can still advance. Although your final level is level 8. But now, you are just a level 6 wild monster. Looking at the giant python body in front of him that is as thick as a tree and covered with huge black scales, Imofei's eyes flashed with cold light. He immediately gave an order. Ant soldiers, attack this forest giant anaconda. Devouring it, C95 a group of weak ants? Angry forest giant anaconda. The forest giant anaconda, the adult, is an 8th level creature. Even though it is in the growth stage now, its level is only 6th level. But among the 6th level creatures, it is also the one at the top of the food chain. It has always been the only creature that can devour other creatures. Who would have thought that one day, he would also become the target of other creatures? Moreover, the one who wants to devour him is still a group of the weakest ants. Even though the forest giant anaconda is very huge, it exudes the pressure of a high-level wild monster. Even though the forest giant anaconda is covered with thick, hard black scales, it looks so easy to provoke and invulnerable. But the ant soldiers are not afraid. At this time, with Imofei's order, 3.6 million ant soldiers immediately opened the attack posture. The densely packed ant soldiers took action. First, the fire-breathing ants, concentrate your fire attack, and make sure to blow a hole in the scales on your body. Army, be ready to charge. Once the scales are blown open, you will drill into your wounds and eat your flesh and blood. Eat as much as you can. Your goal is to do everything you can to expand this wound so that more companions can join the devouring team. Break through the defense of this forest giant anaconda from the inside. In addition, lightning ants and slime ants. Your mission is to use lightning and slime to limit the movement of this forest giant anaconda. Slow down your speed, don't let you escape so quickly. Yes, leader. The ant soldiers received the order. They began to gather in an orderly manner. First, the fire-breathing ants. Hundreds of fire-breathing ants lined up in a row, facing the huge body of the forest giant anaconda covered with black scales in front of them, and began to condense fireballs. They needed the mist ants to create more mist. Because at this moment, the thick fog in the forest was the best cover for the ant army. 3 seconds later, balls of fire lit up in the thick fog. They smashed towards the huge body of the forest giant anaconda covered with black scales. Boom! The fireballs equivalent to 10 fire apes smashed the body of the forest giant anaconda at the same time. The scales were instantly shattered. A blazing fire was blown out. Woo! Under the fireball, the black scales of the giant were blown open, revealing bloody flesh and blood. In the mist, the painful roar of the forest giant anaconda came. The sliding body suddenly stopped. And just when the forest giant anaconda stopped, countless army ants quickly crawled onto its body. The forest giant anaconda exuded a burnt smell and bloody flesh. The army ants opened their pincers and began to eat frantically. The dense gnawing sounds made Imofei's scalp numb. And just as the army of army ants was frantically gnawing at the wound of the forest giant anaconda, at this time, in the eyes, Imofei's pupils shrank slightly. I saw the scene of the condensation of the mind network in front of me. Behind the ant army, the thick fog suddenly flowed rapidly. Then, a huge black shadow appeared in the thick fog. The shadow enveloped hundreds of thousands of ant armies. A huge hissing sound sounded, and the air was filled with the smelly smell of the forest giant anaconda's mouth. At this time, the huge snake head of the forest giant anaconda swung back and forth, looking for the creature that attacked it. However, looking up, there was no large wild monster around. But his wound was getting more and more painful. It was as if there were thousands of ants biting him. In pain, the giant snake head of the forest anaconda lowered. The long and cold snake eyes looked at his wound that was blown open by the fireball. This look, the cold snake eyes of the forest anaconda, made him startled and confused. It was as if there were really ants biting his wound. At this time, tens of thousands of black ants were crawling all over his wound. Under the crazy gnawing of these ants, the forest anaconda clearly felt the pain in his wound increasing. In an instant, a trace of rage appeared in his cold snake eyes. When did even weak creatures like ants dare to attack him? A strong wind suddenly blew in the forest. The giant snake head of the forest anaconda flew towards its injured body at a high speed. The huge snake core spit out, trying to sweep away all the ants that were gnawing at its body. However, at this moment, the forest anaconda's peripheral vision saw the fog behind it. Suddenly, dense and fine fireballs lit up. These fireballs gathered into a ball. Then, they hit another part of its body. At the same time, in the fog, there was a flash of lightning. Thin arcs of electricity shot out, densely packed, and hit the head of the forest anaconda. The snake head stiffened for a moment. Along with the arcs, countless well-known fine liquids hit the snake head. Of course, in the forest giant anaconda's perception, these liquids were not obvious, just like a drizzle suddenly fell from its snake head. However, it was precisely because of the obstruction of these fine arcs. The forest giant anaconda was unable to attack the ants that were gnawing at its wounds. And he could only watch the fireball fall on his body. Boom! The familiar sound of explosion, the familiar feeling of pain. The fireball blew a wound on the body of the forest giant anaconda. 2 wounds are not fatal to the forest giant anaconda. But when he saw that as the wound was blown open, there was a group of black ants, quickly crawling to the wound and eating frantically. At this moment, the forest giant anaconda was completely furious. It was the anger of being humiliated by low-level creatures. The huge snake head swooped down, rushed to the direction where the fireball came from. But Mo Fei had already given the order. Let the fire-breathing ants fire a fireball once, and then change the direction. So, this time, the forest giant anaconda dived and hit nothing. The huge snake head directly knocked a big hole in the face. It can be seen how powerful this guy is. And the collision of the forest giant anaconda is very important. The liquid that fell on its head before was actually the mucus sprayed by the mucus ants. This collision directly caused the head of its snake to be stained with countless mud by the mucus. It looks like its snake head is made of mud. Of course, no matter how much mud there is, it will not have any effect on the movement of the forest giant anaconda. But when it hit the surface, the forest giant anaconda closed its snake eyes. This closure, the pair of snake eyes of the forest giant anaconda were tightly closed together under the action of the mucus. Indeed, the forest giant anaconda has a huge body and is very powerful. Even through the body, it can strangle the 7th-level wild monster. But this does not mean that the snake eyes have the same power as the body. After the forest giant anaconda closed its snake eyes, it never opened again. In fact, if it encounters other wild monsters, even if it has no eyes, it will have a great impact on the forest giant anaconda. After all, it hunts prey in such a thick fog at night. The forest giant anaconda relies not on its own vision, but on its own olfactory organ that can sense heat sources. But the opponent it encountered this time was a group of ants. These ants have no heat sources. This is why the forest giant anaconda was suddenly attacked, but did not immediately discover that the creature that attacked it was Mo Fei's ant army. Because, under the thick fog, it was impossible to detect Mo Fei's ant army just by sight. At this time, even after opening his eyes, the forest giant anaconda, in front of Mo Fei's ant army, really became a blind man. See 96 Crazy Forest Giant Anaconda. Devour. Evolution, Giant Ant. Looking at the scene in front of me, the giant forest anaconda's huge snake head was banging around on the ground as if going crazy. It crashed into the air and killed many ant soldiers. In the territory, Mo Fei quickly realized this guy, he was afraid he was blind. Climb onto its body. Mo Fei immediately gave orders to the ant army. At the same time, the attack of thunder ants will not stop. Let this manic guy calm down and cover the ant army approaching the body of the giant anaconda in the forest. Under the lightning attack from the thunder ants, the forest giant boa's body became stiff for a moment. Taking this opportunity, the ant army quickly approached the snake's body and climbed onto its body. This is actually what Mo Fei observed. It was discovered that the head of the forest python will not attack its own body. Only then will he make a decisive move and let the ant army take the risk to get close to it and climb onto its body. Under the thick fog, the forest giant anaconda's vision was not very good. Only when it brings the snake's head very close will it discover the existence of the tiny ants. As for its body, under the thick covering of scales, it has actually lost its sensitivity to the environment. Compared to the huge body of the forest giant anaconda, Mo Fei's ant clan is so small. Even if more than 3 million ants all climbed onto the body of the giant forest anaconda, Mo Fei was not worried, it could sense it. Fire-breathing ants, continue the attack. After many ant soldiers climbed onto the body of the giant forest anaconda, Mo Fei descended again and let the fire-breathing ants attack. 500 fire-breathing ants stood on the back of a giant anaconda in the forest. In front of them, the scales of the forest giant anaconda sprayed out a huge fireball. Boom! The body of the giant forest anaconda was once again blasted with a bloody hole. Under the pain, its body kept twisting. Many ant soldiers slipped to the ground. However, these ant soldiers did not give up and continued to search for their location, the huge snake body of the giant python. The remaining ant soldiers who had not slipped quickly climbed onto the forest giant boa's wound. Start eating. 3 wounds opened by fireballs were eaten by countless ant soldiers. Keep expanding. The wound that was first opened by the explosion had now expanded to 3 times its previous size as it was being eaten by the ant soldiers. More and more ant soldiers are joining in the eating. And along with the ant soldiers, they gnawed relentlessly. At this time, the pain in the forest giant anaconda's body intensified again. And under severe pain, it seemed to finally realize something was wrong. I feel that the strength of my body is passing away rapidly. The crazy forest anaconda gradually calmed down. It finally feels scared. Want to escape. However, the forest giant anaconda did not know this. At this moment, all the ant army has got into its wound. After crawling for a distance of about 3 kilometers, this huge forest anaconda finally died under the bite of the ant army. And at this time, Mo Fei's 3.6 million ant soldiers were also devoured. Your ants swallow the 6th level forest giant anaconda, and you gain 810,000 points. Your ant tribe swallows the 6th level forest giant anaconda, your ant tribe's points increase, and your ant tribe's level increases. Your ants swallow the 6th level forest giant anaconda, gain the giant forest anaconda's talent, and your ants evolve into giant ants. Because there are too many tips for leveling up the ant tribe. Mo Fei turned off the voice prompt. Open the Lord panel. Look at the prompt on the Lord panel that the ants are devouring the forest giant anaconda. While Mo Fei looked surprised, his thoughts turned out to be true. This giant forest anaconda is definitely a top-notch existence among the 6th level wild monsters. The ants swallowed it up and directly added 810,000 power points to themselves. This is even worth killing 70 or 10 thunderwolves and fire apes by my own ants. Mo Fei looked at his Lord panel, Lord level. Lord level, 5th level, measuring point, 1.56 million/10 million. Just swallow this giant forest anaconda. The amount of measurement points I gained is more than what I got today when the ants devoured the green leaf snake, devoured the fountain of life, devoured the stone-eating beast, devoured the thunder wolf and the fire ape combined. Mo Fei sighed. Sure enough, if you want to level up quickly, you have to kill high-level wild monsters. Thinking that when the stinging ant army was sweeping the surrounding environment of the territory, they found many 5th level wild monsters, and there was even a 6th level wild monster among them. Mo Fei felt a little excited. When the ant clan devours all the wild monsters around its territory, maybe there will be a few more new types of soldiers that can evolve again. Press down the excitement in your heart. Mo Fei then checked the prompt information on the panel. After devouring the giant anaconda in the forest, many of the ant soldiers had enough measurement points, and their levels were raised again. Mo Fei sensed it. In the battle just now, under the crazy devouring, almost all the ant soldiers under his command reached the 1st level. The original level ants have reached the 3rd level. The originally 4th level ant clan has reached the 5th level. There are too many 5th level ant soldiers now. There are probably more than 3,000 ant soldiers who have advanced to the 5th level. Sensing the number of 5th level ant soldiers in his ant army, Mo Fei looked delighted. The 6th level forest giant anaconda has quite a lot of meat. He actually directly upgraded his more than 3,000 4th level ants to the 5th level. Now, the overall strength of his ant army has become stronger again. More than 3,000 5th level ant soldiers. This time, he was facing a 6th level wild monster. In a heated battle, Mo Fei was not weak at all. As a reminder, after swallowing the giant forest anaconda, Ant Clan evolved again. Mo Fei opened the arms panel. On the unit panel, there is a new ant unit, Giant Ant. Ant Tribe's troops, Giant Ants. Final growth level, level 6. Introduction: the new ant tribe evolved from various types of ant troops, army ants, slime ants, acid ants, fire-breathing ants, etc., and evolved from swallowing the 6th level forest giant anaconda. The giant ant inherits all the attributes and powers of the unit it belonged to before evolving. At the same time, it swallows the forest giant anaconda's talent, giant size. Giant size: your giant ant has greater size and strength. The body stores more energy. Compared with other ant units, giant ants also recover faster. Or 6th level. Seeing the introduction of the giant ant's arms, Mo Fei felt a little regretful on his face. I just heard the prompt about troop evolution. It's also because my troops have evolved to the 7th level. Unexpectedly, giant ants are still a 6th level soldier. However, Mo Fei didn't have much hope. After swallowing a 6th level giant forest anaconda, all the more than 3 million ants under his command were raised to 1 level. This was already a huge profit. What's more, a new type of giant ant soldiers has also evolved. Wait for your ant army to return to the territory and replenish your physical strength. Then devour all the high-level wild monsters on the 5th level outside the territory. Maybe, by then, the ants from the tribe will evolve into a 7th level unit. C97. The strength of the giant ant. The strength of the ant tribe is comprehensively improved. Full harvest. For the type I ants, they are not a 7th level troop. Mo Fei did not care too much. After all, the higher the troop level, the more energy points are needed to upgrade. Moreover, the type I ants are advanced. The energy points required must be more. Through the spiritual network, Mo Fei switched perspectives and quickly found the advanced type I ants and the type I ant soldiers. They are worthy of the name type I ants. They have indeed become much bigger. Before, the largest type I ants in Mo Fei's ant tribe were only slightly larger than the big toe of an adult. And these type I ants are even bigger. The largest type I ant is as big as the sole of an adult's foot. Among the many ant tribes, type I ant soldiers stand out. They are like generals in the ant tribe. It is worth mentioning that at this time, Mo Fei locked his view on this type ant soldier, which was a type ant that was transformed from a level 5 fire-breathing ant. The color on its body is different from that of other type ants, and it is still the unique dark red color of fire-breathing ants. Although in the process of devouring the level 6 forest boa, none of these level 5 ant soldiers of Mo Fei upgraded to level 6. However, after devouring the forest boa, they also advanced again. Gained the talent of the size of the forest boa. Looking at the type ant soldier in front of him, Mo Fei asked, "Can you still summon fireballs now?" "My lord, you can." The type ant soldier replied, showing Mo Fei its talent of summoning fireballs. In less than 3 seconds, the type ant soldier summoned a fireball. This fireball was larger than the one it summoned before. "Lord, I can feel that the fireballs I summon now are more powerful. And it hardly consumes any physical strength. I can now summon almost 20 such large fireballs in a row." The type ant fire-breathing ant soldier said. 20. Mo Fei was a little shocked. After becoming a type ant, the fireballs fired by the fire-breathing ants not only became more powerful. Moreover, the number has more than doubled. Before, the 5th level fire-breathing ants could only fire 7 fireballs at most before they would run out of physical strength. And now, after becoming a type ant, although the level is still the 5th level, however, the number of fireballs that the fire-breathing ants can emit is 20. Mo Fei asked a few more fire-breathing ants that evolved from fire-breathing ants. The answers they got were almost exactly the same as this type ant soldier. They can now emit fireballs, and when the power increases, the number has more than doubled. It seems that after becoming type ants, the ants have not only become larger in size and strength, but also their innate strength and physical strength have been enhanced. Mo Fei nodded secretly. He said, "It would be great if we could meet a few more forest boas. In this way, the overall strength of the ants will be greatly enhanced." However, Mo Fei was just thinking about it, knowing that the probability was not high. Moreover, a 6th level immature forest boa caused many ant soldiers in the ant army to be seriously injured. This was still under the cover of fog and the sneak attack was successful. If it was an adult forest boa, Mo Fei would not dare to send his ant army to provoke it. One is not good. The ant army of more than 3 million people is likely to be wiped out. At this time, according to the information reported by the ant army, In this battle with the 6th level forest boa, the number of ant soldiers who were directly crushed to death by the anaconda's body reached 100,000. The number of injured ant soldiers reached 600,000. However, all these injured ant soldiers have the talent of self-healing. After devouring the flesh and blood of the forest boa and obtaining sufficient energy, their self-healing talents also took effect and they recovered quickly. And in MO phase induction, this time, the number of ant soldiers who have evolved into large-scale ants from the devoured forest boa is 30,000. This number is really not small. Of course, it is also due to the huge size of the forest boa and a lot of flesh and blood. If a 6th level wild monster like a stone-eating beast is devoured, and 50 ant soldiers can be generated from the ant tribe, then it should be a smile. Repair and move all these scales back to the territory. At this time, the flesh and blood of the forest boa has been devoured by the ant army. Scales are scattered all over the ground. Mo Fei gave the order to let the ant army carry all these scales back to the territory. These are all excellent grade materials. Although the ants themselves cannot devour them, they can be exchanged for resources by putting them on the space trading channel. Don't waste them. Next, Mo Fei switched the perspective between the two ant armies. On the way back to the territory, the ant army transporting stone materials from the granite mountain and the ant army heading southwest encountered huge black shadows that appeared in the thick fog all the way. Mo Fei did not dare to provoke these black shadows again. After all, after the battle with the forest boa, a considerable number of ant soldiers in the Southwest Ant Army had been injured. If there are wild monsters above level 7 among these black shadows, I am afraid that there will be heavy losses if the ant army provokes them. At that time, I saw these huge black shadows in the thick fog. Mo Fei was also secretly alert. Although the South Ant tribe became powerful again after devouring the forest anaconda. However, there are still many wild monsters in the misty forest that are stronger than the South Ant army. The South Ant tribe of the 5th level cannot run rampant here. We still can't be arrogant. We must hurry up to improve the strength of our ant tribe. In the future, not only the 5th level forest anaconda, but even these wild monsters will become the prey of the South Ant army. Finally back. Until 10 o'clock in the evening. After dinner, Mo Fei stood on the balcony on the 3rd floor. Finally, I saw the gate of the territory. The ant army returned triumphantly with a full load. Soldiers, you have worked hard. Mo Fei moved and jumped directly from the balcony on the 3rd floor. Let the 5 million ant army, who had been busy all day in the granite mountain, eat the fountain of life to replenish their physical strength. Then, with a finger, more than 4 million ant army lifted granite blocks and put them all into the warehouse. In an instant, the number of stones in the warehouse soared by 500,000. Then, Mo Fei also put 300 stone-eating beast armors into the warehouse. Just now, the more than 9 million ant army was settled. At this time, the ant army heading southwest also came back. One by one, the ant soldiers, holding the dark scales of forest boas in their claws, came to Mo Fei and formed a battle array. Watching his ant soldiers showing off their spoils, Mo Fei smiled. He once again put all the scales in their claws into the warehouse. There were more than 10,000 scales. All of them were excellent grade materials. C98 Trade Refined Iron. Epic Energy Crystal. All injured ant soldiers. Mo Fei arranged them to eat the life spring first to heal their injuries. Then, he looked at the ant army in front of him. He counted the number of elite ant soldiers he had brought in today. Number of spray ants, 500. Number of lightning ants, 1,200. Number of giant ants, 30,420. In addition, after devouring the food beast, there are also many food ants. Now, the number of my food ants, plus the food ants produced by the ant tribe barracks, is a total of 400,000. In addition, there are venom-stinging ants, paralysis-stinging ants and other troops. But the number is relatively small. The number of venom-stinging ants is more than 2,000, and the number of paralysis-stinging ants is even smaller, about 80. As for the remaining marching ants, slime ants, acid ants, mist ants and other troops, Mo Fei did not count them one by one. The number of these troops is really too much. But he counted the number of soldiers of the 5th level ant tribe and the 4th level ant tribe in his own ant tribe. There are more than 3,000 ants in the 5th level ant tribe. Among them, about 2,000 are giant ant soldiers. The remaining 1,000 are spray ants and lightning ants. The 4th level ant tribe has about 150,000. There are many types of soldiers, such as spray ants, food ants, slime ants, all kinds of soldiers. After counting the types and levels of ant soldiers, Mo Fei has a rough idea of the strength of his ant army. After letting the tired ant soldiers eat the life spring, Mo Fei returned to the room. Then, he opened the space trading channel.
Click on his selling fine products, do not disturb if you don't have the strength, stall.
Mo Fei saw.
He sold 2,400 units of wood and wood out of the 50,000 units he put up, and 3,000 units of wood.
He traded for 900 units of refined iron. However, a lot of armors of the beast-eating beast were sold.
A total of 10 armors of the beast-eating beast were sold. 2,000 units of refined iron were traded. In addition to the refined iron that Zhang Yunling had traded to him before. The number of refined irons in the warehouse has reached 3,400.
Mo Fei was not surprised by this.
After all, the materials and resources on his stall were only put up in the afternoon.
Many lords had not mined much refined iron before the night came.
Naturally, they could not exchange for much refined iron. As for why the armor of the beast-eating beast is more popular than wood and wood resources, it is also easy to explain. Because, when mining refined iron, the mining efficiency of the refined level hoe is higher than that of the ordinary hoe and the excellent hoe. If they were not stupid, those lords who discovered the refined iron resource area would definitely give priority to exchanging their own armor of the beast-eating beast and forging a refined level hoe as soon as they mined refined iron.
Looking at the 3,400 units of refined iron in the warehouse, Mo Fei was full of confidence. In one night, he traded 2,900 units of refined iron. I believe that tomorrow, he will be able to collect 10,000 refined irons to upgrade the territory to a primary town. But not yet. Of course, Mo Fei will not think that the refined iron is too much.
In the warehouse, there are a total of 680,000 wood and 500,000 wood, as well as a number of fine materials. Before other lords upgrade their territories to advanced villages,
Mo Fei plans to collect as much refined iron as he can.
After all, when other lords upgrade their territories to advanced villages and find that the amount of refined iron required to upgrade their territories to primary towns is not a small number, the value of refined iron will definitely skyrocket at that time. Purchasing refined iron at this time is definitely a sure-win business.
Looking at the 80 pieces of beast armor on the stall,
Mo Fei thought about it and took out 20 more pieces of beast armor from the warehouse, replenishing the number to 100. At the same time, Mo Fei also replenished the number of wood and timber on the shelves to 50,000 units.
Anyway, it is to give other lords a signal that their resources are not lacking. If you have refined iron, just come to trade, there are enough resources. Just like yesterday.
On the stall, many lords left messages for him.
For these messages, Mo Fei took a rough look. Just about to close the space trading channel. At this time, a message on the stall caught Mo Fei's attention.
Hello stall owner, I have an epic level quantity of alien crystals and I want to trade with you.
Is it okay?
I need 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of timber. If interested, please add me as a friend, Lin Chang.
Epic level quantity crystal? Mo Fei was slightly surprised. On the third day of the Lord's World, there were already epic level materials? Mo Fei remembered that epic level materials seemed to be dropped only after killing monsters above level 1, right?
Or killing level 7 elite monsters and level 7 leader monsters also have a chance to drop epic level materials.
Monsters of the same level.
They are also divided into ordinary monsters, elite monsters, leader monsters, commander monsters, and king monsters. For example, the acid mud monster king and the green leaf snake king killed by Mo Fei's ant tribe a while ago are barely considered leader monsters.
By devouring them, the ant tribe also gets more quantity points. However, generally, the level of monsters will be displayed in the information only after the level of monsters reaches level 7. Now there is a level 7 elite monster killed? Among the billions of lords, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Seeing this message, Mo Fei was both surprised and emotional. I thought that my ant army was quite powerful in killing the 6th level forest giant anaconda. Now it seems that we still need to work hard to continue to improve the strength of our ant clan. Compared to these lords who have awakened high-level arms. The highest level of my current ant tribe is level 5, but the level is still low. But what is this strange crystal? Mo Fei hesitated for a moment and curiously added this friend of the lord named Lin Chang. Enter Lin Chang's name and click Add Friend. In less than a minute, it was prompted that the friend application had been approved. Mo Fei, I am the stall owner. What is the high-volume alien crystal you are talking about? Can you take a look first? Lin Chang, okay.
The next second, Lin Chang directly shared the description of the strange crystal.
Item, amount of strange crystals.
Level, epic level, Shao. A large number of exotic crystals can be embedded in territorial buildings to obtain different effects. Embedded in the heart of the territory, gain unit attack, strength and defense, speed up unit physical recovery, increase unit physical limit, blood limit, etc. Embedding it on the barracks, accelerating production, increasing the production probability of designated arms, increasing the mutation probability of arms, increasing the initial level of arms, etc. Embedded in the spring of life, the therapeutic effect of the spring water is increased, the spring water reserve is increased, and the spring water recovery speed is accelerated. Inlaid into the synthesis workshop, it increases the probability of material synthesis and the probability of the appearance of special attributes of items.
Inlaid into the blacksmith shop, raised.
Mounted on the decomposition furnace to raise, Mo Fei was immediately shocked when he saw the strange crystal. Improve the defensive arms, increase the production speed of barracks, increase the production probability of designated arms, improve the initial level of arms, and improve the synthesis probability of materials. A large number of exotic crystals are embedded into different territorial buildings.
Almost every aspect of the results obtained is a huge improvement.
This lord named Lin Chang actually has such a good thing. Moreover, requires 10,000 units of material and 10,000 units of lumber. Tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabule below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target type, mix, C99 energy crystal needs to be upgraded before it can be used?
Sorry, I can use it. Energy crystal. This is definitely a good thing.
It is probably also a material that the lords of the future are scrambling for. It is one of the important elements that determine the power gap between lords of the same level. 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone can be exchanged for an epic energy crystal.
Mo Fei himself felt that he had made a fortune. It is absolutely worth the money. This thing seems good according to the introduction. Mo Fei suppressed his excitement and replied calmly, "Can I ask how you got this thing?"
"I'm curious."
Lin Chang did not answer immediately. He seemed to be thinking. After about a minute, he sent a message. "My orc warrior found a cave."
This energy crystal was found in the corpse of a huge wild monster in the cave.
Picked it up? Mo Fei was stunned.
He thought Lin Chang was a big boss who awakened a high-level soldier and killed a 7th-level elite wild monster.
Unexpectedly, the other party was just lucky. From the corpse of a wild monster in the cave, you can find energy crystals.
However, Lin Chang's answer.
It also confirmed Mo Fei's guess just now.
Energy crystals found from the corpse of wild monsters. That is to say, killing and devouring high-level wild monsters should also explode energy crystals.
While Mo Fei was thinking.
At this time, Lin Chang sent another message.
"Lin Chang, how about it, stall owner, do you want to exchange?
1 energy crystal for 10,000 units of wood and stone, you will definitely make a profit." Lin Chang said the truth. However, seeing this person so anxious, Mo Fei's heart was filled with doubts.
"I have another question." Mo Fei replied, "This energy crystal, why don't you keep it for yourself? The introduction of the energy crystal is there.
Any lord who is not stupid can see the value of energy crystals.
Why doesn't the other party use such a good thing? Instead, trade it out and let himself get a bargain?"
For this energy crystal, even if Lin Chang said he wanted to trade 20,000 units of wood and stone, Mo Fei didn't frown. After all, he now has a lot of stone and wood reserves.
However, it is better to ask some questions clearly.
Lin Chang fell silent again.
2 minutes later, he sent a message. "Lin Chang, because my current territory level is too low, the barracks building cannot be inlaid."
"Lin Chang, when I got this energy crystal, I wanted to inlay it in my territory heart.
But the prompt says that my territory level is too low. To inlay energy crystals, the territory level must be upgraded to the town level at least, and the territory building inlay function must be unlocked. And my current territory level has just been upgraded to the intermediate village.
Upgrading from an intermediate village to an advanced village requires 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. This resource is not a small amount. Even after the 7-day novice protection period ends, I may not be able to upgrade my territory to an advanced village, let alone upgrade my territory to a primary town.
This energy crystal is now in my hands as a stone. It can be used but not used.
So, I want to exchange it for some resources. If it weren't for the lack of resources to upgrade the territory, I wouldn't trade such a good thing."
Energy crystals can only be used when the territory is upgraded to a town? Mo Fei breathed a sigh of relief. I almost got tricked by Lin Chang. Fortunately, I was cautious. If it were any other lord,
10,000 units of wood and stone were exchanged for such a thing that can only be used but not used, they would cry to death.
Judging from the current level of the territory,
During the 7-day novice protection period, most lords have a hard time upgrading their territory to an advanced village.
It will take at least half a month to upgrade the territory to a primary town. However, Lin Chang probably couldn't guess that Mo Fei's territory is already an advanced village. Now, Mo Fei himself is also preparing to upgrade his territory to a primary town. This energy crystal is just right for Mo Fei to use. At this time, after the message was sent, seeing that Mo Fei did not respond immediately, Lin Chang was also a little anxious. He secretly cursed himself for being a pig brain. Even if 10,000 wood and 10,000 stone materials are exchanged for an energy crystal, it seems to be worth the money. But today is only the 3rd day of the Lord's world. At this stage, who is willing to spend 20,000 resources to exchange for something that can only be used half a month later? Half a month later, when the territory can be upgraded to a primary town, many lords may have the strength to kill the 7th and 8th level monsters. If you want energy crystals, they can also kill monsters and drop them. If I knew earlier, I shouldn't have revealed this information to Mo Fei. If I don't tell Mo Fei may still buy this energy crystal. If I tell Mo Fei, as long as the other party is not stupid, he will not buy this energy crystal. Lin Chang, stall owner, are you still there? Do you want to buy this energy crystal? If you really want it, I can lower the price again. 8,000 wood and 8,000 stone, take this energy crystal. This is the lowest price. Ha! This guy actually took the initiative to lower the price? Mo Fei was a little surprised. He agreed without hesitation. Mo Fei, yes, you can trade it. Lin Chang was overjoyed. He quickly set the price and traded the energy crystal. Your friend Lin Chang initiated a transaction with you. Trading item, an epic energy crystal, designated trading item, 8,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone. Trade or not? A prompt appears when you see friend information. Mo Fei agreed directly. It cost 8,000 units of wood and 8,000 units of stone to trade this epic level energy crystal. Immediately. Think about it. Directly delete Lin Chang's friends in the friend column. Prevent the other party from regretting it and arguing with you later. Lin Chang, stall owner, happy cooperation. The message is sent. A line of prompts suddenly appeared on the friend communication panel in front of Lin Chang. The other party has deleted you from the friend list, and you cannot send messages to the other party. Lin Chang? Can't help but sigh. Big guy is a big guy. Talking about a transaction is just a transaction. Don't give yourself any chance to cling on. C100 upgrading is getting slower and slower. The Lord is discussing the stall again. 11:30 p.m. Many leaders who sent their troops out to level up recalled their troops to their territories. After 12 o'clock, the number of high-level monsters in the wild will increase greatly. At the same time, the strength bonus of dark creatures will be increased to 50%. More dangerous. Somewhere in a desolate grassland, Lin Feng summoned his violent war elephants back. The first leader in the world. The number of Lin Feng's violent war elephants has increased to 450. Leader level, first level, energy points, 90146/100,000. At this time, looking at his leader level, Lin Feng sighed slightly. As the number of troops increases, his leveling speed has indeed become faster. Today, his leveling speed is 10 times that of the first level. However, as the leader level increases, the more energy points are needed to level up. Even though his leveling speed has been getting faster and faster, it is becoming more and more difficult to level up. After the leader level reaches level 1, he can no longer raise the level one by one. Open the leader level ranking list. Lin Feng took a look and found that the first place was still the Garbage Army territory. Fortunately, the leader level of the Garbage Army territory has remained at level 5. This made Lin Feng feel a little relieved. He was really scared. At the end of today, as soon as he opened the leader level ranking list, the leader level of the Garbage Army territory became a level 2 leader. That would be really scary. Lin Feng looked at the remaining leader level rankings. There is no place for him in the top 10. From the 2nd to the 4th place, all are 4th level leaders. These people upgrade too fast. Lin Feng shook his head inside. It is so difficult to upgrade a leader from the 1st level to the 4th level. I dare not imagine how many energy points it would take to upgrade a leader from the 4th level to the 5th level. How much time it would take. Looking at the Garbage Army territory ranked first in the leader level. At this time, Lin Feng was really convinced. I have to say that the leader of this Garbage Army territory is really abnormal. Only the first day, the leader level has been upgraded to the 5th level. If it were me.
After the novice protection period ended, Lin Feng did not dare to say that he could upgrade to the 5th level leader.
Now,
after experiencing the torture of reality, Lin Feng no longer dared to brag in the World Communication Channel. All he could do was to closely follow the footsteps of these big guys on the leaderboard and try not to be left behind too much. In this way, when the novice protection period is over,
he can get a world reward. After sighing for a while,
Lin Feng summed up his shortcomings. In fact, it's not that they level up too fast, but the geographical location of this place is not good, and they can't find suitable wild monsters to level up.
Either the wild monsters they encounter are too weak, or the wild monsters they encounter are too strong.
In the first 2 days of leveling, the low-level wild monsters nearby have been swept away by your violent war elephants.
Now it's not an easy task to find suitable wild monsters to level up. In addition, there are too many violent war elephants.
The size too big, resulting in too big a target. Before his violent war elephants were dispatched, many wild monsters had already fled. In this case, it becomes particularly difficult to speed up the leveling speed.
Tomorrow, we can continue to expand our hunting range. I hope we won't encounter too powerful wild monsters.
Thinking of encountering a level 2 wild monster today, causing him to lose 20 violent war elephants, Lin Feng felt a pain.
The highest level of his violent war elephants is only level 5.
It would be great if he could make a set of excellent level giant elephant armor for his violent war elephants. However, Lin Feng couldn't think about it.
He didn't have many excellent level materials.
What's more, his violent war elephants belong to special types of soldiers. If you want to make armor for violent war elephants, you need corresponding drawings to make it.
Up to now, he has killed wild monsters below level 5, and no armor blueprint has been dropped.
Forget it, let's think about how to hoard some resources and upgrade the territory.
Let's wait until the blueprint is dropped before making equipment for the troops. Lin Feng decided. His current territory level is still a level 1 village. The blacksmith shop and the synthesis workshop have been built, but not upgraded.
To upgrade from level 1 to a high-level village, 10,000 wood and 10,000 stone are needed.
This is not a small amount.
Fortunately, Lin Feng collected a lot of meat and materials by hunting wild monsters today. It can be exchanged for wood and stone resources.
At the same time, many territories are the same as Lin Feng.
After recalling the troops to the territory, he summarized his gains today.
World Communication Channel. I made a profit from leveling up today, and I got a good quality material. I wanted to level up again in the evening, but I accidentally bumped into a level 5 rotten lizard, and 15 of my centaurs died at once. I lost a lot.
Oh, today was not bad. I finally leveled up to level 5 leader. The first ranked garbage soldier territory is already a level 5 leader.
How come he leveled up so fast?
At 12 o'clock last night, he had already leveled up to the 5th level.
By the way, he didn't seem to level up today? I don't know what he did. Silly.
It takes 100,000 energy points to level up from the 4th level to the 5th level.
How many energy points do you think it takes to level up from the 4th level to the 5th level? How many energy points do you think it takes to level up from the 5th level to the 6th level? I don't know if the boss can level up to the 8th level after the novice period ends. I feel that it would be good to level up to the 4th level after the novice period ends. The first place in the territory rank is still a garbage army territory, a high-level village.
The resources required for a high-level village are too many, 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. It seems that everyone hasn't saved enough resources for the first level today.
Except for the garbage army territory, which is a high-level village, the 2nd to 10th territories are still first-level villages.
Normal, everyone's resources today should be used to build and upgrade the territory buildings. Tomorrow, some territories should have saved enough resources to upgrade their territories to high-level villages.
To upgrade to a high-level village, you still need a lot of resources to build and upgrade the territory buildings, right? Haha, I dug some refined iron today and got a few fine-level mining picks. The collection efficiency has been improved again.
I feel that if I dig 2 more refined irons, I can exchange them for enough resources to upgrade to a high-level village.
What, refined iron can also be exchanged for resources of a first-level territory?
The boss, forget it. In 2 days, the wood and stone in that boss's stall have probably been exchanged out.
Don't panic at all.
The boss seems to be very rich. I just checked and the boss has added 50,000 wood and stone, and 100 excellent level armor. The boss is showing that he is not short of resources.
Now there is hope for a high-level village in your territory.
In the World Communication Channel, a leader mentioned again that he could use refined iron to exchange for wood and stone resources from Mo Phase, selling fine products. Don't bother if you don't have the ability, stall. Immediately, many leaders who didn't know what was going on opened the space trading channel. When they saw the 50,000 units of wood and stone sold at Mo Phase stall, as well as 100 pieces of excellent level stone-eating beast armor,
many people were shocked again, while praising Mo Fei for his generosity.
Mo Phase, selling fine products, no need to bother if you don't have the ability, stall once again caused a wave of heated discussion in the World Exchange Channel.
It also advertised Mo Fei's purchase of fine iron for free.